While his peers were still drinking bubble tea instead of eating, this young man trained so hard that he could do 1,000,000 push-ups in one go. The story is in his previous life when powerhouses fought each other. Wuong Shan was nothing more than a small fly passing by who unfortunately got hit by a stray bullet and kicked the bucket. In this life, he secretly vowed that in his previous life, he was just a lone cultivator, so small he didn't even know who harmed him. Now that the heavens had given him a chance to be reborn, he couldn't die such a pathetic death. This time, he must live up to his name, to live a life worthy of a human being. This afternoon, at 4:15 and 24 seconds, the rocket was successfully launched. The time and location were the same as in his memories from his previous life, meaning he truly had been reborn and returned to the age of 17. According to the rumors in his previous life, the rocket brought something back from the moon that caused the spiritual energy to recover repeatedly over 1,000 years of silence, leading Earth into an era of Quanmin Shu Zhen national cultivation. If he could be reborn now, he had to seize this opportunity. Unfortunately, the incomplete cultivation techniques from his previous life could only slightly improve his physique for now. It seemed there was only one way to change his fate in this life. As Wuong Shan thought this, his parents returned home. Indeed, air conditioning was vital. Kamen Rider is here, seizing the opportunity when his parents were in a good mood. Wuong Shan subtly expressed his desire to go to Wudong Mountain to become a Taoist priest. After a night of turmoil, Wuong Shan finally persuaded his parents to let him go to Wudong to apprentice, although the price was a bit tragic. Wuong Shan, with a swollen face, carried his suitcase out of the house. His mother's eyes were glistening with tears as she looked at her son, unable to help feeling sad. "Xiao Sheng, why are you being so stubborn?" "Wife, don't worry." Xiao Sheng said, "It's only 1 year off school." Wuong Shan's father consoled her. "You knew it was only 1 year off school. Look how you hit him." Wuong Shan's mother angrily physically assaulted his father, who cried out for mercy. Afterward, feeling uneasy, they both decided to follow their son to Wudong Mountain. The reason Wuong Shan wanted to go to Wudong was that it held a certain position on the immortal ranking board among powerhouses. In his previous life, he couldn't find a master, so this time he had to seize the opportunity. However, unfortunately, Master Cao Shui Hong Taoist, the person Wuong Shan wanted to apprentice under, was not on the mountain, but performing overseas, and would only return in a few months. Master Cao Shui Hong Taoist was ranked in the top 3 on the heavenly ranking board in the future. Before the recovery of heaven and earth's primordial qi, he was considered a representative of Wudong martial arts. During this time, he and several other Taoist masters were not here. Should I choose another immortal cultivation sect to apprentice? Wuong Shan carried his luggage and just left the Purple Cloud Palace when he saw a Taoist priest setting up a stall selling books outside, calling out, "Young man, if you're supposed to be in school, you should be in school properly. Don't be misled by stories in novels. If you truly want to learn martial arts, I can introduce you to a few Wudang martial arts secret manuals. The price for one book is only 300. This is the true ancient martial arts heritage of Wudong, absolutely capable of making you walk the world alone and roam the universe. If young lay disciple, you need internal energy. You can also join the speed-up class. I teach young lay disciple today. You have a great affinity with martial arts. Don't miss this life's opportunity. Please, Master, accept me as your disciple. I am willing to follow you in search of the immortal path." Wuong Shan clasped his hands and bowed secretly, overjoyed. "Yes, this is my opportunity. Isn't this Master Qing Yuanzi? Buyan Taoist. In my previous life, he was a top 5 cultivation powerhouse on the heavenly ranking board. This time, I'm truly lucky." Qing Yuanzi was confused by Wuong Shan's words. "Young friend, if you were talking about learning martial arts, that might be believable, but you open your mouth and talk about immortal cultivation and Tao. Have you ever met someone with magic?" This disciple feels that the Tao is a kind of spirit, a different understanding of heaven, earth, and the universe. "I couldn't find the person I wanted to apprentice under on Wudong Mountain, but as soon as I met you, I knew, Master, you are no ordinary person." "You're quite interesting," he said, talking about the Tao non-stop. "To choose me to apprentice under, I'm just a Taoist on Wudong Mountain, with a name but no substance. In recent years, I've only taken one ordinary disciple and haven't paid much attention to her. You must want to apprentice under me, and you want to apprentice. Do your parents know?" "And my parents came with me, Master. I sincerely want to follow you to cultivate." Qing Yuanzi looked at Wuong Shan with satisfaction. It seemed this young man was quite sincere and hadn't just run away from home after reading too many novels. "Answer 3 questions to satisfy me, then I'll talk to your parents. First question, what is the Tao?" According to this disciple's understanding, the Tao is the natural order, the law. Question number 2. What are the arts? Taoist gates have 5 arts: medicine, destiny, physiognomy, divination, and cultivation. Wang Sheng answered flawlessly, making Qing Yuanzi nod repeatedly. It seemed he was very determined. All right then. The third question. After you apprentice under me, your father and I fall into the water and are about to drown. Who will you save first? Saving the master first would be unfilial to his parents. Taoism has a saying that an unfilial person cannot become a true human. Saving his parents first would be disrespecting his master. The master is like a parent. After much deliberation, Wang Sheng decided to answer, I'll save my father first. Qing Yuanzi accepted the answer and decided to take Wang Sheng as his disciple. The next morning. Yesterday, I finished talking with your parents. Now you are just my probationary disciple. After you pass the test, I will decide whether to officially accept you. This is where I usually live. Only I and your senior sister live here. During this time, stay with everyone. Yes, Master, Wang Sheng replied, secretly thinking, I don't know what Master said to my parents yesterday, but he managed to persuade them to let me stay on Wudong Mountain. No matter what, I have finally succeeded in becoming a disciple. At this moment, Qing Yuanzi stood outside the yard and shouted loudly, Xiao Xuan! Didn't you want to see your probationary junior brother? Come quickly and see. From inside the house, a simply dressed girl walked out. Qing Yuanzi rubbed her head and introduced her. This child's name is Mu Guanxuan. She is your senior sister. She's usually very afraid of strangers, but surprisingly, she's not afraid of people who come to ask for shelter. Hello, senior sister. My name is Wang Sheng. Please guide me more in the future. Wang Shen spoke, feeling a little uncertain. The Mu surname is rare. Guanxuan? Wait, Mu Guanxuan. My senior sister is really named Mu Guanxuan. Qing Yuanzi was a little angry and shouted, Nonsense! I gave her this name. Can it be wrong? Calm down. I have to stay calm now. But immortal Baoyan Taoist Qing Yuanzi, immortal silent, Mu Guanxuan, why didn't I think that they were master and disciple? Top 10 powerhouse, on the heavenly ranking board, my bodyguard. In the future, I'll be able to walk sideways, Wang Sheng thought, and laughed to himself, making Mu Guanxuan confused. She pointed at Wang Sheng and then at her head as if asking Qing Yuanzi, Is something wrong with his head? Qing Yuanzi was silent for a moment, then smiled and replied, If these were all normal children who would be willing to send their child up the mountain to suffer as the senior sister, remember to take care of your junior brother from now on. Homer. A moment later, Qing Yuanzi led Wang Sheng into the front hall and then sternly instructed him. Although you call me master, there will be a probationary period before the official ceremony. You must be mentally prepared. If you can't bear it, I won't force you to stay on the mountain, understood? No, The soul. As long as master doesn't drive this disciple down the mountain, no matter what you say, this disciple will not give up, Wang Sheng replied with a determined expression. All right, see that millstone? After you rest, go grind those 2 bags of wheat into flour. Wang Sheng immediately obediently followed, seeing him concentrating on grinding the wheat. Qing Yuanzi couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Then he called Mu Guanxuan out to practice with him. Wang Sheng was still diligently grinding the wheat, occasionally stopping to rest. He turned to look at Master Qing Yuanzi and Mu Guanxuan. Indeed, even with the lack of spiritual energy, the cultivation heritage has not been broken. Even just the process of calming the mind and condensing the spirit. This kind of cultivation that has accumulated over many years is extremely terrifying. No wonder after the recovery of heaven and earth's primordial qi, the speed of these Taoist cultivators far surpasses ordinary people. After passing the test and entering the sect, Master will definitely pass down some cultivation methods to me. Indeed, it's coolest under a big tree, but nothing is as important as one's own strength. Even if I can't be as good as senior sister, I can't be inferior in the future. Thinking this, Wang Sheng was filled with vitality and continued to grind the wheat, unaware that his master, despite practicing, was always keeping an eye on him and secretly evaluating him. He steps on the ground with each step, not rushing or impatient. His temperament is quite good. Finally, the task of grinding the wheat was completed. Although Wang Sheng had trained his physique for several months before, this was his first time doing this kind of work, and the soreness was unavoidable. At this moment, Mu Guanxuan came over holding a bowl of water and handed it to Wang Sheng. Thank you, senior sister. Wang Sheng smiled and accepted it. Inside the room, Qing Yuanzi's voice rang out. When you're done, go clean up your room. Then he led Wang Sheng to his room. The main house has 2 bedrooms, just enough for you and Xiao Xuan, 1 room each. My room is on one side. If anything happens, you can always find me. After your noon nap, go down the mountain to see your parents and reassure them. A moment later, Mu Guanxuan was playing games when Qing Yuanzi stood eavesdropping outside Wang Sheng's door. Suddenly he waved his hand, signaling her to come, Mu Guanxuan was also curious, and quietly went over, then peeked into Wang Sheng's room with her master, only to find him sitting in meditation. "It seems your junior brother is quite impressive," Qing Yuanzi praised. As soon as he finished, he heard snoring from inside the room, making him awkwardly scratch his head to cover his embarrassment. "Haha, it's not really praise." It's not really. After resting, Wang Sheng went down the mountain to see his parents as his master instructed. When he returned, he carried a large bundle on his back. "Senior sister's quilt is too old. I asked my parents to buy 2 new ones. Master probably won't blame me, right? I came up the mountain at any cost. I must have made my parents sad. Although I don't know what to say in this era of spiritual energy recovery. Everything is unknown. I need enough strength to protect them." But Wang Sheng looked confused at the 2 bags in his hands. "There's clearly a spring on the mountain for us to use. Why did Master specifically ask me to go down the mountain to buy the cheapest 2 barrels of spring water? Mao Shan, forget it. Master must have his deep meaning in doing this. I'll just follow his instructions." Chuan. The truth proved that Wang Sheng had overestimated his master. He watched his master engrossed in writing Wudong Mountain Holy Water. On each bottle of water, he brought back speechless. "This is my side hustle. It's specially made for those lay disciples who come up the mountain to pray for blessings. Each bottle is from 20 to 100 yuan. I can sell more than 10 bottles a day. All right, let's go to the back courtyard. I will demonstrate a set of fist techniques for you to watch. Consider it a beginner's benefit." Wang Sheng immediately grinned and followed his master to the back courtyard. A moment later, Wang Sheng practiced the fist techniques his master had just taught. Feeling amazed, when he practiced the entire set of fist techniques, his whole body became warm. It seemed there was a flow of qi circulating in his body. "Master taught me this set of fist techniques. Although simple, unexpectedly contains Tao charm. I didn't expect to learn such exquisite fist techniques right after entering the sect. Today, I must practice this set thoroughly." By the time Wang Sheng finished practicing, it was already late at night. At this moment, he noticed Mu Guanxuan dozing off outside the door, so he gently woke her up and said, "Senior sister, go to bed." Mu Guanxuan mumbled sleepily and walked inside. "So, senior sister doesn't just know how to say, Master said that senior sister was seriously ill when she was little, which is why she couldn't speak like this. As her junior brother, I must take care of her in the future." As Wang Sheng thought this, a shirt flew straight at his face. Mu Guanxuan was actually taking off her shirt. "Senior sister, go into the room and change." Wang Sheng quickly pushed Mu Guanxuan into her room and closed the door, then ran back to his own room to rest. "Senior sister has no defenses in front of me, but a standard junior brother like me can't take advantage of her. But senior sister now is so different from the image of immortal silent in my previous life." Wang Sheng moved slightly and a pain shot through his arm. "Formal cultivation is indeed not simple. I should still sit in meditation." After meditating for a while, drowsiness swept over him. In his daze, Wang Sheng seemed to hear his master calling, "Are you awake?" Wang Sheng rubbed his sleepy eyes and was startled when he saw Qing Yuanzi. Seeing Qing Yuanzi entering the room, Wang Sheng's drowsiness was immediately swept away. He quickly sat up and softly called out, "Master." Qing Yuanzi smiled and said, "Lie down. Don't sleep yet. You entered the sect a bit late. Your meridians are blocked and your body is too stiff. Relax your body and I will help you refine your bones and activate your meridians." Hearing this, Wang Sheng obediently lay down. Seeing this, Qing Yuanzi rolled up his sleeves and a stream of green qi appeared on his hands, continuously pressing into Wang Sheng's body. During this process, Wang Sheng clenched his fists and secretly thought, "Master's hands seem to carry a flow of hot and cold qi that alternates. Is this the internal qi that martial artists always pursue? Now that the spiritual energy of the earth has not yet recovered, Master has reached this level through hard training since childhood. He must have suffered a lot. Master is even using his hard-earned internal qi to refine my bones and activate my meridians. If that's the case, I can't disappoint Master." The next day, Wang Sheng woke up very early to practice. He thought to himself, "I don't know if it's the effect of psychological suggestion, but today, after waking up, I feel very light and my spirit is much stronger than yesterday morning." Observing from the side, Qing Yuanzi nodded and smiled. Not bad, you look the part. Yesterday was just for you to adapt. Today I won't give you any more time to rest. You have to be mentally prepared." Just like that. A month passed. Wang Sheng was now sitting cross-legged in his room, surrounded by many swirling black qi streams. Although his master said he would increase his training, he didn't give him tasks that exceeded his limits, unless it was to exhaust his physical strength and feel overly tired, and every 3 days his master would help him refine his bones and activate his meridians. As a result, the remaining internal chi from him remained in his body. After 2 or 3 times, he could roughly sense the location of his meridians. Taking this opportunity, he could also try to cultivate the basic cultivation method he obtained from his previous life. Although it still had no effect, the number of rejections and the quality of the turbid chi in his body had clearly improved. Only the effect of the turbid chi was very obvious. Deep in thought, Wang Sheng suddenly noticed Mu Guanxuan standing outside the door, pinching her nose and peeking inside his room. He embarrassedly called out, "Ah, senior sister, why are you there? Sorry, senior sister, I'll open the window to ventilate immediately." In the courtyard, Qing Yuanzi smiled and secretly thought, Xiaosheng is a good seed. Then he waved to Wang Sheng. "Master, you called for me?" Wang Sheng asked as he ran to Qing Yuanzi. Qing Yuanzi stood up and said with a smile, "Xiaosheng, you've been here for a month now. Your initial training has been quite good, and you've performed well. Tomorrow I will invite a Taoist master to come here to witness your formal apprenticeship ceremony. Get up early tomorrow, wash yourself clean, and the official ceremony will be at noon." Wang Sheng happily exclaimed, "Yes, master." At noon, the next day, a table full of ceremonial offerings had been prepared. Under the witness of Martial Uncle Li Shuiwu, Qing Yuanzi looked at Wang Sheng seriously and said, Wang Sheng stepped forward. The disciple answers. Wang Sheng stepped forward and knelt on the cushion in front of Qing Yuanzi. He held up a wooden box in front of Wang Sheng and said, "Since you have entered the sect, you must inherit the lineage of our master and predecessors, Grandmaster Lu Dongbin. After you enter the sect, your Taoist name will be Fei Yu, corresponding to your senior sister's Taoist name. Bu Yu silent. Today, I pass down to you the scripture left by immortal Shenyang of our sect. Copy it within half a month. In the future, your cultivation will basically rely on this scripture." Wang Sheng respectfully accepted the wooden box with both hands and said, "Thank you, master. The ceremony is over. This master will go eat with Martial Uncle Li. The two of you clean up this place. We respectfully send off Master and Martial Uncle M." After seeing the two off, Wang Sheng smiled and looked to the side, saying, "Senior sister, let's go eat the refreshments." However, his side was empty. Turning his head, Wang Sheng was dumbfounded to see her happily eating the ceremonial offerings on the table. He secretly thought senior sister's movement technique is so excellent, as expected of a top 10 powerhouse on the heavenly ranking board, but senior sister's appearance now is really hard to associate with the image of immortal silent. A moment later, Wang Sheng finished cleaning up and couldn't wait to take out the scripture to examine it. The body has 5 imperfections. The Tao has 5 elements. Qi merges into spirit. Spirit condenses into essence. Essence solidifies into qi. Only then can one reach the peak. As he was reading, Mu Guanxuan came over with a plate of grapes. She gestured for Wang Sheng to open his mouth and fed him a grape. Wang Sheng scratched his head and smiled. "Thank you, senior sister." He then continued to read the scripture. The spirit attains consciousness. The valley attains tranquility. The Taoist holds on to unity, thus achieving longevity. Sitting behind him, Mu Guanxuan clenched her fists, showing determination, and at the same time recalled the words her master had told her. If these were all normal children who would be willing to send their child up the mountain to suffer as the senior sister, remember to take care of your junior brother from now on. Another 2 months passed since the apprenticeship ceremony. Qing Yuanzi began to teach Wang Sheng the Taoist cultivation methods and scriptures, including the important aspects of cultivation in Taoism. Now, cultivating martial arts, to be precise, is a method of guarding the Tao. When there was still heaven and earth, spiritual energy, cultivators, besides cultivating the Tao and comprehending the great Tao, also cultivated Taoist arts to protect the great Tao and uphold justice. Taoist arts like Chimen Dunjia Bagua, 2-phase formations, Taoist grand formations, talismans, alchemy equipment. Refining these Taoist methods were once very brilliant. Afterward, the spiritual energy on earth gradually dried up, and Taoist arts became merely formalities. Cultivators without spiritual energy still had to protect themselves, so they developed the close combat expertise within Taoist arts to a greater extent. This is cultivating martial arts, also known as martial Tao. At this moment, Qing Yuanzi sat on a chair and said with a smile, "Xiao Xuan, your junior brother has been here for 2 months. You sound him out for me." In the middle of the yard, Mu Guanxuan made a gesture inviting Wang Sheng to spar. "Senior sister, please enlighten me," Wang Sheng shouted, and immediately rushed towards Mu Guanxuan to attack. Seeing this, Mu Guanxuan smiled and used the Bagua movement technique under her feet, her figure gracefully dodging Wang Sheng's attacks. Then she seized the opportunity, grabbed his wrist, and with lightning speed grabbed his throat and tossed him into the air. After half a day of this, Wang Sheng sat in a corner, questioning life and crying internally. I trained so hard, yet I couldn't even touch the hem of senior sister's clothes. Is the gap between me and a powerhouse this big? Then he looked at Mu Guanxuan with a pitiful expression and said, Senior sister, if I get bullied by someone in the future, you must get justice for me. Mu Guanxuan smiled in response. Qing Yuanzi stood up and said with a smile, All right, come here. Today I will teach you a set of Taoist techniques that can rival your senior sister. This sword formation is called the 7 stars sword formation. It emphasizes footwork and shifting the center of gravity. If you cultivate it to completion, you won't see the person, but the sword is in the Big Dipper constellation capable of eliminating demons and devils. Then he used a tree branch as a sword and began to demonstrate it for Wang Sheng. Watch carefully. Sword form flowing like a shadow footwork. Stepping on the 7 stars, the constellation shifts without resistance. Observing from the side, Wang Sheng was secretly amazed. Mysterious sword shadows the intent of the 7 swords uniting. Is this propelled by the Tao charm of heaven and earth? Spiritual energy. Heaven and earth spiritual energy hasn't even recovered yet. Has it? How did Master do it? Soon Qing Yuanzi finished demonstrating. He placed the branch on Wang Sheng's hand and said, You cultivate this sword technique. If you achieve small success in 3 years, it will be considered a great talent. Don't rush, just start with the basics. Wang Sheng was stunned at first. Then he shouted loudly, This disciple will definitely not disappoint Master. As long as I keep working hard, there will be a day when I can touch the hem of senior sister's clothes. Qing Yuanzi flicked Wang Sheng's forehead and scolded, Look at your unpromising appearance. Wang Sheng covered his forehead and said with a smile, This is just a short-term goal. I'm still far behind senior sister, but I don't want to be inferior to senior sister in the future. After all, senior sister is so lovely. Of course, she needs to be protected. Qing Yuanzi smiled and said, That's more like it. Time flew by. With his 10 years of experience from his previous life and the assistance of Taoist cultivation, Wang Sheng only needed half an afternoon to memorize more than half of the sword technique. A smile was evident on his face as he secretly thought, In my previous life I was troubled by the lack of systematic cultivation methods. Everything in this life is right in front of me. If I don't work hard, I'll truly be letting this reincarnation down. Oh. However, when he looked at Mu Guanxuan practicing her sword in the distance, he sighed inwardly. Moreover, compared to senior sister, I am still far behind. I have to train desperately. Summer passed, autumn came, and the cold winter arrived. Although the early morning was very cold, Mu Guanxuan and Wang Sheng still practiced in the courtyard as usual. As he practiced his sword, Wang Sheng thought to himself, I don't know when, but I've been cultivating on the mountain for over half a year. The longer I stay on the mountain, the more I understand about Master Bayan and Immortal Silent. I feel more and more like a young man who accidentally fell into a fairy realm. Senior sister's mind is pure and free of impurities. Her comprehension of the Tao is almost etched into her bones. If you say that worldly people like me can only pursue the Tao but not cultivate, she is someone who walks alongside the Tao in the mortal world, except she doesn't understand the difference between men and women. But compared to senior sister Master is even more monstrous. Whether it's debating scriptures, talismans, weapons, exorcising ghosts and warding off evil or alchemy, Master is proficient in all of them. I don't know how Master managed to grasp so many skills in his short life of over 40 years. As for me, apart from meditating and cultivating every day, studying the Taoist scriptures and listening to Master's lectures, I spend the rest of my time and energy on cultivating the 7 stars sword formation. After half a year, I have become proficient in the 7 stars sword formation. But in front of senior sister, I have no right to be proud at all. To keep up with senior sister's pace and not be left too far behind, I can only constantly push myself harder. Just then, Qing Yuanzi spoke. Well done, well done. In just half a year, the 7 stars sword formation has achieved some results. It seems your talent is higher than I imagined. The weather is cold now, but melting snow is colder than falling snow. Starting from tonight, you and Xiao Xuan will sleep in the same room. Wang Sheng repeatedly waved his hands, saying, Master senior sister can sleep alone. I'm fine. Qing Yuanzi rubbed his chin and looked at him thoughtfully. Why? Could it be that you won't even spare your own senior sister? Wang Sheng forced a smile and said, How could that be? Am I that kind of person? Qing Yuanzi didn't tease Wang Sheng anymore. He patted his shoulder and said, Be simple, young man. This can also be considered a test of your temperament? Oh, right. Remember to change the quilts for you and senior sister. That quilt on her bed has been used for 7 or 8 years and is no longer warm. More. That night in the bedroom, Wang Sheng wrapped himself in the quilt and turned his back to Mu Guanxuan, not daring to look at her. Master, doesn't he want to matchmake me and senior sister? He was lost in thought when Mu Guanxuan poked his face with her finger. Her face clearly showed displeasure because he was ignoring her. Wang Sheng quickly sat up and smiled at Mu Guanxuan, saying, "Senior sister, it seems you were really looking forward to me moving in." My reaction was indeed inappropriate. Thinking this, Wang Sheng awkwardly scratched his face and said with a smile, "I was just a little shy." Hearing this, Mu Guanxuan suddenly had an idea. A few minutes later, she brought a go board and placed it on the bed. Wang Sheng saw this and thought, as expected, senior sister is as simple as a blank piece of paper. She has absolutely no concept of this. Then he looked at Mu Guanxuan and said, "We can only play for half an hour. Otherwise, we'll definitely be yawning all day tomorrow, and Master will scold us again." Time passed like this until the 15th night of the month. Tonight was the Lantern Festival, but Wang Sheng was still diligently practicing his sword in the courtyard. He thought to himself, "With a famous master here, my cultivation progress during this time has been significantly better than in my previous life. I don't know when the recovery of heaven and earth spiritual energy will arrive." Just then, Qing Yuanzi's voice came from inside the room. "Xiaosheng, the glutinous rice balls are ready. Finish practicing your sword and come back quickly." Wang Sheng smiled and said yes. Inside the room, Qing Yuanzi looked out at the courtyard and said, "That day I gave you a Taoist name. I should have called you sword obsessed. That would be more fitting." Outside the courtyard, Wang Sheng continued to practice his sword and thought to himself, "According to my memory from my previous life, today is the day of spiritual energy recovery. I must pay attention and not let Master and Senior Sister miss this opportunity." Not long after, Qing Yuanzi seemed to sense something and his eyes widened. At the same time, Wang Sheng outside the courtyard also retracted his sword. He smiled and looked up at the sky secretly, saying, "Heaven and earth, spiritual energy is here. Master, Senior Sister." Wang Sheng was about to turn back into the room to tell them the good news when he suddenly found Qing Yuanzi standing right behind him. He placed a hand on his back and sternly shouted, "Calm your mind. Don't miss your own opportunity. Sit in meditation and circulate the sect's core method. Your senior sister's meridians have long been clear and she is now stable. I will borrow the strength of your arm to open up your entire body's meridians." Wang Sheng said, gratefully, "Master." Then he didn't say anything more and obediently sat cross-legged on the ground, quickly circulating the core method. At the same time, he thought to himself, the first wave of primordial qi after 1,000 years of recovery is an invaluable treasure for cultivators. If I miss it, I'm afraid I won't have that opportunity in this lifetime. Under such circumstances, Master still remembered this little disciple whose meridians haven't been completely opened. How can I repay this kindness in the future? Meridians opened. Circulation is more than 10 times faster than before. This is the advancement brought by heaven and earth spiritual energy to cultivators. It seems that after today the earth will open a new era. Ma. A moment later, as soon as Wang Sheng opened his eyes, he saw Mu Guanxuan standing in front of him smiling. He immediately asked, "Senior sister, have you finished adjusting your breathing?" Mu Guanxuan covered his mouth with her finger and pointed in a direction. Wang Sheng followed her gaze and saw Qing Yuanzi sitting cross-legged, cultivating. He also noticed that his realm was increasing rapidly. He happily exclaimed, "Master is gathering his spirit. In fact, he's about to break through to the virtual core realm." At the same time, he also marveled, although heaven and earth spiritual energy is good, it's only a bit purer. Ordinary cultivators fundamentally cannot rely on it to break through realms. The fact that he can rely on it to break through realms clearly shows the accumulation he has gained from cultivating. For over 10 years, Master's accumulation is truly terrifying. The night passed like this. When it was light, Mu Guanxuan and Wang Sheng diligently practiced again. After practicing the 7-star sword formation, once Wang Sheng looked at the wooden sword in his hand and thought, "Senior sister's innate talent needs no mention. My cultivation has also risen a level in just one short night. The true essence in my body has become several times purer. The gains are even more than in my previous life. Moreover, activating the true essence in my body has allowed my comprehension of the 7 stars sword formation to enter another realm. Wooden swords used for practice can no longer withstand true essence and sword intent. As for Master the primordial essence, he recovered during the day, has entered a stable state." Plan. 3 nights later, Wang Sheng was responsible for guarding Master Qing Yuan who was leaning against the door asleep. Suddenly a soft call sounded. "Xiaosheng, wake up!" Wang Sheng drowsily opened his eyes and was happy when he saw Qing Yuanzi. "Master, you're awake." Qing Yuanzi smiled and said, "You've worked hard these past few days guarding me. Go back to your rooms to sleep first. I have something to tell you later." After resting, Qing Yuanzi began to tell Wang Sheng and Mu Guanxuan about the cultivation world of 1,000 years ago. At the same time, he also warned them. He said, "The world will change and turmoil will naturally come. Cultivators like us naturally bear great responsibilities, except for demons." Time passed. After a short handover period, they resumed their previous cultivation routine. Everything didn't change much, but with the help of true essence, they also had real cultivation. In the courtyard, Wang Sheng demonstrated the 7 stars sword formation. For Qing Yuanzi to see, its power was clearly much greater than before. Qing Yuanzi smiled and said, "Your 7 stars sword formation has improved step by step. Not bad, not bad." Mu Guanxuan sitting next to him also clapped her hands, happily in praise. Wang Sheng humbly said, "It's all thanks to Master's guidance that this disciple has achieved such results." Then he awkwardly scratched his head, pointed at the large hole in the wall, and asked with a smile, "But Master, this doesn't count as destroying Wudang Mountain's property, right?" King Yuanzi laughed and replied, "It doesn't count." Then the three looked at each other and laughed loudly. Time passed and spring came and autumn went. Wang Sheng had spent 3 years on Wudang Mountain. Today, the normally ordinary days of cultivation were broken by the arrival of Martial, Uncle Li Shuiwu, who came directly to their courtyard. From a distance, Li Shuiwu ran over with a worried look and shouted loudly, "Martial, brother Qing Yuanzi, Martial, brother Wudang is in trouble." King Yuanzi invited Li Shuiwu into the room. As soon as he sat down, Li Shuiwu exclaimed, "This matter, no matter what, you must help me." Qing Yuanzi poured Li Shuiwu a cup of tea and smiled calmly. "Don't rush, drink the tea, and speak slowly." Then, according to Li Shuiwu's account, 3 years had passed since the recovery of spiritual energy. Most sects had regained their heritage, and of course no one was idle. Not long ago, more than 20 famous sects and great schools planned to hold an exchange conference at Mao Shan to explore each other's strengths. It was because of this exchange conference that Li Shuiwu came to Qing Yuanzi for help. Li Shuiwu Sarshu sighed repeatedly and lamented, "From the sect master martial brother to the 2 martial uncles, they all said cultivation was important and pushed everything on to me, but my cultivation is low. If someone deliberately tests me, I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it. This matter can only rely on martial brother to take action." Qing Yuanzi said, "If you want to find a nascent soul realm cultivator to solve this matter, I'm afraid I can't go." Li Shuiwu was startled when he heard this and asked worriedly, "Martial brother's realm has fallen. How can that be?" Qing Yuanzi smiled and said, "It hasn't fallen. A few months ago, I broke through to the virtual core realm. Going this time doesn't seem very appropriate." Hearing this, Li Shuiwu inwardly cried out in distress, "Damn it! A Taoist priest like you, stop pretending to be foolish as having a high realm so great. This old Taoist is only in the spirit gathering realm. Can you consider my feelings?" Immortal. At this moment, Qing Yuanzi continued, "Although I can't go, 2 of my disciples are quite suitable for your request." Li Shuiwu was startled and exclaimed, "Huh? Buyu and Feiyu have broken through to the nascent soul realm." Qing Yuanzi deliberately sighed and said, "They're just all right. Xiaoshuan broke through to the nascent soul realm a few months ago." He continued, "Xiaosheng leans towards the sword Dao and apprenticed a bit late, so his realm is slightly inferior to his senior sisters. At best, he's just in the late spirit gathering realm." Li Shuiwu cried internally again, "I know you have a high realm and good disciples. Do you have to show off like this? If my realm wasn't inferior to yours, I would really want to have a life or death battle with you." Sitting outside the room, Wang Sheng covered his stomach and laughed inwardly. "Master's taunting kung fu is getting better and better." When it was dark, Li Shuiwu bid farewell and left Qing Yuanzi and Wang Sheng went to see him off together. At the door, Li Shuiwu turned around and clasped his hands, saying, "This matter is settled then. We will set off tomorrow morning. This poor Taoist bids farewell." Qing Yuanzi clasped his hands and said, "Martial brother, take care." Wang Sheng also clasped his hands and said, "Martial Uncle Li, take care." Not long after, Qing Yuanzi instructed Wang Sheng to take Mu Guanxuan with Li Shuiwu to the exchange conference. Compared to him, Mu Guanxuan had grown up on the mountain since she was a child, so it was natural for Qing Yuanzi to give her detailed instructions. "When you go down the mountain, your phone must not leave your side. If the battery is low, remember to use a power bank. Yes, don't talk to strangers. You also can't get into other people's cars. Yes, men down the mountain are unreliable. No matter what happens, you must take care of your junior brother. Yes. On the side, Wuong Shun was packing his luggage and secretly thought, human hearts are sinister. In the end, it's not as good as the tranquility on the mountain. Senior sister's simple mind and immortal-like beauty can easily be deceived by others. But I have also improved a lot in recent years. Now I can help senior sister pack her clothes and also change her realm. More. Suddenly, he accidentally touched something that made him blush, and he quickly hid it in his luggage, muttering to himself, Dao heart, Dao heart. Sataz. Early the next morning, Wuong Shun wore the Wudong sect uniform and carried 2 large bags of luggage out to the yard. Qing Yuanzi came over and asked, Are your things packed? Wuong Shun replied with a smile, Yes, we can set off any time. Qing Yuanzi placed a hand on his shoulder and instructed, Xiao Sheng, when you go out this time, you must not bully the weak with your strength, nor must you show off your Taoist methods everywhere. You must be modest, understood? Wuong Shun patted his chest and assured him, Master, rest assured modesty is my profession. Qing Yuanzi nodded with satisfaction and smiled. Then he shouted into the room, Xiao Xuan, we're ready to go. Are you ready? Inside the room, Mu Guanshuan's voice responded, Yes. A few seconds later, she walked out of the room. Wuong Sheng was immediately stunned by her current appearance, and his face quickly turned red. Qing Yuanzi pushed Wuong Sheng with his hand and said with a smile, Quickly stand over there and take a picture for both of you. This master will post it on Moments. Wuong Shen said, shyly, Master, you just said to be modest. A moment later, Qing Yuanzi's laughter echoed in the courtyard. Ha ha, smile. The truth proved that Mu Guanshuan's beauty was extraordinary. Wherever she went, she attracted the attention of young men, making Wuong Shun extremely worried, fearing that some ruffian would try something, and senior sister would teach them a lesson. Wuyu Feiyu, this way. Li Shuiwu stood in front of a bus and waved at them. Greetings, martial uncle. Wuong Shun and Mu Guanshuan clasped their hands and bowed. As expected of martial brother Qing Yuanzi's disciples, so polite. Come, let's get acquainted. Li Shuiwu smiled kindly and gestured towards the 3 people next to him. These 3 are 3rd-generation disciples of Wudong Mountain sent here. By chance, they are all of the same generation as you 2. The sword cultivator Zhou Yinglong, the body cultivator Qiling, and the body cultivator Meng Hong. Each person introduced themselves. Greetings to you, senior brothers and senior sisters. Senior sister, I'm not very good at talking. If you have any instructions, just tell me. Masai, Wuong Shun replied, secretly evaluating them. Looking at their aura, they have clearly reached the spirit-gathering realm. Wudong's strength is indeed not to be underestimated. It's just that Wudong's Dao heritage, with its core techniques leaning towards the true martial one white, and most of its Taoist methods leaning towards martial arts. Now that the Dao heritage has recovered, I'm afraid the martial arts aspect will be looked down upon by other sects. Well, all right, let's get on the bus and depart. According to Li Shuiwu, the 5 of them got into the bus, one after another. Mu Guanshuan chose a window seat, her eyes constantly looking outside, making Wuong Shun laugh. Are you really looking forward to it? Mu Guanshuan took out her phone, chose a few excited stickers, and showed them to Wuong Shun. This was their new way of communicating. Got it, Wuong Shun replied with a smile. This was a phone Wuong Shun bought after becoming a feng shui master and earning money. After switching from a feature phone to a smartphone, Mu Guanshuan's meme game Breskagram had reached a new level. Now if you challenge her, I'm afraid everyone sitting here is trash. In my previous life, I only lived to be 31. There were many things I didn't get to see. This time, everything will change. Moreover, Wuong Shun unconsciously looked at Mu Guanshuan. I must protect the people around me. Soon, the bus took them to a hotel at the foot of Mao Shan. The Dao gathering will officially begin tomorrow afternoon. During this time, everyone rest well. You can also go sightseeing, but don't get too tired. Li Shuiwu instructed for a while and then left. The next morning, Mu Guanshuan was playing games in front of Wuong Shun's room. Wuong Shun came out of his room just as she lost a game. Hey, senior sister, are you waiting for me? Mu Guanshuan ignored him. Are you angry? Mu Guanshuan showed him her phone screen with the sticker. Hurry up and coax me, old master. Recalling Mu Guanshuan's hurt look yesterday, when she had to share a room with Qiling Wuong Shun, reluctantly explained. Senior sister, it's not like on the mountain now. It's not appropriate for you and me to share a room. How about we go out for a walk? It's not easy to come to Mao Shan. We should buy some local specialties for master. Just then, the group from Wudong also arrived. Zhou Yinglong said with a smile. What are you buying? We're also taking some back for master. Oh, get your... Mu Guanxuan saw them and hid behind Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng politely greeted them. Senior brother, senior sisters, good morning. Zhou Yinglong friendly put his arm around Wang Sheng's shoulder. Junior brother Fei Yu, we were planning to go out for a walk to appreciate the scenery of Mao Shan. Are you and senior sister Buyu interested? Wang Sheng happily accepted. Along the way, the group chatted happily. Mao Shan is quite easy to climb, Qiling said. Zhou Yinglong agreed. The main peak of Mao Shan is several hundred meters high, but the Taoist temples are very tranquil and easy to find. If the mountain isn't high, how can it be spiritual? Wang Sheng said, and turned to look at Mu Guanxuan, who was happily eating pastries. He thought, of course, for senior sister, it doesn't matter if it's spiritual or not, as long as there's something to eat. The group was about to continue moving when a group of people approached them and started talking. We don't know which sect's Tao heritage you are from. I am Liu Yunji of Mao Shan, greetings fellow Taoists. I am Zhou Yinglong of Wudong Mountain, greetings fellow Taoists. Us, Liu Yunji replied with a smile. So, it's fellow Taoists from Wudong, please. Feel free to look around. If our hospitality is not sufficient, or we are disrespectful, please forgive us. While the two sides were exchanging greetings, Wang Sheng noticed the unusual eyes of the two people accompanying Liu Yunji. Does the Mao Shan group want to play some tricks? Is it just a simple greeting? Wang Sheng just thought this when the group said goodbye and left. As they passed by Wang Sheng, he accidentally heard, now everyone is cultivating the Tao and comprehending methods. What excitement are the Wudong disciples coming to join, showing off their swords and fighting. So they want to find someone to fight, Wang Sheng thought to himself. Isn't senior brother Yunji looking for the talisman prodigy of Longhu Mountain to spar with? It seems he failed and came back. The blonde-haired guy was still muttering, and suddenly he was hit hard on the back of his head by a strange object, making him both in pain and angry. Who's sneak attacking? Wang Sheng immediately turned to look at Mu Guanxuan, who was using internal energy with a piece of dumpling. I knew it was you. Saying this, Wang Sheng grabbed Mu Guanxuan's hand and pulled her away. Hurry up and run after doing something bad. Do you want to stay and fight? At the same time, the blonde-haired guy was still looking around angrily, cursing non-stop. Who is it that dares to do it but not admit it? What kind of ability is sneak attacking? If you find the Mao Shan disciples an eyesore, come out and give us some pointers. His companion said, if you two hadn't slandered them behind their backs, this wouldn't have happened. Liu Yunji looked around calmly, then bent down and picked up a piece of dumpling that fell near where the blonde-haired guy was standing. This cultivation is much better than that arrogant guy from Longhu Mountain. As expected of Wudang, there are indeed formidable characters among the younger generation. In the afternoon, at the square in front of the Mao Shan temple, Li Shuiwu led the 5 young people with smiles, greeting the other sects at the exchange conference, which made some people feel annoyed. Wudong's swordplay and fist techniques haven't been able to dominate the world for many years, yet they still come to join in the fun. They even brought out a few beautiful female disciples to gain fame. They probably paid them to come. Wang Sheng, standing not far away, heard these words and couldn't help but feel troubled. The Tao heritage has just recovered, and martial arts are not valued, which is understandable. But respected Taoists, can you discuss things in a lower voice? Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop my senior sister. Just this one. Wang Sheng turned to look at Mu Guanxuan, who had naturally also heard those mocking words and was holding up her phone with the words, I want to fight 10 people. I want to. Li Shuiwu, standing in front, spoke again. You've probably understood the current situation. The various sects are probably preparing to make us look bad. Later at the Taoist exchange, there's an 80% chance that someone will ask you to spar. Saying this, Li Shuiwu looked at Mu Guanxuan with gleaming eyes. Buyu, as long as you take action and cause a sensation, we can relax and watch the show today. But Wang Sheng hadn't finished saying. Martial Uncle Master told us when he saw Mu Guanxuan happily nodding and agreeing with Li Shuiwu, so he could only curse silently in his heart. Damn, everyone wish yourselves luck. Soon, everyone gathered in the middle of the arena. The referee announced loudly, the conference begins now. Today, famous mountains of Taoism gather at my Mao Shan. We are all orthodox Tao heritages, all possessing transmigration methods. Next, please allow the fellow Taoists to display their cultivation and discuss cultivation matters freely. After rambling for a while, Mu Guanxuan couldn't help but nod off sleepily. Wang Sheng smiled bitterly. This Taoist exchange conference is actually a showcase of Taoist power, isn't it? Thinking this, he turned to Mu Guanxuan and instructed, Senior sister, if you really need to go up later unless necessary, don't display too much of your skill. Just show your cultivation realm. Qiling saw him so serious and couldn't help but tease. It seems you're the senior brother now, aren't you? The three of them were laughing and joking when suddenly a voice rang out. If that's the case, my Mao Shan will go first. Hearing this, both Mu Guanchuan and Wang Sheng were surprised and simultaneously looked at the person who spoke. Immediately after, that person quickly stepped onto the stage to demonstrate his skill. He took out a yellow piece of paper from his chest that looked exactly like Joss paper, then circulated his internal energy and spoke politely. Embarrassing myself here. As soon as he finished speaking, the paper in his hand quickly lit up, forming a golden stream of qi surrounding him. Suddenly, those streams of light gathered together like cotton candy, forming a solid sword. He began to wield the sword, his movements graceful, decisive, and incredibly flexible. After finishing, he just raised his hand and said something in his mouth, and the sword dissolved back into its original form. Mu Guanchuan and Wang Sheng watched, dumbfounded. Is that all? Isn't it a bit too ordinary for a competition? Wang Sheng shook his head in resignation. As expected, the various sects can't really share their Taoist methods with each other. Suddenly, a voice full of ridicule rang out. Is this the renowned Mao Shan Taoist method? How impressive! The surrounding crowd all heard the mockery in his words and immediately turned their heads, whispering amongst themselves. Where is that sound coming from? The Mao Shan people said, who is speaking? The voice continued. When I was a child under the bridge, even a beggar could perform 7 forms and earn snack money. It seemed Mu Guanchuan had found the source of the voice. She gently pulled Wang Sheng's hand and then pointed in that direction. The person was lying, stretched out, enjoying the sun, his mouth muttering non-stop. Truly giving face to my talisman 3 sects. This clever guy is Shu Tianjiang, Wang Sheng thought, talisman 3 sects. This person might be a successor of Longhu Mountain or Gazao Mountain. Judging by his tone, is there some conflict with the Taoist master? The referee was a little awkward. Each of the talisman 3 sects has their own strengths and naturally their own unique aspects. Next, we invite the Tao heritage from the next sect to perform. And the next performance belongs to Wudong's Tai Yi swordplay. Below, everyone was excited and discussing, Wudong's sword is indeed very exquisite, but today everyone is demonstrating Taoist methods, so swordplay isn't very suitable. Oz, doesn't Wudong have sword writing? That's right. Before the heaven and earth spiritual energy recovered, Wudong wouldn't naturally value sword writing, hearing everyone discussing his sect like this. Yinglang was a little flustered, momentarily nervous, and sweating. Tianzang continued to tease, Don't talk nonsense, be careful. This Wudong senior brother might unleash sword ki and take care of you all with one strike. Everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. He said, which fellow Taoist is speaking? At the same time, Wang Sheng spoke, interrupting him. Senior brother Zhou. Yinglang turned around and saw him stepping towards him. He thought, Martial uncle once said that junior brother's sword. Tao level is profound. If he goes on stage, it is indeed much more suitable than me. Thinking this, Yinglang sincerely raised his sword with both hands and presented it to him. My skill is not good. I troubled my junior brother in. Wang Sheng bowed respectfully and humbly said, Senior brother's sword art is also profound. My ordinary eyes wouldn't know. By chance, I have a few decorative sword forms to display by chance. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure quickly flashed by. Wang Sheng softly chanted, Sword starts from starlight. Sword lands, reflecting the moon. Mu Guanchuan smiled gently and watched him. On this side, everyone's eyes and mouths were wide open. The referee looked at his swordplay, his eyes and mouth constantly wide open. That is Wang Sheng like a celestial being dominating the entire arena. He was so surprised. Is that not a Taoist method? He looked at the continuously radiating light from his body. He was certain this is the bright sword heart. This is definitely the bright sword heart recorded in ancient texts. Wang Sheng was like a dancer in the air. He appeared and disappeared with the long sword in his hand, incredibly beautiful. Next, he raised the sword straight up to the sky. Wang Sheng's face was extremely serious. Immediately after, he rushed up and down nimbly with the treasured sword in his right hand, and then in his left, his entire body continuously twisted and turned. Wang Sheng again pointed the sword straight up to the sky. He circulated his internal energy, and the sword's phantom duplicated into many copies. Tianzang was so surprised that he stood up and watched his performance without blinking. The crowd gasped, What realm is that? Such shocking sword. Tao comprehension, is that person a sword immortal? Is that a third-generation disciple? And he's already in the spirit-gathering realm. Whom? Wuong Sheng slowly lowered his sword. The light around him also gradually softened. Sword falls like the Milky Way, vast and empty after the bustling world. At this moment, he slowly opened his eyes. The swordplay has been demonstrated. Wuong Sheng introduced, the bright sword heart is my Taoist method. After finishing, Wuong Sheng happily returned the sword to Yinglong. Senior, brother, your sword. Seeing this scene, Yinglong smiled bitterly in his heart. Junior brother Wuong Sheng, I'll cover my mouth and speak softly. Is it still not too late to change the way I address you and call you senior brother? Wuong Sheng was speechless. Senior brother, you're joking, the referee said loudly. Wudang's 7-star sword is indeed well-deserved. The Taoist techniques and methods from the various mountains are also very impressive. Today is a good opportunity for the Tao heritages to exchange pointers. Next, there are no restrictions. Please feel free to spar and discuss cultivation. If you want to spar, it is best to stop here. Don't cause injuries. Hearing this part, Mu Guanchuan's eyes sparkled. Seeing her so excited, Wuong Sheng couldn't help but blurt out, Senior sister, do you want to go up? She looked around for a while, then winked at Wuong Sheng and pointed in that direction. It's him. The person she pointed to was Tianzhang, who had been sitting there with a dark face watching them. Realizing he had been discovered, he didn't hide it and directly stood up and walked towards them. As soon as Wuong Sheng saw him, he felt vigilant. This guy has evil intentions towards senior sister, but something is wrong because his eyes haven't left me all this time. Wuong Sheng thought, no, the person he's looking for is me. He was about to step forward when suddenly someone else was quicker and walked towards Tianzhang. That person respectfully introduced himself. This Mao Shan disciple, Liu Yunji, presumptuously requests guidance on the great Tao of talismans from your esteemed sect, Longhu. Heavenly sect, Shi Tianzhang, would you like to spar with this disciple? Tianzhang was startled, then sneered and sighed. He scratched his head and said loudly with a dark face, Still not convinced after losing to me last time. Anyway, I'm not afraid of that sword-playing guy from Wudang running away. It won't take much time. Come on. Wuong Sheng on this side was dumbfounded, his face dark and angry. Sword-playing guy? Me? Immediately after both of them quickly stepped onto the stage, Tianzhang spoke, Let's compete on what this time? Yunji drew his sword, and yellow talismans with red characters surrounded him. Of course, it's the art of talismans. Manhwa. Hearing this, Tianzhang couldn't help but laugh loudly, his laughter echoing throughout the arena. He held the talisman in his hand, and it quickly burst into flames. Tianzhang looked at his opponent with contempt. Playing with talismans. Then he took out a string of talismans from his pocket, small and compact, seemingly improved. Immediately after he looked at Yunji boastfully. I'm not afraid of anyone. I'm not afraid of... Wuong Sheng, observing from a distance, was a little surprised. Manifesting things out of thin air, he actually has such magical talismans. Liu Yunji had cultivated since he was young and was nurtured by a large sect. It wasn't strange that he was in the mid-spirit gathering realm. But that Shi Tianzhang has already reached the late spirit gathering realm. On this side, Tianzhang had already spoken. Come on, I'll let you make the first move. Wuong Sheng couldn't help but wonder. Heaven and earth, primordial chi has just recovered. Any young cultivator who can enter the spirit gathering realm is a talent. If this person doesn't have extraordinary talent, he is probably a Tao heritage successor of Longhu Mountain. Is there something magical about that place? At this moment, Yunji also began to draw his sword. A sharp gleam appeared in his eyes, extremely determined. As his hand touched the sword blade, a brilliant golden light emanated. Those talismans also appeared at the same time and continuously flew around the sword. Yunji had quickly entered a fighting stance. Please enlighten me. His attitude was extremely cautious, completely different from Tianzhang. After speaking, he pointed the sword straight up to the sky and shouted loudly, Supreme Clarity Law, command swift thunder. Those talismans were quickly absorbed by the clouds in the sky. Then a golden light also emanated from the clouds, and a huge source of power ruthlessly poured down onto the ground where the target was. But it seemed Tianzhang wasn't flustered at all. He lightly dodged it. It's this move again? There's really nothing new. Yunji hadn't stopped yet. He stretched out his long sword and shouted, Thunderlight, manifesting law. At the same time, two talismans, the Swift Movement Talisman and the Flying Leap Talisman, were unleashed, adding power to the attack. Tianzhang dodged while taunting, I said, is your Mao Shan Supreme Clarity Talisman any good? Can you add a bit more force to your thunder method? It's just these few moves really boring. Finally, he also took action, still not admitting defeat. Little Liu, did you think I would let it go? Two talismans were used, the Spirit Snake Talisman and the Crane Transformation Talisman. Tianzang smugly and contemptuously teased. I've always wanted to ask you one thing. What would you look like wearing women's clothes? Oh, right. How about I call you Little Sister Liu from now on? It seemed Yunji was a little flustered as the two talismans simultaneously rushed towards him to attack. Then Tianzang took out 4 talismans in a row and looked at Yunji with a cunning look. He laughed loudly. I haven't even used my real ability, and I've already taken away some of your worn-out paper talismans. If you force me to use over 100 talismans to create a formation today, then I'll consider myself defeated, all right? Yunji, at this moment, seemed to have been provoked to anger. He angrily shouted, "Shut up!" The 4 talismans simultaneously attacked. The situation seemed not very favorable for Yunji. He began to deploy many golden talismans around him to defend against Tianzhang's fierce attacks. A golden internal energy ruthlessly enveloped Yunji. Blocking those few talismans, Tianzhang threw himself and simultaneously released a few more Taoist talismans. Little Sister Liu is already losing her temper. The good show is still to come. 2 black talismans were unleashed, quickly transforming into tiny black butterflies. They formed a swarm of hundreds, continuously surrounding Yunji. Making him a little surprised, they kept flying out, not hundreds but thousands. In an instant, the swarm of black butterflies covered Yunji. At the same time, a brilliant golden light quickly broke out from inside him. Yunji successfully drove the swarm of black butterflies out of his body easily. Wuong Shan was so surprised that his mouth hung open. That Taoist robe is actually a magic item. On this side, Mu Guanshuan was still watching the match intently. He evaluated. Although the quality of that Taoist robe doesn't seem high and requires a large amount of true essence and spiritual sense to withstand being able to see a real Taoist magic item on this trip, wasn't in vain. Tianzang contemptuously said, "A magic item inherited for 1,000 years is given to a spirit-gathering realm. Disciple Mao Shan is truly shameless, but our old guy from Longhu Mountain is also shameless." He looked at his opponent smugly. "Unfortunately, they also gave me something like that before. The disciples on Yunji's side glared angrily, while the elders on Tianzhang's side nodded with satisfaction and smiled brightly. Tianzhang looked at his opponent and challenged, "How about it? Now everyone doesn't need face anymore." Yunji was vigilant. "Although I don't know what its use is, that piece of jade stone is clearly also a magic item. I've already used my trump card. I can't lose this match, then it's best to make the first move." Saying this, Yunji quickly circulated his internal energy and unleashed a strike towards Tianzhang. That light beam carried a powerful internal energy. 5 directions, divine aid, dispel this delusion. Tianzhang hadn't shown any sign of panic from the beginning. He lightly dodged. Just like that, you don't know your own limitations. It's my turn. The moon-shaped stone was quickly attached to his forehead. Tianzhang began to chant. Demons submitting treasured talismans in my hand. 6 secrets. Marvelous law, follow me, arise. Immediately after, a green light quickly emanated from where he stood, brightly illuminating the surroundings. Tianzhang stood enveloped by a transparent cage-like internal energy. He summoned a series of black talismans and looked at Yunji smugly. "Little Sister Liu, you're about to lose." As soon as he finished speaking, those talismans quickly shot towards Yunji. They rushed forward at high speed, seeing the situation was not very favorable. He quickly soared into the air and circulated his internal energy. Yunji was also surrounded by a brilliant sphere of light. At this moment, those black talismans flew over and suddenly began to drip fresh blood. He didn't know whose blood it was. The blood continuously dripped into Yunji's sphere of light. The power quickly disappeared. He didn't expect Tianzhang to use this move, so he was momentarily dumbfounded. The crowd was continuously indignant. "Damn it, black dog blood is also used? Have you lost all shame?" Suddenly, a black talisman quickly slashed across Yunji's face, leaving a streak of blood. He was startled and raised his hand to touch his face. His eyes became vacant, and finally, the sword in his hand slowly fell. Yunji bowed his head sadly. "I lost." Wuong Shan watched from beginning to end, and couldn't help but exclaim, "This successor of Longhu Mountain is indeed not simple." A familiar voice came from behind, attracting the attention of the two siblings. "That Shi Tianzhang is not simple." He was surprised. "Martial uncle, you know him." He stroked his beard. "I've heard of him. 5 or 6 years ago, he cultivated on Longhu Mountain. Before the return of heaven and earth's primordial chi, he had already mastered the basic talisman methods. After the primordial chi returned, he comprehended talisman scriptures in a short time. Although young, he has already created more than 10 sets of talisman methods. Now he is the top person among the younger generation of Longhu Mountain, directly taught by the old celestial master of Longhu Mountain. His future is bright. He thought, if this Xu Tianjing has such potential, why haven't I heard of him in my previous life? Could it be that he encountered some calamity and died early? Otherwise, given his personality and mouth, how could no one know about him? On this side, Tianzhong smugly said, so boring. Activating this magic item once wasn't easy either. Suddenly he shouted loudly, that little sword-playing guy from Wudang Mountain, let's spar a bit. Being unexpectedly called out, he was momentarily dumbfounded and pointed at himself, signaling, me. Recalling his master's instructions. Don't show off your Taoist methods everywhere. Try to be modest. Understood. He felt miserable in his heart. It was because master had instructed him to be modest before leaving. Yinglong and everyone else were looking at him in a daze. At this moment, he was surprised and called out, Fei Yu. On this side, he thought, if I retreat without a fight like this, I'm afraid I'll leave a reputation for being timid for Wudang. Forget it. Then Wang Sheng stood up. Senior brother Yinglong, may I borrow your treasured sword for a moment? The spectators were in an uproar. No way, he's even borrowing a sword to go on stage. How much does Wudong not value their future sword immortal? Forget whether they value him or not. This young man's cultivation is still not enough, and his sword can't leave his hand. I'm afraid it will be very difficult to win. Or immortal. That's right. The opponent can throw dozens of talismans. How can he not suffer a disadvantage? Mu Guanshuan tugged at his robe. She didn't say anything, but her eyes clearly showed worry. Wang Sheng knew her thoughts and comforted her. Senior sister, don't worry, I'm fine. It seemed his words had truly moved her. The girl's cheeks were slightly red. Mu Guanshuan immediately regained her composure and gestured for him to do his best. Everyone quickly stood up. Yinglong handed the sword to him. Junior brother, be careful. Wang Shen said. Thank you, senior brother. He apologized to his martial uncle. Martial uncle, I want to take this opportunity to test myself. If I can't win, I'm afraid I'll disgrace Wudang. He didn't care and instructed him again. For you, Fei Yu, pay attention to your own safety. This kind of reputation is nothing. So the two fighters quickly stepped onto the arena. Tianzhong's face was also full of confidence. Qiling said worriedly, Senior brother, do you think Fei Yu is confident he can defeat Xu Tianjang? Yinglong was also nervous. It's hard to say. He analyzed Xu Tianjang's highest level of talisman skill is also not ordinary, coupled with that piece of jade item, which is a magic item powerful enough to enhance a cultivator's spiritual sense and the power of their talismans. At the same time, Zhang Tian briefly introduced himself. This little Taoist Tianzhang, my master is Taoist Tianzheng of Longhu Mountain. Nuts. Yinglong felt that it would not be an easy battle for Fei Yu against him. Meanwhile, he also quickly introduced himself. Wang Sheng Taoist name Fei Yu, my master is Qing Yuanzi. Tianzhang cut to the chase. Brother, can you give me your senior sister's contact information? Or how about we make a bet? If you lose later, can you give me your senior sister's contact information? His face remained unchanged. Let's talk after the fight. But his heart was roaring. This guy is really something. Fighting like this isn't easy either. Tianzhang was smug and eager to fight, quickly summoning talismans. All right, it's a deal then. Immediately after, he quickly sent all of them towards Wang Sheng. When those talismans were close to him, they transformed into large flames. He lightly stepped aside, easily dodging the first move. Suddenly, at the same time, a large shadow appeared above Wang Tian, making him look up. A large crane was fiercely flapping its wings towards him. That was the talisman he had used on Yunji just now. Its giant feet ruthlessly stomped towards him with great force, but he was not flustered at all and simply dodged. His feet continuously moved. Every place he passed by, circles of light appeared. It seemed this was not a coincidence, but Wang Sheng had his own plan. The people below the stage were in an uproar. Look, the positions he passed through are the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. Very quickly he stood in front of Tianzhang, making him momentarily surprised and dumbfounded. Tianzhang thought, Swift Leap Talisman. This guy has some skill. First, I need to lure him away, then use talismans to exhaust him. But before he could finish his thought, he was already standing right behind him. His speed was incredibly smooth and fast, startling his opponent. Sensing danger, Tianzhang quickly turned around and dodged. At this moment, Wang Sheng's figures were everywhere around him. He was dumbfounded. Damn, This guy is this strong. At this moment, he finally began to draw his sword. Wang Sheng's face remained unchanged as he looked at his opponent. Very quickly, the tip of the sword was pointing straight at Tianzheng's throat. He was so stunned that he couldn't even grasp what was happening. His face was still calm as he looked towards his opponent. I concede, this display by him left everyone under the stage breathless, especially his fellow disciples, who were all dumbfounded. Tianzheng said, "Big brother, don't get worked up. I definitely don't have any thoughts about your senior sister." Seeing his opponent surrender, he didn't make things difficult for him. The sword was quickly sheathed. Wang Sheng sheathed his sword and calmly praised. "Profound talisman methods I yield." Suddenly, for some reason, Tianzheng quickly called him back. "Wait," the young man stammered. Brother Sheng, I'm a little unconvinced. Can we spar again? If not, I'll bother you like Liu Yunji and come to Wudong Mountain to challenge you every day." Hearing this, he turned around with a dark face and looked at Tianzheng helplessly. "Senior masters of Longhu Mountain, why don't you manage this guy?" Zhang Tian saw him silent like that and started flattering him again. "Please, Brother Sheng, can you be my big brother from now on? Let's spar again. This time, if I lose this quickly again, I will absolutely never mention sparring with you again." The crowd was in an uproar. "Can you only win against others? Can't you let others win against you? So overbearing. Brother, let the future sword immortal down. If he goes up again, he'll just lose more face." Seeing him so sincere, he finally agreed. "All right." Tianzheng was excited and jumped up. "Great!" Immediately after, he quickly made hand seals and chanted talismans. Heart aligns with fire. 5 elements return to body. Tiger and crane follow Yuan. Snake protects the body. Zhang Tian thought, if I don't make him lose convincingly, I'm afraid he'll keep pestering me. If that's the case, he calculated cunningly, first let him use all his strength, then pour a bucket of cold water on him. At the same time, Tianzheng excitedly shouted loudly, "I'm ready! Thank you!" This time he summoned 3 beasts, a crane, a tiger, and a snake. All 3 were incredibly imposing. However, Wang Sheng only unleashed 1 sword strike and simultaneously cut off the limbs of the 3 beasts. This had never happened before. Tianzheng was momentarily dumbfounded, his mouth wide open as he looked at him. The 3 beasts represented fire, ice, and water, and now they were simultaneously attacking. Looking at it, it seemed like he was standing still, but none of the attacks hit him. Tianzheng's mind was constantly fluctuating. He panicked and muttered, "Earth escape." But suddenly a strong gust of wind quickly swept past, tearing open the bag he was carrying. All the talismans flew out accordingly. No one saw how he moved, only that Wang Sheng was now behind Tianzheng, and the wind just now was his sword. Qi, the elders below, stared wide-eyed. That was sword Qi leaving the body? Impossible. How old is that young man? But immediately after, the sword also couldn't bear it, and shattered into pieces. At the tip of his nose, he regretfully thought, unexpectedly, even senior brother Zhou's sword couldn't withstand my true essence. Then he remembered and looked over. At this moment, Zhang Tian was sadly squatting on the ground. He respectfully stepped forward and humbly bowed. "Fellow Taoist Tianzheng, I concede." He said sadly, "Senior brother Yinglong, I'm sorry for damaging your treasured sword." He generously said, "Fei Yu, don't be so polite. It's not a waste for this sword to fall into your hands." Qi Ling exclaimed excitedly, "Fei Yu, you actually defeated that Shi Tianzheng? You're truly formidable." Immediately after, he stepped towards Mu Guanxuan. She was still sitting there watching him. Wang Sheng looked at her and gave a warm smile. "Senior sister, I won." She smiled brightly and showed him her phone screen. The content inside was, "Yeah, awesome." He smiled happily. "Thank you, senior sister, for cheering for me." In his heart, he thought, today I showed off a bit too much, but the next few days, Ayat will also cultivate quietly on the mountain. It's probably fine. Suddenly, she noticed someone staring intently at him, and Mu Guanxuan fiercely glared and shielded Wang Sheng, making him surprised. "Senior sister!" Tianzheng had a dark face and held his torn bag looking at him as if he was about to cry. Everyone was tense and on high alert. Yinglong spoke, "Fellow Taoist of Longhu Mountain, what else do you want?" Wang Sheng stepped forward to mediate. "Everyone here, please leave him to me." Then he directly walked closer to Tianzheng. "Fellow Taoist, is there anything else?" "Fellow Taoist is..." As soon as he saw him, Tianzheng fiercely held his torn bag and rushed past everyone. Seeing this scene, everyone was startled, thinking he was about to seek revenge. Yinglong shouted worriedly, "Fei Yu, be careful!" Contrary to everyone's expectations, he cried loudly, "Brother, Sheng, big brother, Why didn't you just cut me directly? Wouldn't that have been the end of it? Why did you cut my talismans? Wuong Shan looked at him in a daze. Was this reaction really like a 3-year-old child? Tianjing was still complaining. The material for these black talismans is very expensive. One set cost me nearly 30,000 yuan. Suddenly a foot ruthlessly stomped hard on him. Shut up! Old man is annoyed. He was ordered by a man who stepped forward. All right, stop losing face. Go back and let the sect compensate you twice the materials. Do you want 10 sheets of sume in golden paper? He punched this greedy disciple. Damn it, I haven't even used that paper yet, let alone you? Go back immediately and be honest and obedient. Otherwise, I will confiscate all your magic items. Meaning, do you? Disperse? Tianjing cried out in despair. Brother Sheng's sword play. Tianjing is convinced. His figure was gone, but his voice still echoed. Friend, let's eat together later. He breathed a sigh of relief. After the opening match of this exchange conference, it has finally gotten down to business. And after going on stage several times, I have also regained some reputation for Wudong, just as Martial Uncle said. The entire arena is quiet again. Next, I just need to quietly observe to safely get through the conference. Two people behind him whispered, That fellow Taoist has reached the nascent soul realm. Why not go up and spar with the little sword immortal? Eh? That person smiled bitterly. Forget it. My own face is small, but my sect is large. Hearing that person say that Wuong Shan suddenly understood, so that's how it is. On this side, a blue vortex ruthlessly swept through like a storm. It turned out to be Mu Guanzhuan's turn to fight. Her opponent was being swept within the vortex, his strength so terrifying that it made those people dizzy and foam at the mouth. But Mu Guanzhuan's face seemed a little sad. He didn't know what was on her mind. Under the stage, a man smiled brightly. Taoist Master Zhang of Mao Shan wants to request a spar. What? Wuong Shan said proudly. As expected, ordinary nascent soul realm cultivators are not senior sister's opponents. Finally, when the vortex passed, it was also when that person was thrown far away. As soon as Mu Guanzhuan turned around, she heard that person's loud fall. She slowly walked down the stage, attracting admiring gazes from everyone. Wuong Shan quickly ran over and looked at her with a bright smile. Senior sister, you're amazing. Her sad eyes looked at her junior brother. Then Mu Guanzhuan let out a sigh, as if releasing all the worries in her heart. She also looked at him and gave a bright smile, as if all the worries in her heart before were just like wind and clouds. Mu Guanzhuan, at this moment, radiated with presence. She walked forward proudly, ignoring everyone's whispers. He recalled that when they went out together, he held up a sign that said, Living people should not get close. If anything happens, contact her junior brother. Wuong Shan felt apologetic. Senior sister, I made it difficult for you. He walked behind her and thought, after today the various Taoist sects have found their own paths. As long as the heaven and earth, spiritual energy maintains its existence, the great era of cultivation will come again. I'm afraid this prosperous and peaceful era won't last long. Taoist sects can restrain their disciples, but some evil cultivators, lone cultivators, or demon beasts walking the path of demonization. How should we handle the struggle between these things in the world? Because he was lost in thought, he walked much slower than Mu Guanzhuan. She felt that Wuong Shan's behavior was strange, so she turned back to look at him. Quickly walk faster. Forget it. What am I thinking about? Just do as much as I can. If the sky falls, there will be someone up there to hold it up. No matter what, as long as I can walk the path of cultivation properly from now on, that's enough. He looked at everyone laughing and talking happily, and couldn't help but think, although we went through some difficulties, the exchange conference finally concluded perfectly. I also gained quite a bit during this conference. Suddenly a familiar voice rang out. Brother Sheng, wait a minute. Brother Sheng. Hearing this, his shoulders involuntarily trembled. Wuong Shan forced a smile and turned around to look. What can I do for you? Tianjing excitedly took out his phone. Add me as a friend, Super Idol. We said we'd see each other again in the future, so we should keep in touch. He happily and eagerly said. Brother Sheng, let's go down the mountain together. We can talk while we're at it. Wuong Shan reluctantly said, okay, but I can't afford those few talismans. Tianjing was generous. It's fine, it's fine. Just ask Martial Uncle to get me some materials. Didn't those few talismans cost a few thousand yuan? Wuong Shan couldn't help but exclaim, You're truly ruthless. Just as they were about to leave, someone else called out, "Fellow Taoist Fei Yu, please walk slower. Wait for me." Yunji stepped forward and said softly. Fortunately, fellow Taoist took action today and taught that rogue a lesson, which made me feel very relieved. So I had to come and thank fellow Taoist. May he warrant it. Wang Xing also happily bowed, then replied cheerfully, "Brother Liu, you're too polite." Tian Zhang showed a look of disgust. "Talking so politely, who are you trying to impress? What era is it now? Why are you still saying brother this and brother that?" Yunji angrily retorted loudly, "It's still better than your vulgar words." Tian Zhang couldn't help but retort, "A defeated general still dares to make trouble in front of me." The two quickly looked at each other with eyes like daggers. Wang Sheng stood in the middle and couldn't help but cough a few times. He quickly spoke to defuse the situation. "You're both hungry, right? Let's go down the mountain and get something to eat. My treat tonight." Tian Zhang chattered, "Thank you, Brother Sheng Jr., Sister Liu. You're from this place. Are there any good restaurants in Mao Shan?" Yunji looked like he was about to breathe fire. Wang Sheng quickly calmed him down. "Senior Brother Liu, calm down. Calm down." At the conference, everyone represented their respective sects, so of course we had to be formal, but after entering the dining room, it didn't take long for everyone to get acquainted. Wang Sheng naturally picked food for his senior sister and briefly introduced Shu Tianzhang. "He's the same age as me. Because of his childish personality, he was sent to Longhu Mountain to be disciplined by his family. Only because of his extraordinary talent in talismans does he have the demeanor he has today. Mao Nesu. As for Liu Yunji, I'm no stranger to him. After all, in my previous life, he was one of the 36 outstanding figures in Taoism. From a young age, he went up the mountain with his master to train and cultivate, and coupled with his extraordinary temperament, he has a large online fan base. A few years ago, Liu Yunji went to Longhu Mountain for training and was knocked unconscious by Shu Tianzhang. Since then, the two have been enemies. Later, he made some cultivation achievements and wanted to seek revenge, but he encountered difficulties many times, which is why we saw the scene today. Senior sister and I extinguished the jealousy of many sects at the conference today. It's quite reasonable for these two to be sent to befriend us. But I naturally won't become arrogant because of this. After all, the current era is not one for arrogance and impetuosity. Quiet cultivation is the right path." On this side, a voice rang out. "Mao Shan has delivered the footage from the 10-hour live stream. Quickly select the useful information from it." The girl looking at the screen said, "Understood." That girl was still leisurely holding a hot cup of tea, her eyes fixed on the screens. Suddenly, a female staff member couldn't help but curse loudly. Something seemed to have excited her. The girl asked, "What happened?" The girl's face was very serious, her hand still clicking. "Team leader, look." She rewound to Wang Sheng's fight scene and surprisingly cursed again. "Who is that?" "A sword immortal. This is swordplay that only exists in movies." She quickly scanned through, then calmly took a sip of tea. "Who is he?" The person behind her quickly reported. "This person's name is Wang Sheng Taoist named Fei Yu. According to the information we intercepted, his master's Taoist name is Qing Yuanzi, and it is said that he is already above the nascent soul realm." Hearing this, the teacup in her hand suddenly fell and shattered. He asked, "Who is his master?" A few days later, after the exchange conference concluded, the siblings Wang Sheng and Mu Guanshuan returned to the mountain. He worriedly instructed, "Senior sister, walk slower, be careful with your steps." He recalled that when he was home, his mother was overjoyed to see Mu Guanshuan. "Xiao Xuan, I didn't expect you to become so beautiful," his father whispered. "Xiao Sheng, how far have you and your senior sister gotten? When will I prepare the betrothal gifts for you?" He cunningly replied, "Dad, don't worry. While Sheng is still alive, I'll try my best to get you two a grandchild." The reason he said this was that after the conference, Marshal Uncle Lee specifically allowed him to take a few days off to go home and reassure his parents. Unfortunately, recalling that terrifying night, he was bombarded by a storm of messages. The messages said things like, "Brother Sheng, where are you staying? Have you arrived home? Brother Sheng, when will you come to our Longhu Mountain?" When he didn't reply, the messages became even more frantic. Thinking this, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. Along the way, he also received several harassing messages from someone. People around the mountain saw the two of them and couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't that senior brother Fei Yu and senior sister Bu Yu? I heard senior brother Yinglong say that they were very formidable at the exchange conference." According to him, Zhou Yinglong and the others had already returned to the mountain several days ago. In the past few days, the news of the exchange conference had spread throughout Wudong Mountain. Now the various Taoist temples on the mountain all knew their and senior sister's cultivation realms. But I won't become arrogant because of this. After all, both sides are cultivators. Even if I was looked down upon by those powerhouses in my previous life, I don't want to become that kind of evil cultivator. Qing Yuanzi was already waiting for them. For some reason, his face was visibly thin and gaunt. As soon as they arrived, Wang Sheng and Mu Guanxuan bowed and greeted him. "Master, we're back," he said. The two of you." After a pause, Qing Yuanzi frowned. "Didn't I tell you to be a bit more modest on this trip to Mao Shan?" Mu Guanxuan was frightened and quickly hid behind him. Wang Sheng reluctantly explained, "Master, there's a reason for all of this." Although his expression was serious as he said this, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. Qing Yuanzi looked at him with satisfaction. "Well done. Although we are guests of Wudang Mountain and don't belong to the heritage of true martial, great emperor, we are still considered cultivators of Wudang Mountain. This time you didn't lose face for your master, but next you should go home and continue to cultivate in peace on the mountain. Yesterday, Martial Brother Li brought some things. Among them, there are two things that are not bad. Consider them rewards for the two of you for this trip." "What?" "One, this master still has to go to Taihei to discuss matters. I'll bring food back for you two in the evening." Wang Sheng shouted loudly, "Yes, master!" He looked at Qing Yuanzi's retreating figure and couldn't help but be surprised. How is it that master feels like he's about to break through after just a few days? He looks incredibly ordinary, but he is a truly capable person. If I hadn't been reborn, I'm afraid I wouldn't have discovered master's talent. He looked at the pile of gifts and couldn't help but think. Perhaps it's because of the thanks for our efforts at the exchange conference. Martial Uncle Li specifically prepared quite a few gifts for me, and senior sister, among them the gifts prepared for me, clearly show a lot of thought. Mu Guanshuan seemed to really like the new clothes. He quickly took out a sword to test. This ancient Wenyuan sword looks very ordinary, but when used, you'll know. There's a hint of sword essence in the sword. Clearly a sword cultivator specifically crafted this weapon. It's not as mystical as Liu Yunji's golden silk, jade robe, or Shi Tianzhang's moon crescent ink jade. Although it's a valuable item, it's not a top-tier one. If it's a reward for this trip to Mao Shan, it's not too bad. After trying out the good stuff, he quickly took it in to show Mu Guanxuan. "Senior sister, look at this sword." She picked up the sword and carefully examined every line on it. Her hand lightly traced the blade, but she didn't seem happy and shook her head, indicating that this thing wouldn't work if used. Wang Sheng quickly understood her meaning and reassured her. "Senior sister, don't worry, I won't intentionally use it for killing. Swords are meant for killing. Senior sister, are you worried that this sword will affect my Tao heart?" She happily handed him a piece of jade. Wang Sheng was startled. "Senior sister, I already have this sword. This condensed spirit suppressed soul jade pendant is naturally for senior sister." She seemed determined to give it to him, and typed on her phone, "I am invincible under heaven." He awkwardly refused. No, this is a gift that Martial Uncle gave you. How can I take it?" Mu Guanxuan looked at him with teary eyes. It seemed tears had an effect. Immediately after, he quickly ran off. "Senior sister, wait for me for a moment, okay?" Mu Guanxuan looked after him in a daze. He quickly returned, hiding something behind his back. His face was somewhat shy. Wang Sheng stammered, "Originally, I was waiting for senior sister's birthday to give you a gift. Now, I'll give it to you early." He shyly handed the item over. "If senior sister gives me a gift, you must also accept the gift I give you." Mu Guanxuan happily rubbed the flute against her cheek, showing her enjoyment. Her face couldn't help but blush. Several days passed. After dealing with everything, their cultivation life had settled down again. The thing he needed to do now was to reach the nascent soul realm within a year, and also comprehend fasting. After they returned to the mountain, less than a month later, a certain Taoist master with a worried face came to their small courtyard. The scene shifted to a peaceful morning. A loud shout rang out. His martial uncle with a pale and panicked face ran in. "Martial brother Qing Yuanzi, martial brother, demons are harming people. Please, martial brother, save us." Hearing the word demon, his and Mu Guanxuan's faces turned slightly pale. As night fell at their sect, the scenery here was very desolate and peaceful. Clouds and mountains intertwined, very picturesque. He was sleeping when he suddenly woke up in a daze. He turned and saw Mu Guanxuan lying next to him. Wang Sheng was stunned. What in the world is going on? He sat up abruptly. His face couldn't help but turn red. Why is senior sister sleeping here? Her hand was still tightly holding Wang Sheng's clothes. He sat up unexpectedly, which woke her up too. Being suddenly woken up, she couldn't help but frown. Wang Sheng felt apologetic. "Senior sister, did I wake you up?" Outside, the wind blowing through the door created loud noises, making Mu Guanxuan shrink back. Wang Sheng said anxiously, Senior sister, are you scared by the wind? Immediately after, Wang Sheng pulled up the blanket and hugged her to comfort her. Don't be afraid. Go to sleep. I have to get up early tomorrow to set off. At this moment, Mu Guanchuan's eyebrows relaxed a little. He patted her back to help her sleep better. The reason she was like this was that during the day after martial uncle arrived, senior sister had been like this. He truly didn't expect it. He recalled that at that time, martial uncle joyfully thanked them for helping exorcise the demons Mu Guanchuan had hidden behind him in fear. Returning to the present, Wang Sheng smiled bitterly. Senior sister is a nascent soul realm cultivator, yet she's afraid of ghosts. He heard his master say that year to make senior sister speak, he had tried a stimulating treatment by using ghost stories. As a result, senior sister almost became mute and also fell into this illness. To be able to scare senior sister to this extent, what kind of fierce medicine did master use back then? But at this moment, comforting senior sister who is in panic and fear is also a responsibility a junior brother should undertake. Early the next morning, they quickly set off. A large car was parked in front of the door, ready to depart. The car drove for a while and finally stopped in front of an old-fashioned house with a wooden door. Martial uncle looked at this place and couldn't help but feel emotional. How many years has it been? Yet I still haven't returned. Zhou Yinglong looked at Fei Yu. You're quite well prepared, aren't you? This time he was sent to replace the girl who was afraid of ghosts. Wang Sheng laughed loudly. Just being prepared. What if it's a foreign ghost? He recalled that all these things were prepared by Mu Guanchuan. At that time, he was dumbfounded. Senior sister, how can you invite Jesus and the Buddha to such a pure territory? Thinking this, he couldn't help but sigh helplessly. But this represents senior sister's concern for me. How can I throw it away? The door slowly opened. A voice came from inside. Second brother, you're finally back. The old man walked out tiredly. There are demons causing trouble in the house, harassing me to this state. Martial uncle said. Big brother, haven't I returned? Yinglong's eyes widened. So, this is martial uncle's secular home. Wang Sheng also thought, no wonder martial uncle has always been hiding here. It seems there's a lot of worldly power and intrigue. Wang Sheng introduced. Before setting up the altar, we just need to know that martial uncle's big brother's name is Li Shuixian, because he has been investing in Wudong for these years. Wudong has tacitly agreed to our ghost exorcism. On this side, his martial uncle began to make hand seals in front of the altar and chant spells. Divine holy, South Heaven knows, Earth knows. He looked at him and couldn't help but wonder. The thing that makes me most curious is martial uncle clearly has such a large fortune. Why did he choose to become a monk and cultivate? Could it be that he encountered some catastrophe and is therefore indifferent to worldly affairs? On this side, martial uncle was still focused on his work. He threw his sword into the air and golden light shone brightly around him. Martial uncle chanted loudly. Evil spirits and protectors, speed up and eliminate the evil spirits here. The altar also lit up due to his magical power. He recalled that before exorcising the ghosts, martial uncle had discussed it with them. The front is just setting up the altar, but I and senior brother Yinglong are the ones who will truly eliminate the ghosts. This arrangement is mainly to let the people nearby understand that cultivators exist not just in movies. Although everything is done by the disciples, the achievements and glory all belong to the teacher. As soon as the door opened, a black-purple aura quickly surged out. Wang Sheng's face became serious. Indeed, there's trouble. The demonic aura from that dark room became stronger and stronger. From inside the room, two red eyes appeared, staring fiercely at him. Wang Sheng quickly made hand seals and chanted talismans. 5 stars suppress the evil light, illuminate the profound darkness. 5 heavenly demons perish, destroy. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura shot straight into the room from him. The power and light swept through like a storm. Wherever his power went, those black-purple shadows retreated. The room was cleaned up in an instant. He stood there resolutely without the slightest fear. As soon as he finished, he went out and closed the door. Before leaving, he didn't forget to say, "Boundless heavenly venerable." Yinglong and he quickly met up. He said, "I went around and encountered more than 20 vengeful spirits." Wang Sheng replied, "I had about the same." Yinglong wondered, strange. Unless the feng shui layout is reversed, or perhaps someone is... Wang Sheng was vigilant. Shh, there's someone near the wall, he calculated. First, let's not talk about this. Let's find Martial Uncle and gather. No matter what this is, Martial Uncle's home. If someone is truly playing tricks behind the scenes, we can't just stand by. This place seems to be hiding some unspeakable secret. No. On this side, his martial uncle was still performing the fake exorcism ceremony. Everyone stood solemnly, silently, observing him. He thought, isn't it just exorcising ghosts? Why haven't those two returned after so long? Are they trustworthy? He had raised his sword to the point where his hand was shaking. From a distance, a servant quickly shouted, they're back. They had returned from a distance. Yinglong and Wuong Shan quickly walked back. Seeing that they had finally returned, Martial Uncle breathed a sigh of relief. Martial Uncle turned and looked. Please, big brother, prepare a clean room for the three of us so we can temporarily recover our spirits. I'm Mao Shan. Shuishian quickly replied, all right, I understand. It quickly turned dark. The three of them were arranged in a quiet and warm room. He spoke, Martial Uncle. We went around and encountered dozens of vengeful spirits. I suspect another cultivator is playing tricks. Martial Uncle was silent, stroking his beard and thinking, another cultivator? This is troublesome, he thought seriously. My current knowledge is a little broader than Martial Uncle's. Of course, I also know some of the darker aspects of the immortal world. And today's events are probably due to the Li family's wealth, attracting the attention of some evil cultivators. Or perhaps because Li Shuixian offended someone, leading to revenge by evil cultivators. He asked him awkwardly, Fei Yu, according to your thinking, what should we do? He calculated, if we expose them suddenly, I'm afraid the other party will become frantic. Yinglong offered a plan. How about we do this like this? Wuong Shan was excited. So that's it. A good plan, a good plan. That same night, half an hour later, the surroundings were still pitch black. The two brothers of Martial Uncle were taking a walk in the courtyard. He asked, brother, have you made enemies with anyone these past few years? Shuixian said, I've been in the house recently and haven't offended anyone. Martial Uncle pressed, brother, think carefully. Someone wants to harm our whole family now. But he still insisted, absolutely not. He was meditating in the room and accidentally overheard the conversation. Shuixian continued, I haven't done anything shameful in my entire life, except for that year. He wondered. Orange. That year. Could it be that the Li family did something shameful? Wuong Shan opened his eyes and thought, the feng shui of Martial Uncle's hermitage. These are all things from previous years. Are these matters related? The next morning everyone quickly left. Martial Uncle said, big brother, since the vengeful spirits have been eliminated, we should also return to the mountain and wait for orders. If there's anything else, let me know. No. Shuixian was happy. Second brother, fortunately you came this time. Late at night it was the scene at Martial Uncle's big brother's house again. The atmosphere was incredibly quiet. In the courtyard of the Li family, Yinglong whispered, Fei Yu, how much longer do we have to wait? Month, he said softly. Probably until midnight. That's when the yang energy is weakest, and when evil cultivators raising ghosts are most confident. Li Shuixian's business is very large. There are nannies and security guards, plus a comprehensive camera system. He recalled, if that's the case, the vengeful spirits we eliminated today, there were at least 70 or 80 of them. It's clearly not something that could be done in a day or two. If it's an outsider causing trouble, there's no reason not to leave a trace. Therefore, the original perpetrator is likely an insider. Yinglong quickly understood. So that's it. That's why we pretended to leave during the day and came back at night to wait for the rabbit, like this. Although that's what he said, the intention of the person releasing the ghosts is truly malicious. Using vengeful spirits to absorb yang energy, such evil and sinister methods eradicating the entire family, truly unforgivable. Yinglong whispered, is it effective for us to wait here if it's an insider? He calculated, it's hard to avoid having long nights with many dreams. It's possible they'll take action today. Immediately after, he quickly sat up straight and concentrated his internal energy circulating his qi. He calculated, now let's see who is more patient among us. Immediately after, his power quickly spread throughout the Li family's courtyard. Yinglong was stunned. Unexpectedly, Fei Yu's spiritual perception can even cover the entire manor, let alone my current cultivation being inferior to his. Even if we were in the same realm, I'm afraid I couldn't do it. Thinking this, He also quickly drew his sword. If that's the case, I'll go provide comprehensive protection for Fei Yu, Din Dan Sharten. Very quickly he sensed a strange aura. Wang Sheng focused intently. He saw a figure walking forward. That's the building where Resident Li is resting. A security guard was sneaking around with a flashlight, looking very cunning. Seeing no one around, he took out a tiny bronze bottle from his pocket. He took some blood, then chanted a spell. Evil spirits are unsettled inches. Do not grow. Heaven is watching. Retribution will come. As he chanted, he quickly dripped blood into the item. Immediately a shadow gradually emerged from it. He fiercely looked towards Li Shuixian's room. Li Shuixian. Li Shuixian. I didn't expect you to invite people from Wudong to exorcise ghosts. Immediately after, his face became fierce. If that's the case, then don't blame me for finishing things quickly. Saying this, he and the green ghost slowly entered. He quickly stood in front of Shuixian's room. The green ghost fiercely intended to rush in. A golden light appeared, making the ghost startled. The security guard immediately recognized Wu Dang's talisman. Li Shuixian was indeed prepared. He thought cunningly. Although talismans can ward off ghosts, can they ward off a living person like me? Just then, from behind, Wang Sheng quickly held his sword against his back, startling him. He quickly jumped away to dodge the ghost. Behind him also rushed towards him. Wang Sheng's sword pierced through the wooden door of the manor. The ghost quickly fiercely intended to strike down at him, but Wang Sheng quickly disappeared. At the same time, Wang Sheng flew up with his sword, quickly slashing towards the ghost. Suddenly a flash of light appeared in his mind, making Wang Sheng freeze. Not good. His sword slashed through, but couldn't affect it at all. He fiercely pressed down. Suddenly from inside Shuixian's room, a sound of commotion rang out, startling Wang Sheng. A warning flashed in his mind. Then Wang Sheng quickly kicked hard towards the ghost. Wang Sheng used the momentum to fly towards the direction of the room to help. Inside, Master Li had just woken up, having slept deeply. The security guard looked at him fiercely. Li Shuixian, die! As soon as he finished speaking, he pounced forward, wanting to strangle him. Suddenly swords from outside shot through. Blocking his attack, startling the security guard, he jumped away to dodge the move. His figure quickly stood outside the door. At the same time, he released 3 dark projectiles straight towards Shuixian. He was still in a daze, but fortunately he was able to hit the 3 nails away in time. Wang Sheng immediately knew, as soon as he looked, that there was evil. Yang energy on these nails. If even a little touched the old master, even immortals would have difficulty saving him. He quickly made hand seals and shouted, "Wudang disciples don't meddle in other people's business." Wang Sheng glared fiercely at him. Evil spirits, harming people, demons, and devils, they deserve to be cut down. He shouted, "If you want to stop me?" Then he quickly rushed towards Wang Sheng, his face incredibly fierce. The security guard attacked while chanting loudly. 5. Heavenly demons perish, destroy. Immediately obey the command. As soon as he finished speaking, the green ghost from before fiercely rushed into the room. Its target wasn't Wang Sheng, but Li Shuixian. He didn't know what he had done to make him hate him so much. He wondered. This person is trying to tie me down, but he also wants the vengeful ghost to take Li Shuixian's life. What kind of hatred is between them? He shouted, continuing to chant and command the vengeful ghost. 5 stars suppress the evil light, illuminate the profound darkness. Heavenly deities and 10,000 saints protect. My true spirit grant me. As soon as he finished speaking, the ghost quickly rushed over. Wang Sheng quickly used his sword to block in front of Shuixian. The aura emanating from him made him instinctively cover his face. He calculated. Just now I discovered something unusual, so I came here first. Senior brother Yinglong has probably also discovered it and is coming here. If that's the case, before senior brother arrives, I will hold off this person and ghost. He made hand seals with one hand, his mouth still chanting loudly. Wudong disciple, if you want to meddle in this filthy business, then I will send you to die first. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly ordered the ghost to attack him. He didn't want to be inferior, and quickly leaped up, rushing towards it at high speed. 5 stars suppress the evil light, illuminate the profound darkness, heavenly deities, and 10,000 saints protect my true spirit. As he chanted, he struck with his bare hands, yet he made it a little flustered. Then Zhang Tian continued to shout, raising his long sword high. 5 heavenly demons perish, destroy. Immediately obey the command. Eja Damrad. Meanwhile, the security guard on this side also held the bottle in his hand and chanted, Evil spirits are unsettled inches, do not grow. But at this moment, the vengeful ghost had long been sliced in half by Wang Sheng. Its entire body now had a bright line running through it, which looked quite deep. At the same time, the bottle in the security guard's hand quickly shattered, making him a little flustered. Wang Sheng's actions were like exterminating grass from the root. He quickly released 3 more dark projectiles towards him. That person quickly fell to the ground. His vengeful ghost also couldn't hold on and quickly disappeared. Although he had been defeated by him, he was still not dead. So Wang Sheng remained a little vigilant, standing in front of the old man. His entire body exuded a dense killing intent. He muttered in a low voice, "Gather living souls and merge into my body. The body is born from dust. Its divine power is temporary." On this side, after he chanted that mantra, the ghost seemed to become even more ferocious. Wang Sheng felt something was wrong when he did that. He inwardly cried out, "Damn it! This security guard is going crazy. Is he using the ghost-raising technique to forcefully fuse the vengeful ghost with himself to strengthen his strength?" The security guard laughed maniacally. "Li Shuixian, I want your whole family to die without a burial place. What? My 3 elder brothers' blood feud of over 10 years. I have finally avenged everyone." From inside the vengeful ghost, countless skulls and human bones emerged, looking incredibly eerie. Wang Sheng was startled. How many living souls did this evil cultivator use to refine such a vengeful ghost? Behind him, Yinglong quickly called out, "Feiyu, Feiyu!" He quickly gathered the security guards and stood outside shouting, "Feiyu, are you all right?" He quickly embraced Shuixian and leaped out through the window. Senior brother, immediately after Wang Sheng threw the old man down and instructed, "Take good care of Resident Li, keep the Li family members away from here." Yinglong quickly caught him and instructed, "Got it, you be careful too." At this moment, Wang Sheng slashed a few times towards the vengeful ghost to test it, but it wasn't affected in the slightest, he thought. The Wen Yuan sword is not specialized in killing ghost magic items. Its effect against this kind of vengeful spirit is not great. It's not as effective as using talismans like Shitian Zhang and Liu Yunji. Thinking this, he quickly remembered, "That's right, talismans?" He dodged the vengeful ghost's attack while looking at Yinglong and shouting, "Senior, brother, talismans marshal, Uncle Shuixian's talismans." He quickly remembered, "That's right, talismans. Go quickly and get some talismans pasted elsewhere and bring them here." He let out a breath. "Since I can't cut it down, then I'll wear you down to death." Immediately after, he began to leap forward nimbly. Sword picking starlight, 7 stars, sword intent. Wang Sheng continued to move back and forth nimbly, making the vengeful ghost dumbfounded. He shouted loudly, 7 stars, sword formation open. He thought in his mind, use talisman methods to consume its soul power. A powerful aura erupted, enveloping the vengeful ghost. At the same time, Yinglong quickly threw bags of blood and shouted, "Feiyu, catch!" Hearing this, Wang Sheng quickly turned and dodged. Those bags of blood simultaneously splattered onto the vengeful ghost. It immediately began to gradually dissolve. The vengeful ghost roared in pain. The police officers cheered joyfully. Rooster blood is indeed effective. Immediately after, it angrily turned its direction towards Yinglong. He panicked. "Damn it! The vengeful ghost has rushed towards us." He quickly held his sword in front of him and circulated his internal energy, chanting loudly, "True martial, eliminate demons, protect my Dharma body." He calculated. The vengeful ghost has been severely injured by the rooster's blood. As long as I can block this one strike. Yinglong had great confidence in his junior brother that Feiyu would definitely find a way to kill this vengeful ghost. After the close combat, both Yinglong and the vengeful ghost were thrown back. The police captain and the soldiers quickly helped him up. Yinglong, after clashing with the vengeful ghost, was seriously injured. His whole body trembled. "Feiyu, the rest is up to you." He quickly leaped forward and blocked in front of everyone, his face extremely determined. "Leave it to me." Wang Sheng raised his sword in front of him and chanted, "Heaven and earth have righteous chi." Mixed and flowing to form shape, below it forms rivers and mountains, above it forms sun and stars. At this moment, a flash of light appeared, making the ghost cover its face as it couldn't bear it. Then he pointed the sword at it and continued the mantra, stepping on heaven to pass through, crossing the heavens to revolve, leaping through the heavenly mechanism, seizing the heavenly authority. The vengeful ghost was being continuously attacked, leaving it no time to react. A painful sensation immediately swept over it. Wang Sheng landed his jade-like body, moving horizontally, revealing the Yang sword. Light, the 7 stars circulating. But a fierce gleam appeared in his eyes at this moment, facing these monsters. Wang Sheng was always serious and highly focused. Its entire body was covered in sword marks left by his sword. Qi. It couldn't help but tremble, standing there in a daze. Finally, its entire body couldn't bear it, and exploded, illuminating the entire sky. Its limbs fell into many small pieces, scattering everywhere, making everyone cover their faces. Finally, the battle was over. Yinglong was supported on the shoulders of the soldiers. The police captain was busy directing everyone to clean up the aftermath. He looked at him and couldn't help but praise, "Fei Yu, well done." Well, he still didn't reply. The sword in his hand suddenly fell heavily to the ground. It seemed he had used too much internal energy, making him momentarily unable to bear it, and gradually fall. Yinglong was worried and didn't care about his injured body as he stepped forward to support his junior brother. He couldn't help but shout in alarm, "Fei Yu!" His eyes gradually closed. Yinglong kept asking, "Fei Yu, are you all right?" Finally, he couldn't help but faint. Wang Shan recounted, "The evil spirit was eliminated. I fainted because the true essence in my body was exhausted. Although I wasn't unconscious for long after waking up, I felt a little drained. After adjusting my state, I also gradually recovered. After this great battle, I also gained unexpected benefits. Now I am standing at the threshold of the nascent soul realm." It seems this trip was not in vain. He was concentrating on circulating his internal energy and adjusting his body's condition, when suddenly the door of his room was knocked. Wang Sheng quickly went out and opened it. He wondered, "Do you two need anything?" The girl blushed and stammered, "Taoist Master Wang Sheng, I am a member of the special investigation team assigned to handle the demonic harm incident." The man with a grim face next to her was Da Niu, also a member of the special investigation team. He wondered, "Are you two here to ask about the demonic harm incident?" Mao Yu awkwardly said, Before we talk about the main business, can we talk privately for a bit?" He didn't refuse. Immediately after, there was a scene that made Wang Sheng freeze. "So exciting, I can actually meet a living sword immortal." "Idol, the way you used your sword was so cool. Can you sign for me? Can we take a photo together? Can you put your hand on my shoulder?" he asked with a dark face. Are you two here just to take photos with me?" Realizing she had been a little rude, she cleared her throat, then said seriously about the main topic. "Actually, our team leader wants to talk to you. Someone will make a video call to you later. I'll wait outside. Just call me in after you're done." The video call began. Wang Sheng couldn't help but wonder, why is the team leader of the special investigation team directly contacting me? As soon as he picked up the call, the person on the other end made him so surprised that he shouted loudly, "What senior mother?" Wang Sheng recalled the past. It was the first double ninth festival since he came up the mountain. He was pulled by his master to drink wine. At that time, his master had told him, "Xiao Sheng in the future, if you want to marry, marry. If you want to have children, have children." This master is very open-minded. As long as you are devoted to your wife, it's fine. He was very curious and asked seriously, "Master, why are you suddenly talking about this?" In his drunken state, he sadly recounted, "That year, I was in love with a girl. And then your Grandmaster Master objected. I originally wanted to implore Master, but that girl had a straightforward personality and disappeared. She was gone for decades without any news. That girl was the obsession of my entire life. This is a letter she had someone send me a year ago. Only then did this master know that I actually have a child, a girl almost the same age as you, children. She's been outside these past few years, and I don't know how much hardship she's endured." Thinking this, he looked at the person on the phone screen in a daze. Immediately after, he quickly calmed down and called her senior mother. That person sighed, as if her memories from that year also surged back. She said, "You can call me anything. I have something I want to ask you for help with. Can you relay something to your master for me? Tell him if he still cares about his daughter, he should come and meet me quickly." He quickly got straight to the point. "Senior mother has junior sister encountered some cultivators bothering her. I'll call master right away." Just then, he quickly took out his phone and called him, not forgetting to turn on the speakerphone. Wang Sheng thought cunningly, "As long as I talk to him directly, master will definitely find a way to save senior mother's soul." "But life is not like a dream," a mechanical voice from the other end said. "Sorry, the number you called is currently unreachable." Wang Sheng stammered, Senior mother, perhaps master's signal isn't good. I'll contact senior sister, don't worry." "Molds," she gently agreed. "Okay, I trouble you, Xiao Sheng?" He quickly replied, "Senior mother, don't be so polite. I'll make a video call later." No. On the other side, he immediately sent a message to Mu Guanshuan. "Senior sister, where did master go?" she said. "He left a letter and disappeared without a word. I'll take a picture of the letter for junior brother to see." The content of the letter was Xiao Sheng Xiao Xuan. This master is about to break through to the Golden Core realm and needs to go to Mount Southeast to cultivate in seclusion. For a period I will teach you again after I return. He smiled bitterly, secretly sweating. Master, is this your solitary fate? The timing of your breakthrough is too coincidental. Wang Sheng sighed at this thought, then recounted the matter to Mu Guanshuan. Senior sister, that's what happened. A moment later he walked out the door with a dark face. Mo Yue quickly came over. Taoist Master Wang, have you finished talking? Wang Sheng replied, my senior sister will also participate in this operation. We are returning to Wudong Mountain to pick her up. Why you are so... She was excited when she heard this. Immortal Buyu is also participating in the operation. That's great. Then when will we set off? Wang Shen thought, Master's wife and daughter are in some trouble. Senior sister naturally won't stand by. But senior mother took the initiative to contact us. It seems there's a bit of trouble, but no matter how dangerous it is, I will definitely save junior sister. Two police cars stopped in front and exchanged words with Mo Yue and the others for a long time. Then she told him about the situation. Taoist Master Wang, the evil cultivator, has been brought under our control and won't have a chance to injure anyone else. Next, we will go back to Wudong Mountain to pick up Immortal Buyu. Let's talk a little about the hatred of that evil cultivator. According to the intelligence provided by Mo Yue, the security guard's father and eldest brother died long ago. Because that area was property of the Li family, he put his revenge target on resident Li. Suddenly Mao Yue exclaimed in panic, Damn it! Wang Sheng wondered what's wrong. She continued, My colleagues just contacted us. That security guard who planned the murder is dead. As she spoke, she handed her phone to Wang Sheng to look at. His corpse was very strange and grotesque. Wang Sheng examined it for a while. This way of dying, this kind of poisonous insect could it be? Suddenly he saw a glowing yin-yang bagua symbol near the guy's wrist. At this moment, Wang Sheng realized, as expected, it's them, he speculated. That security guard likely died from the yin-yang corpse bloodworm. This kind of poisonous insect is both yin and yang, so they react to each other. Ancient books record that they can enhance the spiritual sense of the person who planted the poison and can also kill the opponent from thousands of miles away. Mao Yue was startled. Is that true or false? He zoomed in on the photo. There's also this mark. It looks like a Taiji pattern, but it's actually not. It's likely the pattern of the organization behind him. You can investigate from here. Wang Sheng analyzed yin-yang gu poison Taiji pattern and also the wooden tripod magic item I destroyed earlier. These three things are enough to prove that a certain evil cultivation organization has grown in scale. I'm afraid you all need to quickly contact the great immortal sects. Mao Yue was in a hurry. Taoist Master Wang, please wait a moment. I will inform my colleagues immediately. Wang Sheng frowned and thought, in the end, it's related to the secrets of my previous life. I can't explain it completely, but I hope this time we can be prepared. After all this time we are facing. But in his previous life, the evil cultivation organization that overthrew the entire world was the Yin-Yang sect. The next day, everyone quickly drove into the city. Tall buildings stood close together. Mo Yue was amazed along the way. Immortal Buyu is truly beautiful. Her figure is also very good, and her skin is fair. She truly has no flaws. Wang Shen smiled brightly and explained, She is senior mother's subordinate, not a bad person. Along the way, he learned the true identity of the special investigation team from Mu Yue. Do you have any arrangements? Team leader. But this girl's heart was hurting, muttering, She's not a bad person. Wang Shen recalled, In ancient times, martial arts were forbidden, and immortals would use their methods to overthrow civilization. Now that immortal cultivation is flourishing in the secular world, it naturally requires a special organization to maintain worldly order. Mao Yu replied, cutting off his thoughts. We don't have specific orders yet, but from the intelligence, the incident this time has the shadow of cultivators. Our trip is completely justified. According to his account, this was a special investigation team led by Senior Mother. It was also one of the privileged departments established by China, aimed at the cultivation world, specifically responsible for monitoring the cultivation world and coordinating conflicts between the cultivation world and the secular world. Dan Yu spoke at this moment. It also involves the team leader's biological daughter. It's best if you two Taoist masters don't pay attention to it. Wang Sheng calmly replied, It's all right. This incident is also a personal matter for us. After all, she's not just the team leader's daughter, but also our junior sister. Dan Yu was surprised. Junior sister, does that mean team leader and Taoist master Qing Yuanzi? Mao Yue's eyes lit up. No way. Oh my god, what juicy gossip. Wang Sheng was a little scared. You two please drive safely. After a while, everyone arrived. Mo Yue introduced Taoist Master Wang. This is our mission location. Oh, he said politely. You've worked hard. You and Mu Guanchuan, please get off the car quickly. The rest is up to us. Wang Shen recounted. According to the intelligence, a cultivator snuck into the university campus and spread cultivation methods through spiritual communication. Junior sister is one of the students who were lured in. On this side, Mao Yue instructed. Taoist Master Wang, we will try our best to ensure everyone's safety. If you encounter a dangerous situation, please protect yourselves. Wang Sheng quickly replied, all right, I understand, according to his thinking. Now that the heaven and earth spiritual energy has just recovered, cultivation is still a secret to the outside world. At this moment, publicly spreading cultivation is hard to say. It's not without another motive. Their mission now was to pretend to be a couple and enter the school to investigate the whereabouts of the opposing cultivator and rescue his little junior sister. At the same time, Mu Guanchuan sent a message. Sweet potato reporting in respond if received. What? Wang Sheng quickly replied, Senior sister, do you have any information? She said, residual energy was found in junior sister's room. It might be caused by a talisman. What should we do next? Wang Sheng calculated. For now, don't alert the enemy. If possible, create an opportunity to get acquainted with junior sister. He looked at the photo in his hand. Senior sister has really gotten into character. She's having fun, isn't she? Potato received. Mu Guanchuan left a message. Sweet potato, please be careful and stay hidden. Speaking of junior sister Qi Wen, she is a sophomore this year. According to the documents displayed by Mo Yue, it seems a cultivator is sneaking into the university to spread the Tao junior sister. Was also one of the people who were deceived. Because of this, she even had a conflict with senior mother and cut off their relationship. Perhaps it was because of this that senior mother was forced to contact master, hoping he could help rescue junior sister. At the school, Wang Sheng approached her and whispered, Senior sister, how's the plan to strike up a conversation going? Mu Guanchuan nodded mechanically. Perhaps the crowd of onlookers made her a little uncomfortable. Wang Sheng comforted her. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. She's master's daughter. Don't treat her like an outsider. As soon as Wang Sheng saw Qi Wen, he was surprised. Junior sister's body actually shows true essence. This kind of true essence is quite similar to the true essence I cultivated in my previous life's technique. It seems things are not as simple as they seem. He quickly stood up. Senior sister, the plan has changed. Let me try to interact with junior sister. Mu Guanchuan happily nodded. Immediately after he approached Qi Wen. At this moment she was happily chatting with her friends and didn't notice him, but before he could speak, a voice suddenly rang out. Wang Sheng was so startled that the phone in his hand dropped to the ground. He quickly turned around to see who had called his name. He was extremely surprised, because it was Senior Shen Qianlin from his high school. She put down her meal tray and quickly rushed over to hug him. It's really you. Why are you here? Her action made Mu Guanchuan and the male students here feel like they were struck by lightning. Everyone was in an uproar. Who is this? Did Senior Shen also have a relationship with a junior boyfriend? The jealous eyes looked at him. Just now I saw that kid. It seems he already has a girlfriend. I can't stand it. Let's beat him up. Shen Qianlin spoke loudly. Stop it. This is my junior from high school. He saved my life once before. Wang Sheng recalled senior sister from his previous life. Because of an accident, she became disabled. After he was reborn, he saved her from danger. It seems she's very healthy now, which is good. He lightly touched her shoulder. Senior sister, I didn't expect to meet you here. Wang Sheng secretly thought the spiritual energy in senior sister's body seems to be related to junior sister. Shen Qianlin blushed. That's right. Suddenly a voice interrupted their conversation. Student, your phone fell. Wang Sheng was flustered. Huh? Thank you. He quickly seized the opportunity to approach this student. Could I perhaps add your WeChat? To thank you, I'll treat you to a meal sometime. But Qi Wen waved her hand. No need to be so polite. Shen Qianlin teased. Why could it be that you deliberately dropped your phone near her? He smiled bitterly. Senior sister, let's go sit over there first so I can introduce you. Mu Guanchuan's face looked a little uncomfortable. She looked at the girl in front of her, suddenly feeling a bit guarded. Wang Sheng introduced Mu Guanxuan. Sister, this is my high school senior sister, Shen Qianlin. She hummed, indicating she understood. Shen Qianlin couldn't help but praise Mu Guanxuan as soon as she saw her. What a beautiful girl. Is this your girlfriend? Is it true? On this side, Mu Guanxuan's face turned dark. A series of questions ran through her mind. Aren't you supposed to be investigating junior sister's situation? Who is this girl? Is a senior sister's status higher or a senior sister's status higher? How should I interact with her? Wang Sheng saw her dark expression and was momentarily flustered. Senior sister, calm down a bit. He and Shen Qianlin sat down and chatted. She was surprised. So that's how it is? No wonder when we contacted each other before you were still on Wudong Mountain, and now you've appeared here. Wang Sheng laughed loudly. Just consider me a temporary police officer investigating some bad elements at the school, Wang Sheng thought. Initially, after I saved senior sister, our relationship was quite close. Although she knew I went to Wudong Mountain, it's best to keep some details a secret. She wondered, bad elements at school, are there such people? Suddenly he asked, Senior sister, has anyone invited you to join any strange clubs recently? For example, related to martial arts, magic, longevity, or even immortal cultivation? What Shin Qianlin said. I saw a poster before. It seems to be related to what you said. Let me send it to you. It talked about the Supernatural Sensation Society. Are you questioning this world? Do you really understand this world? Are you content to do a job for ordinary pay, or do you want to reach the peak? It's time to leave this false world. He wondered, Supernatural Sensation Society. After reading it, he stood up. Senior sister, that's enough. I will arrange for someone to secretly protect you. From now on, just pretend you haven't met me and my senior sister. Shen Qianlin quickly understood. All right, I understand. She watched the figures of the two gradually disappear. So that's the senior sister he often talked about in messages. No wonder he was so happy on the mountain. If I hadn't met his senior sister today, I would have thought he was going to become a Taoist monk. It quickly turned dark. At a deserted river in the city, a group of people were sitting in a circle. The person in the middle spoke in a condescending tone. Don't complain about the expensive membership fee. Doing anything requires investment. We are investing in ourselves now. Only then can everyone truly reach the path to the peak. Let's start cultivating. Suddenly he felt something wrong near the bushes and stared intently but found nothing. Wang Sheng had recorded everything, he wondered. Are these people spreading the Tao? Since they were both cultivators, they could hear very clearly. Wang Sheng observed the leader. He indeed had cultivation. If they are just cultivating, these people haven't broken the law. I'll give these photos to Mo Yue to let them investigate. Mo... Suddenly he exclaimed, something's wrong. He saw that guy talking to a girl. Wang Sheng was surprised. Cultivation. And they can even play by unspoken rules. He instructed Mu Guanxuan, senior sister, continue to keep watch here. I'll go see what's going on. She happily agreed. After that cultivation session, the sky was already getting late. That guy took the girl to a deserted road, not sparing any effort to entice her. If you go along with me, don't mention the membership fee. I'll give you cultivation methods and elixirs beyond the standard amount. The girl was shy, but suddenly a bold voice rang out. Shut up. What a disgrace to the sect, losing face. He still talked back. Second uncle, no elders, this is someone I just met. Wasn't I going to introduce her to you? From the wind, a voice rang out. Unexpectedly, the Superling Society is even engaging in unspoken rules secretly. The elders shouted loudly, Who is it? As soon as he finished speaking, a figure in the darkness quickly appeared. That black shadow rushed through the air at high speed. A few streams of energy shot towards the girl, and the old man tearing the talisman in the old man's hand. That guy was startled. Second uncle, who is in the spirit-gathering realm, was defeated so quickly. Immediately after, he nervously said, The newcomer is likely not friendly. Let's run away quickly. But before he could run far, Wang Sheng had already held his sword to his neck. Tell me, where is your hideout? The next morning, he quickly dealt with the fraudster, who was luring people by beating him up severely. In the courtyard, several old masters were sitting together eating, making it very lively. The old woman said, The porridge today is very delicious. Add a little more tea. From outside, Wang Sheng quickly entered. He spoke. Greetings, elders of Superling. As soon as he arrived, he held a sword in his hand and smiled faintly. Good morning. The old men secretly looked at each other and exchanged glances. Just then, one person shouted, Quick, deal with that guy! The table that flew over was quickly cut in half by Wuong Shan. His hands swiftly wielded the sword in the air, fighting against all three old men. It was the turn of the old woman. She quickly launched a fire strike towards him. "Kid, don't blame me for being ruthless." But as soon as the attack flew over, Wuong Shan quickly dodged it. She was incredibly surprised. "What?" Before she had a chance to react further, Wuong Shan quickly rushed behind her and hit her hard on the back of the neck. In just an instant, he had defeated all four elders. The scene shifted to the university campus. The morning was very quiet. At this moment, Mao Yue quickly called him to report the situation. "Taoist Master Wuong, those lone cultivators have confessed everything. The founder of the Superling Society calls himself Saint Fire. They recruited 10 lone cultivators to serve as protectors. Now they are already quite accomplished on the Tao. And Qi Wen, because of her wealthy family background, is a small leader within the organization, like a lucky charm." "Haltar." Wuong Shan replied. "All right, please send me a copy of their information. I will pay attention to their movements," he thought. Saint Fire. Superling Society. Such an organization is indeed a criminal group with a cultivation background. But what exactly is their goal? Is it just to grow and amass wealth, no matter what? I must quickly pull junior sister out of this muddy water, otherwise trouble will keep coming. He was lost in thought when suddenly a mischievous hand poked his cheek. Mu Guanshuan pouted. "Mean junior brother, you won't let me fight." He happily fed her a piece of cake and smiled brightly. "Senior sister, it's time to go find junior sister." The scene shifted slightly. At night, in a tall building, a voice rang out. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Qi Wen was stunned. "My father passed away 20 years ago. Where did a disciple come from?" Wuong Shan handed her a photo. "Please look at this first, Miss Qi." Qi Wen looked at the photo and couldn't help but sweat and tremble. "Impossible," he explained further. "This is a photo that my master has kept for many years. He truly misses you too." Minani Sasanam. Mu Guanshuan also hummed in agreement, indicating that what he said was true. Wuong Shan continued to present evidence. "This was sent by senior mother, also your mother. The content inside is Xiaowen Wuong Shan and Mu Guanshuan are disciples of your father and people your mother trusts implicitly. You are to immediately leave the school with them. Your mother will arrive in 2 hours." Hearing this, she couldn't believe what was happening and couldn't help but drop her phone, then shouted loudly, "You're all liars!" Liars. Mu Guanshuan didn't know how to comfort others. Seeing Qi Wen crying, she was very flustered. From a distance, everyone was paying attention to the girl and didn't notice an arrow aimed straight at Qi Wen. As soon as the arrow was shot, Mu Guanshuan quickly sensed something was wrong. She tightly hugged Qi Wen and at the same time circulated her internal energy, powerfully deflecting the arrow. Immediately after, the masked person quickly fled. He said to Mu Guanshuan, "Senior sister, protect junior sister, then run after her," Wuong Shan said fiercely. "The one hiding their head and showing their tail has finally couldn't hold back." That person used their fastest speed to escape and blended into the nearby bushes. The people in the room were in an uproar. "There's trouble with Taoist Master Wang. He's a cultivator. It's very likely he has discovered the high-level members of the Superling Society." Mao Yu quickly mobilized the members of the various teams to prepare for action. "Immediately seal off the entrances and exits of the school. Absolutely don't let the opponent escape." Naturally, on this side, he had quickly chased after the stranger. At the same time, he kicked her in the back, causing her to fall to the ground. The blow made her cough up syrup. Immediately after, she released 2 dark projectiles towards Wuong Shan. But for these cheap projectiles, he just needed to flick his hand to deal with them. Purple smoke appeared from his hands. If he didn't observe carefully, Wuong Shan would also know that there was poison in these needles. That person looked at his strength and trembled. 7 stars, shifting position. "Who are you?" Wuong Shan didn't reply, secretly thinking, "This elixir can temporarily make a nascent soul realm cultivator lose their ability to move. This woman's background is not small. I must capture her to extract information." Thinking this, he quickly moved behind her. In just a moment, Wuong Shan had a grip on the back of her neck. A malicious person who takes the lives of others, how can they be spared? She was startled and shouted, "Please spare me. I'll give you 3 rolls of medicine god scriptures." Saying this, he released her. The woman fell to the ground as if she had lost all strength. Wuong Shan calculated, her meridians are destroyed, her cultivation is crippled. The rest is up to senior mother. Suddenly he felt a dense killing intent, and moreover this killing intent conflicted with Taoist cultivation methods. The stranger spoke. "Young man, this woman stole our things." They slowly approached him. "Can you hand her over to us? We definitely won't let you suffer a loss." Wuong Shan carefully observed for a while and found that the man's neck had the same mark as on the security guard. "It's the Yin-Yang sect." Immediately he stood in front of the girl, his face cold. No, he didn't expect to be rejected so bluntly, and said, "Do you know that today you have provoked an enemy you shouldn't have provoked?" Saying this, both of them released a dense killing intent. A purple cloud fiercely flew straight towards Wuong Shan. He didn't panic at all and coldly replied, "When I say no, it's no." Then Wuong Shan raised his long sword in front of him and began to circulate his internal energy. Wuong Shan held his sword and circulated his internal energy. His figure emitted a light that pushed back the large black cloud. The masked guy charged forward and shouted, "Look at my saber, I'll deal with that kid. Kid, don't think you can win easily." As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed fiercely towards him. But that was just a clone of Wuong Shan. He quickly moved his target and slashed at his side. "You can't dodge." Wuong Shan was a little surprised. He can actually keep up with my 7-star steps. It seems his words weren't just boastful, he actually has some skill. If he weren't dealing with me empty-handed, I'd really have difficulty countering him right now. Oh, immortal. Both of them leaped into the air, exchanging countless blows, but still couldn't determine a winner. Suddenly, Wuong Shan looked over and was a little flustered. "Not good." His magical power formed swirling rings that wrapped around him. He shouted, "Kid, your cultivation is still not high enough yet. You want to play with condensing chi into a sword. Truly arrogant." No. Suddenly he changed direction and rushed straight towards the short man who was trying to capture the girl. Wuong Shan fiercely circulated his powerful internal energy and pushed the short man away. The short man carefully dodged his attack. At the same time, Wuong Shan quickly grabbed that person. He thought, "Oh." At the stage of hidden movements, he already possesses a nascent soul realm expert. This Yin-Yang sect's strength is indeed not ordinary. However, this woman is an important clue to investigate the Superling Society. I can't let her die here. At the same time, the skinny guy fiercely said, "That's enough playing." Then he drew his long sword from its sheath. It seemed he wanted to finish him off with one strike. He raised his treasured sword in front of him, then circulated all his internal energy. "Let's finish this quickly." Saying that, the skinny guy slashed his sword into the air. From the treasured sword, giant snakes appeared, opening their mouths wide to reveal sharp fangs. Wuong Shan was a little startled. "This saber is supported by killing intent. I can't take it." Before he could finish his thought, another strike quickly came. Wuong Shan also raised his sword and blocked it with a single strike. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, throwing both him and the female spy far away. The fat man sneered, "Kid, you don't know your own limitations. You have to pay the price." The skinny guy held his sword and slashed fiercely towards him, making Wuong Shan momentarily unable to block. He said smugly, "In your next life, don't meddle in other people's business." "Your next?" Suddenly, a surge of internal energy in the form of a sword unexpectedly struck, blocking the attack for Wuong Shan at the critical moment. The person who arrived was Mu Guanshuan. Fortunately for him, she arrived in time to help. The two masked men were quite surprised. They quickly retreated backward and at the same time shouted loudly, "Who is it?" As soon as they saw Mu Guanshuan, Wuong Shan happily exclaimed, "Senior sister." The dry branch she used as a weapon just now circled a few times in the air. Then she reached out and held it firmly. Wuong Shan stepped forward, looked straight at the two of them, and said to her, "They are bad people." Hearing this without needing to know anything else, Mu Guanshuan frowned and looked at the two with killing intent. Ready to fight, Chi Wen had woken up at this moment. She breathed a sigh of relief, then said, "First you hugged me and ran all the way. Then you threw me down halfway. What exactly are you two trying to do?" As soon as she finished speaking, she saw everyone in front of her fighting non-stop and was momentarily stunned. On this side, Mu Guanshuan was fighting the short man. She unleashed a Taiji fist technique towards him. Her hands appeared and disappeared, circling in the air, blocking his attacks one after another. Suddenly, from behind, the skinny guy drew his treasured sword and sneak attacked her from behind. "Little girl, you want to die." At the same time, Wuong Shan immediately rushed forward and shouted, "Your opponent is me." He sneered and turned around holding his sword and slashing towards him. "What can you do?" Wuong Shan at this moment leaped and jumped from place to place to confuse the skinny guy. At the same time, he shouted loudly, "Senior sister, don't let them leave." She hummed in agreement, then frowned and fiercely attacked the short man. He momentarily couldn't block and suffered a series of Mu Guanshuan's blows. Finally, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood and thought in a panic. Is this Junior a virtual core realm expert? How is that possible? I shouldn't delay. I must leave here quickly. Suddenly, at the same time, a surge of dark, internal energy fiercely shot towards Qi-wen. Qi-wen panicked, bent down tightly, hugged her head, and screamed hysterically. At the same time, Mu Guanxuan quickly circulated her internal energy. Both of them were quickly enveloped by her circle of power. Mu Guanxuan frowned and swept her hand lightly. This was the yin-yang. Two Qi, vast primordial formation. Primordial. The short man leaped into the air and shouted loudly, "Quickly go! If you don't go now, you'll die here today!" The skinny guy was still finishing one more sword strike towards Wang Sheng. He quickly dodged to the side successfully and easily avoiding his attack. Before leaving, he didn't forget to add, "Kid, your swordplay isn't bad. Another day this old man will fight 300 rounds with you." Immediately after Mu Guanxuan rushed forward, it seemed these two were not her opponents, but Wang Sheng quickly stopped her. "Senior sister, our important mission is to protect junior sister." Our? Mao Yu had obtained the intelligence, and the next step was their mission. Mu Guanxuan tugged at his robe. As soon as he looked up, he saw her eyes filled with tears. She meant to say, "Senior sister is useless. I clearly could have stopped them. Master will definitely scold me. But give this up." Wang Sheng seemed to understand her meaning. "Senior sister, you not only defeated the enemy, but you also protected junior sister. You're very impressive." The dry branch he used as a weapon quickly disappeared. Wang Sheng thought, "But after this battle, junior sister must have understood what's going on, right?" On this side, Qi-wen seemed unable to regain her composure. She sat on the ground in silence for a long time. Because of the Li family's ghost incident, the special investigation team had begun to deal with the Yin-Yang sect. Even so, they still failed to capture the two evil cultivators and only managed to kill one of them. The female cultivator captured by him was named Yu Ji-yu. She was originally an outer disciple of the medicine god Valley. Half a year ago, she accepted an offer to purchase secret scriptures. After the matter was exposed, she was instead pursued and targeted for elimination. When she was caught in the net, Yu Ji-yu was rescued by Saint Fire and joined the Superling Society. The two sides thus became enemies, which is why the scene today occurred. But for Wang Sheng and the others, the trouble had just begun. The scene shifted to Senior Mother. She was lecturing Qi-wen. "Why did I give birth to a foolish child like you? Are you really stupid, or are you intentionally showing off for me? All these years of studying have been in vain. If it weren't for those two, you would be dead now. Do you know?" Suddenly, Wang Sheng stepped forward, blocked her hand, and mediated, "Senior Mother, please calm down." Junior sister was just confused. Thinking this, Senior Mother pursed her lips. She fiercely pulled her hand away from Wang Sheng. Then Senior Mother quickly went out and instructed her subordinate, "You are in charge of Qi-wen's matter. You must investigate the results for me within 2 hours." Anna. That person quickly accepted the task. "Yes, team leader." Wang Sheng sighed. "Raising but not teaching. Master and Senior Mother also have responsibility in this matter." Then he quickly stepped forward with a smile. "Junior sister, after you've clarified everything, come back to the mountain with us, all right? Experience real cultivation for a bit, and conveniently meet your father." The scene shifted to Wudang Mountain, the familiar path they always took. Today, the sky was very clear. They had quickly returned to the sect Wang Sheng introduced. "Little junior sister, these are the senior brothers and senior sisters of Wudang sect." Zhu Yinglong happily greeted her. "It's an honor. From now on, we are all fellow disciples, so let's interact more." She shyly introduced herself. "Hello, senior brothers and senior sisters. My name is Qi-wen." Perhaps wanting junior sister to stay away from disaster, Senior Mother quickly agreed to his suggestion. The spiritual energy of Wudang Mountain is pure, coupled with the warm reception from his fellow disciples. Junior sister's mood also gradually brightened. Everyone worked and ate together. Qiling was also very concerned about her. "Eat more. The food on the mountain is quite plain, but it's very beneficial for those just starting to cultivate." Qi-wen was a little shy. "Thank you, senior sister," Wang Sheng said loudly. "Don't be so polite. Everyone eat more." It quickly turned dark. Suddenly, Qi-wen approached him. "Senior brother, when will my father come back?" He didn't know, but still replied to her, "That's hard to say. Master's breakthrough to the Golden Core realm is a stage in Taoist cultivation that is not easily entered. How about this? Why don't you tell me and senior sister if anything is on your mind?" Mu Guanxuan on the side hummed in agreement. Qi-wen said sadly, Now I want to make amends. I don't want to make my mother suffer, and I don't want to affect her work. If possible, I want to learn some skills quickly and go work at the special investigation team. Wuong Shan was inwardly pleased. With this resolve, junior sister, it wasn't in vain that we secretly protected you. He quickly said, in cultivation, the first priority is cultivating virtue, then cultivating the mind, and only then cultivating the Tao and methods. Your father once taught me that cultivating the Tao is about pursuing the realm of the Tao, not about powerful magic. Your own Tao is the foundation. You must not confuse the order or the priorities. He thought, although she has escaped danger, junior sister hasn't resolved the knot in her heart. But I hope master will return soon and use his love to warm junior sister. I don't know how things are progressing with the special investigation team either. The dawn. As night fell in the city, the lights were very bright. In a university dormitory, this young man was engrossed in playing games, his eyes glued to the screen. Returning to Wudong Mountain, the outside world's matters have temporarily concluded, and he doesn't have much involvement anymore. The next day, he began to continue his cultivation, aiming to reach the nascent soul realm. Now, there is nothing to bother him. Now that Wuong Shan has returned to the mountain, the first important thing besides continuing to cultivate is to quickly enter the nascent soul realm. The spirit gathering realm is about spiritual perception and comprehending the heaven and earth, beginning to integrate oneself with the initial fusion of heaven and earth. The nascent soul realm means being able to consciously grasp the connection with heaven and earth and drawing in the spiritual energy from within and outside to connect the internal celestial cycle. How to complete the internal celestial cycle without errors is the direction of Wuong Shan's current efforts. Suddenly a voice rang out, bringing him back to his senses. Fei Yu, are you there? Wuong Shan quickly opened the door. It turned out to be an acquaintance. He said, Senior Brother Zhou, what can I do for you? Zhou Yinglong smiled brightly. This time an elder of mine wants to see you. He quickly introduced, this is my marshal, Uncle Taoist, Master Cao Shuihang. The old man looked at him. You are Fei Yu, aren't you? Wuong Shan quickly remembered, this person is Marshal Uncle Cao Shuihang. Then he stepped forward and greeted him. This disciple pays his respects to Marshal Uncle Cao. Please give me guidance. He recalled that year on the mountain he originally wanted to apprentice under Marshal Uncle Cao, but because of fate, he met his master and senior sister. Wuong Shan practiced his sword while thinking, Ranji. Life is probably like this with gains and losses, not just one word. Perfect. After thinking for a moment, he finally finished his moves. He evaluated. Your sword. Tao realm is very profound. Moreover, you and I are not on the same path, so I cannot guide you. The 7 stars. Swordplay passed down by Wudang's founder has many differences from this 7 stars sword formation of yours. Watch carefully. Seeing him perform his swordplay with skill and beauty, he quickly realized, this set of swordplay has common points with the 7 stars sword formation, but it is different from a complete set of swordplay. The star-picking palm, the stubborn guarding of the core, the star-sweeping attack from all directions. Maijiachi, Guyan, as expected of a 20 to 30-year sword Tao expert. Compared to him, my understanding is too shallow. Shuiheng asked him, what do you think? Wuong Shan thought, what I learned from master is too complex and not passed down directly on martial uncle. However, walks the path of pure sword cultivation. With his guidance, I can definitely improve. Thinking this, Wuong Shan bowed. Martial uncle's sword, Tao cultivation is higher than mine. Please, martial uncle, guide my cultivation. He suggested, you and I practice together. Your current sword, Tao cultivation may not be below mine. Let's try a few moves. He didn't hesitate and began to pick up his sword. Qi Wen in the room couldn't help but be stunned. Senior brother is so amazing. Mu Guanshuan was too used to this scene. She didn't even bother to look over. Just smiled brightly and hummed in agreement. From then on, Martial Uncle Cao came to practice with him every few days. Their sword Tao complemented each other. In these past few days, Wuong Shan had gained a lot, until one day a hearty laugh rang out from outside the door. It's all right for you two to practice, but don't injure each other when you're sparring. Marshal Uncle Shui Hong was surprised to see the person. Master, old man, why are you here? The old man stroked his beard and said happily, your martial uncle and martial grandfather said that fellow Qing Yuanzi was lucky to pick up a supreme sword genius. This old man has cultivated the sword his entire life. So of course I wanted to come and observe and evaluate a bit. Wuong Shan quickly stepped forward and bowed in greeting. This disciple pays his respects to Grandmaster Master. He was internally roaring, Master's master? Isn't that the highest position on the mountain? This person is the former sect master. After he stepped forward and paid his respects to Grandmaster Master, he quickly revealed a gentle smile. No need to be so formal. Immediately after he lectured the two of them, You two are too fixated on the sword and have forgotten the Tao. Practice is practice. Don't injure each other. Once you're not careful, you will injure the other party's Tao realm. Immediately after, he sat down at the table next to him and looked at Wuong Sheng. All right, begin. He thought, a powerhouse known by name on the heavenly ranking board of the cultivation world, but like Grandmaster Master, such senior figures rarely show their faces, so they naturally wouldn't be on the board. To be able to receive guidance from him is truly a blessing for a junior like me. 16yr-old. On this side, he stroked his beard and calmly said, Heaven and earth were not originally mine. Find a place to settle down. Heaven and earth should have me integrate my body's spirit, soul key, and divine essence. He listened while sparring with Shui Hong. Suddenly, a powerful surge of qi continuously rushed towards him. Those streams of power flowed into Wuong Sheng's 7 apertures. He quickly absorbed all of that into his body. Very quickly, Wuong Sheng had reached the small success stage of the nascent soul realm. He was startled. Spiritual sense is continuously increasing, and true essence is also becoming purer. This is the nascent soul realm. I must immediately consolidate my realm and prepare to charge towards the golden core realm. On this side, the girl standing behind the former sect master couldn't help but be a little startled. Senior brother is injured. Both senior figures stood silently watching him circulate his internal energy to consolidate his strength. Suddenly, the former sect master circulated his internal energy. Immediately after, he stepped forward and transmitted it to the top of Wuong Sheng's head. Shui Hong was surprised and said, Master! But looking at the former sect master's eyes, he instantly understood. Shui Hong immediately bowed in greeting. This disciple takes his leave. He understood upon seeing this. It seemed Master intended to stay and guide Fei Yu. Immediately after, he looked down at Wuong Sheng. Restrain your spiritual sense, calm your mind, and focus on comprehending the Tao. This old Taoist has cultivated the sword for many years. Today, I will bestow this Tao upon you. I hope you can comprehend it. Wuong Sheng quickly opened his eyes, but the former sect master had already flown away on the wind. He stood up. Grandmaster Master's 6 stages of sword. Tao may not be the end of the sword Tao, but he has clearly shown me the long road ahead. From now on, I will slowly comprehend. Before leaving, he left a few words. This old man gives you a portion of sword intent. Comprehend it well. Wuong Sheng was stunned. This is Grandmaster Master's Tao realm heritage. From behind, Mu Guanxuan arrived without knowing when. She leaned over and hugged him tightly. It seemed he fell asleep in Mu Guanxuan's arms because he had overexerted himself. Comprehending the Tao realm heritage, she didn't wake him up and just quietly watched him sleep soundly. After a while, Qi Wen came out and said, Senior sister, you're back. Mu Guanxuan quickly raised her hand, indicating silence. Under the setting sun's golden glow that was gradually falling, Mu Guanxuan quickly held him in her arms. Qi Wen was excited. Eldest senior sister, carrying junior brother like a princess. This is a rare photo. This was the image of a certain little junior sister who was gradually being transformed by Master Qing Yuanzi. That day passed, the scene shifted. After Wudang Mountain entered the nascent soul realm, inheriting the enlightenment made him sleep for an entire day. But what Wuong Sheng didn't expect was that a ray of sword intent that Grandmaster Master casually spoke of was actually a 2 poles sword. Intent, hardness, and softness. Yin and Yang, spring and autumn, all changes can be called 2 poles Grandmaster. Master only transmitted the sword intent because he had entered the realm of sword trend, obtaining the incredibly profound 2 poles sword. Intent. He also clearly knew the path he needed to take in sword Tao in the future. In just 20 short days after returning to the mountain, his sword Tao had taken another big step forward. From now on, the sword was his magic weapon and his Hu Dao Fa Dao protecting method. This made Wuong Sheng rely more on the heaven and earth. He looked up and enjoyed the morning air in the mountains. Then Mao Yue called him frantically and said loudly, Taoist, Master Wang, something's wrong. Wuong Sheng heard it sounded like a bad situation and asked, what happened? She quickly recounted. A few hours ago, St. Fire Cultivator announced to the whole country through the secure internet that they would auction 2 volumes, the upper and middle of the Longhu Mountain Tao Heritage's Celestial Master's secret records. Mao. Hearing this, Wuong Sheng couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. What? He urgently asked, where are the Celestial Master's secret records being sold? How much only the upper and middle volumes? What? Wow. On this side, Mu Guanxuan was only interested in eating. Mao Yue was startled when she heard his urgent words, Taoist, Master Wang. Realizing his reaction was a bit too strong, he cleared his throat a few times and continued. What is Longhu Mountain's reaction? Have you contacted them yet? He muttered to himself. Calm down. This is not the simple days of my previous life. What's the use of needing the Celestial Master's secret records? Mao Yu sat, amidst a pile of documents, and said, That's right. Moreover, we have identified the identity of Saint Fire Cultivator. Saint Fire Cultivator is a disciple abandoned by Longhu Mountain with the Taoist name Tianxing. His master is Taoist, Master Tianzheng of Longhu Mountain. A year ago, he was discovered stealing the lower volume of the Celestial Master's talisman records. After injuring a disciple, he escaped. He thought Taoist name Tianxing Master is Taoist Master Tianzheng. Could it be Shi Tianzheng's senior brother? Yiman Destalmerm, Mao Yu continued. Now, Taoist Master Tianzheng has brought people here, but I'm afraid other sects will also send people over. Wuong Shan calmly said. It's not strange. Many sects must be eyeing the Celestial Master's secret records. Mao Yu continued. If this matter gets out of control, I'm afraid the entire cultivation world will be in trouble. To prevent this, we can only rely on Taoist Master Wang's help to stabilize the situation. He frowned and thought, this matter is very important. Let me think of a way. Wuong Shan calculated. If the Taoist Masters of the Tao heritage step forward, Senior Sister and I can't say anything. If that's the case, we can only ask Master to step forward. The scene shifted to Mount Zhongnan. Here it was quite far from where he was, but they were all fellow Taoists. An old man walking by laughed loudly. You are the disciple of that fellow, Qing Yuanzi, aren't you? Wuong Shan replied. That's right. Has this senior met my master Qing Yuanzi before? He held up his phone. He's already at Mount Zhongnan. I'll help you ask. Immediately after he became busy. Fellow Taoists, have you seen fellow Taoist Qing Yuanzi? His disciple Wang Feiyu is looking for him. The voice from the other end said. Qing Yuanzi has finally arrived at Mount Zhongnan. I haven't finished discussing the Taoist methods I requested from him last time. Recently I haven't heard that fellow Taoist Qing Yuanzi has returned to discuss the Tao. Qing Yuanzi is at my place. How is that? Where is Feiyu now? Feiyu is Taoist Master Qing Yuanzi's beloved sword disciple, right? Which house is he at now? I'll go take a look. He came to our Mount Zhongnan. This poor Taoist likes cultivating the sword the most. He was sweating and thinking. Each mountain has its own cultivation atmosphere. Mao Shan has many rules. Wudang Mountain is a place where one can live in seclusion. Unexpectedly, Mount Zhongnan, on the contrary, reveals a lot of human sentiment. On the other end, the conversation was still ongoing. Fellow Taoist Qing Yuanzi seems to be at Taoist Master Jing Yun's place. Finally, they found him. He is at my place. How is that? Where is Feiyu now? Wuong Shan was startled. The voice of Taoist Master Jing Yun's daughter? Is she a Kun Taoist? Kun Taoist is how one refers to a female cultivator. He was a little nervous. Why do I feel like there's a grassland aura from Senior Mother's side? Immediately after, he quickly went to find Master. Excuse me, is Taoist Master Jing Yun here? Wuong Shan thought. I heard that Taoist Master Jing Yun's cultivation and talent are both extraordinary. Why wasn't this person on the heavenly ranking board in my previous life? But if Master chose to stay here, then Taoist Master Jing Yun must be a very trustworthy fellow. Taoist. A voice rang out in his mind. Feiyu is here. Wuong Shan looked around. This is spiritual voice transmission. They had always been walking on the small path on the west side of the garden, and they could still transmit sound to him. The two quickly entered. He was surprised. This is Taoist Master Jing Yun's cultivation place. Wuong Shan quickly found a cave. Although it was blocked by stones, it continuously emitted light. He thought, the breath in the cave is Master's. It seems he is in seclusion here. Suddenly a voice rang out. Feiyu, step inside, she said gently. Condensing the golden core is very dangerous. You absolutely cannot disturb Martial Brother Qing Yuanzi. Now what business brings you here to see him? After a while, he recounted the events. Jing Yun quickly understood. So that's how it is? In this situation, you two senior figures are indeed having difficulty persuading the elders of those sects. But suddenly, as she said this, she frowned. Originally, sister-in-law Qiling said she was leaving, and she left Martial. Brother Qing Yuanzi was unhappy with her and the child in her belly, and now she wants Martial Brother to help her. What logic is this? Wang Sheng inwardly cried out in distress, looking at martial Uncle Jingyun's expression. Could it be that she has feelings for Master? Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out from the sky. The night sky was now bright. Wang Sheng and Jingyun couldn't help but look up. He was surprised. This is a heavenly tribulation. Master has broken through to the Golden Core realm. None. She stepped forward. No need to be afraid. Martial Brothers' Golden Core has formed. Next, he needs to undergo comprehension after the breakthrough. Do not disturb him. Currently, I can only go in his place. It just so happens that I also want to ask sister-in-law Qi Ling a bit about why she left that year, causing martial brother Qing Yuanzi and his child to be separated for over 20 years. Wang Sheng couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He was internally struggling. This trip is probably full of twists and turns. Everyone quickly descended the mountain together. A car quickly picked up him, and Jingyun, Mo Yue said, "No, Taoist Master Wang, I'm troubling you again this time." Wang Sheng replied, "It's all right. Please tell me the specific situation on the other side." She quickly recounted the core members of the Superling Society still haven't been located, but according to the information shown in the documents behind the Saint Fire Cultivator, there are secret evil cultivation organizations operating such as the Heavenly Fire Sect and the Five Gods Sect. He continued, among these organizations, only the Five Gods Sect has a bit of scale. What about the information on the Yin-Yang Sect? The Five Gods Sect is a typical heterodox evil sect from my previous life. I didn't expect to encounter them again this time. Mao Yu said, there are no clues about the Yin-Yang Sect. The Five Gods Sect has a large number of experts mixed into the city. They even said they would definitely obtain the Celestial Master's talisman records. Wang Sheng smiled stiffly. They are actually taking the initiative to draw firepower for the Yin-Yang Sect. Should I praise them? Jingyun commented, although they are not on a large scale, they are evil cultivators after all. She had an idea. Feiyu, later you and I will go investigate. If we encounter evil cultivators harming people, we must deal with them. He secretly lamented. Unexpectedly, martial uncle has such a personality, cold on the outside but warm on the inside with a righteous heart, Wang Shen said. Martial uncle, I have a friend who has also been paying attention to the surrounding situation recently. Let's go ask her. She was surprised. A friend. It turned out the person he was talking about was Shen Qianlin. As soon as she saw Jingyun, her eyes lit up. This is really your martial uncle. She looks very young. Wang Sheng introduced. Yes, this is my master's martial sister. Also, his childhood sweetheart, true person Jingyun. Jingyun happily greeted her. It's nice to meet you. Are you Feiyu's senior sister from school? Wang Sheng quickly got to the point. Senior sister, is there anything unusual at the school now? My bap Don Sam. She held up her phone. I don't know if this counts as unusual. You see, the content was like, why should only cultivators be able to cultivate? Why can we only be ordinary people? These are all conspiracies of the renowned righteous sects. Even if we don't have talent, shouldn't we be allowed to prolong our lives and not get sick? Everyone has the right to cultivate. Why are cultivation methods and resources all taken by cultivators? As soon as Wang Sheng read it, he knew clearly. Someone here is trying to add fuel to the fire. Moreover, it is likely the Saint Fire Cultivator. The Superling Society auctioned cultivation methods, and now he is instigating ordinary people. What exactly does he want to do? At the same time, Jingyun quickly alerted him. Feiyu, something is wrong. Wang Sheng looked over accordingly. That person was walking with a girl, but the problem was a dense killing intent emanated from him, another evil cultivator. Another evil. The scene shifted to a large hotel in the city. A cunning voice rang out. Master, are you satisfied with this? Inside the room, the old man was observing the girl Wang Sheng had seen at the restaurant just now. Not bad. The yin essence hasn't diminished much. It's much better than the previous batch. Wang Sheng and Jingyun had quickly chased after them all the way here. They naturally heard the conversation inside. He said cunningly, Master, I don't know how ordinary these women are. Master, The old man then instructed, all right, go wait in the next room. After Master is done, I will share some benefits with you. As he spoke, he reached out and began to undress the girl. At the same time, the main door was quickly kicked open, making a loud sound. The old man was startled and shouted, Who is it? At the same time, Jingyun had quickly rushed forward to attack him. She circulated her internal energy and said fiercely, Fei Yu, don't let any resentful ghosts go. Fei Yu, don't let any... As soon as she finished speaking, Jingyun rushed forward and struck the old man repeatedly. The young man exclaimed in panic, Master! At the same time, a powerful force fiercely struck the young man's pressure points, causing him a bout of pain. Wuong Shan was able to defeat his opponent with a single move. After finishing, he said loudly, Martial uncle, I've finished dealing with things here. Jingyun on this side was still excitedly eliminating the evil Taoist. She said loudly, All right, protect that girl, Wuong Shan observed. Martial uncle usually only cultivates on the mountain and doesn't have much real combat experience. Now, she's only relying on realm suppression. If this is used for a long time, I'm afraid there will be problems. Thinking this, he quickly said loudly, Martial, uncle, use force to suppress the enemy, no need to hold back. Immediately after, Jingyun punched straight towards the old man's chest. He couldn't block and was instantly knocked far away. He flew out of the window like a little bird. Being suddenly interrupted like this, the old man angrily shouted, You ruined my good deed, I will kill your entire family. As soon as Wuong Shan heard this, he guessed, This is a spiritual sense attack. The old man continued to say vulgar words, And I will humiliate the female relatives related to you until they die. Wuong Shan gritted his teeth and glared, You're seeking death. Hearing his perverted words, he couldn't help but feel an unstoppable rage surging within him. Wuong Shan held his sword and chased after him outside. He was firm in his resolve. I cultivate the Tao. I cultivate the sword precisely because I want to protect my family. If I can't even do this, what's the meaning of being reborn? As he thought this, he decisively pointed his long sword straight towards the old man. He was momentarily panicked, making hand seals while thinking, Young man, he has just entered the nascent soul realm, yet he isn't afraid of my spiritual sense attack. Who is this kid? He's even harder to deal with than those in the virtual core realm. Immediately after, thousands of sharp hands appeared from his body and fiercely attacked Wuong Shan, but he wasn't scared at all. On the contrary, he continued to shout and charge forward. Sword essence hidden in the Big Dipper, mind contains the two poles, sword, light piercing the heavens. And finally, the old man was successfully pierced through the chest by him. Mao Yu and the others waited below. Suddenly they saw the old man fall from high up, and they were all startled. He was impaled by his sword through his soft middle, but the sword broke in half because he jumped down from a high floor. His two legs were bleeding profusely at this moment. Wuong Shan held the broken sword, his eyes showing a hint of sadness. He looked at the sword with a heavy heart. In his mind, two words echoed. I'm sorry. At the investigation office, Mo Yue quickly reported. Team leader, the identity of that evil cultivator has been clarified. He was a wanted criminal with countless cases and had killed dozens of people. After the heaven and earth. Spiritual energy recovered, he relied on the evil method of harvesting yin to supplement yang and became an expert. Not long ago, he became an elder in the Five Gods sect with the Taoist name, Taoist Mu Yu Yin Shen Tianhua. Ito Dasadatan. Hearing this, Qiling couldn't help but sigh. If this evil cultivator's whereabouts were discovered, there are over 100 ways to deal with him. He was truly responsible, jumping directly from the 18th floor and giving that person a sword. Wuong Shan forced a smile. At that time, I didn't think too much. Jingyun angrily said loudly. If Fei Yu hadn't come down the mountain to help you, how could he have been injured? The two women looked at each other with fiery eyes. He was momentarily flustered and quickly mediated. Senior Mother Marshal, Uncle. Finally, they chose to ignore each other. Wuong Shan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they didn't fight. A gentle voice simultaneously rang out. Don't worry about others. You're injured. You should rest a bit. I also have to go back to school. I'll bring you a pot of bone broth tomorrow. Wuong Shan wasn't being polite. Thank you, Senior Sister Shen. Shen Tianlin smiled happily. It's nothing. Taking care of my junior is what I should do. Immediately after, Shen Tianlin walked home alone. On the deserted road, a car was already waiting. As if knowing something, Shen Tianlin quickly approached it. A man in a security uniform stepped forward. We've had a hard time finding you. At the same time, the old woman sitting in the car spoke. Young Zongju sect. Master. This old woman is not convenient to get out of the car and pay respects. Please forgive me. Shen Tianlin was surprised. Third Grandma, why are you here? The old woman said, We weren't at ease, so we came to protect you. Young sect master, it might not be peaceful tonight. Tonight's auction will be held at midnight. It can be exchanged with cash or cultivation methods. The Celestial Master's Talisman. Records belong to the top cultivation methods of the Talisman lineage, so it will naturally attract many cultivators. They might kill and rob to obtain the cultivation methods, injuring countless ordinary people. Wuong Shan couldn't go because he was injured, but fortunately Marshal Uncle Jingyun took action to stabilize the situation for Senior Mother. With Jingyun here, the Special Investigation Team's cooperation was also proceeding smoothly. The scene shifted to him. Mo Yue reported, Taoist Master Wuong, the Saint Fire Cultivator's cave is finally revealed. With the heavenly net we have laid, we can definitely capture him this time. Upon. He calculated, what date is it today? Mao Yue was curious. October 18th, why? Wuong Shan thought, what was I doing at this time in my previous life? It feels like this event is related to me in my previous life. Suddenly a familiar voice rang out loudly from outside the door. Brother Sheng, it was Tianjing again, he cried and hugged his leg. Brother Sheng, I want to die too much, Brother Sheng. Wuong Shan was startled. Damn, why are you here? Immediately, Wuong Shan quickly gestured for Mo Yu to leave so they could be alone in the room. Then he smiled bitterly. Just say what you want to say. What's with wanting to live or die? You're a disciple of Longhu Mountain. Don't let others laugh at you. Tianzeng wiped away his tears. Brother Sheng, stop lecturing me. Wuong Shan didn't beat around the bush and directly exposed him. You came because of Saint Fire Cultivator, Guo Tianxing, right? Wuong Shan wasn't surprised. I had already guessed your relationship, but I didn't expect the Celestial Master's talisman records were passed on to him by you, Tianzeng recounted. He said he wanted to do something big. He told me not to try and find him, but I really didn't know he would cause such a big trouble, and I didn't know how many people would die tonight. I have a way to find him, but I don't dare, because he is my best brother. Brother Sheng, please tell me what I should do. My heart is very confused. Wuong Shan said, for the public good, you must protect your sect's heritage and cultivation methods. For your personal matters, you must go save your senior brother and stop his mistakes. The auction is about to begin. If you still hesitate, I'm afraid it will be hard to salvage everything. Tianzeng was put in a difficult position. He couldn't help but scratch his head. Finally, he made up his mind. Brother Sheng, you're right. I have to go find Tianxing. I have to stop him before he causes bigger trouble. Wuong Shan smiled brightly at Tianzhang. It's good that you can think clearly. Suddenly, Wuong Shan felt a dense killing intent flying towards them. A warning flashed in his mind immediately after he instinctively pulled Tianzhang aside and at the same time shouted, Be careful! Outside, Mao Yue had already been knocked unconscious and lay in a corner. The outer door was quickly opened. Fellow Taoist Shi, where are you going? Three strangers entered and laughed cunningly. Taoist Master Tianxing the Great, matter is completed. You two shouldn't go and bother him. Tianzeng stood in front of Wuong Shan fiercely on guard. Who are you? He observed the three for a while. The young person's realm was still not high, but the two followers were both in the nascent soul realm. It seems we have encountered trouble today. That person smiled brightly. Taoist Master Wang, since you have escaped, you shouldn't meddle in this matter. We just want to have a word with Taoist Master Shao. The female nurse next to him stepped forward and reported, Young Master, the Special Investigation Team has sent people here. He breathed a sigh of relief. If that's the case, I'll have to ask Taoist Master Shi to leave first. Take action. As soon as he finished speaking, the two next to him quickly rushed towards Tianzhang. She fiercely spun the two blades in her hands. In an instant they were at Tianzhang's neck. He quickly circulated his internal energy and used the Vajra body protection. Sabers and swords are difficult to penetrate. The masked person attacked Vajra immovable. Then I'll slash a few more times. He quickly leaped away to avoid the dangerous attacks. Tianzhang quickly leaped out the window, wanting to eliminate evil. This old man will go outside. Don't involve others. The young master ordered, Don't let him leave this hospital alive. Both quickly chased after him. Wuong Shan observed, They only want to target Shu Tianzhang. As long as I don't interfere, I might get through this crisis. But he felt extremely uneasy internally. Am I really watching him die without helping? Below, Tianzhang quickly released a swarm of black butterflies to attack the two of them. But the masked person's aura was also not ordinary. He quickly broke through his defensive move. From above, the female nurse quickly landed on Tianzhang's shoulder. He's only in the spirit, gathering realm, yet he can withstand us for so long. You're quite capable. He was startled. Not good. The blade was about to stab Tianzhang's eye. He couldn't help but break out in a sweat. Suddenly, a wheelchair was thrown straight towards the female nurse, knocking her off Tianzhang's body. The masked person was also slashed. He was angry. "It's you." The wheelchair landed near Tianzhang. A familiar voice rang out. "Although I am not close to fellow Taoist Tianzhang, I cannot let him die here." Wang Sheng finished speaking and lightly landed. The young master spoke. "Taoist Master Wang, it seems you don't want to accept my offer." Wang Sheng drew his sword to greet the enemy. "Take action." He looked at him and calculated. "This person hasn't taken action yet. I don't know his strength." Immediately after, he flicked his fingers and ordered, "Saber Slave, I leave Taoist Master Wang to you." That person quickly agreed. "All right." Immediately after, he rushed towards him. "Kid, we haven't decided a winner last time. Let's continue today." He calculated, "My 2 legs are injured and I cannot use the 7 stars sword formation, but the me of now knows how to use more than just this 7 stars sword formation." His attack struck. The Dao Nu sneered, "Such flashy things are useless." Wang Sheng calmly held the long sword and asked again, "Is that so?" Immediately after, he raised his sword into the air. 2 poles, sword intent 4, symbols leverage 1,000 catties. Immediately after, a powerful light beam struck straight towards the Dao Nu. This attack made him momentarily unable to bear it, and he knelt down, his body slightly trembling. It didn't stop there. Wang Sheng continued with the 2 poles 4, symbols Bagua steps. Well, on this side, the female nurse was fighting fiercely. She seemed very confident in her abilities. Tianzong had some difficulty sparring with someone stronger than himself. He quickly used the spirit snake talisman. At the same time, a golden snake fiercely rushed towards the female nurse. She sneered and created another clone to fight the snake. She contemptuously said, "Such petty tricks." The snake was quickly dealt with. The female nurse easily cut through its body. On this side, her sword also quickly slashed towards Tianzhang. He was startled, his heart wavering. "Not good." Then Tianzhang quickly leaped away to dodge. 3 purities dispelling command, 5 elements in the void. Hutu protects my body as fast as the law commands. At the same time, the attack quickly aimed straight towards the female nurse, making her momentarily flustered. She angrily rushed forward and attacked Tianzhang fiercely. "Bastard! I'll take your life!" The blade slashed across his neck like lightning. At that moment, Wang Sheng shouted loudly, "Marshal Uncle Jingyun used sword control technique to kill him directly." At that moment, a powerful aura immediately blocked in front of Tianzhang. He was momentarily stunned. "Just sword key, not sword control technique." Tianzhang smugly said, "Thank you, Brother Sheng, for distracting the enemy. My little master's Vajra body protection is effective again. Little girl, let's continue to fight for 300 rounds. Mighty rare." Suddenly, a golden light erupted, making Tianzhang somewhat surprised. He wondered, combined? The young master smiled cunningly and shot a strike towards him, making Tianzhang momentarily unable to react. He said arrogantly, "Sorry, time is urgent. We won't waste Taoist Master Shu's time anymore." Wang Sheng quickly ran over and asked worriedly, "How are you?" Tianzhang trembled but still struggled. "It didn't hit a vital spot. I won't die." Very quickly, people from the investigation team arrived to help. "We have surrounded the target. We must capture the opponent." The female nurse quickly reported, "Young master, the special investigation team has arrived." Mafanan. He looked very calm. "I know." Then the young master looked at Wang Sheng with a cunning gaze. "And you?" At the same time, the Dao Nu stood up mechanically and stepped forward. Wang Sheng knew as soon as he saw him that this person had lost his mind. Immediately after he left, the female nurse was surprised and called out after him, "Young master, he said our goal has been achieved. Let's go." They quickly went into the dark alley, leaving the Dao Nu to fight. As soon as the person left, the blood-soaked Dao Nu raised his sword and struck forward. But very quickly, long chains were shot out and wrapped tightly around him, holding him firm. The members of the special investigation team coordinated perfectly. The chains became tighter and tighter. At the same time, one of them struck him in the chest with a palm. Finally, in just a moment, the Dao Nu couldn't bear it and collapsed. Wang Sheng watched them. "I heard that the special investigation team in my previous life once formed an evil cultivator team. It seems it was them." The investigation team quickly reported via walkie-talkie, "One evil cultivator has been brought under control. 2 other evil cultivators have fled into the hospital." The other end issued orders, "Team 1, seal off the exits. Team 2, go inside and search. Anyone who resists is allowed to be killed." One of them stepped forward and looked at him. "Taoist Master Wang, do you need our help with treatment?" Wang Sheng looked at him. "This is Taoist Master Shi Tianzhang of Longhu Mountain. He has a way to find Saint Fire Cultivator. Go save him first." After this incident, Wang Sheng seriously thought, It seems now I know why I never heard of Xu Tianzhang's name before. Immediately after Tianzhang was quickly given medicine and bandaged, Wang Sheng thought St. Fire Cultivator's auction tonight could expose the cultivation world to ordinary people, which will definitely cause social upheaval. And the more chaotic the situation, the more benefits the Yin-Yang sect will gain. Xu Tianzhang holds the key to St. Fire Cultivator's whereabouts, directly deciding the success or failure of the opponent's plan. The Yin-Yang sect, for the sake of St. Fire Cultivator's plan, will naturally not let him live. On this side, Tianzhang gritted his teeth and said apologetically, "Tianxing, old man, I'm sorry. In my next life, I'll be your ox or horse." Saying this, he released a bird carrying his blood, which flew high into the sky. The special investigation team immediately took action. Team 1, stay and protect the 2 Taoist masters. The rest, follow me. Immediately notify headquarters and use all means to lock down that talisman bird. Wang Shan watched as he released the talisman bird into the sky. "You're safe now." Tears on Tianzhang's face streamed down like rain. He clenched his teeth to prevent making a sound. Wang Sheng just said, "After you finish crying, wait for the results with me." Finally, they caught the person Mo Yue reported. Taoist Master Wang Saint Fire Cultivator has been captured. We are preparing to interrogate him. Wang Sheng said, "Please take me there." In the room, he sat alone. Everyone stood outside observing through the glass. He coughed a few times. "What do you want to ask? My whole body is severely injured, and there's not much time left. You don't need to waste your energy torturing me." "Not." Qi Ling spoke. "Please tell us the itinerary and information about the Celestial Master's Talisman Records auction." He trembled and took out a cigarette pack from his pocket and lit it. "There was no auction at all. Although I am a trader of Longhu Mountain, I cannot hand over the Celestial Master's Talisman Records to evil cultivators, and the cultivation methods and secret scriptures intended for exchange. I have already given to trustworthy people. Next, they will spread these cultivation methods through the internet." The investigation team quickly notified, "Immediately contact the internet department and monitor these 2 websites, Hot and VN Haitens, top. Tianxing said, "The primordial chi has returned to Earth. Why can't everyone cultivate?" He continued. "I am just a pioneer. There are definitely others behind me." At the same time, Qi Ling suddenly shouted, interrupting him. "Enough. Quickly escort him away. Watch him closely." "Okay," Tianxing calmly said. "No need to waste effort. My time is up." In his final moments, he was worried about his friend. "Tianzhang, he is probably all right. Just now when I released my talisman bird, why was it carrying bloody feathers?" Thinking this, the cigarette in Tianxing's hand also fell. He lowered his head in silence and could never speak again. Qi Ling stood outside and angrily punched the wall, cursing loudly. "This bastard!" Then she quickly ordered, "Release the news that Saint Fire Cultivator is dead." With the fastest speed, everything must return to normal. The cultivators who were causing trouble outside capture those who need to be captured and imprison those who need to be imprisoned. The subordinates quickly followed instructions. Wang Sheng looked at him, his face a little sad. "The cultivation method I cultivated in my previous life was indeed spread through Saint Fire Cultivator's hands, stealing the holy fire and bestowing it upon the common people. Guo Tianxing, in a sense, truly deserves the name Saint Fire Cultivator." Saint Fire Cultivator was dead, but the turmoil he caused had not yet subsided. However, under the combined efforts of Wang Sheng and the others, the cultivators who were causing trouble based on this did not cause too much disturbance. After this battle, Martial Uncle Jingyun said that he was not suited for the dirtiness of the secular world and returned to the mountain to wait for Master to come out of seclusion. As for him, he stayed in the city to recover from his injuries, hoping to use this opportunity to temper his physical body. The scene shifted to the Special Investigation Team's Tao Heritage Research Department. Qi Ling had made other arrangements for him afterward. Returning to Wang Sheng, he awkwardly apologized. "I'm sorry for making you drop everything to accompany me on this trip." Mao Yui happily said, "It's all right. Traveling with Taoist Master Wang is also considered my only vacation this month." Wang Sheng heard this and was a little polite. "Then I've troubled you." Suddenly his phone's message notification rang. The sender was Mu Guanshuan. He was incredibly surprised, and the message content was, "Wait there. I'll be right over." Following that was a series of threatening icons. He was sweating. Before Senior Sister and Junior Sister went down the mountain on behalf of Martial Uncle to guard, Master Martial Uncle must have told them about me as soon as he returned to Mount Zhongnan. "One more, burnt." So, suddenly a voice rang out, startling him. Taoist, Master Wang, we've arrived. An old man among them spoke, Fei Yu of Wudong Mountain. It's been a long time. These people were representatives of Longhu Mountain, Mao Shan, and Gezhou Mountain. Wang Sheng bowed. This junior greets the Taoist masters. He thought, even the grandmasters of the talisman 3 sects have come here. A man walked out of the room. Since little Taoist Master Wang has also arrived, let's begin the meeting. The main topic today is the secret of the heaven and earth, spiritual energy recovery. Hearing this, he couldn't help but be surprised. His heart was roaring non-stop. What? Inside the room, that person began to explain. A year ago, we conducted an exploration of the far side of the moon. This can be said to be a great undertaking of our country. In the initial exploration, we encountered an incredible discovery. Next, please watch this confidential video. This video was filmed before the night of spiritual energy recovery, which was the night of the 30th day of the 12th month. The things that were locked in the cabin were also what they obtained from the far side of the moon. A beautiful girl appeared from nowhere. She read loudly, "Tonight is spring. People return, people so fortunate." Everyone was startled and disgusted. It seems the girl's body exudes primordial chi. Even through a screen you can feel it. Her cultivation is too terrifying. The female cultivator has a divine grade physique. Who exactly is she? He continued. This celestial maiden was discovered by us during our exploration on the far side of the moon. At that time, she was always in a coma. Later, we conducted research on the moon, examining everything around her until we brought her back to Earth. After Wang Sheng left that room, he kept thinking, on the 30th day of the 12th month, almost every family performs ancestor worship to heaven and earth. Could it be that this celestial maiden awoke because of that and also woke up the spiritual energy of the earth? What exactly is hidden on the moon? Why could that celestial maiden attract spiritual energy? Also, why do I feel like that celestial maiden and senior sister are very similar? Suddenly a voice rang out, bringing him back to the present. Little Taoist Master Wang. Wang Sheng was surprised. Professor Ma, he stepped forward. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Come into my office and let's talk. He fumbled around for something. I heard that Qi Ling is your senior mother. My wife has been her best friend for decades. Since you're here today as an elder, I must naturally give you something good. I got this sword from a fellow student of mine. What do you think? Mama, Wang Sheng was surprised. A sword? He explained. It's one of the results of our research. Unfortunately, the cost is too high to mass produce, he continued. Using synthetic materials is quite good. The manufacturing cost is 3,000 yuan per unit. Wang Sheng was startled. 3,000 yuan per unit. Am I fleecing the nation? Immediately after, he was incredibly surprised as he opened the sword box. The sword lay on the red velvet lining, looking very impressive and beautiful. Wang Sheng quickly picked it up and carefully evaluated every line. He commented, true essence flows very smoothly into this sword. The craftsman even considered the growth rate of a cultivator's true essence. Unfortunately, it lacks any spiritual nature. It has no effect on cultivation, only for fighting. He wondered, Professor Ma, Uncle Ma, what is this sword called? He said, it doesn't have a name yet. Why don't you name it? Wang Sheng looked at the sword for a moment, then said, let's call it Spiritless. The scene shifted to the airport. An airplane was slowly descending into the city. Mo Yue's eyes sparkled. I didn't expect Immortal Buyu to personally come here to take care of Taoist Master Wang, so sweet. He just forced a smile when he heard that Wang Sheng was surprised. Unexpectedly, Marshal Uncle Jingyun arranged an airplane. What exactly does she want to do? Could it be she wants to curry favor with junior sister to mend her relationship with Master? This move is truly brilliant. From a distance, a young woman quickly walked in with long, flowing, ink-like hair and a perfect figure. Mu Guanxuan at this moment was like a movie star, incredibly dazzling. A radiant light emanated from her entire body. As soon as she saw Wang Sheng from a distance, she quickly walked towards him. He waved and shouted loudly, "Senior sister!" Her face was as black as the bottom of a pot. She observed him very carefully. "Senior sister, I'm really fine. Maybe the wound will heal tomorrow." Mu Guanxuan turned to look at Mao Yue. "Thank you." She quickly waved her hands. "You're welcome. This is what I should do." Wang Sheng forced a smile. "Senior sister, have you started wearing makeup too?" His heart sounded an alarm. "Senior sister seems to still be angry. I should appease her a bit." Suddenly, a hysterical scream rang out. "Fei, you Taoist master, it's really you! Grandmaster Master has manifested." The old man walked and shouted loudly, "Come back with this poor Taoist. Saving the mountain is like saving a life." The girl following the Taoist shouted, "Master, wait for me." Mu Guanxuan quickly became vigilant and stood in front of Wang Sheng. He politely spoke, "May I ask who this Taoist master is?" Wang Sheng secretly guessed. This Taoist master's accent just now was from Sichuan. Could it be a Taoist master from the Shu Mountain sect? He happily bowed. I was too excited and forgot to introduce myself. This poor Taoist is Fei Lianzi of the Shu Mountain Sword Sect. I specially came to find you this time. Wang Xing also bowed respectfully. This junior greets Taoist Master Fei Lianzi. But Wang Sheng couldn't help but wonder, why does the Sword Sect want to find me? Soon everyone got in the car. Fei Lianzi seemed very interested in him. He happily said, "Fei Yu, our Sword Sect's future is all up to you." Wang Sheng forced a smile. "Taoist Master, you're joking." After a short period of communication, he finally understood the purpose of Taoist Master Fei Lianzi's visit this time. Before the heaven and earth, primordial chi was cut off. The Sword Sect established a trial called the Sword. 72. After the heaven and earth, primordial chi recovered, the trial was reopened. According to the records of the Sword Sect, as long as one can pass the trial, they can obtain the complete sword techniques. The problem was, until now, not even a single disciple of the Sword Sect has been able to pass this trial, or even enter it. Wang Sheng scratched his head. So that's how it is. But Taoist Master Fei Lianzi, my Tao cultivation is shallow. I'm afraid I might not be able to pass the trial. He was full of confidence. How can you not do it? Fei Yu, you are the leader of the new era of sword cultivators. This sword, bone, and sword physique. You are truly a swordsman. He heard such a stream of praise, and his head couldn't help but feel dizzy, his face stiff and pale. Wang Sheng was silent for a long time. He clenched his hands tightly on his knees and thought seriously. Then he said, "This matter, this junior indeed cannot refuse, but I can give it a try. Perhaps after 2 days, my leg injuries will recover, and I can set off for Swordgate Pass." Pump. He thought, the Sword Sect's sword control technique, many people in the past year wanted it, but couldn't get it. I cannot miss this opportunity. Fei Lianzi Avia happily said, "That's easy. I just happen to have some sacred medicine from the sect here." Wang Sheng said, "I appreciate Taoist Master's kindness. I have received it in my heart. Actually, with my current condition, these minor injuries are not difficult to recover from. The injuries on my 2 legs seem serious, but it's not difficult for them to heal. I can use this opportunity to temper my bones and perhaps reach a higher level." Mu Guanxuan fiercely pinched his ear, as if to say, "How dare you mention your legs?" Wang Sheng whimpered, "Senior sister, I was wrong." The girl following the Taoist whispered playfully, "Master, does that mean Taoist? Master Feiyu and Immortal Buyu." Hearing this, he laughed and interrupted, "I understand." Everyone's car was still moving in the city. A voice shouted loudly, "What did you say?" Mao Yu quickly said, "Taoist Master, can your legs recover? Now, I just received news that a part of our unit was infiltrated by evil cultivators. There were serious deaths and injuries." Wang Sheng was startled. What? The scene shifted. Everyone quickly moved by helicopter, Mao Yue reported. "Taoist, Master Wang, those evil cultivators are from the 5 God sect. They have now fled to the island. They are relying on having over 100 hostages in their hands, and are saying they want to negotiate with the government about the order of the cultivation world." He frowned. "It's the 5 God sect again. I'm afraid they have other demands." Mao Yu finished receiving the report and trembled. "They are demanding that you and the team leader go to negotiate. Otherwise, they will kill 1 hostage every 3 minutes. They have already started harming the hostages." Wang Sheng's face turned dark. "I understand." Then he quickly had Mu Guanxuan apply medicine to his legs. Wang Sheng calculated. "Taoist, Damson Mu Yin Shen died by my hand. They want me to go there unless they want revenge, to make a show of force. Later, I will protect Senior Mother to buy everyone more time. Just do as planned." He speculated, if Saint Fire Cultivator was just a troublemaker, this time it's a challenge from Evil Tao to the government. The 5 God sect is not afraid like this. No wonder I was captured by a group in my previous life. He instructed Mu Guanxuan, "Senior sister, as long as I activate the full medicinal effect, my legs can fully recover. You stay at the base camp and wait for me later. You don't need to take action in this matter." Suddenly she didn't say anything and just stood up straight. Wang Sheng was stunned. Senior sister. Mu Guanshuan opened her mouth and said something. She tried to speak as slowly as possible so Wang Sheng could understand. He watched her intently. Wang Sheng understood what she wanted to say was, I'll go with you. He knew he couldn't stop Mu Guanshuan. Then we'll go together. On this side, everyone was discussing the plan. The entire island had been sealed off. The elite team was preparing for battle. We can reach the target in 15 minutes. Combined with our numerical and external firepower advantage, we can definitely capture the enemy. The enemy is easy, but we still need to ensure the safety of the hostages, Qiling thought. The evil cultivators holding hundreds of hostages clearly planned everything meticulously, but according to the principles of the combat team, we absolutely cannot retreat, nor can we let them escape from this place. At the same time, he and everyone else quickly arrived. Wang Sheng said, Senior mother. Oh, from down. Hearing his voice, she quickly turned around, Xiao Sheng. He asked anxiously, what's the specific situation now? Qiling said. Things are not as expected. The opponent has several virtual core realm experts and also hundreds of evil cultivators. The important point is that they are holding hostages, saying that we're afraid of breaking the vase while catching the rat. He rushed forward. I'll go alone. Anyway, I have cultivation, so I can try to buy some time. She said. Now is not the time to use emotions. The opponent wants us to go there too. Besides, if my life can be exchanged for the safety of the two hostages, my sacrifice will also have meaning. A subordinate ran in hastily and reported, Team leader, the information team has replied, the evil cultivator has agreed to a video call with us. Yen-sam. Qiling quickly said, all right, let me see what tricks they are going to play now. Have you confirmed the opponent's identity? The subordinate quickly reported. It's confirmed. According to the documents, the person speaking to us is the leader of the Five Gods sect, Shui Ru Shen. The voice on the other end rang out. As expected, they didn't just find a random person to deceive this old man. Qiling, old lady, I was still thinking if you didn't appear in this video. After a pause, he continued, we would kill everyone here. She still remained calm. If you were truly confident in facing us, why would you capture innocent civilians? He retorted, you are wrong. People are born to bear sins. Dying by this old man's hand is fate. He spoke without the slightest hesitation. Qiling, look at the clock. I will be there in 3 hours, but you must immediately stop the wanton killing of innocents. He continued, all right, if you don't appear in 3 hours, I will kill everyone one by one in front of you. Now this old man must meet the bold sword cultivator who killed my sworn fourth brother. Wang Sheng stepped forward. I am here. That lecherous scoundrel was killed by me. Senior, if you want revenge, find me. Why vent your anger on others? Besides, I am not only bold, but also kind-hearted. How about I perform a free ritual for you later? He laughed heartily. You have spirit. If you killed my fourth brother, if you are afraid and don't come, that's fine. I will come find you myself later. He said calmly, it's not that I'm afraid. Do you not want me to come, or do you want to force me to come there? Even if I am a sword cultivator, what if I accidentally injure you? Speaking of which, he let out a breath and blew on his fingernails. Perhaps you will no longer have the face to continue living in this cultivation world. He sneered. Such an arrogant little brat who only knows how to talk big. Bring your sword and bring the two people next to you. I am not afraid of anything. The Taoist stepped forward. Fei Lianzi of the Sword Sect, I will definitely seek your guidance in the future. Mu Guanshuan was also in a ready stance. He continued, 3 hours from now, if you people do not appear in front of me today, the island will be destroyed and people will die. Whoever dares to meddle in the affairs of the cultivation world is asking for trouble. Fei Lianzi happily praised him. Fei Yu, your provocation technique is not bad. He scratched his head. Fortunately, the Taoist master reacted quickly and added 4 more people to the island. Qiling quickly continued and instructed, everyone prepare thoroughly. Just now, I reported an additional half an hour, which is enough time for the combat team and the major sects in the city to prepare. Musor, Fei Lianzi, decalculated. The combat team and those major sects, aren't they all virtual core realm seniors? These evil cultivators aren't fools, they're directly seeking conflict. Wang Sheng said, those seniors came to participate in the exchange conference before and just happened to encounter this incident. But if we use experts to sneak attack, is it possible to succeed? He breathed a sigh of relief. Even a golden core expert might not be able to guarantee defeating many cultivators in an instant, let alone at this moment. Can they break through to the golden core realm? If that's the case, their comprehension of the Tao realm is a bit abnormal. Dannuan Dumosin Santa, he said shyly. Taoist Master Fei Lianzi is right. I was too naive. Wang Sheng thought to himself, we do have golden core cultivators, but perhaps he won't arrive in time. Okshiri. Moan, the scene shifted to Mount Zhongnan. On the peak of Mount Unknown, Jingyun and Chiwen were sitting outside the cave where his master was cultivating in seclusion. She was monitoring the situation via phone. The Five God sect? Was that a Taoist sect from before? Aren't Feiyu and Buyu in danger? Suddenly, a lazy voice rang out. Smells good, sister-in-law. Have you finished cooking for me? Jingyun was startled. Senior brother, why did you come out without saying anything? Qing Yuanzi stretched. I don't know why, but my comprehension was suddenly interrupted, so I had to come out of seclusion. He looked at Qi Wen, a little surprised. Huh, where did senior sister take this disciple? But as soon as he looked closely, he couldn't help but show surprise on his face. She truly resembled his mother. Qing Yuanzi's entire body seemed to turn to stone. He just stood there, stunned, looking at Qi Wen. You are... Immediately after, Qing Yuanzi quickly rushed towards her. Xiao Wen, you are Xiao Wen, right? Seeing Qi Wen so stunned, he was startled and remembered. It seemed he was a little rude. Qing Yuanzi immediately let go of her and said sadly, Xiao Wen, I am your father. Perhaps you have never met me. He awkwardly said, let me go take a bath. I will come see you after I am clean. Jingyun stepped forward. Senior brother, I'm afraid you don't have time to talk to Xiao Wen now. Buyu Feiyu and also sister-in-law Qi Ling are in trouble. Hearing this, both father and daughter exclaimed in panic at the same time. What? The scene shifted to Wang Sheng's group. 3 helicopters quickly landed. Everyone quickly entered the island. Everyone's face was extremely serious. At the same time, 2 people stepped forward and greeted them. Greetings to the seniors. Greetings, team leader. These 2 were Yan Zheng and Zhang Ziqiang. The old man stepped forward. I am just here to assist in the exorcism. Everything is according to everyone's arrangements. Wang Shen thought these cultivation instructors seemed to be virtual core realm experts. He silently observed them for a long time, constantly thinking. The robust young man stepped forward and greeted him. You are Feiyu, right? The plan is simple. You just need to arrive as scheduled and attract the opponent's attention. Don't worry. We will protect you secretly. Wang Sheng and Mu Guanshuan stepped forward and bowed. Thank you, seniors. Zhengnan drew the sword from his back and presented it in front of him. Feiyu, I heard your sword was destroyed before. This sword is for you. Wang Sheng was awkward. Senior, this is too kind. Zhengnan generously said. Take it. Consider it a welcome gift. Otherwise that fellow Qing Yuanzi will definitely complain to me. Hearing this, Wang Sheng was no longer polite. Then thank you, senior. He awkwardly forced a smile. It seems this senior is also an old friend of Master's. The weather on the island quickly turned dark. It was quiet all around. Everyone had now reached the meeting place. Qi Ling instructed Feiyu. After we lure the virtual core realm experts of the evil cultivators, the combat team will launch a rapid strike to rescue the hostages. Although it's a bit forced, we should still try to lure the evil cultivators towards us later. He continued, I understand we can buy a little more time later. Fei Lianzi was worried. If we kill the evil cultivators directly, later won't we provoke them to anger? Wang Sheng explained. They once said that everything in the cultivation world is handled by cultivators. The less we care about the hostages, the safer they will be. They quickly arrived at the location. He calculated, let's get close to the shore and follow the plan. As soon as everyone stepped ashore, countless evil energy sources flew around them. From the darkness, a voice rang out. Kid, you are the one who killed Elder Mu Yin of my 5 God sect, right? He quickly drew his sword and replied calmly, It is I. What about it? That person shouted crazily. Quickly surrender, otherwise those captured people, before he could finish, blood was already flowing from his neck. Wang Sheng's aura was powerful as he said loudly. You said that matters in the cultivation world are handled by cultivators. Now I am here. You want to threaten me with ordinary people. He circulated his internal energy and shouted, Kill if you want. Anyway, I am here today to eliminate evil and demons. If I spare your lives, who knows how many people will be harmed. At the same time, a voice rang out. Disciples of the sect, whoever kills this person will be rewarded with 10 years of cultivation. Secret methods. Kill these 3 people and bring Qi Ling to the island. Immediately after, he smiled lightly and charged forward, fighting the group of evil cultivators alone. sword light was like frost piercing the clouds and moon. His aura was so overwhelming that the entire group of them were a little scared and stood there dumbfounded. Fei Lianzi couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. I never expected Feiyu to be so terrifying once he acts decisively. Just based on this scene, it's hard to say who is the mortal without power to resist, and who is the evil cultivator who slaughters recklessly. Manhwa Sensin. One of them fiercely charged forward, waste combine forces and kill him, share the spoils. Wang Sheng was secretly pleased. It seems the opponent has fallen for the bait. Next, what we need to do is gradually increase the weight of our side to lure out more evil cultivators. He quickly leaped forward towards them. None of them could see Wang Sheng's figure. In an instant, he was standing on the shoulder of one of the leaders among them. They said to each other, now is the time to use magic to kill him. He's just a small, nascent soul realm cultivator. Can he really fly out? At the same time, a ray of swordlight flew past Fei Lianzi, quickly chanted a spell. Heaven and earth, law control sword with chi swing sword to eliminate demons. It should be so. My Dao Chi Wu rushes through the clouds. After he landed, he asked happily, Feiyu, how is my sword control technique? He smiled brightly. It has broadened my horizons. Suddenly they quickly retreated into the dark bushes. The two exchanged glances. Wang Sheng said, Taoist master, do you dare to charge forward together and break this formation? Fei Lianzi flew over. Stay away from me and absolutely don't be careless. At this moment, only Mu Guanchuan and Qi Ling remained on the boat. They watched in silence, not saying anything. Each had their own thoughts. Fei Lianzi quickly joined the battle. He made hand seals with one hand and charged into the group of evil cultivators. One of the evil cultivators was terrified and hid behind a large tree. What kind of background does that Taoist have? Has the legendary sword control technique appeared? Before he could regain his composure, he shouted loudly, Attack him! He continued outside. This is the Five Gods sect. You said that matters in the cultivation world are handled by cultivators. Did you mean to tell us to kill more evil cultivators, to make our Tao hearts unstable and fall into the demonic path? The investigation team immediately reported in a panic. Immediately retreat. The opponent has a team of experts heading towards you. The opponent's virtual core realm expert hasn't made a move yet. Everyone protect yourselves. If they really insist on keeping the hostages, we will launch a strong attack. Everyone immediately gathered together. Fei Lianzi was a little worried. Trouble is here. Be careful in responding. Wang Sheng reminded Mu Guanchuan, senior sister, later you don't need to hold back. What do you want tomorrow? She hummed, indicating she understood. They said to each other, let's attack together. If we don't kill Wang Feiyu today, he will definitely be a threat to us in the future. Manon de Candon, it's war. Fei Lianzi worriedly instructed. Feiyu, be careful. These are all nascent soul realm cultivators. Every one of them is full of killing intent. I'm afraid some of them have truly cultivated demonic techniques. Odd. Wang Sheng was vigilant, I understand. At the same time, Mu Guanchuan circulated her internal energy and began to fly. Yin-yang Tu-chi vast primordial supreme. Yin-yang vast. Primordial formation open. Immediately after, she quickly rushed towards the group of evil cultivators. Immediately, her internal energy created a huge vortex that swept through the evil cultivators, making them panic and quickly retreat. She remained unaffected and continued to charge forward. One of them shouted, No! The heaven and earth primordial chi has been disrupted. We can't use any of our cultivation. So terrifying. What realm is this little girl in? At the same time, deep within the island, a group of people were gathered around the girl, sitting in the center. Her surroundings radiated powerful internal energy. These useless things can't even handle a few juniors. Seniors, why don't we all take action and capture Qi Ling, then escape immediately? She was Shui Ru Shen. Taoist? Tie Ying of the Iron Eagle sect said, It's easy for us to go, but what about those sect members? Next to him was Duan Kongming. Ru Shen, roll over in the air. After capturing Qi Ling, we will immediately escape. Keep them there to attract attention from the military and police. The chaotic era is coming. If you have strength, why worry about not being able to recruit subordinates? On this side, Mu Guanchuan's vortex was getting fiercer and fiercer. It continuously expanded and spun violently in the air. The evil cultivators were stunned. This person is truly formidable. Run quickly. At the same time, a purple light carrying a skull flew over. Whoever runs will be killed without mercy. Wang Sheng quickly blocked in front of her and fiercely, decisively slashed his sword towards the skull, but the attack seemed to have no effect on it at all. Wang Shen taunted. Do you still have any shame facing three of us at the breakthrough stage? You still need to use a virtual core realm cultivator. The group of Rushen's people arrived. She said, Mo Shi. I said, kid, you must die here tonight. The group quickly rushed forward. The leader said loudly, Seniors, achieving fame and success is tonight. At all costs, you must capture Qiling. As for the others. After a pause, she smiled cunningly and pointed towards Wang Sheng and the others, coldly ordering, kill them all. The other end quickly reported to Qiling. Team leader, the rescue team has set off for the central area of the island. The operation has entered the second phase. She said seriously, all right, I understand. Immediately after Qiling said seriously, seniors take action. From under the water, everyone rushed forward excitedly. Feiyu, you retreat. The rest is up to us. Cool. Rushen didn't expect this turn of events and immediately glared angrily, shouting, You dare to ambush us, despicable. Zheng Nan rushed forward and scoffed, There is no deception in war. Lone cultivator Yan Zheng requested guidance from Shui. Rushen. A single palm strike made her startled. Damn it, this person's cultivation is not below mine. I can't shake him off in a short time. Thinking this, Rushen quickly shouted orders. Ah, Tai, quickly go capture Qiling. Fei Lianzi quickly became vigilant. Feiyu, be careful. The difficult person is coming. Suddenly, a slender, soft hand quickly touched their shoulders. It was Mu Guanshuan. She skillfully threw the two men behind her. Wang Sheng shouted in alarm, Senior sister. At this moment, facing Mu Guanshuan, was a large, fierce man who was much stronger than her. On this side, the old man Kongming took a puff of smoke, then exhaled a thick stream of dark energy towards the two of them. That evil Taoist said mockingly, The talisman? 3 sects don't cultivate on the mountains. They come here to entertain me and do evil deeds. That's not good. Killing you is a good opportunity to speak to the world. The so-called famous sects are just names. As soon as he finished speaking, he circulated his internal energy and prepared to attack the two Taoists. They also quickly circulated their internal energy and took out talismans, evil cultivators causing chaos. I naturally have to take action to stop them and let you know what righteous Tao strength is. Thus, immediately after a huge surge of power ruthlessly poured straight towards Tie Ying, startling him. Under the attack of the two Taoists, he was like a little bird and was quickly thrown away. The two old men stroked their beards. Evil cultivators are arrogant, thinking they can rely on their own strength to break through the siege and rush into the sea. But they don't realize they are the clowns themselves. Today your fate is sealed. Saying this, a green light continuously surrounded him. He quickly used the Heavenly Thunder and Fire Five Waters lead Thunder Talisman. Quickly, as the law commands. As soon as the incantation was finished, the entire sky in this area was almost covered by that evil power. On this side, Mu Guanshuan and Taishen were also confronting each other. He looked at her and couldn't help but admit, You are very strong, but you are only in the nascent soul realm. Blocking a virtual core is too foolish. You must die today. Saying this, he quickly circulated his internal energy and rushed towards her. Mu Guanshuan also didn't flinch. She also leaped up and quickly chanted, Tranquility becomes yin, movement becomes yang yin, and yang follow the heart. Hold and grasp the square. Immediately after, a green dragon appeared next to Mu. Guanshuan, its aura powerful. Immediately after, the dragon opened its mouth wide towards Tieshan. He sneered, Too slow, too weak. It's useless. Saying this, he charged forward and pounced on Mu Guanshuan. Looking at her at this moment, she looked so small compared to her opponent, but she wasn't afraid at all, and quickly circulated her internal energy. A technique of vast primordial, utmost softness was unleashed again. Mu Guanshuan's small figure quickly slid downwards. Her hand decisively struck Tieshan's chest. His eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but praise. Little girl, very capable. On this side, Fei Lianzi was in awe. I've long heard that immortal Buyu is formidable. I didn't expect even this profound iron god to be unable to do anything in her hands. Wang Sheng spoke on her behalf. Taoist master, you are too kind. Fei Lianzi continued. No, I am speaking the truth. One person is enough to deal with profound iron god. We should protect team leader Qi better. Everyone was so focused on watching the battle that they didn't notice a black shadow slowly emerging behind Qiling, but Wang Sheng quickly noticed it. He warned, Senior Mother, be careful. At the same time, he rushed backward. His prey was lost. That guy was angry. Kid, you're seeking death, don't blame me. His face was bleeding because of him, but fortunately Wang Sheng could still resist, Fei Lianzi said nervously. Fei Yu, quickly get the team leader out of here. Immediately after he wrapped his arm around her waist. Senior mother, forgive me. Ru Shen looked over. Third brother also failed, but the opponent was only 2 nascent soul realm cultivators. As long as he delayed for a while, he could definitely capture Qi Ling and disrupt the morale of those people. Buy some time for third brother. Just as she thought this, Zheng Nan also fiercely slashed over Ru Shen, cried out in pain. 5 gods, sect, right here, kill all those ordinary people, don't leave a single one alive. At the same time, a voice rang out. Notify the entire island. All hostages on the island have been rescued. The 3 of them were simultaneously startled. What? Everyone began to implement the plan and entered the second phase. Unify all combat power and eliminate all evil cultivators. The special team needs to surround the evil cultivators. Don't let a single one escape. Meanwhile, on this side, everyone was still dividing up to deal with Ru Shen's group. Fei Lianzi looked at him. Good kid, leave this place to us and rest a bit. The credit will be yours. Wang Sheng rushed out. Thank you, senior. Ru Shen saw the situation was not favorable and calculated. The tide has turned. Let's go. Tai, quickly retreat. But the place where they wanted to escape was blocked by a large yin-yang bagua symbol. She was flustered. What in the world is going on? Could it be Mao? And from this side, Tia Shen roared and rushed towards Mu Guanxuan. Little girl! Mu Guanxuan lightly extended her hand and struck Ru Shen in the chest with her internal energy. She was startled. I've encountered a ghost. Is this little girl really only in the nascent soul realm? My word, bound. At the same time, Zheng Nan said with killing intent, worldly evil and turmoil should be dead. Saying this, he simultaneously stabbed straight towards Ru Shen, leaving her no time to react. Finally, Zheng Nan successfully eliminated the evil person. She lay motionless on the ground, lifeless. He raised his sword to the sky and shouted loudly, Shui Ru Shen is dead! Everyone unite our forces to clear the battlefield. If the evil cultivators are not eliminated tonight, we will fight to the end. Everyone was full of fighting spirit and understood. And that night, Shui Ru Shen was killed. The general situation was set. All the evil cultivators had no power to resist. As for the few leaders under the joint efforts of the seniors, they were also killed. Among them, Profound Iron. God, surrounded by 7 or 8 instructors, also died terribly. His entire body's bones broken, his protective internal chi shattered. On the other hand, because a virtual core realm expert cleared the way during the raid to rescue people, all the hostages were rescued, the combat team had arrived, and the aftermath was being handled properly. As for him and Mu Guanxuan, after the battle, Wang Sheng leaned tiredly against her. The moonlight shone brightly on the sea. Xiaosheng, Xiaoshuan, fortunately, you 2 were here. Ma Consonat Iman. The voice gradually woke him up. Qiling continued. Can you 2 stay at the special investigation team for a while? After all, Yan Zheng and the others are mainly responsible for border defense. The investigation team needs your help. Well, it will not grant. Mu Guanxuan stammered, looking at him. This junior brother. Wang Sheng quickly understood senior sister wanted him to make the decision. Wang Sheng said, Senior mother, this matter should wait until we report it to master and then decide. Besides, I have already agreed with senior Fei Lianzi to go to the sword sect. She saw him refuse and sighed, then continued. All right then. What rewards do you want this time? Zheng Nan quickly laughed loudly. Buyu Fei Yu, everyone here. This time we owe it to you 2. That fellow Qing Yuanzi talks big every day on moments, saying he has 2 genius disciples. At first I thought he was just boasting. Meeting you today, you truly live up to your reputation. Wang Sheng was stunned. Senior Yan Zheng, Senior Ziqiang. Ziqiang laughed happily. Stop talking about these useless things. Let's get straight to the point. Fei Yu, are you 2 interested in joining the combat team? Zheng Nan was angry. What are you doing? Stealing people. They are now consultants for the special investigation team. Ziqiang calmly said, Such good seeds. How can we let them go? Their master is Qing Yuanzi. What cultivation does he have? How about he fight me? Whoever wins gets them. What? Hassan. Wang Sheng forced a smile. 2 seniors, please calm down a bit. Seeing the impetuosity of the 2 seniors, he couldn't help but think of Tianjiang. He could be said to be a specialty of Longhu Mountain. Wang Sheng was stunned and couldn't help but exclaim, Longhu Mountain, they are all the same. Suddenly, everyone noticed someone in the air. Everyone was instantly startled. The other side quickly gave orders to prepare for defense. Order. Quickly, cultivators below the virtual core realm, leave quickly. It's a golden core realm expert. All units be ready to fight at any time. Zheng Nan was nervous. Damn it! Since when did the Five God sect have a golden core expert? Zikiyang also quickly prepared ammunition. Wuong Sheng raised his hand to interrupt. Two seniors, the person up there seems to be my master. Hearing this, Qiling's mood was somewhat complex. She silently looked up at the moon for a long time. Qing Yuanzi stood on his sword in the sky and shouted down with a resonant voice, "Where are the evil cultivators?" Wuong Sheng shouted loudly, "Master, the evil cultivators have all been eliminated. Master, why don't you come down first?" He said, "It seems I came on this trip for nothing. It's even better that the demons have been eliminated." Xiao Xuan, Xiao, are you too injured? Your cultivation is quite low. Don't cause trouble for others. Ziqiang was surprised. Those two have low cultivation. Return. Mine said that. Zheng Nan continued. Those words also make sense. Their master is a golden core powerhouse. Seeing Qing Yuanzi kept flying up there, Zheng Nan looked up and said loudly, "Martial brother Qing Yuan, why don't you come down and meet?" He replied from above. "Martial brother Zheng Nan, I came in a hurry. My clothes are not tidy. It's not convenient to appear." Xiaosheng Xiaoshuan, if you two are fine, come over here and talk with me. Ji no Danshunan. Both quickly went to a deserted place. Then both said, "We pay our respects to Master." He turned around. The two of you? You haven't caused any trouble outside during this time. Have you? I heard from Martial Sister Jingyun that you two encountered some trouble. As soon as I came out of seclusion, I flew here on my sword. As soon as Wuong Sheng saw his appearance, he couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh until his face was pale. Mu Guanshuan seemed frozen and couldn't speak. He was a little awkward. These clothes were torn by the wind during my flight. It's not a big deal. Immediately after, he quickly put down his things and took off his clothes. It's this disciple's incompetence that made Master worry. As soon as Qing Yuanzi saw this scene, he covered his face and shouted, "Why does this child have such inappropriate thoughts about this master? Your senior sister is so beautiful. Why do you have such strange preferences?" Wuong Shen was stunned. As expected, Master is still Master. He held up his clothes with both hands. "Master, you have probably met junior sister, right? Senior mother, junior sister's mother is here." Qing Yuanzi couldn't help but sigh. "Forget it. We will meet eventually." His face showed a hint of sadness. "This master will change clothes first. You two stay away for a bit." Immediately after, he winked mischievously at Mu Guanshuan. "Quickly go call senior mother over." She quickly obediently followed. The husband and wife looked at each other from a distance. After many months apart, Qing Yuanzi dressed neatly, with tidy hair exuded an immortal aura. "Ah Ling," Qiling frowned. "I still have a lot of things to do. Say what you need to say, but keep it as simple as possible." Immediately after, he rushed over and hugged her tightly. "You've hidden from me for 20 years. You've tormented me to the point of madness. I don't want to lose you again." Qiling's face was startled, but finally she gently accepted. She also hugged Qing Yuanzi tightly. "That year I left in anger, which was indeed my fault. Don't treat me like this. Besides, now I don't have much time for anything else besides work." Qing Yuanzi said seriously. "I know your special investigation team is still recruiting, right? I don't want to be separated from you anymore. Besides, this way, I can also get some resources for Xiaosheng and the others." Qiling quickly agreed. "All right, I will give you the highest benefits and won't make you do insignificant work. Xiaosheng and Xiaoshuan, according to Yanzheng's standards, will each be given elixirs and spirit stones every month." Qing Yuanzi wondered, "What about me?" Qiling fiercely pulled his ear and whispered, "You have to work for me for free." Qing Yuanzi quickly compromised. All right, working for my wife for free. What's wrong with that?" Wuong Sheng couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "Is that how it's done, as expected? Master is master." From a distance, a shy voice rang out. "Who is your wife? Why are you so annoying?" From the bushes behind, Zheng Nan and the others crawled out. "I knew it. Fei Yu usually calls team leader senior mother. There must be something going on here." Ziqiang was stunned. "Damn. The team leader of the investigation team, a golden core realm cultivator. How is that possible?" Fei Lianzi was also excited. "Boundless heavenly venerable, this gossip is probably very hot." Wuong Sheng cried internally, "Seniors, are you that free?" Then he looked at his master and senior mother. "But it's also good this way." Qiling was still questioning. "Pay attention to your image. Now I am your superior. You must call me team leader." Qing Yuanzi happily said, "Understood, team leader." Wang Sheng was also happy. Master's long-cherished wish has finally been fulfilled. A few days later, at Swordgate Pass in northern Shu, Fei Lianzi awkwardly said, "Fei Yu, you've really worked hard this time." Wang Sheng continued, "Taoist Master Fei Lianzi, this is something I should do." He was touched and tearfully said, "Finally our sword sect has been saved." Don't. His disciple said loudly, "Master Image." After dealing with the matters of the five-god sect, he came to Shu Mountain with Taoist Master Fei Lianzi. Although ostensibly to help the sword sect, it was actually an important part of his cultivation. He recalled that in his previous life, Wang Sheng had come to the sword sect several times to seek opportunities. Unexpectedly, after being reborn, he came here again as a helper. As soon as they arrived, a group of people were waiting. The old man smiled happily. "Little friend Fei Yu, you've been waiting for a long time." This was the great elder of the sword sect. He didn't spare any praise. Young age yet carrying two Taoist sword intents, Fei Yu as expected of a sword Tao genius. He bowed. "Senior, you are too kind. The two-pole sword intent on my body was bestowed by Grandmaster Master." He was stunned. "Grandmaster? Master, I didn't expect him to have comprehended sword Tao and even bestow it upon others." Fei Lianzi cleared his throat, reminding him, "Elder, shouldn't we discuss the main business?" "The sword sect." Elder smiled kindly. "No rush. We also need to prepare Fei Yu. Just rest for now. We will talk about the trial after everything is settled." He cultivated his internal energy while thinking, Shu Mountain Sword Sect takes the sword as its main path. Its Tao charm is also different from Wudong's. It seems to have also guided me. Thinking this, a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. How should I wield my sword in the future? After all, I have shown some behavior on this trip. Indeed, I was too hasty. He recalled Qing Yuanzi's words. Fighting desperately to kill evil cultivators, his legs were injured, yet he insisted on going to save people. Arrogance was originally the nature of young people, but cultivating the Tao must first cultivate the mind. To become an immortal, one must first be human. The sword. 72 is also your opportunity. I cannot stop you. But after the trial is over, I want you to return to the mountain for 3 years of seclusion to focus on cultivation. Summarize everything you have gained during this period and write a stability character in your heart. He seriously reflected on himself. Since I came down the mountain, I have indeed become quite arrogant. Ultimately, I still lack the initial connection with heaven and earth. Suddenly, a resounding sound made him open his eyes wide. The bell. Something is wrong. Wang Sheng analyzed. This is Zen sound next to the sword sect. There's a Buddhist temple here. In the morning, he and Fei Lianzi practiced swords together. Hearing Wang Sheng's words, he was a little surprised. "You mean Xi'an Temple? It has existed for over 1,000 years. It was originally dilapidated, but because it had a complete Buddhist heritage, it gradually recovered after the heaven and earth spiritual energy recovered." Hearing this, he couldn't help but wonder, then why didn't the sword sect let them move? Fei Lianzi sighed. "I also asked the abbot. I heard there are many ancient demons suppressed there from 1,000 years ago. Now that the heaven and earth spiritual energy has recovered, I don't know if those demons will come back to life." Wang Sheng looked up at the sky. "There are too many secrets of this heaven and earth. When you have the opportunity, you should still broaden your horizons a bit." As soon as he had the idea, he told Fei Lianzi, "Taoist Master, can you take me to Xi'an Temple?" He smiled happily. "All right. This morning I originally wanted to take you sightseeing anyway. How about we change into some new clothes later and go into the temple to see the Buddha statues?" Madam Wang Sheng calculated. "The sword sect matter has caused a delay. I must first inform Master. Then I will go to Xi'an Temple with Taoist Master Fei Lianzi to see what's going on." After making his decision, he called his master. "It's all right. You are a guest at the Heavenly Sword Sect. You must not be disrespectful. In addition, Xi'an Temple has a monk named Ru Fengkan. You let him transmit 20 years of pure power to you." Hearing this, he was a little stunned. "Master, are you serious?" Qing Yuanzi calmly said, "Of course I'm joking with you, but Xi'an Temple is not far from the sword sect. If you have nothing to do, help this master visit Monk Feng." He smiled happily and couldn't help but exclaim, "Even in the Buddhist sect, Master has acquaintances. Old man Master, you have a wide network of friends." "Oh, I'm not." On the other end of the line, the scent of love permeated. "Wife, how is this strength?" Qiling said, "Just all right, Wang Sheng heard the strong scent of dog food and hung up the phone. His mind was still thinking. After the spiritual energy recovered, the Tao heritage of the various famous Taoist mountains quickly rose. The Buddhist sect was completely different. Only a few small temples had a few high monks. I don't know if this Xi'an temple is a place where crouching tigers and hidden dragons reside. Then he and Fei Lianzi also arrived. A voice full of determination rang out. You are Fei Yu, aren't you? Some time ago, Qing Yuanzi mentioned you to this poor monk quite a bit. This person was Zen Master Wuong. He winked slyly and asked him, But has your master found his wife yet? Wang Sheng smiled happily. Thank you, Zen Master Wuong, for remembering Master Senior Mother reunited with Master a few days ago. Hearing this, Wuong couldn't help but laugh heartily. It's good that they found each other. It wasn't in vain that he was so devoted. But the two of you came at a very good time. Then he continued. Abbot, if that matter is true, I'm afraid the sword sect will also be affected. It's rare that Taoist Master Fei Lianzi and Fei Yu are here. How about letting them take a look? The old man behind him sighed. This is the abbot of Xi'an Temple Shuangku. Your visit today. 2 immortal masters is also fate. Please follow this old monk to the well behind the back courtyard. Hearing this, he and Fei Lianzi were a little nervous. As soon as they arrived, the abbot explained, This place is called the Demon Sealing Well. Legend has it that a great formation is hidden here, suppressing an ancient demon from 1,000 years ago. Before the heaven and earth, primordial chi recovered, you could see a cave under this well. Fei Lianzi didn't understand, and asked again, Zen Master Wuong, what does the abbot mean? Wuong quickly continued. After the spiritual energy recovered, the great formation in the well opened, and that cave disappeared. However, last month, changes occurred here. You can see the specifics for yourselves. Wang Sheng's face immediately turned pale. He recognized it as demonic chi. He continued, That's right. The great formation has gone through 1,000 years and is no longer a barrier. It could break down at any time. At that time, the suppressed ancient demon will likely awaken and cause great chaos in the world. He couldn't help but be stunned. That ancient demon, after being suppressed for 1,000 years, is still not dead. A golden core. Cultivator under abundant spiritual energy only has a lifespan of over 800 years. Under the condition of depleted spiritual energy, it still lived for 1,000 years. What realm is this ancient demon in? If it can truly escape, it will definitely be a huge disaster for the mortal world. After learning that Xi'an Temple was suppressing a 1,000-year-old ancient demon, Wang Sheng immediately contacted the Special Investigation Team. Fei Lianzi also notified the elders of the sword sect to come and help investigate. Although the ancient demon had not yet awakened, no one dared to provoke it recklessly. After all, it involved a 1,000-year-old ancient demon. Even the Special Investigation Team could only adapt to the situation. The final decision was that the Special Investigation Team invited a high monk to help reinforce the Demon Chi Purification Grand Formation. At the same time, they also proceeded to conduct geological surveys of the surroundings to formulate a battle plan. On the other hand, the sword sect also made a promise that as soon as the ancient demon showed any unusual movements, they would immediately send reinforcements. Because of this, the 72 Swords trial became the most important matter for the sword sect. After all, with an additional Taoist inheritance, they would have an extra means to deal with the ancient demon. Scene transition. At this moment, he was standing among a group of people. The elder among them spoke. The 72 Swords is our sect's trial. Blessed land. It has a total of 8 levels and 70 gates. As long as you can reach the 7th level, you can obtain Shu Mountain's mountain-establishing treasure. He instructed his disciples, from today onwards, everyone in the sword sect will assist Fei Yu in perfecting his sword intent and successfully clearing the 72 Swords trial. After all, it has been passed down for thousands of years. The key lies in whether the sword intent is perfected or not. To increase the success rate, Wang Sheng could only grasp the sword intent after honing it successfully. That evening, after encountering thousands of sword intents, he was almost completely mentally exhausted. However, according to the sword sect's method, this was the easiest time for comprehension and breakthrough. Sweat couldn't help but pour down his face like rain. His face couldn't hide his exhaustion. It's getting late, the great elder said to him. That's enough for today. Fei Yu, go back and contemplate for a day. Continue training tomorrow noon. Wang Sheng stood up, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. He bowed his head in Li. Then this junior will take his leave. Watching him walk away, Elder Lianzi sighed softly. What a pity this treasure sword doesn't belong to our sword sect. An elder smiled with satisfaction. The sword art passed down by our ancestor is right before us. Meanwhile, Wuong Sheng sat in meditation and thought. Although the Taoist masters of the sword sect embedded their own sword intent within his 7-star sword formation, what exactly did they mean by perfection? Did it mean reaching the highest level of sword technique? The 7-star sword intent was changing, but what if this was just one stage within it and not the highest level? Let's start with the 7 stars, taking the Ziwei star as the axis around which the sword formation revolves. This is the basic formation. But what if at the position of the Ziwei Emperor star, I control the Big Dipper stars, then I could make the sword formation move according to my will as I please, without needing incantations to control the sword intent. But with such a sword formation, how could I perform techniques? Heaven and Earth sword. Wuong Sheng was focused on training, but it seemed a shadow was always standing in the distance watching him. After using the Heaven and Earth sword, an aura manifested, causing him to pause. Wuong Sheng pondered. A sword is a weapon. No matter how exquisite the technique, the purpose of using a sword is only to kill the enemy. But what if all the changes in techniques are discarded and only the sword intent is preserved? Wuong Sheng raised his hand to the sky. The 7 stars sword formation immediately appeared, shining powerfully, straight up into the heavens. Everyone on this side couldn't help but exclaim in awe at the brilliant light. What powerful sword intent! But that direction is where Fai Yu is staying. Could it be that he has... Finally, the beam of light disappeared from the sky, leaving behind tiny, sparkling rays of light. He realized. Residing at the Ziwei, commanding the 7 stars. This is the true 7-star sword formation. I understand now. Finally, I understand. Very quickly, Elder Lian Zi and the sword sect elders arrived. The great elder hurried. Fai Yu, what just happened? Wuong Sheng scratched his head awkwardly. Seniors, my 7-star sword intent seems to have accidentally reached perfection. Scene transition. Towards Master Qing Yanzi. He was surprised. What the hell can the 7-star sword formation be reversed? He recalled Wuong Sheng had called him earlier. Master, is this the real 7-star sword formation? After that, he recounted everything. Master Qing Yanzi was somewhat satisfied. I didn't expect you to comprehend it on your own. Not bad. At this moment, he pondered. Could the real sword formation have been modified by our ancestor based on the 7-star sword formation? As Master Qing Yanzi thought, he took something from his pocket. Could it be that I originally planned to wait for little Sheng and little Xuan to form their golden cores before opening our sect's ultimate treasure together? Now I want to open it and see what our ancestor left behind that year. Scene transition. Towards Wuong Sheng, the sky quickly brightened, the 7 stars. Sword formation uses the Ziwei star as its core. Having reached the highest level. Yesterday, his sword intent had just reached perfection, and its power had clearly upgraded. After a night of settling, Wuong Sheng immediately opened his eyes and slashed straight forward. He had completely grasped the sword intent. A sword sect elder approached from behind. Not bad. It seems Fai Yu has completely grasped the 7-star sword intent. Fai Yu, we've discussed this all morning. You should make the decision yourself. Do you plan to enter the formation now or consolidate for 2 months first? Wuong Sheng bowed low in Li. May I ask, seniors, is the 72 sword solely based on sword Dao realms? The sword sect elder replied, that's correct. Our cultivation level has limited effectiveness within the formation. Hearing this, Wuong Sheng fell silent, contemplating. If that's the case, I'll enter the gate today. Wuong Sheng immediately flew to a tall mountain. There he stepped inside alone, observing everything around him. This is the 72 swords. Deep within the mountain was a stone gate. He stood still and observed a glowing character appeared. Just relying on a single character can explore the level of a cultivator's sword intent, even their sword Dao cultivation. He channeled his inner energy and slowly stepped inside. Wuong Sheng realized. Indeed, the inheritance of each sect is enough to make people gasp. I wonder if I can complete this mission. The stone gate, after he channeled his inner energy into it, slowly opened. Wuong Sheng quickly entered. This is probably the first level. He walked slowly, observing his surroundings. Above were records of the sword sect's sword techniques. I heard that for those who entered before this level was just basic sword techniques. The sword intent condensed wasn't strong, and what it contained was the stone gate ahead. It continuously emitted power. A flame with 2 sword-wielding warriors stood ready. As soon as they saw him, they rushed forward to attack. Wuong Shan lightly drew his sword from its sheath. He swept it gently. His sword slashed slowly through the three flame figures. The speed was so fast that they were defeated before they could even react. Immediately, all three flame figures quickly dissipated. He sheathed his sword. Although it's only the first level of sword intent, if the 7 stars sword intent has reached perfection, taking on all of them is still not as easy as just now. There are still 7 levels ahead. Saying that, he reached out and pushed open the stone gate. A beam of light flashed. He continued to fight against the sword spirits within the 2nd level, then the 3rd level. Next was the 4th level, the 5th level. It seemed the higher he went, the stronger the opponents became. Along the way, the 7 stars sword intent was basically in a sweeping state and had very limited effect on his level progression. Therefore, Wuong Shan took the opportunity to hone his realm on the 2 principles Liangyi sword intent, which hadn't stopped at the Liangyi demonic beast stage. Hence, behind him, he specifically tested the 7 star sword intent, only using the Liangyi sword intent to cope with the trials. Gradually, he also came to understand the Liangyi sword intent. Liangyi sword intent, freely attacking and defending. The feet give rise to the taiji, the twin fish reflecting the light. Finally, he comprehended these techniques of the sword intent. Although he suffered some minor injuries, he ultimately defeated them all. Afterwards, Wuong Shan sheathed his sword. He focused on circulating his inner energy again. The Liangyi sword intent has upgraded enough. The levels behind might be very difficult to deal with. Other people's commissions, I'll stabilize things a bit, then proceed to clear the 54th gate, which will lead to the next level. Immediately after, he stepped into a room surrounded by brightly lit torches. Inside, a powerful inner force made him jump in surprise and stop. A voice from within rang out, "Shu Mountain, no one pays attention anymore." Wuong Shan was startled. "Who is it?" The voice spoke again. "This venerable one is the sword sect's ancestor, Taoist Qing Feng's sword spirit responsible for guarding the Grand Formation. You are not a disciple of my Shu Mountain. Why do you appear here?" He respectfully introduced himself. "This junior is Wuong Shan, a sword cultivator from Wudong Mountain. I was invited by a senior from Shu Mountain to the sword sect to seek Shu Mountain's lost sword control art, which disappeared when the chi was cut off 1,000 years ago." No. The aura from the gate gradually seeped out. "Sword control art is the foundation of Shu Mountain. Those wretches actually lost it." The old man in front of him was the sword sect formation spirit. He continued, "Furthermore, what proof do you have that spiritual energy disappeared 1,000 years ago?" Wuong Shan stepped forward with a cheerful smile. "Senior, how about I tell you what happened over the years?" He contemplated. When this venerable one fell into a deep slumber, the world's spiritual energy truly did continuously thin. "Fine, tell me. Then I will start from the Tang dynasty." Just like that, he began rambling from the beginning. Wuong Shan smiled bitterly. "I truly envy those protagonists who transmigrate to ancient times in online novels, who can remember everything so clearly. Because of this, over these past 1,000 years, Shu Mountain's inheritance can be considered relatively well preserved." The sword sect formation spirit said, "So, you are Lu Dongbin's inheritor, but why do you cultivate the Ziwei Heaven Sword and not the pure Yang Sword Song?" He was momentarily dumbfounded. "Never mind, just enter the formation. I won't hold back. If I injure you, don't blame my Shu Mountain disciples." Wuong Shan didn't hesitate and jumped up. "Thank you, senior, for your generosity." He then leaped towards the old man and said loudly, "Please, enlighten me." The sword sect formation spirit wasn't to be outdone. Immediately, he unleashed an illusionary sword intent attack, the sword sect formation. Spirit spun around and slashed towards him. "Not bad. If you entered the 72 Swords trial, your comprehension and talent are certainly among the top 10. My dear, he's gonna. Immediately after, there was a more intense sword fight between him and the sword sect formation spirit. He couldn't help but praise, "Good lad. If you were a disciple of my Shu Mountain, I would have let you pass the gate long ago. What a pity you're not." Wuong Shan delivered a sword strike. "Thank you, senior, for the excessive praise. But this junior still has one more strike. Today, I dare to be presumptuous." Saying that, he rose on his toes and launched himself up. The Ziwei sword fiercely thrust through the sword sect formation. Spirit glared and shouted, "Come, let this venerable one see your limit." The surrounding ground couldn't withstand the power of both and flew up violently. As he fought, he also pointed out the sword control art at gates 61 to 63. There are 3 volumes in total. To obtain all of them, you'll need to put in some effort. Very quickly, he reached another gate. Wuong Shan couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Finally, I'm here. The 7th level trial conceals the gate of the sword control art. The voice of the sword sect formation spirit rang out again. If the people of Shu Mountain agree, you can cultivate as you please. Why not stay here with me for a while? His image appeared as a beam of light. Wait until you've grasped the sword control art, then try the 9th gate afterwards. It will be very beneficial to you. For what? He stammered. But senior Taoist Qing Feng's disciples and grand disciples are still waiting for the sword sect's sword control art. Before he could finish, he was attacked. Who told them to be useless? He quickly drew his sword and smiled bitterly. Just fought a battle, and you want to fight again. Within the 72 swords, the difficulty of the later gates was naturally higher than the earlier ones. The strength that the formation spirit senior at each gate displayed was based on the maximum limit set by the grand formation. Perhaps it was during the 54th gate that both sides came to understand each other. The formation spirit senior's attitude became much friendlier. He said to him, the path of the sword has 3 Taos, heaven, earth, and man. Man is based on people. Earth takes the sword as the Tao. Your Ziwei sword belongs to the sword. Tao transformed by the power of heaven and earth. Not only did he often point out the flaws in his sword techniques, but every time Wuong Shan was repelled, he would specifically instruct or tease him a few times. Just after fighting a battle, he smiled cunningly. Kid, that move just now wasn't bad. Keep going, kid. You can't even handle this. Do you need me to go easy on you for 3 moves? As the saying goes, a sword is like its owner. He truly suspected whether ancestor Qing Feng had a tendency toward sadism. Otherwise, why would the sword he brought out take pleasure in tormenting others? Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, a year had gone by. The stone cave gate slowly opened. Wuong Shan smiled radiantly. Finally, I'm out. From within the voice of the sword. Sect formation spirit rang out. Kid, you forgot something. He quickly caught it by reflex. Wuong Shan was stunned. This is... The spirit quickly appeared. In the words of young people today, how can clearing the gate not have a reward? This is a sword ring flying sword artifact. Just accept it. A sword ring is a type of sword encompassing the sword control art. It is forged from immortal grade and precious materials. Normally placing this into your Tao core and nurturing it allows you to control flying swords to kill enemies. He bowed respectfully in Li. Thank you, Senior, for bestowing this treasure, this formation spirit. Senior had given him a great gift. Seniors have short tempers. He immediately glared. Hurry up and scram. Young people's patience is still insufficient, slowpoke. You only secluded yourself for a year. Back then, every disciple had to stay for 3 to 5 years. I didn't. He scratched his head. Senior is right. This junior accepts your teaching. Thinking about it. He smiled bitterly, his face stiffening. More accurately, you just wanted to continue tormenting me, didn't you? Half a year ago, he had already sent out the complete sword control art. After that, he had secluded himself in the 72 swords for a year. This time after coming out, Wuong Shan was determined to tell the sword sect seniors about the formation spirit senior. He thought that perhaps in the future, more young disciples would enter the formation, and the formation spirit senior wouldn't be bored anymore. As soon as he saw him, the great elder laughed heartily. Finally, Fi Yu, you've come out. Elder Lion Zi chimed in. If you hadn't come out in another year, I was ready to dig up the whole mountain. The great elder continued. You've helped us greatly this time. We've decided to give you a reward. Looking at the shining golden token, Wuong Shan's smile stiffened. Lifetime honorary elder reward. He was afraid he would refuse, so he spoke first. This is just a small token of our appreciation. Fi Yu, don't refuse. He was someone who understood gratitude. He quickly bowed in Li. From now on, this junior also considers himself a member of the sword sect. If the sword sect ever faces difficulties, this junior will certainly come to help immediately. The trial had ended, and he didn't stay any longer. He bid farewell to everyone and left the sword sect. Everyone came out to see him off. Take care, Fi Yu. Fi Yu, if there's nothing else, come back for secluded cultivation. Scene transition. To Wudong Mountain Master, Qing Yanzi's small courtyard. Wuong Shan thought, after all, in Wudong Mountain, there is the small courtyard where I lived for several years, and my master senior sister and I lived together during these years. It's been a year since I returned. I wonder how my master and senior sister are doing now. He quickly sent a message to Guanshuan, then quickly tidied up his place. The message content, Senior Sister, I'm back at Wudong Mountain. On the other side, her angry emoticon startled him. Wuong Sheng quickly explained. Senior sister, I was in secluded cultivation the whole time. My phone ran out of battery, so I couldn't contact everyone, he thought. It seems senior sister has a big problem with me losing contact. For a year, I need to quickly change the subject and make her happy. Guanshuan on this side was fuming. He messaged again. I learned a lot of new skills at the sword sect. I'll show them to you sometime. In the past year, his master had become a celebrity with the title of the government's demon suppressor. Most of the time he cultivated or spent time with his wife Su Nung. Compared to that, senior sister went out on missions at least once a month and was quite tired. It seems senior sister has an even bigger problem with master. But because of this, Guan Xuan was able to earn a considerable amount of remuneration every time she did a mission. Her cultivation speed this year not only didn't decrease, but even increased, potentially reaching the nascent soul realm within half a year. He sat contemplating. Senior sister's speed is indeed the innate efficiency of a heaven-list major figure. I wonder when I'll be able to catch up to her. Also, there's the sword ring forged from 5 elements golden essence. If I refine it successfully, I probably won't need to change flying swords until I reach the flying star realm, right? But the Z-Wei heaven sword, the immortal grade flying sword, these things, no matter how precious or powerful, are just means of protecting the Tao. The pure Yang immortal scripture is the real reliance for me to become an immortal and seek the Tao. Next, I should focus on cultivating. This time, he returned to the mountain very low-key, without attracting attention from others. If he hadn't gone to retrieve items for the Special Investigation Unit, that one time causing a stir with Ying Long, probably no one would have known. As soon as they saw him dressed in plain clothes, 2 people were surprised. "Fi, you, when did you get back?" After a year of separation, his fellow disciples couldn't help but gather and chat. Other than that, Wuong Sheng usually didn't socialize much outside. Following his master's orders, he secluded himself again. Another year passed. A phone call from his master finally lifted his spirits a bit. That night, Master Qing Yanzi called Wuong Sheng was surprised. "Master, you mean that Taoist inheritances from 5 Taoist sects were stolen within 3 days?" Master Qing Yanzi continued. "Yes, you've encountered similar things before. That's why I'm asking if you have any clues." As soon as he heard this, he said, "Master, I think these matters are related to the Yinyang sect." Immediately after Wuong Sheng recounted a series of past events, Master Qing Yanzi listened and reassured him. "Don't think too much about this, focus on cultivating. You should follow your senior sister's example." He quickly replied, "I understand I won't descend the mountain until I reach the Golden Core realm on Tsastraskian." As soon as he finished speaking, his master said, "That's not necessary. I still have something to ask you to do." The next day, he felt wronged. The Special Investigation Unit is organizing the first Immortal Tao Assembly. Why do I even have to attend this preparatory meeting? On the other side of the phone screen were Mo Yue and Guan Xuan. Seeing him, Mo Yue immediately cheered excitedly. "Taoist Master Wang is online." Guan Xuan quickly leaned in with her face as if ready to bite a chili pepper. "Junior brother, why didn't you come here? Sister Bao is angry." Wuong Sheng smiled bitterly. "Senior sister, long time no see." On this side, Mo Yue quickly tried to calm things down. "Immortal Maiden Buyu, calm down, calm down. You're..." Well, Juling spoke up. "Since everyone is here, let's begin." Mao Yu spoke. "First of all, more than 2 years ago, under Taoist Master Wang's reminder and attention, we organized this meeting. Although this assembly is said to be for the first Immortal Tao Assembly. Recently, the Yin-Yang sect's movements have been too significant. It's inevitable that they will be mentioned at the assembly." Wuong Sheng felt that his master's wife Su Nung Jiling organized this assembly precisely to eliminate the Yin-Yang sect. Jiling spoke, "Using the strength of the righteous path to suppress evil cultivators. This was originally the policy we set. Let's see if we can lure them out." The specific strategy was discussed for a while, and the sky darkened. Wuong Sheng sighed softly. After a full day of torment, it's finally over. Looking at Master Ziling's arrangements, this time, the Yin-Yang sect has probably kicked a steel plate. Suddenly, everyone shouted in a panic. "Something's wrong! Something's wrong! The scripture pavilion is on fire! Hurry, put out the fire!" The disciples guarding it are injured. 3 volumes of scriptures are missing. Quickly, seal off the mountain and investigate. Disciples are seriously injured and dead. Who can save them? Hurry and help. He quickly ran over. Something's wrong. The Yin-Yang sect has indeed attacked Wudong Mountain. On this side, everyone was still in a frenzy. All Foundation establishment realm and above investigate the whereabouts of the thieves with full force. Orders. Suddenly a thought flashed through Wang Sheng's mind, causing him to stop. That's not right. This large fire is just to create chaos. The thieves clearly know Wudang Mountain has so many experts, they must have disguised themselves and mingled in during the chaos. Thinking of this, he looked up at the sky and shouted loudly, "Seniors, martial uncles, wait! We can't let them escape like this. We must stop them." Oh, Pomara? Shishui, Tuihan quickly came to him. "Fai, do you have a clue?" Wang Sheng was anxious. Martial Uncle Shi quickly stopped the disciples who are chasing. The opponents are very likely mixed among them. His face became serious. Shi spoke, "We'll split up and pursue." As he pursued his target, he evaluated whether the person he suspected was indeed the one. But this wasn't the one, and neither was that one, Wang Sheng thought to himself. I've encountered several groups of people in succession, but there's no trace of the thief. I wonder how things are on Martial Uncle Shai's side. Suddenly, he turned around behind him. He felt the fluctuation of elemental energy. It's Martial Uncle Shai, the two intruders said to each other. Damn Taoist, he called for reinforcements. Quickly kill him. The people from Wudang Mountain are coming soon. Finish this quickly. Suddenly a voice from above rang out. Burning down my scripture pavilion and injuring my disciples. How can Wudang Mountain allow trash like you to continue threatening us? The two were shocked by the voice and immediately looked up and down. Immediately after, a large, clearly visible hand appeared. Master Tian, Punishment Tian, Fat, glared. Capture these two. The others check the losses at the scripture pavilion. Also, the elders who were in seclusion go to the Zixiao pavilion for discussion. Although Grandmaster Tian, Punishment Tian, Fat, Chungmon took action to control the thieves, there were still losses. Wudang Mountain was not only robbed of scriptures, but 4 guards were killed, and senior brother Zhou. Ying Long Chu-ung Long miraculously survived, but fire poison had entered his heart, and his external injuries were too severe. Even with timely rescue, he could only barely breathe, and Wang Sheng offered a pill. Grandmaster, I have a pill here. The Special Investigation Unit's research has developed it. It can stabilize senior brother's injuries. But it need my son. In this era, lives were not to be taken lightly. The Yinyang sect's actions tonight had started a conflict with Wudang Mountain. Immediately after a meeting was held, the opponents killed people, seized scriptures, and burned down the scripture pavilion. The time elapsed was indeed too short. If Fai Yu hadn't reacted quickly, those 2 thieves might have escaped in the chaos. Shishay spoke. Master, the missing scriptures aren't on those 2 thieves. They've probably hidden them somewhere. Grandmaster Tian. Punishment analyzed. The thieves clearly planned this for a long time, with detailed tactics. If the scriptures aren't on them, then they must have someone providing support, hiding within Wudang. Hearing this, everyone was surprised. You mean, Grandmaster Tian, Punishment continued, everyone's thought. Wudang has an internal mole. The man with glasses was angry. I'll go capture that mole right now and force a confession. Shishay stepped forward to stop him. Senior brother, don't be impulsive. Immediately after this, Grandmaster asked him, Fai Yu, you have close ties with the investigation team. Do you know anything? Wang Sheng reported. In recent years, the Yin-Yang sect has been stealing scriptures from various sects. Their methods can probably be deduced. The stolen scriptures are likely hidden on the mole. As for how to dig them out, as long as senior brother Ying Long wakes up, the opponent will definitely not be able to escape. Pete. Early the next morning, everyone was gathered. One person among them wondered, why did the Grand Master gather us here? The person next to him said, there was a thief on the mountain. Perhaps he wants to reassure us. Moreover, Wang Sheng sat in the room, listening to everyone's continuous discussions. I heard there's a mole on the mountain, and they want to thoroughly investigate the disciples. I wonder how senior brother Yinglong's injuries are. Master said his injuries aren't too serious, but he might be in a coma for a while. Suddenly a loud, fierce voice rang out in the large room. What? Yinglong is awake, he said. Who the mole is? Good. I won't spare him. Wang Sheng observed the actions of the disciples. Among them one had a dirt-covered face and was looking around. He guessed. That's definitely him. Immediately the man panicked and drew a knife from his sleeve, holding it to the neck of someone in front of him. Suddenly a fierce sword key slashed his hand, causing him to stumble back in fear. Blood sprayed continuously. It was Wuong Shan who had just sat there silently and found the mole and even injured him with a sword control art technique, a flying sword embryonic form. Immediately after the mole was captured, the Taoist masters of Wudong Mountain didn't waste words and conducted a trial on the spot. It turned out that after he led those evil cultivators onto the mountain, he had been hiding the stolen scriptures within the mountain. The two evil cultivators took advantage of the chaos to escape, but they deliberately released a smoke bomb. In reality, a portion of the scriptures was hidden on the mole to be taken out when the deed was done. Although the mole was handed over to the Special Investigation Unit, and this matter was considered resolved, 4 core disciples of Wudong Mountain died and senior brother Yinglong was seriously injured. This would certainly have a significant impact later. However, fortunately, Yinglong was treated in time and finally escaped the critical stage. Grandmaster Tian Punishment said, "We have contacted the medicine god Valley Duke Than Kok and invited them to help. Fa Yu, you don't need to worry." He sighed in relief. Okay, then I'll go gather with the Special Investigation Unit. Wang Sheng couldn't help but think. Based on Wudong Mountain's influence, Medicine God Valley probably won't refuse. If that's the case, I can focus on the immortal Tao assembly. At the same time Mo Yue arrived, she waved cheerfully. Taoist Master Wang, she wondered, are we going straight to Mount Sanking now? Wang Sheng quickly replied, let's go over now, just prepare a little more. His face looked tired. This immortal Tao assembly. On the surface, it's to unify the inheritances of various sects, but in reality, it's to lure the Yin-Yang sect out. It seems this time will be a stormy one. Suddenly, a package of snacks was offered to him. Here you go. Wang Sheng, still lost in thought, mechanically replied, thank you. Suddenly, he heard a slightly familiar voice. He turned around and was surprised. Senior sister. Mao Yu chuckled excitedly. Immortal Maiden Bu Yu heard about Wudong Mountain's situation, so she came along with us. He took a piece of the snack and thought, is senior sister worried about me? That's why she rushed over. After that, Wang Sheng couldn't help but smile brightly. Thank you, senior sister, I'm fine. Suddenly Guanchuan took out a yellow cloth bag and handed it to him. As soon as he opened it, he was buried under a pile of food. Senior sister, are you preparing these things as rewards for the winners? That brocade bag is a storage Dharma artifact they just researched, and senior sister treats it like a snack bag. Wang Sheng couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. I didn't expect that after a year of secluded cultivation, senior sister has successfully broken through to the nascent soul realm. This is senior sister's biggest advantage, being able to play on her phone with both hands while eating. In my previous life, in the first 10 years of spiritual energy recovery, cultivators rose rapidly. Every year brought changes, and the evil cultivators' desires and methods were even more twisted. Therefore, the government also gradually stopped being lenient. He quickly arrived at a tall mountain. This was where the immortal Tao assembly was held, Mount Sanking. This immortal Tao assembly is the first time the government has proactively attacked targeting evil cultivators, and to lure out the Yin-Yang sect. Master Ziling has prepared a more substantial bait. He looked up at the aircraft hanging overhead. That's the stone tablet discovered on the moon that year, the immortal tablet. It's said to contain supreme immortal techniques in legends, to lure out the Yin-Yang sect. Master Ziling truly spared no expense. His expression was gloomy. But I wish someone could have helped me resolve the misunderstanding beforehand. Whispers and murmurs filled the surroundings. A suspicious Taoist has entered the assembly hall. Pay attention. They're in the lower area, target identified. It might be an evil cultivator mixed in. Be careful. Reporting combat strength! Reporting combat strength! Mao Yu shouted impatiently. Report your head. Did you eat all the documents? That's immortal. Maiden Buyu's junior brother, Taoist. Master Buyu's second disciple, the chief advisor of the investigation team. The executive leader of this assembly, Taoist Master Wang Fa Yu. He heard Mao Yu rattle off a string of titles and felt dizzy. How does this introduction sound so familiar? After a few days of preparation, Mo Yue and the others had made sufficient preparations for the immortal Tao assembly. Very quickly, the assembly was approaching. Wang Sheng was assigned the task of announcing, Taoist masters, please do not step on the grass we've laid out outside. He thought to himself, isn't this a job for extras? If the author is lazy, maybe they won't even draw my face. From a distance, hurried footsteps. The person arriving was Elder Lian Zi. He excitedly shouted, Elder, I missed you so much. You helped the sword sect retrieve the sword control art. This time we will definitely support you properly. Wuong Shan laughed heartily. Taoist Master Lianzi is too kind. Shi Shay also arrived. He looked at him cheerfully. You're in good spirits. Wuong Shan stepped forward. Marshal Uncle Shi, you've also come. How is senior brother Yinglong's condition? He recounted. Fortunately, the Special Investigation Unit invited a senior from Medicine God Valley to help Yinglong is awake now. Before I left, Master told me to give you this. He quickly opened a box. Thank you for everything you've done for Wudong. This sword is named Ice Jade Bangli. It's an ancient sword passed down for thousands of years. I believe you won't dishonor it. He carefully held the sword and examined it. There's a cold aura hidden within the sword. Even my sword ring is reacting to it. It seems this sword is a high-grade Dharma treasure. Elder. Lianzi sighed. The sword is good, but it doesn't suit Fai Yu. How about Wudong Mountain exchanges it for another one for you? Xu Shay retorted. This sword is an extension of the user's will. It's originally an external object. Can one who holds a sword not be called a sword cultivator? Why wouldn't it be suitable? Lianzi also stated his opinion. That's wrong. Although a sword is a weapon, it must be in tune with oneself to reach the realm of a sword cultivator's manifestation. Xu Shay argued. Although it injures others' spirits, it still embodies the essence of sword Tao, Lianzi retorted. If not, then perhaps the myriad things of heaven and earth are outside the sword, and the sword mind questions them. Xu Shay countered. Indeed, the myriad things of heaven and earth are all within the sword, and the sword resonates with oneself. Wuong Shan saw them arguing like this and was dumbfounded. Marshal Uncle Taoist Master Lianzi, always kiskutbukwo? Xu Shay impatiently said. In the end, there's no proof your cultivation and mine are similar. Why not spar a bit? Lianzi naturally wasn't afraid. This Taoist happens to have the same intention. How about we find a secluded place? Don't cause trouble for Fai Yu. He sweated and smiled bitterly. Seniors, just spar. Absolutely don't fight for real. Wuong Shan felt helpless. Although the two of them wouldn't fight for real, he should still tell Mao Yue. Everyone was in an uproar. The two Taoist masters from Wudong and Sword Sect are fighting. Don't misunderstand. They're just sparring with each other. Mondana? Let's watch the show. Wuong Shan looked over at the Ice Jade sword. Although the sword boosts true essence, it doesn't significantly increase my technique's power. Just in time, senior sister doesn't have a handy weapon. I'll give the sword to her. At the same time, a sharp cry rang out, startling him. My brother! Wuong Shan's mouth twitched as soon as he heard the voice. No way. From a distance, Shu Tianzhang rushed over like a whirlwind, constantly shouting, You don't have a conscience, Brother Shan! You didn't even visit me when I was seriously injured last time. Wuong Shan was surprised. How did he get here so fast? Suddenly, a series of long chains quickly shot towards Shu Tianzhang. Kid, quiet down for a bit for me. Wuong Shan stepped forward respectfully. This junior greets senior. The person who arrived lowered his voice. No need for ceremony. Shi Tianzhang smiled cheerfully. Brother Sheng, thank you for last time. This time I've brought a thank you gift for you. Briefly speaking about cultivation, although it values elegance, it doesn't mean cultivators don't value their reputation and the honor of their sect's inheritance. Therefore, establishing the Fame Hall for inner disciples is the best opportunity to widely promote their sect's inheritance. Thus, cultivators attending the Immortal Tao Assembly were very enthusiastic. Yunji stepped forward and bowed. Fai, you long time no see, continue. Not to mention, this is a grand Immortal Tao Assembly. Since the recovery of world spiritual energy, this Immortal Tao Assembly is important for the strength of the young disciples. It is judged by points based on disciples' performance in matches. Points will be used to rank their sects. Ultimately, the top 8 ranked sects will be rewarded with the qualification to comprehend the Immortal Tablet. Although this proposal was a bit risky, Master Ziling's arrangement was not only to deal with the Yin-Yang sect, but also hoped to use the strength of the cultivation world to further analyze the secrets of the Immortal Tablet. Master Qing Yanzi spoke. It is not easy to invite all of you here today. You wish to showcase the methods of your sects by using Dharma treasures and sparring. Take this opportunity to awe the thieves and display the might of the Immortal Tao. I hereby announce, the first Immortal Tao Assembly officially begins. Mao Shan. Below, everyone was in a constant uproar. This is some kind of tool person serving as the referee and also has to identify evil cultivators. Mao Yu stood next to him. Taoist Master Wang, I feel that based on the Yin-Yang sect's style, they probably won't dare to show themselves. He explained, the allure of the immortal tablet is indeed very great. Even without the Yin-Yang sect, we cannot be careless. For example, this person. As he spoke, he pointed to a monk nonchalantly eating snacks. Mao Yu looked over. This is a Buddhist cultivator who hasn't gone into seclusion from grains. What's wrong with him? Wuong Sheng analyzed. Only old people have trouble swallowing. In his situation, either he hasn't eaten for a long time after secluded cultivation and isn't used to it, or he doesn't like the blandness of orthodox Buddhist vegetarian food. Immediately after, Wang Sheng quickly approached the person. Master Xian Thick An, the opponent you just defeated. May I invite you to come with me for a moment? This character, Master Xian, replied cheerfully. No problem. Please lead the way, benefactor. Wang Sheng inquired. May I ask where Master Xian is from? He replied. This humble monk was an abandoned child, picked up by his master and brought to the mountain. He grew up in the temple since childhood. Wangmin was at the same time, he glanced at Guanshuan, secretly exchanging glances. She quickly nodded in agreement. The two went to a secluded place, Wang Sheng probed. Buddhism values universal salvation and also participates in the assembly of the secular world. Master Xian spoke. I am merely acting on the abbot's orders. Before he could finish, a sword flew over. Master Xian quickly turned around and skillfully dodged the attack with his hand. Wang Sheng looked at how quickly he adapted to the situation without panicking. At this moment, he knew his suspicion was correct. Guanshuan quickly entered a defensive stance. He decided to expose him at this moment. I didn't expect that. In just a few short days, Master Xian, who usually speaks little, has even broken through from the gathering spirit realm to the nascent soul realm. I truly admire you. He put his palms together, and a halo in the shape of Buddha Shakyamuni appeared in the center, shining brightly. Wang Sheng quickly formed a seal. The prayer beads around his neck broke, and the beads hit him hard in the chest, causing blood to spray continuously. He channeled his inner energy. The Taoist sect oppresses my Buddhist sect like this, bullying too much. Guanshuan didn't say anything. She just silently channeled her energy and attacked him. Wang Sheng chuckled lightly. It's come to this, and you still haven't forgotten to provoke conflict between the Buddhist and Taoist sects. You also look down on the great enlightened masters of the Orthodox Buddhist sect. Too much. As soon as he finished speaking, Guanshuan had already dealt with him quickly. The man lay motionless on the ground after her attack. Wang Sheng then immediately removed the mask from his face. I heard that those who work in the Yin-Yang sect for many years after removing their masks, they can sell them wholesale. The final product has a new update. The final product has, he said to Guanshuan. Senior sister, please contact Mao Yu and the others to come here and strip this person. Hearing this, she was slightly startled, as if struck by lightning. Wang Sheng quickly explained, I meant to check if he has any Yin-Yang sect markings, not to, even that. In the interrogation room, the man lowered his head and whispered, Yin-Yang transforms myriad things, the body returns to the divine. Through the truth serum they had just researched, everyone learned that this evil cultivator was named Wan Linqian Van Lum Qian, a minor leader in the Yin-Yang sect. Through his testimony, they obtained quite a bit of information about the Yin-Yang sect. Lin Qian continued. The myriad things are born from yin and yang. My Yin-Yang sect is the divine. Before long, my Yin-Yang sect will definitely rule the cultivation world. Briefly speaking about this organization, the Yin-Yang sect's full name is the Yin-Yang Myriad Return Sect. Dung Van Kui Tung, it has two sect masters, one yin and one yang, besides the 9 great elders under the sect masters. There are experts like Wan Linqian who joined within the past few years. To gain status in the Yin-Yang sect, one doesn't just need cultivation. They must also be loyal to the Yin-Yang sect. Mao Yu pondered this scale. The Yin-Yang sect is indeed terrifying. Wang Sheng spoke up. Who stole the scriptures from Wudong Mountain? He said, that was handled by Elder Vermilion Bird Chu Tuok, because we had to find the Yin-Yang secret record that the Taoist sects stole. He was surprised. Yin-Yang secret record. Could it be the inheritance of the pre-Qin Yin-Yang school? Tiantan Dung that the Taoist sects chased to Gu Yingzhou, Ko Juanzhou, 1,900 years ago. Mao Yu was startled. I didn't expect the Yin-Yang sect to have such a deep background. We still haven't taken them seriously enough, he continued. I didn't expect them to hide for 1,000 years. It seems to overthrow the Yin-Yang sect. We must rely on the strength of both the government and the righteous path. On this side, Master Qingyanzi quickly realized. So the Yinyang sect is the preach-in Yinyang school that the ancestor chased to Sakura Island back then. But you just said the scripture the Yinyang sect is always looking for is called, Wuong Sheng said. It seems to be the Yinyang secret record master. If we don't deal with the Yinyang myriad return sect, it will definitely cause big trouble. Master Qingyanzi spoke up. Wait a moment. Suddenly he said loudly, Trouble, little Sheng, quickly call your senior sister over. He was momentarily dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. His master took out a book and explained, This was given to me by a senior from Zhongnan Mountain, Nui Trungnam, before he passed away. The yin-yang method that your senior sister cultivates is the cultivation technique recorded in this book. Hearing this, he couldn't help but shout in surprise. What? Guan Shuan was quickly called over. She silently looked around. At this moment, neither of the other two said anything. She sat in the middle, watching these two master and disciple for a long time. He scratched his head and thought. The yin-yang method that senior sister uses is actually the yin-yang secret record. If this gets out, the Yinyang sect with their many old lives will also come to fight for the secret scripture and even kill senior sister. Thinking of this, Wuong Sheng had an idea. Master, how about we temporarily don't let senior sister use this cultivation method anymore? But Master Qingyanzi spoke up. In the past few years, your senior sister has frequently gone down the mountain. It's likely she's already been noticed. He frowned. How about letting senior sister go into secluded cultivation on the mountain for a few years? After we eliminate these evil cultivators, can they still cause trouble for us by jumping out of the ground? Master Qingyanzi was extremely serious. I'll call Aling first and ask how large the scale of this yin-yang sect is. At worst, I'll deceive the various sects into forming an alliance to call out this yin-yang sect. Guanshun fell into contemplation. Master and junior brother are terrifying. Why don't I understand what they're talking about? I'm clearly quite intelligent. Actually, I can also help think. So hungry, Sister Bao is sulking. Master Qingyanzi's face became even more tense after the phone call. Trouble this time. Wuong Sheng was also anxious. Master, what did Master Ziling say? He recounted. Now the Yin-Yang sect has almost drawn in half of the experts from the evil path. Your Master Ziling wants to deal with them, but now we need an opportunity to provoke the various sects so they will unite. I'm thinking of using the Yin-Yang secret record as the essay topic, but that will still implicate Little Xuan. If we link the Yin-Yang secret record and the immortal tablet, maybe we can lure out the Yin-Yang sect, right? Guan Xuan was flustered and quickly searched for her phone. While the two were busy finding a countermeasure, at the same time, a message notification rang. Guan Xuan messaged, Master, if the disciples' cultivation method is targeted by evil cultivators, let the disciples face them. Junior brother is still young and Master's family reunion hasn't been long. This disciple has no other concerns. Furthermore, this disciple also understands what it means to eliminate demons and slay evil. Master Qingyanzi patted her head affectionately, reassuring her, Don't worry, it's not a big deal. Master can still handle it. Suddenly, Wuong Sheng smiled stiffly and said to her, But, senior sister, please explain a little. May I ask where this youngest junior brother is? She quickly channeled her inner energy, rolled up her sleeves, and smiled cunningly at him, indicating, Want to try? Wuong Sheng secretly sweated. Oh no, there's killing intent. The next day, everyone quickly gathered at the arena. The scene was very lively. Elder Lianzi saw him and couldn't help but wonder. Fa you. Why did you bring out the formless sword Volin Kiem? Wuong Shen said. There are major evil sects eyeing the immortal tablet. If they get what they want, it will become a joke. Master Qingyanzi continued in his role as judge. Everyone after yesterday's sparring, the disciples of each sect have not disgraced their sect's inheritance. Weak or strong today does not represent weak or strong in the future. On this side, Elder Lianzi looked at him. It's not your turn to fight. With so many experts, what are you, a young person, doing here, other than adding to the excitement? Shishay chimed in. That's right, this isn't something you have to handle alone. You don't need to put too much pressure on yourself. Wuong Sheng also seemed very receptive. Both seniors are absolutely right. I will pay more attention. On this side, Master Qingyanzi was still speaking. Everyone's Tao is the Tao without high or low. Although the rules are rules, the immortal tablet and immortal techniques can only be comprehended by the top 8 strong. But if everyone is so enthusiastic, this Taoist will still share a few words. The words above do not affect cultivation methods. Qi transforms yin and yang. The two extremes give rise to myriad things. Hearing this, he smiled cunningly, his lips curving downwards. Let's see if the fish bites the hook. Qiankun contains the sun and moon. The Tao returns to the profound and mysterious. From the shadows, a mysterious person heard Master Qingyanzi read this, and immediately knew it was the beginning of the yin-yang secret record. The arrangement of the matches the next day, although said to be random, actually involved some manipulation behind the scenes. As long as a few suspicious individuals participated, they would be assigned to righteous path experts, trying their best to prevent evil cultivators from entering the top 8 and obtaining the opportunity to comprehend the immortal tablet. In addition, Master Qingyanzi and Master Ziling had prepared quite a few contingency plans, because only in this way could the fishing plan be guaranteed to go smoothly. On this side, the referee spoke, "Stop here. Everyone step back 10 steps. The two people on stage this time were monk Huai Jing from Tianlong Temple Chua Tianlong in Yunnan province, and a rogue cultivator from a scattered cultivation family under 35 years old at the nascent soul realm with some fame. I heard he entered monasticism from a young age and cultivated at Tianlong Temple. He's a promising candidate for the Buddhist sect this time. He had already been investigated by the Special Investigation Unit's plan long ago. He, on the other hand, was the rogue cultivator from a scattered cultivation family under 35 years old at the nascent soul realm with some fame. His flaws are quite obvious." The referee's voice rang out, "Ready!" Suddenly a voice interrupted, "Wait!" The rogue cultivator's bow and arrow deviated and stuck straight into the ground. He spoke up. "The match doesn't forbid using bows and arrows, but you're not allowed to charge power beforehand. Otherwise, wouldn't your opponent become a target?" The man was annoyed. "What kind of logic is that? You can prepare beforehand, but I can't." Wuong Sheng immediately used his inner energy to overwhelm the rogue cultivator. "Fellow Taoist, are you doubting the professionalism of the referee?" Naturally, this person was not his opponent. As soon as Wuong Sheng released his inner energy, the man couldn't bear it. He continued, "The match continues. Remember not to use bows and arrows to charge power." He glanced over. "His morale has been suppressed and his Tao heart has been affected by my sword. Intent, I don't believe you can win. Remembering how he told me to blow the black whistle earlier, there's no sportsmanship at all." Mao Yu said, "If we don't deal with these evil cultivators, our plan cannot proceed." Thinking of this, he smiled cunningly. "This is plan B, to lure the fish, pretending to have a black whistle." Wuong Sheng glanced at Huai Jing, winking, signaling, "Go for it, I'll cover you." He was bewildered. What's happening? To further lure out the evil cultivators, his group allowed the top 16 strongest individuals to comprehend the contents of a part of the immortal tablet tonight. This included the two individuals with suspicious identities they specifically left in. Mao Yu immediately announced, "The treasure is too precious. Please stay within 5 meters of the vicinity." Wuong Sheng said, "Master Ziling is allowing comprehension at this time. The main purpose is to increase the bait to lure the Yin-Yang sect into action." Everyone was murmuring, "The Tao artifact above is indeed the immortal tablet. It's not something of the mundane world. The scriptures on it don't seem to be ordinary yin-yang Taoist scriptures. It's truly strange." Elder Lianzi wondered, "Fai Yu, you're so calm. Do you have a way?" He smiled brightly. "I have indeed seen it before, but the inscriptions on this stone tablet aren't sword techniques, so they're useless to me." He sighed softly, his face darkening as he thought. Even counterfeit artifacts are exquisite, let alone what's on top is just an ordinary stone tablet made temporarily. Suddenly, footsteps approached him. The person spoke, "Amitabha, this humble monk, Huai Jing of Tianlong Temple." Wuong Sheng quickly recognized the acquaintance and respectfully stepped forward. "Master, do you have any instructions?" Huai Jing got straight to the point, smiling cunningly. "In broad daylight, Taoist Master Fai Yu secretly helped me. Although this is against the rules, I still want to thank you." He then admitted, "I won't hide it." Mao Yu said, "Master has worked hard for the investigation unit. This is something that should be done." Elder Lianzi coughed a few times. "Can you not discuss this matter so openly here? There are outsiders." Both of them looked guilty simultaneously. He was observing the crowd when he saw someone secretly taking out their phone. Wuong Shan secretly felt satisfied. Very good. The fish has bitten the hook. Scene transition. In the blink of an eye, the immortal Tao assembly reached its third day. Zhiling said to everyone, "Stay sharp. Our work today is not just to protect the immortal tablet. Withdraw from there." Everyone replied in unison, "Understood." The girl among them reported, "Team leader. More than 10 low cultivation evil cultivators have appeared below Mount Sanking. In addition, more than 10 fleeing evil path experts are also heading this way. As long as the bait is sufficient, even if the fish is more cautious, it won't be able to resist the Yin-Yang sect in the end." Finally, you've surfaced. Next, it's time for us to take action. Outside, military helicopters and tanks were already waiting. Wuong Shan calculated. As long as we deliver the immortal tablet to the required location, we can consider our mission accomplished. But this journey will definitely not be easy. Perhaps we need Master Huaijing to hold back a bit. Huaijing sighed. Fai you absolutely don't get harmed by that scam game. The people in Buddhism are not to be trifled with. Our Tianlong Temple, for better or worse, has a reputation. The 6 Meridian Divine Swords. Luke Mok Then Kiem can also be considered ADCs, attack damage carries. Wuong Shan was surprised. "Oh, Master also likes playing games." "Oh, Ma said see." Huaijing scratched his head. "Just occasionally, it's boring on the mountain." Elder Lianzi confessed. "Indeed, at first I also went down the mountain to internet cafes. Many people noticed." Suddenly, Elder Lianzi and Huaijing looked at each other, sparks flying in their eyes. Huaijing spoke provoking. "Sneaking off, didn't even get to play for long before being dragged back and locked up. What kind of spirit is that?" Lianzi retorted. "Just addicted to the internet. Who dares go to internet cafes now? This Taoist will use his flying sword to chop off all their cables." The immortal tablet was transported by helicopter above. The convoy escorted it below. Suddenly, a strong external force hit the vehicle, causing it to crack. The convoy immediately fell into chaos. Vehicles crashed into each other. He and the others were shaken, unable to help but sway back and forth inside. Guanshuan quickly channeled her inner energy, pulling him out of the dangerous area. Both of them landed safely on the vehicle. At the same time, Wuong Shan shouted in a panic. "Something's wrong, the immortal tablet." The man crazily shouted, "The Special Investigation Unit is a bunch of useless people. Fall down for this old man." As he spoke, he kicked the box containing the immortal tablet. At this moment, the helicopter was moving towards the cliff. From a distance, a knife filled with inner energy shot over. Seeing the immortal tablet falling, he quickly darted over. "The immortal tablet belongs to us, Elder." Lianzi watched from a distance. "A golden core realm, evil cultivator." Wuong Shan spoke up. "Taoist master, kill the evil cultivators first. Don't let a single evil cultivator escape. Even if this isn't the full strength of the Yin-Yang sect, we must injure their vitality." The order was given. Units open fire at will. For 3 minutes, reinforcements can arrive in time. On this side, the evil cultivator laughed loudly, then tried to destroy the box. He was immensely satisfied. "My 1,000-year wish is finally going to be fulfilled today." But in response to his expectation was a sword thrust straight into his chest. Inside wasn't the immortal tablet, but Jing Yun Tin Van. She had hidden inside beforehand to lure him out. Wuong Shan fought the enemy while observing the situation over there. He sighed in admiration. "I didn't expect Marshal Aunt Jing Yun to hide inside the box. Master's security work is very good." Those evil cultivators quickly recognized him. They murmured among themselves, "That's Wang Fi Yu of Wudang Mountain. If we don't eliminate this kid, this battle will be hard to win. He's just in the Foundation establishment realm. Let's combine our strength and kill him." So they all swarmed forward to attack him. But of course Guanshuan couldn't just stand by. She quickly chanted an incantation. "Grant my wish upon the void. Yin Yang follow my will. 2 principles gate. Myriad kalpas are extinguished in the palm." At that moment, a powerful surge of inner energy quickly surrounded the group. They were slightly panicked. At this moment, the Yin-Yang Great Wish Formation, Umdung Haung Nguyen Tran, its immortal maiden Buyu Mai Tru Chi, is stuck. At the same time, Wuong Shan also thrust his sword down. Ziwei controls the Big Dipper. Zixiao leads the way. 7-star sword formation. At that moment, the formation was summoned by him, surrounding the evil cultivators. Immediately, they were blown up by his terrifying power. Wuong Shan couldn't help but sigh. Senior Sisters Yin-Yang. Great Wish formation is indeed a crucial battle-turning skill. Wuong Shan thought of that unwilling friend Shi Tianzhang. If Shi Tianzhang were here, if he knew Senior Sisters' cultivation method, he would say, your yin-yang secret record is truly effective. On this side, Jingyun was still fighting the evil cultivator from earlier. It seemed he wasn't easy to deal with, either. At this moment, everyone split up to fight. The main battlefield was Wuong Shan and the others, and Jingyun with Elder Azure Dragon. Than Long. On this side, the evil cultivators fought against Huaijing, saying to each other, with so many of us, we can crush them. Leave a few nascent soul realm experts to hold back those experts. The rest go eliminate those mortals. Morat Desmat. Elder Lianzi spoke up. Fai, you, the front line is about to collapse. Let's combine our strength and sweep away these brats. Wuong Shan quickly complied. Both of them coordinated. Sword has no beginning. Sword has no end. No. Wuong Shan raised his hand to the sky and chanted an incantation. Qiankun is boundless piercing. Clouds chasing wind. At the same time, a storm arose. His sword darted like wind, slashing through the group of people. Elder Lianzi excitedly laughed loudly. What a thrill! This way the front line can be a bit easier. Suddenly a voice, singing, rang out. Wuong Shan spoke up. Something's wrong. They want to steal the immortal tablet. Sneak attack. Don't let them take the immortal tablet, he thought. A sneak attack is of limited effectiveness against nascent soul realm experts. We must stop the opponent. We must take action. He immediately called out, Taoist Master Lianzi, control your sword and stop the evil cultivators first. I'll be there later. He agreed. Okay, Fai Yu, you must be careful. Wuong Shan shouted loudly. Huaijing, do you dare to face them head-on with me? Hearing this, his eyes lit up. Fi Yu is so spirited. This humble monk will risk his life today, so what? But seeing him fly like an arrow, Huaijing couldn't help but widen his mouth. Huh? Why are your movements faster than mine? Lianzi worriedly reminded him. Fai Yu, there are many evil cultivators. You must be careful. Wuong Shan said confidently, leave it to me. Ziwei controls the Big Dipper sword. Formless sword slays demons. Dadrick Chok. Immediately, he slashed straight up into the sky with the 7-star sword formation. A large sword shot straight up. A powerful force struck straight forward. The evil cultivators couldn't help but be sent flying far away. Shishay also charged up. Fai Yu, quickly recover. We'll hold back these evil cultivators. Huaijing also stepped forward. Amitabha, this humble monk is also very much looking forward to a grand slaughter today. On the other side, a dark force also swirled up into the sky. Meanwhile, Jingyun was fiercely battling the evil cultivator from earlier. Suddenly, his entire body trembled, and cracks of light quickly appeared. Jingyun observed and was immediately startled. Something's wrong. Immediately after she moved herself to maintain distance, the other guy was straining his body, and pink cracks appeared. Jingyun quickly chanted an incantation. Profound darkness with divine power. Great Dipper controls the water palace. Qiankun returns to myriad things. At the same time, 2 fierce surges of power shot out in both directions. That evil cultivator was also formidable. He strained his body and roared. Immediately a dark circle enveloped Jingyun's energy ball. He shouted loudly. Just a little. Profound darkness also wants to trap me. It seemed Jingyun was not his opponent this time. A little blood flowed from her mouth. He looked down at the people below with disdain. Then he quickly shot straight down to the ground. Rocks and dirt flew up in succession. Many people couldn't withstand this destructive force and retreated backwards. Wuong Shan and Guanshuan also became more vigilant after he displayed his power. Shishay quickly flew towards him. You guys hurry up and go. But Huaijing spoke up. Buddhist law is boundless. Let me deliver you to heaven. At that moment, the evil cultivator just channeled his inner energy and severely injured the Shishui group, causing them to spit blood. Elder Lianzi quickly attacked, but he sneered contemptuously. Do you think such a small amount of Tao cultivation can injure me? Wuong Shan clenched his teeth. After the sounds just now, those evil cultivators risked their lives and revealed their primordial power. Is it due to some forbidden technique? he quickly calculated. I have the 7 stars footwork, but senior sister can't easily retreat. I must stop him here. He saw Wang Sheng's attack and wasn't intimidated at all. Child's play. Wang Sheng was worried about Guan Shun, so he charged forward, senior sister. His sword successfully slashed across his neck, creating a long cut. But this enraged the evil cultivator. He roared, "Kid, your sword and this person are truly annoying." As he spoke, a fist fiercely struck him, causing Wang Sheng to spit blood uncontrollably. Immediately after taking the hit, Wang Sheng was sent flying far away. He was a little startled. This punch is also tyrannical. I must open my meridians immediately, otherwise I'll explode and die. He was preparing to channel his inner energy when a gentle hand pressed against his back. Wang Sheng turned around. Senior sister. On the other side, the evil cultivators shouted loudly, "By the Yin-Yang sect's command, kill them!" But at the same time, a sword light fiercely swept through, cutting them in half. Jingyun quickly stood in front of her 2 juniors to protect them. The strongest evil cultivator shouted, "It's you again, woman! This old man will kill you!" From the sky, military helicopters quickly arrived. "Reinforcements have arrived. Stick to them. Don't let them escape." The evil cultivator quickly realized Golden Core experts hiding beside the immortal tablet, fighting to the death against the righteous path and those military reinforcements. Damn it! So the immortal tablet was just a trap. The reinforcement unit spoke up. "Prepare for battle. Prepare to attack. Eliminate evil cultivators. Protect righteous cultivators." Everyone quickly joined forces and attacked the evil cultivator. Around him, a thick layer of talismans enveloped him. Hundreds of streams of killing intent quickly pierced towards him, leaving him no time to react. He planted his weapon in the ground and channeled his inner energy. His entire body began to swell. A member of the Special Investigation Unit quickly channeled their inner energy from the Foundation Establishment realm and immediately realized his intention. He wants to self-detonate. He channeled all his inner energy and unleashed a finishing blow with the myriad swords. Returning to the source. Van Kiem Kui Tung. Those long, sharp swords cut through the wind, shooting straight at the evil cultivator, leaving him unable to resist. Dozens of swords finally pierced through the evil cultivator's body. He stood, stunned, dumbfounded. Blood gradually flowed everywhere. Finally, he couldn't hold on and gradually lost his last breath. In this immortal tablet battle, the evil cultivators of the Yin-Yang Myriad Return sect were eliminated. The righteous path sects also suffered considerable losses. Perhaps this is the brutality of the battle between righteousness and evil. Elder Lionzi spoke up. "Taoist fellow Shu Trung Dao Hu, after this battle, when will we launch a full assault on the Yin-Yang sect?" Chu Chiang Tu Tsung replied, "It's troublesome. Although the investigation unit hasn't located their base in Sakura Island Nation due to international relations, it's not easy to make a move, but this debt cannot be settled like this." Then he whispered, "Wait until I break through to the Golden Core realm. I will definitely go settle accounts with him." Lianzi also lowered his voice. "Comrade's thoughts are very dangerous. This Taoist has decided to accompany that person to supervise you." Huaijing added, "Buddha is compassionate, rescuing neighboring countries from evil cultivators. This humble monk will not refuse." Jewel. On this side, Guanchuan gave him a cherry blossom branch. Wang Sheng quickly replied, yes, it's Sakura Island Nation senior fellow, Shu Trung Tin Boy. Why are they the ones who aren't afraid of chaos? Moharnan. Hearing this, her eyes lit up. Wang Sheng smiled bitterly. "I almost forgot senior sister likes stories of major battles between righteousness and evil. The first battle between righteousness and evil has concluded. The immortal tablet was also successfully delivered, the Yin-Yang Myriad. Return sect lost an arm. From today onwards, they will become enemies of the righteous path. Longhu Mountain Nui. Long Ho was attacked, its 1,000-year inheritance burned to ashes by a large fire. The righteous cultivators escorting the immortal tablet did not die, but were injured. The various righteous path sects demonstrated their awe-inspiring strength to the Yin-Yang sect, reaching a consensus to jointly eliminate the Yin-Yang sect. After this incident, Huaijing excitedly asked Wang Sheng's group, "Do you need anyone in your fixed team?" He smiled stiffly. "Of course we're short on people." On the other hand, Huaijing can also be considered to have officially joined Wang Sheng's group. He thought, "This master is addicted to the internet. He needs to be treated." At any rate, cooperating with him, Wang Sheng and Guan Xuan will have the combat strength of a Golden Core expert. A few days after the major battle ended on Zhongnan Mountain, Jingyun Tinven said cheerfully, Everyone feel free to cultivate in seclusion here for a while. Guanxun happily agreed. Suddenly she looked at Wang Sheng. I'll help you carry that stone. Why are you carrying that onto the mountain for no reason? Mao Shan. Wang Sheng persisted. Martial Ant, this is something a senior from the sword sect lent me for cultivation. Jing Yun offered her opinion. Cultivation should follow nature. This is forcing it. It's not right. Guan Xuan also agreed with this. Wang Sheng didn't argue, senior is right. Immediately after he quickly sat down to cultivate, after entering the nascent soul realm, cultivators can continue to accumulate true essence, but they cannot condense it further. Once they advance to the nascent soul realm, all true essence will transform into magic power, and it becomes even harder to condense. The sword sect lent him this heavy sword Da Apkeem precisely because they wanted him to use it after condensing his true essence to help himself. This way, after he advances to the golden core realm, his magic power will be even more pure. While he was thinking, a cough brought him back to reality. Seeing Chi Wen Tri Vun, he was surprised. I didn't expect junior sister to also reach the initial stage of the gathering spirit realm. She looked at him playfully and teased, still haven't gotten senior sister yet. Wang Sheng felt a little helpless. Just raising her cultivation level, she's getting more and more like master. Immediately after, he waved her away. Between cultivators, 4 eyes looking at each other is enough to know what both sides need. Go! I need to try this heavy sword. She didn't stop. Senior brother, are you okay? Immediately after, Wang Sheng continued to carry the stone weight according to the cultivation method. After channeling true essence into the stone, the Dharma sword needed to be condensed with sword intent. Now it's time to test its effect. He held the sword and quickly practiced diligently. Chi Wen sat in the distance, watching him intently, her eyes not leaving him. Wang Sheng was sweating all over. So heavy. Just a few simple steps almost took away a part of his true essence. But the greater the consumption, the more obvious the effect of the heavy sword. But no matter what, I must at least complete this set of sword techniques before saying anything. Saying this, he flew straight up into the air, startling Chi Wen. Something's wrong. She didn't even have time to react before he fell straight down to the ground. He lay face down, looking at the cracked ground. Chi Wen worriedly stepped forward. Senior brother, are you all right? He lay flat on the ground, wailing internally. It can actually deplete my true essence in an instant. This Dharma sword is truly formidable. Practicing sword has risks. Don't force yourself. Don't pressure the sword improperly. His fellow disciples wept. Although the process was tragic, the true essence in his body had indeed become much purer. Therefore, Wang Sheng always kept the heavy sword with him, constantly repeating or preparing to be crushed by it. Seeing him continuously being crushed by the stone like this, Guanxuan couldn't help but worry to the point of tears. But because of this, his endurance also increased. He struggled to do push-ups while comforting Guanxuan. Senior sister, don't worry, I'm fine. A month later, the true essence in his meridians had significantly advanced, and Wang Sheng himself had reached the peak of the foundation establishment realm. He only needed an opportunity to enter the nascent soul realm. Suddenly, on a snowy day, his father called. Wang Sheng was a little surprised. Hello, Dad, what do you need? On the other end of the line, his father coughed a few times. Little Sheng, something big has happened at home. I need to ask for your opinion. Wang Sheng was stunned after hearing this. Immediately after, Wang Sheng kept holding his phone and messaging while smiling foolishly. Chi Wen couldn't help but stare at him blankly. Senior brother, did you overcultivate and suffer chi deviation? Guanxuan quickly showed her a photo of a baby wrapped in a blanket, looking very cute. Chi Wen was so surprised, she screamed, what senior brother is going to be a big brother? Before, his parents often talked to his master because they wanted to improve the living environment for the 3 master and disciples. Later, after Master Qingyanzi joined the investigation unit, he often sent them pills as a token of gratitude. Although these pills weren't precious, they could regulate the body and enhance longevity. Perhaps it was because of this reason that his mother finally became pregnant for the 2nd time. Wang Sheng was overjoyed. This never happened in my previous life. Obviously, it's because I changed my destiny in this life. In the future, my sword will protect one more person. Thinking of this, his mood became so excited, he leaped into the air and did a somersault. He trained even more enthusiastically. So, I must work hard to cultivate my sword and become stronger. After all, when I was weak, Master and Senior Sister protected me. In the future, when my younger brother or sister is weak, Wang Sheng made up his mind. As the older brother, I must hold up the sky. Unknowingly, the new year arrived. The warm spring sunlight shone down on the city, replacing the cold of winter. In a warm little home, Wang Sheng arrived and immediately called out loudly, Dad, Mom, senior sister, and I are home. His father happily replied, Good, Dad will open the door for you right away. His mother sat beside them, beaming. Guanshuan smiled brightly like a flower. Little Juan, eat more today. Don't be shy. Around the new year. Martial Uncle Shai took junior sister Chi Wen to find his master, and he brought senior sister home for the new year. He happily ate and observed everyone. Mom and Dad's attention is no longer on me. I'm not afraid they'll misunderstand anything. Fortunately, they still care about senior sister like before. But the situation on the other side was a little funny. Recalling 2 days ago when he went to the sword sect to return the heavy sword as soon as he arrived, the disciples cheered excitedly. Elder Fa Yu is home for the new year. The person next to them spoke up, calling him randomly. What is it? It's Elder Fa Yu who brought the elder mistress home for the new year? Back to the present, his father brought up the food and instructed. Little Sheng, tomorrow morning, take out the ancestral tablet and help Grandma. Now that you can cultivate, then the 8 generations of ancestors must exist. He cheerfully replied, I know. Just then Wang Sheng's phone rang. It was a message from Mo Yue. The whole family curiously peeked over. What is it? Looking at the notification, his father couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It looks official. Little Sheng, you've become a registered staff member. After all, your master's identity is also there. He didn't say anything, just hummed in response. Wang Sheng carefully read the notification. Now the government has implemented management of cultivators. This is probably a publicity platform. He looked at the heaven list, his face contorted. The ranking of the first batch on the heaven list master isn't even in the top 5. 6th on the heaven list, Lu Zu's lineage inheritor, Taoist master Buyu, golden core realm, mid-stage. Beniputrat. He looked through the list and couldn't help but be happy for Guanshuan. Senior sister is indeed on the list. Wang Sheng excitedly praised, Senior sister, you're amazing. You're actually ranked so high. She also happily handed her phone to him to see. His name was also on it. He explained briefly. Immortal maiden Buyu, ranked 33rd on the heaven list. Master is Taoist Master Buyu, who cultivates the pure yang immortal scripture to control the yin-yang Tao. Exceptional talent, astonishing comprehension. Cultivation level is quite low, but has combat strength comparable to a golden core realm cultivator. Referring to himself. Taoist Master Fa Yu, disciple of Taoist Master Buyu Jr., brother of Immortal Maiden Buyu, cultivates the pure yang. Immortal Scripture Sword, Tao Realm, has caught up with renowned figures and is ranked 101st on the Heaven list, temporarily ranked 1st on the Earth list. Hearing this, Wang Sheng felt as if a stone was pressing down on his heart. Temporarily, in the ranking, Guanshuan beside him couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. At the same time, his father walked over. Little Shing, I just saw something called Immortal Path Heroes List. Are you two usually so dangerous? Saying this, he couldn't help but frown and wonder. If that's the case, why cultivate on the mountain? You're both young disciples, aren't you? He put down his phone, stood up and smiled, comforting him. Dad, don't worry, we're just minor unknown figures. Hearing this, his father sighed in relief. Then he instructed. Little Sheng, you're grown now, you should make your own decisions about your life. Saying this, he looked at his son resolutely. But Mom and Dad always want you to be safe and sound. That's what's best. He looked at his father, nodded, and smiled lightly. Don't worry, Dad. Immediately after his phone rang non-stop, notification messages arrived. Huai Jing smiled cunningly. Congratulations, Fa Yu, for being listed on the Heaven list. How much did you pay for it? Elder. Lianzi sincerely congratulated him. Congratulations, Fa Yu, Heaven list, keep going. Yunji was happy for him. Congratulations, Fa Yu, for also being listed on both the Heaven and Earth lists. Of course, Xu Tianjiang wasn't missing. Brother Sheng, you're the best brother Sheng, I want to have your babies. After that, a series of congratulatory messages poured in from others. Wang Sheng then looked over at Guanshuan. She was happily wiping the floor. From the first time I brought senior sister home, Mom and Dad haven't treated her as an outsider. And senior sister, to let Mom rest well, has been actively doing household chores these past few days. His father felt guilty. Little Juan, just leave these little things to Uncle. It's fine. Scene transition. Back to Wang Sheng's bedroom. Briefly speaking about him during this time, he lay on his bed, hands behind his head, thinking. I've already reached the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. My spiritual energy is unobstructed, and my soul is fine. Why do I still feel sleepy? His eyes were half closed, but his mind couldn't stop thinking. I heard Master say that starting from the nascent soul realm, when one's cultivation breaks through, there will usually be unusual phenomena. Saying this, Wuong Shan quickly closed his eyes, but unusual phenomena while sleeping were unavoidable. Suddenly, in the living room outside, Guanshuan was working when a strange feeling made her jump. Guanshuan's entire body suddenly felt uneasy. She stared intently towards his bedroom. Seeing her strange reaction, his mother, who was eating snacks, glanced at her husband. "Little Xuan, what's wrong?" He was also bewildered, not knowing what was happening. Immediately after, she put down the mop. This uneasy feeling made Guanshuan unable to focus on anything else, and so Guanshuan ran to his room at the fastest speed. As soon as she opened the door, tears couldn't help but stream down. Guanshuan worriedly looked around. "What should I do? Junior brother is about to form his nascent soul. The mundane world's spiritual energy is turbid, which will be unfavorable for advancement." On this side, Wuong Shan was still lying motionless. A black aura surrounded him. The situation seemed critical. Guanshuan clenched her teeth, thinking of a method immediately after she stepped forward and threw off his blanket. Her face couldn't hide her serious expression. At this moment, she silently channeled her inner energy. A yin-yang circle quickly appeared. This is qi transformation of yin and yang repel each other. After Guanshuan finished forming the seals and chanting the incantation, she stood in the center of her yin-yang 8 trigrams, performing the half return to reality technique. Her face was grim, her two hands skillfully formed seals together. Gathering origin gives rise to the Tao. Gathering qi condenses reality. As Guanshuan chanted this, Wuong Shan's entire body quickly flew up. Just a moment ago, he was still in a state of coma. Now, his eyes immediately opened wide. At this moment, he seemed to have begun his breakthrough. He clenched his fists and shouted loudly, "Nascent soul!" Time passed quickly. Outside, it was already night. The atmosphere was exceptionally quiet after successfully breaking through the foundation establishment stage. Wuong Shan had slept continuously until this moment. His eyes slowly opened. Wuong Shan was a little disoriented as he sat up. He looked around blankly. He sensed a person's breath and turned his head. "It's dark now. How long have I been sleeping?" Guanshuan was still sitting in meditation on the chair. She was a little tired, so she had leaned her head down. He couldn't help but blush at this sight. Wuong Shan was surprised and asked himself, why is senior sister here? Her intuition was also extremely sharp. Wuong Shan had just woken up not long ago, but she had already woken up. Wuong Shan walked towards her and gently said, "Senior sister, close your eyes for a moment. I'll keep watch here." Guanshuan was still sleepy, so she listened to him and hummed in response. Immediately after, she lay down on Wuong Shan's bed and peacefully fell asleep. He gently put the blanket on her and couldn't help but feel heartbroken as he thought, "To help me break through smoothly, senior sister used her own true essence and spiritual energy to help me absorb. Doing this consumes a lot of mental energy. Senior sister takes care of me too much." Immediately after, he sat down on the chair and focused on his inner energy. True essence surged and directly gathered with the world's spiritual energy. Just a nascent soul realm. Breakthrough is like this. I wonder what the scene will be like for Golden Core. Inner energy gradually gathered, Wuong Shan thought. In the next few months, I need to slowly refine and temper my divine body to make my Tao core transcend the mundane and become transcendent. After my realm is perfected, I can attempt to break through to the Golden Core realm. But the most important thing is... Thinking of this, Wuong Shan smiled cunningly. Now I have cultivated the nascent soul realm's sword control flight technique. After senior sister wakes up, I'll immediately take her to the sky. He imagined the beautiful scene of him and senior sister riding swords and soaring in the air. And just like that time quickly reached the eve of the 30th of the new year on TV, the reporter cheerfully introduced, "Hello everyone." His father was also excited. "Good evening, little Shang, little Xuan. Do you have any New Year's wishes?" He happily said. "My wish is for our whole family to be safe and sound, and for Master Senior Sister and Junior Sister to be able to cultivate smoothly." On this side, his mother gave her a red envelope. "Little Xuan, don't be shy. Take it." She nodded and said, "Yes, Auntie." His mother looked at her and smiled brightly. "What about little Xuan? It's not the same as little Shang's." She held her phone screen up to her mother. "May Junior Brother's family be safe and everything go smoothly. May junior brother's cultivation improve and never suffer. Qi deviation. May master quickly defeat evil cultivators and ascend the mountain for cultivation with Master Ziling. I will also work hard to cultivate and protect junior brother and junior sister, becoming a responsible senior sister. Seeing his mother so happy, he smiled cunningly and whispered to her, "Senior sister, you're truly professional." Immediately after, of course, he was punished for daring to say that Wuong Sheng laughed heartily. "Senior sister, you hit my funny bone again." Suddenly his phone rang. Wuong Sheng, still laughing, said, "Senior sister, I need to answer the phone. I surrender." He placated Guan Xuan and then answered the phone. "Hello calling, so late to wish a happy new year. How thoughtful." On the other end, Mo Yu was in a hurry. "Taoist Master Wong, we need your help." Mo Yu quickly got to the point. "That female corpse retrieved from the moon has suddenly started moving. It has broken out of the research lab." Dot. Hearing this, he quickly thought of the girl he had heard Master Ziling and the investigation unit mention. At this moment, she was flying in the air. Mao Yu continued. "She's currently flying towards your location. She might pass by your area later." Hearing this, Wuong Sheng couldn't help but be surprised. "What?" she continued. "The female corpse might be heading towards some ancient archaeological site. It will probably pass by your place in about 20 minutes. A car to pick you up is coming immediately." Mickey, Man. He nervously stood up. "Okay, I'll set off immediately." Wang Xing quickly instructed Guan Xuan, "Senior sister, stay home with mom and dad. I'm going out for a walk." His mother wondered, "Little Sheng, where are you going so late?" His father worried, "Are you going to fight evil cultivators again?" Wang Sheng immediately went back to his room to prepare. Guan Xuan followed him. As he put on his clothes, he said to her, "An archaeological site dug up a Dharma artifact. They want me to go to keep an eye on it. This is confidential. I need to be a little cautious." Majidam. She didn't say anything, but her face still showed worry. Guan Xuan then saw him out. The investigation unit's car was already waiting at the door. He looked at Guan Xuan's expression. Her face was very solemn. "Indeed, I couldn't hide it from Senior Sister after that call." They quickly got in the car. He and Guan Xuan were briefed by the investigation unit. Taoist Master Wang, the combat instructor, will go directly to the site. They will probably arrive at the same time as the target. We have completed sealing off the surrounding area. There might be some impact. Guan Xuan looked at him worriedly. Wang Sheng quickly replied, "Okay, I understand." The driver said as he drove, "The target appeared earlier. Where are they going?" "The target has entered Taoist Master Wang's house." Hearing this, he couldn't help but shout in panic. "What?" Guan Xuan was also extremely worried. She couldn't hide the surprise on her face. Wang Sheng was worried, so he quickly called his family. "Mom and Dad, how are you? Are you okay?" His father replied while sweating. "Little Sheng, Mom and Dad are fine. We have a guest at home, an immortal, who said she's looking for Little Zhuan. She seemed to say it's a difficult to find old acquaintance, not a lonely spirit. This is the immortal maiden everyone mentioned." He felt uneasy at this moment and quickly instructed, "Dad, please tell that senior that we will be back immediately." Moscow. He hung up the phone, his mind still racing. According to ancient texts, immortal beings descended during the pre-Qin era, leaving behind inheritances. Until 1300 years ago, most cultivators followed the immortals on an expedition, and the world's spiritual energy was cut off, so cultivation stopped. Thinking of this, he leaned his head back on the seat, exhausted, his mind constantly calculating. Putting aside where the immortals went on their expedition, that immortal maiden wasn't the last survivor. But the other party is an immortal. She probably won't harm Senior Sister. He opened his eyes and looked at Guan Xuan, who was staring at him blankly. Wang Sheng made his own judgment. But with such an old acquaintance, an immortal maiden descending to the mortal world likely has a hidden motive. The car carrying him and Guan Xuan quickly returned home, but the seniors had arrived even earlier than him. At this moment, they had surrounded Wang Sheng's house. Since the opponent was an immortal maiden, they temporarily held their ground. But Master Qing Yanzi couldn't help but worry. Hearing the sound of a car stopping in front of the house, he quickly looked down. His expression unchanged. Wang Sheng quickly ran in. He couldn't help but ask anxiously, "Master, what's the situation?" Although he knew the situation was dangerous, he still reassured his two young disciples. "Little Sheng, Little Xuan, don't be afraid. Master is here." Without knowing when the immortal maiden was already behind Taoist Master Buyu Bat and gone to Gu, Wang Sheng anxiously shouted, "Master, be careful." But it seemed the warning was a little late. She quickly extended her hand and lightly brushed past Master Qing Yanzi. only had time to glance over. Her speed was so fast that no one could react, and immediately after a bright surge of power emanated from the immortal maiden. Her robe fluttered in the air, just like the immortals described in stories. After dealing with Master Qingyanzi and the others, she gently landed in front of Guanshuan Wang. Sheng worriedly shielded his senior sister. Everyone at this moment was restrained. Master Qingyanzi couldn't do anything. He could only watch the situation anxiously. Guanshuan timidly hid behind him. Wang Sheng looked at the immortal maiden with wary eyes. The girl slowly opened her eyes. The face of the person said to be an immortal maiden revealed an indescribable coldness. She extended her hand towards Guanshuan. Wang Sheng was somewhat anxious to the point of sweating. He said respectfully, "Senior, you just entered this junior's home. If you want to meet an old acquaintance, why not come back with senior sister and sit down and talk a bit?" The immortal maiden didn't open her mouth, only stared at the two of them, but a voice rang out. "I apologize for the intrusion." Wang Sheng was startled as soon as he heard it. This is voice transmission. His face stiffened. He observed the girl and secretly assessed her. The black aura on her glabella seems to be death. Qi, could it be that this immortal maiden hasn't fully recovered? And after that, the three quickly moved to his room. Wang Sheng initiated the conversation. "Senior, do you have something you want to say to my senior sister? My senior sister doesn't talk much. Everything she wants to express must be done through text or pictures." The immortal maiden looked at Guanshuan. "It's because her soul is damaged. The 6 paths of reincarnation cannot be fully completed." At this moment, Guanshuan was still scared and quickly hid behind him. Hearing this, Wang Sheng couldn't help but wonder, "Senior, why is my senior sister's soul injured? Have you met senior sister in a previous life?" She looked at him contemplatively and said directly, "Asking too many questions isn't good for you." Guanshuan timidly held up her phone. The content inside was, "Who am I? Where am I?" Seeing her like this, for some reason this immortal maiden seemed a little pensive. She was silent for a long time. Finally she spoke, explaining, "You can return to this place. Perhaps there are other Taoist fellows who have returned, but my remaining time is not much. I don't know if I can find anyone else." Wang Sheng couldn't help but be surprised. "Is this my illusion? Why does this immortal maiden feel gentler?" After speaking, she directly stood up her robe, fluttering in the air. The immortal maiden flew closer to Guanshuan. "I opened the heavenly spirit seal Thienlin Fong Cam and discovered that there was still an inheritance of spirit remaining. In the future, you can cultivate with peace of mind. This world can temporarily be considered stable." Wang Sheng looked at his phone screen, asking on behalf of his senior sister. Senior sister asks if you can recover to your original state. Is there anything this junior can do to help?" She extended her hand and said gently, "In your previous life, you were the ice-clear jade maiden. In this life, you are Guanshuan." The soft hand pressed against Guanshuan's cheek. The immortal maiden gently observed. "A Tao seeker among sentient beings. Old stories have passed. Old acquaintances have left. This life has arrived." Immediately after, Guanshuan sat cross-legged, focusing on circulating her energy. She continued to give instructions. "Now you have just stepped onto the path of cultivation. Temporarily enter the immortal path and then go search for the answers you want to know. The Lunar Palace can answer all your questions, but one who hasn't become an immortal cannot find the Lunar Palace." The immortal maiden flew up and at the same time instructed Wang Sheng, "Use your Ziwei Heaven Sword to protect her. In the future, there will be no lack of benefits for you. My wish is fulfilled. I must go find the stone of reincarnation left in this world. Perhaps there is still a chance to live. Don't let her remember me. If she asks, just say I've gone to reincarnation." Wang Sheng just stood there, watching the figure gradually disappear into the distance. After the immortal maiden left, the people outside quickly pursued. Wang Sheng's parents were protected by the combat team and requested to move to a safe area. After the immortal maiden's unannounced visit, the window of his room was shattered for his parents leaving this place. This time was equivalent to abandoning their current life, but because of their safety, this was an unavoidable measure. His father, afraid that his son would worry, reassured him. "Little Sheng, don't worry. Mom and Dad will absolutely not implicate you." Now, apart from Guanshuan, who was in a state of comprehension, there was only one person by his side. It was none other than Mo Yui. Looking at her appearance, at this moment, she looked like someone who had lost their soul. "Taoist Master Wang, where do you think the female immortal flew off to?" Wang Sheng was startled by Mo Yue's expression. She said she was a remnant soul and wanted to go to reincarnation to see if she could find a chance to live. If we follow the route, perhaps she went to Mount Pingdu Nui Bin Do. Mao Yu immediately analyzed carefully. Ancient underworld capital, Mount Pingdu, but there is no Taoist inheritance passed down there, only a few scattered images. The image of that mountain quickly appeared in her mind. It's a rather peaceful place. However, on this side, before the word cultivator in scattered cultivator was finished, she had leaned her head down and fallen asleep on the spot. Mao Yu was exhausted by the immortal maiden incident. Wang Sheng couldn't help but feel helpless. "You're tired. Go inside and sleep." Hearing this, Mo Yue's spirit flared up again. She shouted loudly, "No need? I can take medicine." He knew he couldn't persuade her. He could only sigh and support her forehead. "Just bear with it." As for Guan Xuan, at this moment, she was still sitting in meditation. Wang Sheng secretly observed. After meeting that immortal maiden, senior sister has been in a state of comprehension. Although it sounds a bit unreliable, it seems senior sister has broken through again. He sighed in disbelief. Senior sister, could she really become a golden core Taoist at just over 20 years old? If those Taoist masters knew, they would probably all feel like not living anymore. After he provided the information about the immortal maiden to the investigation unit, he focused on guarding senior sister's cultivation. Guanshuan's state of comprehension, after maintaining for a few days, stabilized her cultivation at the peak of the nascent soul realm. That night, the two of them were very happy. Firecrackers exploded to welcome the new year. And of course, the biggest surprise was that Guanshuan's difficulty speaking had also greatly improved. She looked at the fireworks excitedly. "Junior, brother, fireworks together." Wang Sheng smiled stiffly. One character turned into two characters. Good. Really good. And after the Lantern Festival hadn't passed long, the two of them had to set off to return to Wudong Mountain. And having received the gift from the immortal maiden, he also unlocked a new skill. At this moment, they were standing on the second floor of his room. Wang Sheng looked at Guanshuan happily. "Senior sister, are you ready?" She happily nodded. "Everything is ready." Wang Shen raised his hand and formed seals, chanting an incantation. A faint smile couldn't help but appear on his lips. "Then let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them quickly rode their sword chi and soared into the sky. Finally, he had fulfilled this wish. Wang Sheng was so happy he was about to shed tears. This is the romance of a sword cultivator. In the future, we will wield swords and roam freely, becoming a pair of senior and junior siblings who can fight and can fly. He immensely enjoyed this moment. Guanshuan was holding on tightly to her junior brother. Wang Sheng thought, although this posture is a little familiar right now. A few hours later, the sky quickly turned dark. The moon also appeared. Looking from a distance, Wang Sheng's movement speed in the sky was like a meteor streaking by. He listened to music as he traveled. Suddenly something caused Wang Sheng to stop. He turned around and looked at Guanshuan. She was crying, her eyes filled with tears. Wang Sheng quickly understood her meaning. "Senior sister, let's go down and rest for a bit. We can also charge your phone." He pointed downwards. "That village down there. Let's detour there later. Don't let others see us." But at the same time, Wang Sheng saw a strange phenomenon that made him wonder. A green stream of light appeared in the opposite sky. He looked carefully. Lead one direction of geomancy. Gather the essence of the sun, moon, and stars. Wang Sheng quickly reported to his senior sister. "Someone cultivating as a demon is here," briefly speaking about this after the world's spiritual energy recovered plants and animals also gained spiritual energy. Those who cultivated wholeheartedly without creating karma were okay. According to what he knew, if they were tainted with human karma, the disaster would be on the demon. Wang Sheng flew closer to observe. At this moment before them, a demon cultivator absorbing the essence of the moon appeared immediately after Wang Sheng quickly flew down to the area where he had discovered the demon cultivator. Before they got closer, Wang Sheng instructed. "Senior sister, since we've encountered this, we shouldn't stand by and watch. If we're going to take action, we must try to capture them alive." Guanshuan listened to him and hummed in response. Both of them hid behind a window and silently observed the situation inside. What was unexpected was that this place held many animals, and there were also people dressed in black, carrying weapons, patrolling back and forth. Among them, a black dog was emitting rage and constantly barking. The guard struck the iron cage hard and shouted, "Bark what?" Even if the police come here, you'll all be killed one by one, and they say they're humane. They just know how to cause trouble for this old man. Mishinan. Wang Sheng and Guan Xuan observed for a long time. Then he sent a message to Mo Yue. Someone is raising demons. My senior sister said that the demon creatures already have resentment clinging to them. The address is... She replied concisely, 10 minutes. And exactly 10 minutes later, the police quickly arrived and rounded up the group. An investigation officer quickly reported the situation. Advisor Wang, the preliminary interrogation is over. These people say they were hired to farm, but they have a boss behind them. He wondered, where is that boss? He replied, he probably drove here 10 minutes ago. We're pursuing him. As he spoke, the investigation officer handed over a bag. This was found at the scene. This. He immediately put on gloves and examined the object inside. A note had been found with the words, Taoist Master Wang, check your phone. Unlock code 4396. He picked up his phone and looked, he thought. Perhaps I didn't fly high enough earlier and was discovered by the evil cultivator's comrades. The opponent thought I came to eliminate them, so they ran away. As he thought, he clicked on the video. His face was extremely tense. Both of them listened in silence. It was the young sect master of the Yin-Yang sect. He was riding his sword arrogantly under the moon. What a romantic sight, we meet again. Taoist Master Wang. Wang Sheng was surprised. The young sect master of the Yin-Yang sect. I didn't expect to meet him here. He gets information quite quickly. It seems, Immortal Maiden Buyu, your senior sister cultivates the Yin-Yang secret record of the Myriad Return sect. Now there are a few experts in our sect. I'm afraid it will be unfavorable for the two of you. I greatly admire the two of you. Why don't the two of you hand over the Yin-Yang secret record to me? Wang Sheng looked at her. Senior sister, give me the most vicious curse you have. Guan Xuan quickly agreed. The video was still playing. I can offer rewards, and I can also stop the martial uncles who have impulsive personalities. He typed a single character, Hello Taoist Master Wang. The young sect master quickly replied, Perhaps you've thought it through. Guan Xuan quickly sent a mocking emoticon. A notification appeared. Young master has enabled friend verification. You are not her friend. Please enable friend verification. You can chat after verification is approved. On the other hand, he quickly called his master to report the situation. Master Qingyanzi was surprised. Something like that? Then let's provoke them a bit and see if they take the bait. Wang Sheng asked, Master, does Master Ziling have a plan? Master Qingyanzi said gravely, She's been constantly eliminating the Yin-Yang sect's strongholds, but it's not simple to make the opponents appear again. He said seriously, unless we can find something that provokes them, but last time, they already knew part of the Yin-Yang secret record's content. It might be hard for it to be effective this time. Hearing his master say this, Wang Sheng remembered the well full of yin energy from before. He quickly asked Master Qingyanzi, Master, do you still remember the ancient demon at Xi'an Temple? Master Qingyanzi, on this side, stood up and walked towards the window. I understand. I've instructed them to do it. You don't need to worry, but the architects from before might need another 2 or 3 months. You two be patient and wait. Mayin Wansvatka said. Wang Sheng on the other end quickly replied, I understand. I hope Master Ziling can announce the news. He added, I and Senior Sister will go out on a mission anyway. After all, I and Senior Sister need to return to Wudong for secluded cultivation and try to avoid bringing disaster to Wudong's inheritance. He pondered and instructed him. Little Sheng, it's great that you can think of these things. Your master feels very proud, but your Senior Sister has a simple mind. In the future, you must take more care of her. Don't let her be deceived. Saying this, Master Qingyanzi pretended to cough. Does your master's meaning you understand? Wang Sheng was startled, sweating profusely. Master, did I do something wrong? Was I too close to Senior Sister? On the other end, he replied, It's okay. Cultivation should be enjoyable. Don't be too ambitious. After that, Master Qingyanzi quickly said goodbye and hung up. Wang Sheng sighed. What exactly does Master mean? Guan Xuan not, understanding what was happening, looked at him curiously. He looked at Guan Xuan, who was in a daze, and secretly guessed, could he be actively matchmaking me and Senior Sister? A few days later, at Wudong Mountain, the scene here was still as peaceful as ever. Inside, Elder Lianzi looked like he was about to explode in anger. Damn it! Which scoundrel is cultivating the fiery blast technique behind the mountain? The door to his place was still closed, and the person inside wasn't seen coming out. At this moment, Wuong Sheng rushed in, panting, "Senior sister, success, success!" His face was covered in dirt, and his clothes were tattered, but his face couldn't hide his excitement. Wuong Sheng quickly handed over something. It was a sword. He happily said, "Senior sister, this is a sword ring. Flying sword that I just refined. It's a gift for you." At this moment, Guanshuan's face couldn't help but be happy. After resolving the demon cultivation matter, he and Senior Sister had returned to Wudong Mountain to focus on secluded cultivation. The first thing Wuong Sheng did after returning to the mountain was to refine a sword ring flying sword for her. Recalling the times he was blown up with loud bangs, and now seeing Guanshuan's happy face, he was secretly satisfied. Senior Sister is so happy. My failures these past few days were worth it. Immediately after he brought out food, his mind still couldn't stop thinking. The immortal path is worth looking forward to. Walking together. Heaven is truly kind to me in this life. If Senior Sister doesn't care about male-female relationships, then I will continue cultivating with Senior Sister. And the two of them ate happily together. Wuong Sheng made up his mind. If one day Senior Sister truly comprehends and falls in love, I will try my best not to let Senior Sister feel lonely. Indeed, the scenery on the mountain at night is also very peaceful. After eating, he lay on the roof and checked his phone, while he and Senior Sister were focusing on secluded cultivation. Master Qing Yanzi's fishing plan was still proceeding smoothly. At Wuong Sheng's suggestion, the investigation unit was building a fake Ziyan temple to use the enemy's tactics against them. After the fake Ziyan temple was built, various news reports appeared. He read the news while frowning. The news article even included photos of evil cultivators cultivating beside a well. These news reports were all intended to focus people's attention on the Ziyan temple, about 100 miles away from the sword sect. And the Ziyan temple now has a large group of martial realm and mountain sealing forces stationed there, along with the combat team. Sometimes Golden Core realm experts would display their pressure. There was also a special team from the government monitoring the network. It was indeed done to the point where it was hard to distinguish truth from falsehood. On the other hand, Master Qing Yanzi led the special investigation unit to continue striking the Yin-Yang sect. After all, only with enough pressure would the opponents be forced into desperation and release the ancient demon and seek help. And just like that, 2 months passed. Mo Yue quickly called him. She just said, "Taoist Master Wang," before she could say anything. He enthusiastically said, "Time and place, I can set off any time." Hearing him say that, Mo Yue was surprised. You already know everything," Mao said seriously. "It's okay. Immortal Maiden Buyu is currently trying to break through to the Golden Core realm, right? Taoist Master Wang, just protect her. Someone else can handle this. The opponent's strength isn't very strong." Hearing this, he was a little surprised. "The opponent's strength isn't strong. Is the investigation unit a bit too confident?" Then he looked at Guanshuan, who was diligently training. Senior Sister isn't in seclusion. The time to form her core hasn't arrived. On the contrary, I don't want anyone else to take my place in this battle. Mao Yu, on the other end, replied happily. "Okay, I've chosen you for this matter. I'll immediately send someone to pick up the two of you." After hanging up, he said to Guanshuan, "Senior Sister, pack up a bit. We have to go fight the Yin-Yang Myriad returned sect." She immediately replied cheerfully, "Okay." Very quickly, the two of them quickly packed their bags and set off. Both of them looked ahead, their eyes filled with determination. Wuong Sheng said, "Finally, this day has come." Suddenly, his phone rang. Wuong Sheng was surprised. "Mo Yue, did she arrive so quickly?" Mo Yue asked awkwardly, "But Taoist Master Wang, just now, did you know exactly what I was talking about?" He calmly replied, "Ziyan Temple." She sighed in relief. "I knew you misunderstood. That plan isn't ready to be put into action yet," Mao Yu continued. "Actually, the Sakura Island Galen and Golden Pagoda nations are planning to come to our great Huaxia Daihua Cook for a cultivator exchange. See if you're free to come over." Hearing about Sakura Island Nation being very arrogant, Wuong Sheng couldn't help but sweat. An international exchange assembly. Why did I never hear of this in my previous life? As soon as he met the familiar faces, he happily greeted them. "Huai Jing, long time no see. He smiled cheerfully. "This humble monk's cultivation has just improved. I was planning to find Fai Yu to show off a bit." Saying this, he couldn't help but be surprised. "I didn't expect Fai Yu to have broken through to the nascent soul realm." He glanced at Guanshuan. Using pills and spiritual stones to force it up still requires time to consolidate the realm. Forcing a breakthrough still has some negative consequences. Saying this, he looked at Mao Yu in confusion. Didn't you say there were 2 other people participating in the exchange assembly? She was a little dejected. Yes, but it seems they went to settle personal grievances. Guanshuan quickly spotted them. She calmly pointed in that direction. Yunji smiled brightly and stepped forward, bowing. The 3 of you, I am Liu Yunji Liu Wenqi. Forgive me for the intrusion. Behind him, Shu Tianzhang was wrapped in talismans. As soon as he saw him, Shu Tianzhang cried out loudly. Brother, Sheng, else! Wang Shan sighed helplessly. Taoist brother, Liu, release him. Don't let others laugh. Mao Yu saw this scene and was a little flustered. Let's go inside first. After that, I will explain this assembly to everyone clearly. In the meeting room, she reported, the recovery of spiritual energy doesn't only benefit our great Huaxia countries. From ancient times, all have their own cultivation methods. However, due to management issues, their overall development isn't as smooth and peaceful as ours. It is precisely because of this that in recent years, international discussion has emerged about the threat posed by great Huaxia's cultivators. The main purpose is to make us publicly disclose our cultivation methods. To put it plainly, they are just too greedy. Therefore, Tianzhang excitedly whispered. Guanshuan also couldn't help but be curious and leaned in to listen. Brother Sheng, according to the news, some cultivators have started to become arrogant. The result was a slap from Taoist Master Qing Yanzi, which made them behave a bit. Mao Yu, full of enthusiasm, said loudly, this exchange assembly, if we achieve a complete victory, we don't need to deliberately lose to them. After all, this isn't ping-pong, and we don't value that aspect. Taoist Master Wang, your personality is usually very gentle. It's okay to be a bit arrogant this time. He smiled bitterly. How can this be? On this side, Guanshuan had leaned her head on his shoulder and fallen asleep because the meeting was too long. Shi Tianzhang excitedly spoke up. Don't worry, showing off is my specialty. Brother Sheng, if you don't understand anything, just ask me. He looked at the enthusiastic young man in front of him and smiled lightly. I understand. Scene transition. In a large hall, everyone had gathered there. The senior elders were arranged to sit together. Master Qing Yanzi and Shu Tianzhang's martial uncle sat next to each other. Guanshuan, Shu Tianzhang, and Wang Sheng sat together. Next were Huaijing and Yunji. Everyone was attentively watching the stage above. From outside the door, the guests were gradually entering. 3 representatives from 3 countries with 3 different costumes and styles. The first was the representative team from Galen Nation. Their costumes carried a royal aura. Following that was the representative team from Sakura Island Nation. Their costumes were Japanese style. And finally, the representative team from Golden Pagoda Nation. This time, Master Qing Yanzi was the host. He stepped forward and said loudly, Young people are the future, the hope. Today, 3 nations visit our China to conduct exchanges. His demeanor was very majestic. Master Qing Yanzi continued, we hope everyone can help each other and progress together, contributing a part to the stability and peace of the world. The representative from Sakura Island Nation quickly stepped forward. I feel regretful about losing to Taoist Master Qing Yanzi yesterday. For the first match, let my eldest disciple compete against Taoist Master Qing Yanzi's disciple. Immediately after Wang Sheng was sent to the stage for the first match, the other person stepped forward, looking at him gloomily, then he introduced himself. Ma Bei Ma Bak is here from Sakura Island Nation to seek guidance. He also smiled lightly and bowed in Li. This humble one is Wang Sheng. Please enlighten me. Immediately after, Wang Sheng lightly drew his sword and adopted a defensive stance. For some reason, standing before him, Ma Bei couldn't help but sweat. Immediately after, he used all his strength, clenched his teeth, and rushed forward with his sword. Ma Bei looked at Wang Sheng fiercely, as if seeing his longtime enemy. And just like that, he slashed fiercely towards him. A strong surge of inner energy erupted, but what surprised Ma Bei was that his attack was like a gentle breeze in front of him. Ma Bei couldn't believe his eyes. He stared at him dumbfounded, clenching his teeth. That sword strike was easily blocked by Wang Sheng, as if he were just practicing. Even Wang Sheng's face showed no fluctuations at all. The girl, accompanying the Sakura Island Nation representative, whispered, Senior brother Ma Bei. She paused, then continued. Ma Bei just now put all his cultivation into that single strike, which can be said to be a desperate move. The representative observed his technique and couldn't help but be surprised. But that young man easily resolved it with just a small sword strike. Using a little more force would send Ma Bei flying. Using a little less, and I would be crushed. It seems there's too much disparity between Ma Bei and his strength. Although attacked, he was still in a daze. His hand seemed powerful, yet gentle, as he tightly held the sword, skillfully playing with his opponent. Wuong Shan swept his sword once. The representative couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This young man controls his strength very skillfully. It's truly surprising. The outcome is clear. Wuong Shan respectfully cupped his hands and said to Ma Bei, "I have yielded." His eyes showed unwillingness. Ma Bei glared sideways at him immediately after he launched a sneak attack towards Wuong Shan. He couldn't help but sigh. So they say, cultivation first requires cultivating the heart. The two words shame and face are also very necessary. Thinking of this, his eyes became even more determined. Immediately after, thousands of sword ki quickly shot out towards Ma Bei. Wuong Shan emitted a radiant glow. On the other side, he couldn't move anymore. The representative of Sakura Island Nation had lost too much face. He clenched his teeth and shouted loudly, "Come back, Ma Bei!" Ma Bei, unwilling, clenched his teeth and bowed his head. He was truly unconvinced, but couldn't defy the order and reluctantly turned to leave. Shi Tianzheng covered his mouth and chuckled. With just this level, he lost and still sneak attacks. So shameless, we Chinese cultivators really can't learn this. Huai Jing also joined in. You can't say that. That's a kind of tenacious spirit, never giving up. He cunningly replied, "Master is right, but we shouldn't learn it to avoid being expelled from our sect." "Mai duatsko jasad," Master Qing Yanzi said humbly. "Young disciples are a bit naughty. Please don't take it to heart. Everyone who has come is a guest. Our China should still show some courtesy. My disciples were fortunate to win this match. Do you want to continue?" At this moment, Wuong Shan still stood proudly on the stage. The representative of Galen Nation stepped forward disdainfully. This kind of exquisite sword technique has many points that differ from the sword techniques we pursue in terms of power and speed. She said honestly, "This makes me feel very excited. Let me test myself against this formidable swordsman." Wuong Shan happily raised his sword before him and said humbly, "Please enlighten me." Immediately after, the girl held her sword and channeled her inner energy. Her power illuminated the entire arena. Huai Jing felt it was normal, the Holy Knight's state of adding power. Shi Tianzheng put on his glasses. "I know this move, Excalibur." On this side, Guanshuan remained calm. She thought, "Anyway, he can't lose to Junior Brother. I'll just eat in peace." On this side, the girl held her weapon high and shouted loudly, "Sword of Judgment, Galen, obey justice!" At that moment, a blinding light shone everywhere. Wuong Shan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He secretly mocked. Why does it sound so chaotic? Immediately after, the representative of Gailan Nation fiercely struck the ground with her sword. The sword chi was just a little bit away from hitting him, but Wuong Shan remained calm. Immediately after, he also gripped his sword tightly, channeled his inner energy, and pointed it straight up into the air. Wuong Shan's sword emitted a radiant glow, no less than anyone else's. The Galen Nation representative's sword formation shattered. She lost her grip on the sword and was sent flying far away. In the end, she still couldn't defeat him. The representative of Galen Nation lost with just one move. Her sword flew in the air, then somersaulted a few times before being heavily impacted and plunging straight into the ground. Almost killed my sword, Shrimp Kemchep, probably a game term / pet name for her sword. The girl couldn't help but be startled and dumbfounded. Shi Tianzheng on this side cheered. "Damn, I didn't expect Brother Sheng to be so tough. One move directly defeated that Night Sister." Yunji added, "What do you understand?" Although Fa Yu only needed to use the 7 stars footwork and the opponent wouldn't have been able to touch a corner of his robe. Wait, he continued. In this place, he could actually face them head on and completely shatter the opponent. This style of fighting is the most accurate. The representative of Galen Nation raised her index finger in admiration. "I have experienced your strength. I am far from being your equal, but there will be a day when I challenge you again. Great Huaxia cultivator Wuong Shan." He didn't become arrogant because of his victory. He cupped his hands respectfully. Always ready. Next was the third match. The man stepped up. "It's our Golden Pagoda Nation's turn now." Not long had passed. Both stood silently. A whooshing sound cut through the air. Shi Tianzheng was dumbfounded. He took off his glasses and asked, "What just happened?" Yunji grumbled, "It seems Fa Yu unleashed a sword intent." The two looked blankly at the person who had fallen to the ground. "Then he won," Huai Jing explained. "The opponent used illusion techniques to attack Fa Yu. On the contrary, broke through it with his sword intent. That's why outwardly the two just stood still. Saying this, he pretended to cough. Golden Pagoda Nation cultivators specialize in illusion techniques. It's written in the data. The two felt a little guilty. So that's it. After the match, he returned to where Master Qing Yanzi was sitting and humbly said, Master, your disciple was fortunate not to disgrace your order. He looked at him with satisfaction. You've worked hard. After talking to his master, he returned to his seat. Guanshuan looked at him intently. She winked and made a gesture of praise with her hand. You won well. You. As soon as Wang Sheng saw her, he smiled brightly and returned the gesture with his finger. Thank you, senior sister. At this moment, Master Qing Yanzi said loudly, Just now my humble disciple made a fool of himself. Today, since it's a friendly exchange, how about this? There are 5 young disciples behind me. Please feel free to choose one person to spar with. How about it? Hearing him say this, everyone here was silent, contemplating. As soon as he finished speaking, Shu Tianzhang smiled cunningly and raised his hand. Excuse me, Taoist Master Buyu, may I introduce myself first? The other 4 were struck by lightning. They looked at him and couldn't help but simultaneously wonder, what kind of trick is this guy pulling now? Oh. Master Qing Yanzi turned around and looked at Shu Tianzhang. What do you want to say? Go ahead and say it, he stammered, pretending to cough a few times. This humble Taoist. He paused, seeing that he seemed to have said it wrong. Shu Tianzhang quickly corrected himself. This junior dares to say a few words. Actually, there's a reason for the seating arrangement of the 5 of us. You can choose your opponent according to your strength. This is also a small gesture of consideration from our great Huaxia nation. Tianzhang began to explain. To put it figuratively, I am the easy difficulty. He then simply pointed to Yunji. With skin smooth enough to peel an egg, next to me is the normal difficulty. Yunji looked over annoyed, seeming to want to punch this talkative guy. Next is Huijing. That great master next to him is the difficult difficulty. Then Wang Sheng, the handsome and dashing, incomparably mighty sword cultivator from just now, is the hell difficulty. Finally, Guan Xuan, that immortal maiden next to him, is the heaven difficulty, as in being able to easily send you all to heaven. She continued to eat her snack calmly, unconcerned. He began to babble. Even if your masters came, they would probably be hung up and beaten by the immortal maiden. He added 2 final sentences. Don't translate, slip of the tongue, slip of the tongue. Huijing at this moment couldn't help but be annoyed. Later, little Sheng must debate the Tao with Taoist fellow Shu Tianzhang with fists. Yunji also couldn't help but smile, his whole body trembling. Count me in for a share? Saying this is clearly to shift the attention to the 2 of us. Yunji guessed. Which sect would be shameless enough to challenge Shu Tianzhang? But man proposes, heaven disposes. Shu Tianzhang's face turned pale. The layers of skin on his face looked like they were about to crack. Don't tell me there's actually someone. Tell. A person with an arrogant face held a sword and stepped forward. The person quickly went onto the stage. I am also the weakest contender in our representative team. He looked at Shu Tianzhang without much friendliness. How about we spar a bit? Both you and I can prove ourselves. Shu Tianzhang, eager to fight, angrily held up a talisman. Please enlighten me. In his mind, he thought, this script isn't right. Shouldn't you have directly challenged Sister Liu for a match? Behind them, Huijing held back a laugh and mocked, Amitabha scholar, good luck! Yunji also suppressed his laughter until his whole body shook. I'll leave the easy difficulty to you. Hearing these words, he couldn't help but get annoyed. The other person immediately drew his sword and rushed forward, making the first move. He fiercely shouted, First move! Then he rushed forward, but immediately after, Shu Tianzhang's talisman floated over gently. The other person was startled. A loud explosion quickly rang out. At the same time, next, a pair of golden wings quickly appeared, illuminating the entire area. Shu Tianzhang laughed proudly and flew up, asking again, Am I really just the easy difficulty? Why do you have so little potential? As he spoke, he formed seals with his hand. At this moment, the opponent was somewhat intimidated. The man fumbled, unsure how to react. At the same time, Shu Tianzhang's fire fiercely shot over. The other person didn't expect Shu Tianzhang's power to be so terrifying. He could only look up at the sky dumbfounded. The defensive barrier that the other person had built was mercilessly shattered by Shu Tianzhang. His flames were like arrows fiercely pouring down. The representative for Sakura Island Nation saw this scene and was afraid his man would die under Shi Tianzhang's hand, so he quickly shouted loudly, "We surrender!" At this moment, Shi Tianzhang quickly landed, "My talisman technique cannot control its power, and my skill is still much weaker than Brother Sheng's." He shamelessly explained, "Brother Sheng can pull back his moves in time, but I couldn't retract this technique. I'm truly sorry for injuring you." The other person lay flat on the ground, his mind reeling. Although winning and losing is normal, this young hero, I couldn't even pass the easy difficulty. How about you start your life over? And for the second match, Shi Tianzhang was dumbfounded. He's truly a brave man to dare to talk about his tragic life in front of me. Yunjai was also surprised, but isn't this asking for death? This match was Guanshuan's turn. Her face showed no sign of intimidation. The person was wearing armor, his face tense, looking very cool. Huaijing couldn't help but lament. Level 1 boss fighting max level. This humble monk has nothing more to say. And of course, no one needed to say it. Everyone knew the result. Guanshuan was like a fairy, gently defeating the opponent with just one move. Shi Tianzhang covered his mouth and chuckled cunningly. I told you, heaven, difficulty. After a few matches, the morale of the Sakura Island cultivators gradually waned. They were no longer as arrogant as they were at the beginning. Wang Sheng secretly observed them. Sakura Island has seemed to be planning something big since the beginning. What exactly do they want to do? Immediately after the representative of Sakura Island Nation spoke, the translator repeated, "It is a rare opportunity to meet such outstanding young cultivators today. Although it doesn't conform to our principles, we have an unreasonable request." He was aiming at Wang Sheng. "We hope that sword cultivator can enter the arena again and spar with our two players who specialize in bizarre techniques." He secretly chuckled. "So this is what they're after," the translator continued. "We don't want to compete for victory and defeat like this. Even if we win, it won't be glorious. We just want to verify our bizarre techniques a bit to see if we can gain some advantage against a sword cultivator." Mom. Shi Tianzhang laughed contemptuously and said loudly, "Still no face." Yunji also couldn't help but curse, "Shameless." He remained seated, silently saying nothing. Master Qing Yanzi quickly stepped forward and placed his hand on Wang Sheng's shoulder. He gently instructed, "Little Sheng, see how many people you can handle at once. Let them all enter the arena simultaneously. If they want to lose face, then let's fulfill their wish. Use the Ziwei Heaven Sword to deal with them." He quickly complied and said, "Yes, master." And immediately after the representative of Sakura Island Nation brought two girls onto the stage, Wang Sheng also quickly stepped forward. He immediately drew his sword. "It's just a friendly spar. No need to be too formal. You all don't need to distinguish between young and old. Just come at me all at once." As he spoke, he swept his sword once. A nascent Soul Realm mid-stage sword key swept across, causing the two girls behind him to instinctively cover their faces with their hands. The representative stood firm and said loudly, "If that's the case, please enlighten the two young people behind me." The representative of Sakura Island Nation couldn't help but be surprised, inwardly. His hand clenched into a fist. "This young man's strength is not weaker than mine. China's cultivators are truly not to be underestimated." Wang Sheng remained silent, observing his opponents. "I can't underestimate the opponent either." The three stood silently looking at each other. The two girls also showed killing intent and began to channel their inner energy. Suddenly, the two quickly took off their conservative clothes. The revealing outfits underneath were gradually revealed, along with hidden weapons covering their bodies. The two girls' appearances also gained a bit of sharpness. Both quickly adopted a stance and looked at him saying, "Please enlighten us further." Shi Tianzhang, as soon as he saw the opponents, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Yunji glanced sideways. "Pay attention. Don't disgrace us." Huaijing also added, "Amitabha, it's just a pink skeleton." At the same time, all three were startled because someone was radiating fierce killing intent. Looking toward the opponents, Guanshuan looked like a demon at the two girls in front of her, tempting him. "Shameless. I want to beat them too much. Can I replace him?" Wang Sheng's face was full of confidence, his expression unchanged as he looked at the two seductive opponents. At the same time, two pink figures quickly disappeared, leaving behind only two streams of inner energy. Both of them fiercely rushed towards him, attacking him relentlessly. But of course, those were just the clones that Wang Sheng created. One of the girls quickly took out throwing stars from her hand and threw them straight at him. Wang Sheng easily dodged, but he couldn't help but think, I seem to have encountered these two people's movement techniques somewhere before. Suddenly he remembered the intense battle at the hospital. It was that female nurse. That's right. So it was her. Wuong Sheng quickly had the answer. The Yinyang sect indeed has connections with the high-ranking officials of Sakura Island. He began to unleash his killing sword, intent determined. Since that's the case, I don't need to hold back anymore. Looking at those two girls, Wuong Sheng felt annoyed. New grudges and old debts. Today I will collect some interest. Your so-called bizarre techniques are nothing more than this. Do you have any more profound bizarre techniques? This set of footwork is merely a simplified version of China's 8 trigrams evasion technique, Bat Kwai Don Thuat. He began to raise his voice. Back then in China, you followed many cultivation paths, unless they are all lost. The representative of Sakura Island Nation's face was expressionless. Are you being a bit too arrogant? Immediately after he stepped forward and introduced himself. Hikawa seeks guidance from you. On this side, Shi Tianzhang was indignant and rushed forward. Damn! After fighting the young ones, an old one comes out. Still. Before he could finish, Master Qing Yanzi stopped him. Little Sheng, it's not his nature to like showing off. Why is he so aggressive today? He silently observed. Did he discover something? On this side, Wuong Sheng spoke up. Please. Immediately after he shouted loudly, then rushed forward towards him with all his strength. Naturally, Wuong Sheng quickly turned sideways to avoid it, but that wasn't all. Hikawa continued to charge forward with his sword. After his failed attack, he used his bare hand as a sword and slashed across his neck, causing Hikawa to let out a cry and be sent flying far away. As soon as he landed, more than 10 streams of sword chi quickly pierced straight through him. Leaving Hikawa momentarily stunned, he used his hand to cover one of his eyes. The technique he just used was the 7 stars. Sword control art. That Tin Ngu Kim Thut. The sword key he shot out slashed fiercely towards him. Hikawa was accidentally cut on the shoulder. Shi Tianzhang cheered loudly. Brother Sheng is mighty, finish off that damned old man. On this side, Yunji also excitedly asked Huai Jing, Master, what do you think? He laughed heartily and replied calmly. If he wanted Fa Yu's life, he would have already fallen. This man's sword technique also has some level. If we disregard Fa Yu's immortal grade flying sword, then there's nothing to say. Even if the chances of winning aren't high, it wouldn't be as miserable as this. Hikawa's hair was messy at this moment. He couldn't believe his eyes. Evil. How can this young man be so powerful? But he was puzzled. It's a pity that sword control art is Fa Yu's method. Why didn't he use it? Wuong Sheng glared. I haven't even used half of my remaining strength. Why don't you all attack together? If you can force me to use my strongest sword technique, I will admit defeat today. How about it? Immediately after, the entire group from Sakura Island Nation charged forward together, preparing to fight him. Shi Tianzhang outside roared in indignation. Damn! Are you bullying us because we're outnumbered? Master Qing Yanzi had to calm him down. Calm down. Wuong Sheng thought, evil cultivators are meant to be killed. Since they are evil cultivators, I should not be lenient. Although China pursues peace, the enmity between Sakura Island and China cannot be forgotten. From a personal standpoint, I must probe whether there are people from the Yin-Yang myriad, return sect, among the Sakura Island Nation people. Now I represent China, representing the seniors who threw themselves into the battle. The world's spiritual energy has recovered. Ninjutsu and Bushido have also recovered. Do you people think you're something? You secretly probed and stirred up trouble, revealing your sinister faces. Today, I must let you know that the people's heroes of Vietnam are the true powerhouses standing on this earth. Translator's note. This section is an explicit show of patriotism added by the original author/translator mentioning Vietnam. He slowly drew his sword and pointed it straight at Hikawa, his face filled with challenge. Wuong Sheng closed his eyes, sensing. At this moment, the opponents were constantly moving around him. It could be said that danger was everywhere. Some held swords and charged forward while others used throwing stars. Even though the enemy was very energetic, he just stood there without any movement. Suddenly, it was as if a current of electricity ran through his body. Wuong Sheng was momentarily stunned. Immediately after, he quickly swung his sword, sweeping a few lines in the air, sending the opponents flying far away. At the same time, he also used his bare hand, not forgetting to gesture in the air. A powerful surge of inner energy quickly erupted. Wuong Shan was now surrounded by a radiant blue light. Anyone who approached was severely injured. He said disdainfully, "Sakura Island sword. Down ninjutsu is nothing more than this. Do you have any other techniques? This footwork is merely a simplified version of Great Huaxia's 8 trigrams evasion technique." Hikawa quickly pointed upwards. At the same time, a group of assassins with covered faces charged towards him. "Keep going." At this moment, outside the arena, Xu Tianzhang had long been unable to contain his anger. He angrily rushed forward. "Damn these little devils, so shameless, Brother Sheng, let me..." Before he could finish, Master Qing Yanzi stopped him. Little Sheng is not the type to seek attention like this. Why is he so aggressive today? He silently observed. Could it be that he has discovered something? On this side, Wuong Shan spoke up. "Please," immediately after he shouted loudly, then charged forward towards him with all his strength. Naturally, Wuong Shan quickly turned sideways to avoid it, but that wasn't all. Hikawa continued to charge forward with his sword. After his failed attack, he used his bare hand as a sword and slashed across his neck, causing Hikawa to let out a cry and be sent flying far away. As soon as he landed, more than 10 streams of sword chi quickly pierced straight through him, leaving Hikawa momentarily stunned. He used his hand to cover one of his eyes. The technique he just used was the 7 stars. Sword control. Art. The sword chi he shot out slashed fiercely towards him. Hikawa was accidentally cut on the shoulder. Shi Tianzhang cheered loudly. "Brother Sheng is mighty, finish off that damned old man." Oh. On this side, Yunji also excitedly asked Huaijing, "Master, what do you think?" He laughed heartily and replied calmly, "If he wanted Fa Yu's life, he would have already fallen. This man's sword technique also has some level. If we disregard Fa Yu's immortal grade flying sword, then there's nothing to say. Even if the chances of winning aren't high, it wouldn't be as miserable as this." Hikawa's hair was messy at this moment. He couldn't believe his eyes. Evil. How can this young man be so powerful? But he was puzzled. It's a pity that sword control art is Fa Yu's method. Why didn't he use it? Wuong Shan glared. "I haven't even used half of my remaining strength. Why don't you all attack together? If you can force me to use my strongest sword technique, I will admit defeat today." How about it? Immediately after the entire group from Sakura Island Nation charged forward together, preparing to fight him. Xu Tianzhang outside roared in indignation. "Damn! Are you bullying us because we're outnumbered?" Master Qing Yanzi had to calm him down. "Calm down," Wuong Shan thought. Evil cultivators are meant to be killed. Since they are evil cultivators, I should not be lenient. Although China pursues peace, the enmity between Sakura Island and China cannot be forgotten. From a personal standpoint, I must probe whether there are people from the Yinyang Myriad Return sect among the Sakura Island Nation people. Now I represent China, representing the seniors who threw themselves into the battle. The world's spiritual energy has recovered. Ninjutsu and Bushido have also recovered. Do you people think you're something? You secretly probed and stirred up trouble, revealing your sinister faces. Today, I must let you know that the people's heroes of Vietnam are the true powerhouses standing on this earth. Translator's note. This section is an explicit show of patriotism added by the original author, a translator mentioning Vietnam. He slowly drew his sword and pointed it straight at Hikawa, his face filled with challenge. Wuong Shan closed his eyes, sensing. At this moment, the opponents were constantly moving around him. It could be said that danger was everywhere. Some held swords and charged forward, while others used throwing stars. Even though the enemy was very energetic, he just stood there, without any movement. Suddenly, it was as if a current of electricity ran through his body. Wuong Shan was momentarily stunned. Immediately after, he quickly swung his sword, sweeping a few lines in the air, sending the opponents flying far away. At the same time, he also used his bare hand, not forgetting to gesture in the air. A powerful surge of inner energy quickly erupted. Wuong Shan was now surrounded by a radiant blue light. Anyone who approached was severely injured. He said disdainfully, "Sakura Island sword. Down ninjutsu is nothing more than this. Do you have any other techniques? This footwork is merely a simplified version of Great Huaxia's 8 trigrams evasion technique." Hikawa quickly pointed upwards. At the same time, a group of assassins with covered faces charged towards him. "Keep going." At this moment, outside the arena, Xu Tianzhang had long been unable to contain his anger. He angrily rushed forward. Damn these little devils, so shameless, Brother Sheng, let me. Yunji and Huaijing had to work together to restrain this war-hungry horse. This isn't your concern. Stay here, obediently, Amitabha Fi. Yu has his own considerations. Don't mess things up. Shi Tianjiang struggled crazily. That's how it is. But from somewhere, a slender hand lightly patted him, making the young man dizzy. Guanshuan was calm as usual, while Yunji and Huaijing were already scared. She didn't say much because Guanshuan's speech wasn't fluent. Trust junior brother. On this side, the group kept shouting loudly to boost each other's morale. Keep going. Don't retreat. There's only one opponent. We will win. Sakura Island cultivators are #1 in the world. As he fought, he looked at Hikawa, who was still standing motionless on the other side, as if watching a play. Wang Sheng was annoyed, still not taking action. Still. Finally, he took a step forward. He's just a young sword cultivator, but his ability has already surpassed most of us. China's cultivation world is indeed very strong. Our Sakura Island must resist the enemy to have a chance to suppress them. Wow. It seems the power of this sword formation is too great, making him unable to focus on using this strange sword control art. If that's the case, we will definitely win. Thinking of this, he finally decided to charge forward. At the same time behind him, a silver-haired death soldier, Tusi, holding a sharp knife, stealthily rushed towards his back. But Wang Sheng seemed to be able to see the old man's movements. He revealed a cunning smile, immediately after the sword. Control. Art. The Ziwei sword was unleashed. He quickly slashed into the air. The movement was so fast that no one could see what he was doing. This attack's power was so great that the old man behind him and Hikawa were instantly shocked. That surge of inner energy shot out like a rocket, piercing through the city wall outside. A loud explosion immediately followed. Hikawa didn't even dare to look behind him. If he had taken that hit, his life would have been in danger. But it wasn't just Hikawa. Everyone, including Master Qingyanzi, was dumbfounded by this attack. Wang Sheng then spoke up. I'm still too young. My sword Dao cultivation is ultimately insufficient. I have used my strongest technique. According to the rules, I have lost. Saying this, he sighed softly, full of regret. Then Wang Sheng continued, Congratulations, you have won. Hikawa was still in a daze at this moment. On this side, the three ruthless people covered their mouths and chuckled. Xu Tianjiang, with his straightforward nature, said, Is this the highest level of conceding defeat? Have you learned this move of Brother Sheng is truly ruthless? De Pushtomwats. Immediately after, he reluctantly turned his face away, leaving the people of Sakura Island Nation standing there stiffly, like statues behind him. He went in front of Master Qingyanzi and bowed in Li. But he had already secretly sent a voice transmission to let his master know. As soon as Wang Sheng sat down, his phone rang non-stop. Messages poured in. It turned out they had created a group chat called Immortal Cultivation Fixed Team. Monk Huaijing invited Liu Yunji of Mao Mountain to join the chat group. Monk Huaijing invited Shi Tianjiang of Longhu Mountain to join the chat group. Huaijing opened the conversation. Amitabha, those young people from Sakura Island, I'm afraid they'll be psychologically scarred, Shi Tianjiang calmly said. Although Brother Sheng dug the pit, no one pushed them in. They shamelessly tried to surround and attack, and then got beaten. What's there to pity? Yunji replied, That makes sense. Sakura Island has a grudge against us. They don't need face. Shi Tianjiang started tormenting everyone. Brother Sheng is amazing. Brother Sheng is awesome. I want to have babies for Brother Sheng. Immediately after Xu Tianjiang of Longhu Mountain was muted, Huaijing wondered aloud. Fi, why were you targeting Sakura Island like that today? He explained. I suspect they are related to the Yin-Yang Myriad Return sect. For example, those ninjas, their movement techniques are a bit similar to a female nurse from the Yin-Yang sect who once tried to kill Xu Tianjiang. Hearing this, Xu Tianjiang looked at him blankly, his face showing he didn't understand what was happening. He continued. Just now, I deliberately injured them. When I went back, I also reminded Master now. Master wants to use the excuse of treating them to probe their cultivation methods. On this side, Master Qingyanzi was open-minded. Young people don't understand things. Don't take it to heart. Did it injure the bones? I have pills here. My disciple is a sword addict and doesn't know restraint. I apologize for the offense. Guanshuan wondered, if that's the case, wouldn't it be enough to just capture them and beat them with whips? Why go through so much trouble? Hearing her say this, everyone was speechless. Wang Sheng looked at his fierce senior sister and smiled bitterly. inwardly. A moment later he messaged, "Just received news. Okamoto Hikawa learned a bit of the Yin-Yang myriad return sect's cultivation method. For now, let them go first. We will act after gathering intelligence. We might organize an exchange visit to Sakura Island. Be careful to keep it confidential." Hu Weijing replied, "Although Sakura Island's gaming level hasn't been good in recent years, their ACG is worth experiencing." Monsalondin Saskomo, Yunji spoke up. "They have some ancient architecture that's quite interesting. We can appreciate it." Someone else interjected, "Looking at people cutting, immediately after Xu Tianzhang of Longhu Mountain was kicked out of the group by the team leader, sword cultivator Fai Yu. Everyone strongly approved of this action." Time passed quickly. Finally, the last night of the exchange assembly ended. At the hotel, everyone was playing cards together. Yunji spoke up. "Brother Sheng, what's next for you and senior sister? Are you returning to the mountain for cultivation or what?" Shi Tianzhang interrupted, "If you're going to fight evil cultivators, count me in." Huaijin chimed in. "Amitabha, why is Scholar Shi a bit restless? Be careful not to get rounded up by a group." He immediately got angry. "Damn monk, what nonsense are you spouting?" Wuong Shan smiled cheerfully. "It depends on Master's arrangements, if Huaijing isn't in a hurry. Wait a few more days, we have a good show we want to put on." Shi Tianzhang smiled cunningly. "Brother Sheng, what good show?" Wuong Sheng's face darkened. "You're too inexperienced. It's a secret." At the same time, a knock sounded at the door. "Is Taoist Master Wang here?" Mo Yue came to report, "The matter at Xi'an Temple is finished. Although Taoist Master Shi and Taoist Master Lu were not originally on the plan list, your masters also participated in the operation, so you two can also listen." Through the plan, they had created many false stories about the battle with the ancient demon at Xi'an Temple to make the evil cultivators believe that the righteous path cultivators had suffered heavy losses in the battle, luring them into action. According to the plan, in the next few days, we will announce a nationwide campaign to eliminate evil cultivators. At the critical moment, chaos will erupt at Xi'an Temple. At that time, you will receive news of a rescue mission. Rescue Xi'an Temple. The plan will begin. The plan was originally like that, but due to some reasons the plan will change slightly. Taoist Master Wang, I'm truly sorry. Although the team leader has always helped you block the Research Institute. This time, the Research Institute has gone to a higher level. It's possible they will contact you and immortal maiden Buyu. Ma Chong, he sighed. I understand what needs to come cannot be avoided. He quickly sat down at the conference table the next day. Little Sheng inviting everyone here. This time is mainly aimed at immortal maiden number 01 from before, and the matters they have come into contact with. He reassured them, Uncle Ma, don't worry, I will definitely say everything I know. Master Qingyanzi pretended to cough a few times. Regarding that immortal maiden, it's not as my two disciples said. That immortal being doesn't know some things. This Taoist can add more. But I also hope that after you hear this, you won't be pessimistic or negative. Wang Sheng was confused. Master, isn't this the sect's secret treasure that Ancestor Lu passed down to us? Inside the golden token, it seemed as if a voice was asking, is there still someone in my lineage? Half an hour later, the professor was surprised. Qingyanzi, that is Lu Dongbin. What is this photo data? Why do we only see him there and can't understand his language? Master Qingyanzi speculated. This is likely a transmission jade slip used by immortal beings in ancient times. Only someone at the Golden Core realm can activate it. Lu Zhu used the language of the ancient immortal family. Perhaps I have prepared a translation. The letter says, worldly affairs are unpredictable, truly making one sigh with emotion. I didn't expect Lu Dongbin to also have a day to leave a last will and testament. I will recount everything. I only hope that in the future, when you ascend to immortality and leave this world, you will not cause disaster due to language barriers. From ancient times, before the myriad things in the universe were a chaotic mess, guided by the great Tao, the immortal sacred realm. Tiantianvuk gradually formed. Accordingly, various races of living beings were born, and the first immortals also appeared and drove the alien races out of the immortal sacred realm. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, Hao Tian, immortal emperor Hao Tiantiande, after uniting the immortal sacred realm and the star realm, into the immortal realm intended to assimilate the universal great Tao. Unexpectedly, he encountered resistance from the descending great Tao, implicating not only himself, but also countless immortal beings. Thus, the immortal race was lost, and chaos ensued. Countless powerhouses, who had been driven out by them, took the opportunity to kill their way back. Finally, the immortal realm was broken. The leader of the immortal race, at that time Ziwei Great Emperor, and the Heaven Court. Tiandin immortals protected the children of Hao Tian, immortal emperor, and broke into a forbidden area. The professor was extremely surprised. So the beings called immortals were a super civilization that after being defeated fled to Earth for refuge. Master Qing Yanzi interrupted, "Let me finish the rest. Originally on Earth there was a branch of humanity with the same origin and lineage as the immortals called the Uthamahu Dam. After the immortals discovered Earth, they immediately used formations to conceal it and passed down their inheritance to the Uthama tribe, leading to resonance with the great Tao. Although the inheritance was passed down, the immortals were not resigned to decline. Added to the fact that time on Earth flowed 100 times slower than in the outside world, they could not afford to delay further. Therefore, 1300 years ago, the immortals decided to break out of the immortal forbidden zone and restore their former glory. Before leaving, they completely sealed off the spiritual energy of Earth to prevent enemies from finding this place. But after the alien races knew that the immortals had appeared, they immediately united and launched a full assault on the immortal race. The immortals suffered heavy casualties. 13 princesses among them died on their way back to Earth due to severe injuries," he said, sighing. "And Lu Zhu, after the final great battle, brought this box back to Earth to warn us that if any of us can ascend, we must absolutely not expose the location of Earth lest we cause disaster." Wang Sheng wondered, could it be that what immortals pursue is not eternal life and freedom? Why must they control heaven and earth and myriad things? Everyone discussed that female corpse, so she was actually a princess of the Heaven Court. The difference in the flow of time between Earth and the outside world, a ratio of 1 to 100. What caused that? Wang Shen secretly guessed. Hao Tian Immortal Emperor's personal desire led to the collapse of the immortal realm, and the immortals met a tragic end. Perhaps the Heaven Court wasn't as good as we thought. Immediately after everyone finished discussing, it was already evening. Seeing him still in a daze, Master Qing Yanzi spoke up. "What's wrong? Were you shaken by the contents of the meeting just now affecting your Tao heart?" His words startled him for a moment. Master Qing Yanzi continued, "Your master originally intended to only disclose the matter of Lu Zhu's last will when you were preparing to undergo tribulation. However, becoming an immortal is not easy. Cultivate with peace of mind." Guanxuan also quickly stroked his head, showing comfort. Wang Sheng smiled brightly. "I understand, Master." Guanxuan made a gesture to talk to him. Wang Shan asked in surprise, "Senior sister, you mean we should undergo tribulation and ascend together and then go outside to see..." He began to worry. "In my previous life, senior sister was acquainted with that Heaven Court princess. Her identity is certainly not low. With this talent, she probably won't encounter any obstacles in this life, but I'm just a mortal. What if senior sister becomes an immortal and I can't keep up? There's nothing vague about this. I have the inheritance of Ziwei Great Emperor and Lu Zhu, and I have master and senior sister guiding me." Thinking of this, he smiled wickedly. "If I still can't become an immortal, then I'll just smash my head to death in senior sister's arms." Before he could finish thinking, he was punched on the head. Why do I suddenly not want to become an immortal anymore? In the evening, everyone began to take action. Shu Tianzhang groaned, "We're about to take action. Brother Sheng still hasn't arrived? I don't feel safe at all." Yunji glanced at him. "If you're scared, step back a few steps. Master Huaijing and I are enough." Shi Tianzhang scoffed. "Me? I'm a core disciple of the Heavenly Master Tao at Longhu Mountain. Afraid of those evil cultivators? Definitely not." Huaijing spoke up. "The two of you don't need to be tense. Tonight is just a small scene." Very quickly, the police shouted loudly, "Those inside, lie down on the spot. Police are apprehending dangerous criminals." "No." The evil cultivators naturally wouldn't cooperate. "Kill these police, kill one, and get 5 pills." Mao Yu, on this side, reported the situation. The main leader of the opponents took advantage of the chaos and broke out of the warehouse. "The drones have locked onto their targets. Teams 5 and 6. Pay attention, they are heading towards you." On this side, the fleeing evil cultivators angrily cursed, "Damn it! These government dogs have sharp noses." Huaijing immediately rushed out to block them. "The 3 of you take action together. Buddha is merciful. Your heavenly master will also forgive you." Immediately after, Huaijing quickly shouted loudly and channeled his inner energy. Defense value increased, upper limit of endurance increased. Critical hit rate doubled. He chanted an incantation. Great Vajra, our hot Buddha's light protects all evils are repelled. The three evil cultivators were startled and said to each other, "An ambush. Kill this monk quickly." But of course Huai Jing wouldn't let them have their way. He quickly took out his weapon and fiercely struck one of them. The Buddha's light shone surrounding him, making the man a little startled. He opened his mouth dumbfounded. Those talismans surrounding Huai Jing continuously emitted a bright halo. At the same time, they sent the evil cultivator flying far away. At this moment, Yunji was also not to be outdone. He quickly channeled his inner energy and charged forward with a technique, Upper Purity Edict, Fierce Lightning Guidance. At this moment, the protective barrier they used to defend themselves quickly developed many long cracks. A female evil cultivator among them had her face covered. She didn't say anything, just silently continued to channel her inner energy. That attack fiercely shot towards Yunji. At this moment, he was also full of momentum as he charged forward. Seeing Yunji in danger, Xu Tianzhang quickly came to his aid. "Little Liu Zi, don't be afraid, I'm here to save you." 2 Vajra talismans and origin. Key talismans were quickly pasted onto Yunji to boost his power. However, that accursed guy actually pasted them onto his 2 peaches, referring to buttocks. Yunji was furious and roared, "Damn it! When I get back, I'm going to have a big battle with you for 3 rounds. Wow, Shi Tianzhang covered his mouth and chuckled playfully. "Damn little Liu Zi, you don't understand people's hearts." Both quickly coordinated to deal with that female evil cultivator Yunji's attack just passed by, startling her to the point of fleeing to avoid it. But she was ultimately struck by the lightning bolt. The female evil cultivator cried out in pain. Below, another person was also trying to escape, just in time to be hit by an attack, leaving him no time to react. At the same time, another person fiercely attacked the 2 of them. Both of them quickly looked over at the sharp, inner energy-infused blade coming towards them and secretly panicked. Too late. At the same time, a powerful, sharp surge of inner energy shot towards that evil cultivator fiercely, piercing him through the chest. The female evil cultivator was also slashed across the neck. The fat evil cultivator who was being electrocuted looked at his comrades falling and was a little scared. Seeing Wang Sheng standing there, Xu Tianzheng was overjoyed, as if he had met someone. He shouted loudly, "Brother Sheng!" immediately after he quickly landed. "Why are only you guys blocking the evil cultivators? Didn't you arrange for more people?" Huai Jing explained. "The operation team tonight is too large. There's a bit of a personnel crunch. Fi Yu quickly go inside and help us. Guarding here is fine." Wang Sheng smiled brightly. "No need. My senior sister has already gone in." Inside, loud sounds simultaneously rang out. Guanxuan single-handedly cleared out a group of evil cultivators inside, with just a single, very gentle sweep of her hand. She didn't know what she did, but even the wall cracked. Shi Tianzheng's face was pale. "Brother Sheng, are we still short of followers like cheering top, top, top?" Wang Shen secretly sweated. "I should say perhaps we won't need to pay for the construction damage, right?" A meeting was held immediately after Mao Yui reported, "The interrogation results for the captured evil cultivators are out. They are just lackeys. That male evil cultivator killed by Taoist Master Wang was a Hunyuan immortal, Hun Nguyen Tian, with intelligence on the Yin-Yang sect." Huai Jing wondered, what's the situation with the operations in other places now? Mao Yu flipped through the documents. 3 out of 4 operation teams successfully completed their missions. Now, I'll share the results from tonight with everyone. So far, we have captured 32 evil cultivators and killed 642. Wang Sheng sighed dejectedly. Sometimes the sword being too fast isn't a good thing. Guanxuan stroked his head, showing comfort. Mao Yu continued. "The main reason is that we didn't say beforehand that we needed to keep them alive. Moreover, since we are currently short on manpower, the Yin-Yang sect's requirements for Hunyuan immortals no longer have cultivation requirements. It just depends on whether the person is quick-witted or not." Shi Tianzhang pondered. "So that's it? As long as you're mentally flexible, you can become a Hunyuan immortal." Yunji replied, "That's right. Cultivation can be improved, but improving one's mind is quite difficult." Huai Jing also chimed in. "It seems the Yin-Yang sect has begun to weaken." Mao Yu continued to look at the statistics table. Among them, more than 260 people belonged to the Yin-Yang sect, mostly at the Foundation establishment realm. Xu Tianzhang glanced sideways. Foundation establishment realm isn't worth much. Some people risked their old lives to reach the Foundation establishment realm. Wang Sheng was focused on researching. Tonight's harvest seems decent. It's likely they've used up all the intelligence the investigation unit gathered during this time. Guan Shan thought, I'm studying so I can't play on my phone. Then I'll mess with Junior Brother. He guessed that the Yin-Yang sect would also have new arrangements, but they would definitely be different from the arrangements of these two. Shi Tianjiang excitedly shouted, Great Huaxia! How dare you touch my brothers? Gather the troops, fight them to the death. Huai Jing also chimed in. Our sect suffered heavy losses but still retaining strength. Quickly go invite the 8 Kamibot Ki Dai Thun. Yunji on this side had a dejected expression. Why am I being dragged into playing role-playing games by you guys? Wang Sheng also sighed helplessly. Never mind, as long as you guys are happy. Mao Yu covered her mouth, holding back a laugh, and reported, Okay, everyone, we have discovered a new evil cultivator, Stronghold. Let's prepare to take action. Everyone quickly found the location of the evil cultivators, Huai Jing whispered. Amitabha. This time, it's a group of evil cultivators who cultivate yin to supplement yang. Shi Tianjiang sighed. Why don't I see any female evil cultivators who cultivate yang to supplement yin? Yunji glared. You want to be the victim. Shi Tianjiang excitedly recounted. Forget it, forget it. If I hadn't been so unrestrained back then, I wouldn't have fallen head over heels when breaking through to the Foundation establishment realm. Huai Jing was curious. What could it be that Senior Shi Tianjiang in the past? Shi Tianjiang continued. It was all caused by the ignorance of youth. That day, I ate vegetables 3 times a day without leaving. The Special Investigation Unit's convoy quickly arrived in a hurry. Mo Yue urgently announced, Everyone emergency situation. Quick Wang Sheng, quickly get in the car. What happened? Mao Yu handed over the documents. Xi'an Temple has something going on. Just now, we received notification that the ancient demon at Xi'an Temple has appeared. The operation is now underway. Dozens of masters are already joining forces to suppress the demonic energy. We need your assistance. Wang Sheng said. Quickly notify a few more experts to come. That way we can have a little more assurance. Mao Yu quickly replied, Taoist Master Wang, don't worry, we are currently mobilizing personnel. He was worried. The plan has started, but for some reason I feel uneasy. Scene transition. The transfer of time to a few hours ago. At a strange place, a sinister voice echoed, Sect Master 14 Hunyuan immortals have been killed or captured. We have lost 15% of our combat strength. The other person continued. Sect. Master. Great Huaxia has been preparing for a long time. They will definitely continue to attack us next. It will be difficult to find a place to hide. The Sect Master instructed. Tell the various units to continue hiding. The elders are to continue maintaining concealment. This venerable one has received accurate news. Great Huaxia is merely trying to lure us into gathering our strength to attack. He ordered, retreat. Remember, no matter what happens, do not reveal any trace of movement. The 2 figures bowed their heads and obeyed the sect master. Immediately after his phone rang, the other end of the line got straight to the point. I've changed my mind. How about we use this opportunity to eliminate some righteous path vitality and prepare for our plan later? The Yin sect master asked, You want to take action? The caller said, This time is a good opportunity. Even if it fails, it won't consume too much of our strength. I've been to Xi'an Temple before and observed the arrangements there. Currently, the ancient demon has probably recovered some strength. I just need to find an opportunity to release the ancient demon, and those righteous path cultivators will naturally fight to the death, seeking death. The Yin sect master quickly agreed. If you've decided, then do it like that. On this side, everyone was working hard together to fight a female ancient demon. Shi Tianjiang's martial uncle shouted loudly. Those below the nascent soul realm retreat. Don't let this ancient demon harm sentient beings. As soon as he finished instructing, the martial uncle quickly channeled his inner energy and shouted loudly. Demon sealing great formation, activate. The ancient demon was quickly suppressed by his inner energy. It struggled to support itself with 2 hands. The image of the ancient demon was quickly projected onto the laptop screen. In a corner of the real Xi'an Temple, monk Huai Jing, the real one, exclaimed, Oh, Amitabha, this effect, this atmosphere perfect. Yunji also continued. Along the way here, how many videos is this already? The production team is truly dedicated. Shi Tianjiang added, Martial uncle, I even have lines, handsome male lead, why haven't you run? Mao Yui said, This is a video we deliberately spread outside. If this still can't shake those evil cultivators, we can only accept our bad luck. Currently, the entire mountaintop area has been arranged with a chi sealing great formation. There are many people ambushed both on the mountain and below it. Once the Yin-Yang sect enters, we will immediately activate the great formation. At that time, they will be unable to advance or retreat. Everyone is still pretending to be dead. Shi Tianjiang said. To lure the evil cultivators, they didn't just build a fake temple, they also made it real like this. This trap cost a lot of money. But will those evil cultivators really fall for it? Wuong Shan replied, if the plan fails at worst, the opponent doesn't take the bait, right? The real Xi'an temple also cannot be overlooked. Mao Yu spoke up. Taoist Master Wuong, don't worry, the combat readiness team is coming soon. Moreover, the strength of those eminent monks is not to be underestimated. He was silent, thinking. After reaching the mountain, I still haven't sensed Master's aura. I wonder where Master has gone. Scene transition. Deep underground in the real Xi'an temple. Master. Qingyanzi observed, then asked, what's the situation now? A staff member reported. Taoist Master Buyu, rest assured, we have detected over 60 nascent soul realm evil cultivators appearing below the mountain. They are gathered on the back mountain and have begun preparing to attack. He wondered, no golden core cultivators, could they be mixed in with the crowd? Just as he was thinking, the staff member's voice rang out, Taoist Master Buyu. The demonic energy at the demon sealing well has suddenly increased greatly. This startled him. What? Immediately after, Master Qingyanzi instructed. Everyone stay here and continue according to the plan. I've recently researched a bit of the 5 elements evasion technique. I'll try to use earth evasion to go over and see the situation. Hearing him say this, Jing Yun was a little worried and instructed, Senior brother, be careful. He turned to look at the old monk. Monk Feng Fat Fap, your Buddhist law has power over demons. Come with me. Master Rushi Feng Yu Fong. Tiansu smiled cheerfully. You're really not afraid of bothering this humble monk. Immediately after this, Hu quickly used earth evasion to investigate the situation. But it could have seen transition. Inside the fake Xi'an temple. The scene here was exceptionally quiet to the point of being eerie. At the mouth of the well, monks were sitting in a circle, joining forces to prevent the ancient demon from escaping. Master Qingyanzi just arrived and looked over. He speculated. It seems the ancient demon is about to break the seal. The soonest might be at moonrise tonight. Immediately after, he walked to the mouth of the well. No hurry, I'll take a little water from the well to test it. At the same time, Master Rushi Feng's eyes lit up with a fierce glint. He suddenly pushed hard from behind Master Qingyanzi. It seemed Master Qingyanzi had already sensed something unusual. He quickly channeled his inner energy, but the attack was too sudden, leaving him no time to react. Something's wrong. The plan. Before he could finish thinking, fresh blood sprayed out. Master Qingyanzi was ambushed completely unexpectedly by someone no one could have anticipated. A deep voice echoed, Buyu, I didn't want this either. Master Qingyanzi was stabbed through the heart. Rushi the evil monk, New Feng Tanyan continued, to find a verdant demon sword. Than Yu Kiem that can break your pure yang magic power. Our entire sect spent 1.5 years. Rest in peace. Master Qingyanzi's eyes widened, and he roared, his voice filled with rage. Monk Feng. Immediately after, the old man quickly flew away, shouting loudly, Begin! Looking ahead, those eminent monks were gradually deforming and becoming crazy. In just an instant, everyone was reduced to nothing but white bones. Blood quickly stained this place red. Master Qingyanzi clenched his teeth. Something's wrong. Rushi. He actually injected toxin into the bodies of those eminent monks. Their faith was shattered, and they fell for his scheme. Master Qingyanzi roared in anger, Rushi! Immediately after, he fiercely charged straight towards Master Rushi Feng with astonishing speed, but he had already prepared everything beforehand. Sensing the threat from Master Qingyanzi, he quickly flew away, leaving behind 2 evil cultivators. They joined forces and charged towards Master Qingyanzi. He didn't give in, charging forward alone. The sword was still in his chest, along with the severe injury. Master Qingyanzi was sent flying far away. Although injured, his strength was still enough to make the 2 struggle. But of course, things didn't stop there. 2 long swords flew from behind. Master Qingyanzi looked back in surprise. Another ambush. Immediately after, he dodged and attacked the 2. The area where they were was pierced through by the 2 swords, creating a large hole. Master Qingyanzi flew up, thinking. Although our attention was always on the fake Xi'an temple, we didn't relax our surveillance of the real Xi'an temple. I didn't expect to still be targeted by the opponent's weakness. Facing his momentum, those masked figures were a little scared. Rushi spoke up. Taoist Master Buyu, his heart. Meridians are injured. He's just fighting to the death now. You guys exhaust him to death. This venerable one will go release the ancient demon. Immediately after, the black-clothed figures shouted loudly. Understood, Sect Master. Then they rushed towards Master Qingyanzi together. His mood had calmed down a bit at this moment. Rushi, today I will definitely kill you, the fake Xi'an temple quickly reported. Xi'an temple has had an incident. Master Rushi Feng is the Yang sect master of the Yin-Yang sect. He is currently breaking the seal to release the ancient demon Golden Core realm cultivators. Quickly go support Spare. No effort to prevent the opponent from destroying the seal of the well. The remaining cultivators stay and guard. Immediately activate the protective Dao formation. Stay put and await orders. On the other side, the source of demonic power was continuously surging, powerfully. The Yin sect master spoke up. You all went to great lengths to invite us here, and now you want to leave first. This doesn't comply with the rules. Then he ordered, stop them. Stall for the Yang sect. Master, don't hold back, kill them all. On this side, Wuong Sheng was worried. Mao Yue, how is my master? He didn't expect Master Rushi Feng to be a member of the Yin-Yang sect. So, Master, Mao Yu quickly reported. Taoist Master Buyu was ambushed. His body is severely injured. He is currently fighting alone at the real Xi'an temple. This made him worried immediately after he summoned his sword Qi and said to Guanshuan, Senior sister, let's go help Master. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them rode their swords and quickly flew towards Master Qingyanzi to rescue him. Everyone spread out and take action. Nascent Soul Realm and above follow Elder Phi Yu to reinforce the real Xi'an temple. The Yin-Yang sect members shouted, Stop these people! On this side, the great elder of the sword sect and Shi Tianzhong's martial uncle were also charging forward with great vigor. The great elder shouted loudly, Phi Yu, you guys come over here first! At the same time, Wuong Shan took out two talismans, a true essence talisman and a return origin talisman. He said to Guanshuan in a hurried voice, Senior sister, give me true essence. She didn't say anything, just directly agreed. He was angry and blamed himself. If I hadn't suggested the plan to use the ancient demon to lure out the evil cultivators, the situation wouldn't be like this today. Master, Guanshan seemed to sense his worry. She said softly, Master is okay. Definitely. With these words he had more motivation. Master will definitely not fall so easily. Master will definitely. On this side, Rushi proudly laughed loudly. Qingyanzi, today you will definitely die here. He was struggling to fight the mob of his lackeys, and he was still severely injured. Blood splattered everywhere. Master Qingyanzi channeled his inner energy and set up a formation. This is the Yin-Yang Great Wish formation. He couldn't help but smile bitterly, inwardly mocking himself. I didn't expect that as a master, I would one day secretly learn my own disciple's technique. His power quickly shot up into the sky fiercely, piercing towards the group of monks. Master Qingyanzi seemed to have used all his strength channeling his inner energy and shouting, Rushi, take my life. He was so scared he was dumbfounded. He's severely injured, yet he can still push us to this point. Killing intent arises. Qingyanzi, if you are not eliminated, we will never have a day of peace. Immediately after Master Qingyanzi quickly darted away, avoiding the attack of the two masked figures, he shot straight down to the ground, surprising them. Rushi couldn't help but wonder, is that earth evasion technique? His subordinates intended to pursue, but Rushi stopped them. No need to pursue. Our goal is to release the ancient demon. The two elders will eliminate the righteous path reinforcements. The others collect the blood of those monks and put it into the demon sealing well. What? He began to channel his inner energy, ordering them to hurry up. The group quickly obeyed and disappeared. Immediately after, a powerful surge of inner energy rushed up. I'm about to activate this ancient formation. Scene transition. Towards Master Qingyanzi. He had safely escaped. I must immediately return to objective number 2, the fake Xi'an temple, while I'm still conscious, and inform the others. As he thought this, he couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. From a distance, a familiar voice echoed, Master. The two words "little Sheng" were just uttered when Master Qingyanzi's vision swayed. He and Guanshuan quickly took him to a secluded place to treat his injuries. Master Qingyanzi's voice was hoarse. "This time it seems your master has lost face in front of you too. My body is still weak." Saying this, he couldn't help but cough. He worriedly interrupted, "Master, don't speak. First, don't say anything." He wasn't worried about his own safety. "Little Sheng, quickly go inform the others if the ancient demon cannot be stopped from escaping. Even modern weapons cannot resolve it. There is a Sarira in the collapsed statue at the core of the real Xi'an temple. Master, reinforcements are coming soon. Tell them, don't act recklessly. Leave the subsequent matters to Master Ling and the others. The government can definitely handle it. If the ancient demon is released, Rushi is very likely to leave immediately. I won't let him escape. Even if I'm not his opponent, I must hold him back and create more opportunities for the seniors." Morasia. Guanshuan performed a spell. A blue stream of inner energy emanated from her hand and flowed towards Wuong Sheng. I was surrounded by light. Beneath Wuong Sheng's feet, a large yin-yang symbol appeared. Master Qingyanzi stood behind Guanshuan, looking at him in shock. It seemed he was greatly affected by his injuries and coughed a few times. "Stop! Don't force it!" He frowned, his face showing clear signs of distress and exhaustion. "Cough, this master can't die." Wuong Sheng replied, his head still not turned towards his master. "Master, if that sword had been an inch larger, your heart would have been severed." He sighed, annoyed, his eyebrows furrowed, his teeth clenched. His eyes were now clearly bloodshot. "You taught me the Tao of immortal cultivation, but my parents, my master, and my senior sister, no one is allowed to touch them." Guanshuan looked up at her junior brother with surprise, her hand still performing the spell. Wuong Sheng continued, his light becoming stronger than ever, shattering the surrounding earth and rocks. "If my Tao heart is broken, I can make up for it by cultivating in seclusion for decades. But if master is gone, where can I find another master? Today I must act like a mortal before cultivation, once returning a tooth for a tooth. If Rushi doesn't die today, I will chase him to the ends of the earth tomorrow." After saying this, he darted away, riding the strange blue light, leaving his master and senior sister standing there, staring blankly. Wuong Sheng flew up with a serious and extremely determined expression. "I must kill him." A large explosion suddenly appeared in the sky, causing the helicopters to sway. Evil cultivators created large fireballs and threw them towards the helicopters. The evil cultivators gathered power to form a giant dragon that charged straight at the helicopter, causing it to explode. Debris from the helicopter flew everywhere in the blue sky. Wuong Sheng finally arrived at the location of the evil cultivator. He turned around and glanced at him. He flew towards him and said, "Just a mere nascent soul realm. Oh, my..." Wuong Sheng didn't hesitate, pointing the tip of his sword straight at him, his eyes glaring menacingly. The evil cultivator was enraged. His body burst into flames, sparks shot from his eyes. He roared, "You want to die?" He stepped forward and grabbed the tip of Wuong Sheng's sword, causing the light surrounding the sword to disappear. At the same time, Wuong Sheng quickly performed a technique, causing the blue light to split into two paths that pierced straight at the evil cultivator. He tried to use his technique to push the evil cultivator away, but was blocked by his technique. He continuously threw fiery fists at Wuong Sheng. "Qiankun is boundless, sword pierces the sky. Sword has no beginning, sword has no end." Wuong Sheng frowned, trying to break through the evil cultivator's fiery fist. He thrust his sword into his finger. The sword pierced through his chest. The evil cultivator cried out in pain. Seeing his comrade stabbed a large, muscular man, charged forward, roared, and swung his fist at Wuong Sheng's back. "Kida!" Two people from the investigation unit rushed forward, creating shields to protect Wuong Sheng. The man beside him spoke up. "Fa Yu, get down." The woman's voice rang out. "Indeed, why are young people so impulsive?" The man spoke while performing a technique on the evil cultivator. "Fa Yu, you go kill those nuisance flies from the Sakura Island nation like the demon." Sealing sect. Hearing this, he flew down into the forest below. "Yes." The surroundings were exceptionally quiet, with only his pathetic groans of pain remaining. He coughed up blood. Leaning against the tree trunk, he looked extremely tired. He checked his own condition. Coughing up stagnant blood. His internal injuries were healed and his bones weren't broken. He worriedly bit his finger until it bled. Wuong Sheng glanced at the group of lackeys behind him. With suspicion in his golden eyes, he thought, "Only now can I seek revenge for Master." In the control room, Ling monitored Wuong Sheng while reporting his situation to the people around her. Taoist Master Buyu is on his way back to the base. He is currently out of danger. Reinforcements will arrive at the demon sealing well in 3 minutes. The others in the room also attentively listened to her and watched the large screen. 2 effective reinforcement teams are 2 golden core realm cultivators. They will arrive at the mountaintop near the fake Xi'an temple in a few minutes. The protective formation near the fake Xi'an temple has been activated and can hold out for over an hour. Zhiling's face became serious. Her eyes were fixed on the large screen. She said, "Temporarily abandon the demon, sealing well, deploy. 80% of firepower towards the second target, the fake Xi'an temple. When the bombers strike the target area, use heavy firepower to attack. Use air-to-ground missiles to attack the golden core. Evil cultivator. If 1 shot isn't enough, then 5 shots, 10 shots." She turned her head to look at the man. "Also, I need to request permission to use the heavenly sword system from higher-ups." "Namanda," he replied. The threat from the ancient demon far exceeds that of the evil cultivators. Team leader Zi Ling, isn't this arrangement too risky? A group of missiles looking very modern appeared on the screen. Their warheads glowed as if ready to unleash fire and launch at any moment. Team leader Zi Ling continued, her face becoming even more serious. "I will bear all the risks. It is my responsibility for the enemy to mix into the investigation unit. I am prepared to resign and accept all punishments from the organization." But a group of people appeared led by 2 individuals in robes surrounded by flames. There were yin-yang symbols on them, she continued. "All evil cultivators from Sakura Island Nation who appear in our great Huaxia must be captured." Suddenly the woman spoke up. "Team leader, the drone has detected a large group of enemy ninjas gathering and approaching the main entrance of Xi'an Temple." Another person reported. "Team leader Taoist Master Fa Yu has reached Xi'an Temple and is being surrounded and attacked by ninjas." Zhiling frowned helplessly. She pinched the bridge of her nose and thought, "This pair of master and disciple, why can't they let others rest assured?" Wuong Shan tried to beat away the group of lackeys, but they quickly jumped up, skillfully dodging his attack. 2 of the lackeys tried to restrain him with 2 swords containing streams of dark purple light, but failed. He broke free and used his technique to send the 2 lackeys flying. Then Wuong Shan expanded his technique, creating countless streams of light that sent the group flying far away. The light burst forth like a blue flame. He stood in front of the flame, his posture very majestic. Wuong Shan pressed his communication earpiece. The person on the other end said, "Taoist Master Wang, Taoist Master Buyu has been taken back to the base." He looked towards the mountain. Below the mountain was a house, and a strange green light emanated from the roof. The person continued, "Immortal Maiden Buyu is still transferring true essence to him. His injuries are stable now." After listening with a serious expression, he replied to the person, "Good. Now I can fight with full force. How is the situation on your side?" Mao Shan heard this and replied. She laughed gleefully, "Don't worry about us." As soon as they received the news, monsters continuously attacked the mountain. One monster spoke, "Haha, the so-called righteous path are all timid turtles." Tianjing pouted dismissively. He said, "This time the government messed up its own face. They made such a big deal out of it, and that Rushi was actually a spy. I don't know how Brother Sheng is doing." Huaijing sat in meditation with his eyes closed and said, "Evil cultivators are not fools. They will also test the government." He slowly opened his eyes, his eyebrows gradually furrowing. "They are using Sakura Island Nation to cause trouble. It's possible that this is a silent operation by Sakura Island against us." Shi Tianjing jumped off the roof, creating a loud noise. "Damn it! After this incident, we'll go shoot them in Sakura Island Nation." Yunji raised a finger in front of his face, signaling for the 2 to be quiet. "Listen." The 2 were startled. Their eyes widened. Shi Tianjing asked, "An explosion? Little Liu Zi?" "Oh, fool." 2 long, modern-looking aircraft ignited and launched at high speed. They started their engines, released missiles from behind, and dropped them into the forest. Yunji said, his expression unchanged. "A large aircraft just flew over." Huaijing sighed and replied to Yunji. No paratroopers came over to take pictures. The investigation unit members immediately reported. First round of bombing concluded 70% of evil cultivators still alive. Evil cultivators are fleeing everywhere. Zhiling looked at the large screen and said, But they are just resisting the bombing based on their realm. Their true essence won't last long." She then looked up and said in a very determined voice, "Immediately begin the second round of bombing. Absolutely do not let them escape." They immediately obeyed the team leader's order. Yes. The blue lights flickered and disappeared, covering the entire city. The ground shook violently, causing the city to gradually develop cracks. Rocks and dirt flew everywhere. This city was the real Xi'an temple. Master. Rushi Feng's eyes lit up. He performed a technique making the light stronger, pushing the group back, causing the prayer beads of one of them to scatter everywhere. After eliminating the group in a smug tone, he ordered his lackeys to throw these corpses into the demon's sealing well. After hearing this, the lackeys obediently followed the order. Yes, Rushi continued to perform a technique. He created a large pit. Around the mouth of the pit, scattered body parts of the unfortunate victims who were killed were lying around. The lackeys all worked hard to drag those corpses down into the pit. He chanted, Amitabha! The lackeys quickly threw the remaining body parts into the mouth of the pit. While the Yang sect master was performing the ritual, he said, At this time the senior has not yet broken out. His expression was serious, his eyebrows tightly furrowed. What are you still waiting for? Deep in the pit, a fox was sealed by golden steel wires wrapped around its body. It stood on a platform below, surrounded by a heap of skulls of unfortunate people who were killed. A very hideous hand appeared from somewhere. The fox opened its eyes. Its eyes emitted a purple light. A beam of purple light immediately spread, shining straight up into the night sky. Its destructive power was enormous, shattering the surrounding earth and rocks, and sending a group of people flying far away. Rushi laughed loudly, gleefully. Ha ha ha! Success! The man among the lackeys suddenly spoke up. Sect Master, the opponent's reinforcements are about to arrive. Rushi stood there, not turning towards the man. You quickly escape and find an opportunity to leave. He put his sword back in his hand as he spoke to the lackey. After this is done, little monk, drop the blood from your hand down below. I will use a blood curse to help the senior break out. Those who call themselves the righteous path will definitely be disrespectful to the senior. It's just a pity that this junior is weak and his strength is thin, so he cannot do too much. A light came from somewhere. Someone unexpectedly stepped forward and shouted his name loudly. Rushi. So, Wuong Shan rushed to Rushi with a look of hatred. He performed a technique pointing the tip of his sword at him. Ziwei, one sword. From the sword, a beam of blue light appeared before his eyes, aiming directly at the monk. Rushi also performed his technique. He channeled his inner energy. The aura condensed into a giant figure, shaped like a Buddha. While Wuong Shan was trying to rush towards him, he looked at him and smiled mockingly. I also really like you, but you have harbored killing intent towards me. I cannot spare your life. The giant figure suddenly opened its eyes. Rushi controlled the giant to unleash a powerful strike straight down at where he was standing. He said, Die. Wuong Shan quickly darted behind the statue and performed a technique on Rushi. Rushi looked towards him. In his hand he held a glowing orb containing a lotus flower. Wuong Shan quickly used his technique and swung his sword at Rushi. Two giant figures suddenly appeared behind Wuong Shan, intending to strike him. Using his quick reflexes, Wuong Shan immediately turned around and retaliated against the two figures. The strikes had such a great impact that the surrounding earth and rocks were shattered. Seeing that the situation was not favorable, Rushi thought, I cannot delay with this brat any longer. He transformed into a lotus flower and rode on it. Attempting to escape, Rushi continued to think, find an opportunity to leave quickly. At this moment, Rushi had flown a distance from the ground. Below, Wuong Shan was still struggling to deal with the two giant figures from before, he thought, as long as the ancient demon awakens. The purple light continued to shine on the sky, surrounded by small dots of light. Rocks, sand, and dust flew everywhere. Rushi was extremely surprised and panicked. Don't tell me it's him. All the dark purple lights disappeared, revealing only the fox that had been sealed. All along, cracks had begun to appear on its face. The fox's eyes changed from empty to having spirit. Its pupils were black with red rims, looking very strange. The purple light suddenly rushed towards him. Rushi thought, all the people present will die here. The light emanating from the pit illuminated the entire sky. The surrounding earth and rocks were distorted. Rushi had now flown a considerable distance from the ground, quite high up. In an instant, that light sucked up everything around it, like a whirlwind. It grew larger and began to ravage the surroundings. Wuong Shan thought and looked up at the whirlwind. The demon sealing well is actually swallowing the world's spiritual energy around it. He looked at it with a very serious expression. He speculated. The ancient demon has broken the seal. Wuong Shan continued to fight the two lackeys while thinking. The ancient demon has broken the seal. At this moment, the giant figure was constantly roaring, looking at its achievement. Rushi was immensely pleased. He said, the great deed is accomplished. Rushi flew farther and farther away. He roared loudly. Today is the day of doom for all of you who call yourselves the righteous path. Wang Sheng stepped on the pile of earth and rocks below. Looking up at Rushi, Wang Sheng's face suddenly became serious. His eyes filled with killing intent. Glanced at Rushi. He used magic on his face. He frowned and gritted his teeth tightly, showing his annoyance. The huge prayer beads around Rushi's neck broke, and he coughed up blood. Wang Sheng continued to perform a technique. Many blue beams of light appeared simultaneously, creating slashes. Wang Sheng deliberately directed the slashes at the huge lotus flower. The lotus flower shattered, causing Rushi to lose his balance and fall freely downwards. Rushi was angry, his eyes filled with blood, his face covered in veins. "Heavenly Master," he said, "you want to die with me here?" As he spoke, he landed gently and stood opposite Wang Sheng. On the other side, he continued, his hands behind his back, his face showing a dangerous expression. "This ancient demon was released by me. It cannot kill me." Wang Sheng immediately recalled his master. His clothes tattered, stabbed by the sword, right beside his left chest, blood flowing everywhere. Fury boiled within him. His eyes were filled with resentment. He clenched his teeth, blood flowing down his jaw. He chanted an incantation with the determination to kill him. Kill this evil monk. Countless powerful beams of light continuously shot out towards Rushi. He held the orb containing the lotus flower while skillfully dodging Wang Sheng's attacks. He spoke up. Do you really think you can kill me?" Suddenly, the magic orb in Rushi's hand was sucked into the whirlwind. Rushi was surprised. He looked up at the whirlwind with a look of panic and thought, "Something's wrong. The ancient demon is absorbing the world's spiritual energy." He got up on his toes and flew away. He continued to think, "It even swallowed my magic power." Rushi was like a raging beast, veins popping all over his body. A shield appeared, covering him completely. He thought, "I can't get entangled with this brat anymore. I must kill him quickly and leave." Thinking this, he roared loudly. "You want to trade lives with me? You think I'm afraid? This venerable one has cultivated since the age of 3 and has now reached the golden core realm." Wang Sheng frowned, staring at him. Rushi continued, "In my hands are countless assets of the Yinyang myriad return sect. In my hands I have reached the peak today." Dark purple beams of light twisted and merged, forming a very strange shape in the sky. Rushi continued and charged into Wang Sheng. "A little Taoist like you, who got lucky relying on what to trade lives with me." But at this moment he didn't pay attention. Those beams of light had gathered into a 9-tailed fox. Rush. I looked up with a look of shock. Wang Sheng also looked up at this moment with surprise. The fox suddenly opened its eyes and gaped its huge mouth. The giant monster quickly charged towards where Rushi was standing, looking very ferocious. Dark purple beams of light quickly enveloped Rushi. Despite his efforts to resist, the fox channeled its inner energy. It directed its attacks at Rushi. He cried for help. "Senior." The attack was too powerful, causing him to vomit blood. He said, "It was this junior who released Senior." Blood sprayed everywhere. Rushi was now just barely clinging to life. He fell down immediately, blood flowing everywhere. Seeing this, Wang Sheng stood there, his face stunned. Suddenly, a golden light flashed across the sky, dispelling the dark aura. The fox raised its eyes, glowing strangely, and looked up at the sky. Wang Sheng also widened his eyes, looking extremely surprised. His mouth was wide open. A beam of golden-orange light shone straight down to the ground, shattering the ground. Wang Sheng gritted his teeth. He narrowed his eyes, trying to maintain his balance. The powerful beam of light emanated from the spaceship in space. It continuously fired these beams of light down at the giant monster, causing strong tremors that shook the ground. Due to the immense power, Wang Sheng lost his balance. He fell to the ground, trying to support himself with his hands, he thought. The heavenly sword's power is too great. Once it erupts, I definitely can't stop it. The fox was still suppressed by the beam of light from the spaceship. Wang Sheng had now performed his magic. He instantly sprang up. Immediately he thought, seize this moment and find an opportunity to act later. Smoke rose from somewhere. Wang Sheng stood beside the pit, looking up in a daze. Suddenly that light shone down on him. Wang Sheng looked up in surprise. The giant beam of light spread out, illuminating the entire night sky. In the darkness of space, the abbot of the 3 sects of Xi'an Temple. Tom-Tong continuously woke Wang Sheng. Little friend. He opened his eyes in a daze. This is probably some lingering effect from entering the site of the Shu Mountain founder. Little friend, he asked, are you a disciple of Shu Mountain? Wang Sheng looked at the round thing talking in front of him and was startled, fully awake. Damn, this thing is as big as a stewing pot. Wang Sheng suddenly felt the large sarira in front of him was somewhat familiar. Could it be? He recalled the words exchanged between him and his master years ago and opened his mouth in surprise. It's the 16yr master mentioned before. Yes. Wuong Sheng immediately took out his token and said, this junior is half a disciple of Shu Mountain. The token read, Lifetime Honorary Elder Taoist name, Wang Fi Yu. Then he slowly explained how he obtained the token. This was given to this junior by the sword sect of Shu Mountain back then. This surprised the abbot greatly. He mumbled a lifetime honorary elder, so the abbot nodded and sighed with emotion. Shu Mountain has also caught up with the times. Wuong Sheng cupped his hands and bowed, saying, Senior, let's deal with the demon first. That is the main priority. He couldn't help but get angry. You are the demon. That is the immortal beast that this humble monk nurtured. Then the abbot added, of course, due to some matters, its current state isn't good. But don't worry, this humble monk left the 16yr here to comfort it in time. Now the world's spiritual energy has recovered after so many years. Why is its cultivation only at the nascent soul realm? Just a mere nascent soul realm dares to deal with my Shilian, who has undergone tribulation. But your sword intent is quite good. He felt extremely speechless after hearing this. He thought to himself, this old man must have been very talkative when he was alive. After talking for a while, he couldn't help but wonder, did you risk your life fighting that fake monk earlier to avenge the golden core Taoist from before? Wuong Sheng nodded. That person was this junior's master. The abbot replied, Oh, respecting one's master and valuing the Tao, a commendable quality. What's important is the recklessness. You're only over 20 years old physically with 6 years of spiritual energy, and you can already reach the nascent soul realm. Saying this, he flew into a triangle shape in front of him, indicating praise. And the sword intent of the heavenly sword, conversely, can be considered not bad. Wuong Sheng didn't know what to say after hearing the praise he received. He thought to himself, Senior, you're not picking a son-in-law. The 16yr quickly emitted a golden light. The abbot said to him calmly, Consider it your destiny. After that, he immediately manifested his original form before Wuong Sheng. Your potential is not weak, nor can it be considered a disgrace to Shilian, saying that the abbot pointed at him and made a request. Come, little friend, make an oath. Scene transition. Back to the scene of conflict. Zelian's condition was not good. Team leader Ziling's commands continuously echoed, target, hit, target, hit. Heavenly sword, energy replenished, over 70% remaining. Launch platform completed in 3 minutes. Cooling. Currently there's smoke shielding the view. We cannot accurately determine the target's situation. Zelian slowly crawled up from the rubble covered in blood. A person in the team said in surprise, That's not right. Its injuries are recovering. The command from above quickly changed. Immediately lock onto the target. Provide accurate coordinates for the heavenly sword. A person in Ziling's team asked, Team leader, Ziling, do you need the final authority? Ziling replied, Let the cultivators buy time for the heavenly sword. It hasn't reached the point where we need to use the final option. Then she continued, If even the final move can't kill this ancient demon. Looking at Shilian, who was surrounded by 3 groups of people at this moment forced to curl up. Ziling affirmed, That is true. Despair. Shilian was pushed to the brink and became extremely enraged. It gritted its teeth and looked at them. Then, Shilian looked up and howled, erupting with fury, repelling all the attacks coming at it. A person in Ziling's team shouted loudly, Everyone below the Golden Core realm retreat. Disperse in the surrounding area. I'm afraid this demon beast has become an immortal. Nuclear bombs might not even be able to kill it. Everyone present was startled and terrified after hearing this. Some even considered retreating. Suddenly from a distance, everyone sensed a powerful figure approaching, and a voice continuously called out the name, Shilian, Shilian. Wuong Sheng appeared. He was emanating the aura of the first abbot of the 3 sects of Xi'an Temple, which made Shilian extremely stunned, seeing that the person who arrived was him. The people in Ziling's team sighed in relief. Fi Yu, this kid really has a big life. Didn't he either not die or run away? What is he doing running to face the ancient demon? He then faced Shilian, directly gently persuading her. Shilian, don't make a big mistake. Under its wide eyes. Wuong Sheng continued. This humble monk has waited 1,000 years just to tell you the truth of that year. Hearing this, it lowered its head, as if it understood. A person in Ziling's team frowned and said, Senior, please subdue the immortal beast as soon as possible. The present is not like the past. If the nation truly takes action, this mountain will turn into flat ground in an instant. He heard this and reassured him. Don't panic. It has slept for so long, the resentment in its heart has dissipated greatly. Wuong Sheng said to them, this old monk will naturally comfort it. As soon as he finished speaking, Xilian in front of him transformed into human form. She knelt down, clasped her hands, and bowed her head respectfully, as if she knew she had made a mistake. Wuong Sheng placed his hand on her head and said, Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. They are just protecting the peace of this place. Xilian, don't be afraid. Then he explained to everyone, this old monk is the first abbot of the 3 sects of Xi'an Temple. This fox is not a demon that has ever harmed sentient beings. Finally, under the witness of everyone, the abbot earnestly pleaded, I implore all benefactors to show leniency. At this moment, the figure of the abbot appeared within him. He was surrounded by a radiant light. Wuong Sheng stroked Xilian's head, secretly thinking. The demon in Xilian's heart is entirely due to a portion of resentment. I have been trying to dispel it for over 300 years, but couldn't. For this old monk, she is like a child. I cut off my own cultivation to protect her. Wuong Sheng, in the form of the abbot, held a glowing orb in his hand. He continued to think. Later, this Sarira will be placed inside Xilian to form a great life and death seal with you. If its demonic nature surfaces again, you can control its soul, using the great seal to prevent it from causing harm to sentient beings. Thinking this, Wuong Sheng immediately recalled the conversation between him and the first abbot of the 3 sects of Xi'an Temple. Senior, you trust me like this? The abbot glanced at him with a serious expression. With your state of mind, it is enough. Let's make an oath together, he said. First, you must not force Xilian to do anything she doesn't want to do. Second, in the future, if you can become an immortal, you must do your best to help her eliminate her demonic nature and restore her original form. Third, if Xilian becomes a demon again, do your best to restore her consciousness, not directly destroy her soul. He, with a dazed face full of scratches, raised 3 fingers as a sign of a solemn oath. He replied, this junior understands. The abbot smiled. He raised his hand, and a beam of light appeared in his hand. Amitabha, follow this old monk. A beam of light flashed, illuminating the entire space. It looked both warm and radiant. In a flash, both Wuong Sheng and the abbot were transported to somewhere. It was covered in pink clouds. He continued to ask the abbot, where is this? He sat down and replied calmly, this is Xilian's heavenly abode, Thien Fu. It is also where her soul resides. Your realm is still too low. You cannot go deeper. The abbot looked at Xilian curled up in his arms and smiled gently, stroking the little fox. Xilian was curled up. The little fox stirred slightly, its eyes still closed, seemingly sleeping soundly. It let out a faint moan. The abbot continued to instruct Wuong Sheng. Xilian, follow this immortal master Wuong from now on. When he becomes an immortal, he will naturally remove the demonic roots for you. He looked down with a serious expression. At that time, you can go look for Than Lum. Wuong Sheng looked at him in surprise. Than Lum. Could it be one of the seniors who followed the immortals on the expedition back then? The abbot continued speaking. He channeled his inner energy into Xilian, then looked at her gently. This old monk has known countless people in his life. I will not misjudge. It is a pity that time has come. His tone was a little regretful. The fox widened its eyes, looking extremely surprised. The abbot created an orb that enveloped Xilian. It continued. At that time, the 3 of us roamed the world freely. You developed feelings for Than Lum. He handed the orb containing Xilian to Wuong Sheng. He also extended his hand to receive it. Immediately he spoke, but Taoist Master Than Lum, due to the heavy responsibility of the sword, Sect's sect master, could not respond. This is indeed regrettable. Finally, Wuong Sheng touched the light pink orb containing the little fox inside. The abbot said, later the immortals decided to purge the demon race. Than Lum could do nothing but personally seal you. The light from the orb was very dazzling. It emitted countless beams of light, making Wuong Sheng squint his eyes. The abbot continued. Before he left, he repeatedly instructed, The orb emitted a dazzling light that enveloped the entire space. He continued, wait for the storm to pass, then release you. It's a pity that this old monk ultimately could not remove the demonic nature for you. Celian, from the shape of a little fox, had now turned into a human. She knelt before Wuong Sheng, hands clasped, and bowed respectfully. The abbot's words still echoed. The orb made you hold on to regret until now. Wang Sheng's eyes were sad as he looked at the orb. He held the orb in his hand, his face constantly dazed. The image of the abbot appeared full of majesty. Wang Sheng looked up at him with a respectful face filled with determination. Below was Shilian also looking up at him. At the fake Xi'an temple, the investigation team was trying to contact each other. Those evil cultivators have retreated. Quickly stop them. Full force attack. In what? Gun. Below was a giant arc-shaped shield. Countless dots of light appeared in the night sky. The investigation team was desperately fighting against the hideous monsters. Beams of light emanated from behind them towards the monsters. The monsters were also not to be outdone. They continuously unleashed their techniques on the investigation team. One of them spoke up. Didn't the Yang sect master say he wanted to release the ancient demon? The other continued. Why don't these righteous path cultivators care about it? Suddenly, Xu Tianzhang's martial uncle and the man standing next to him turned pale. From the sky, a giant red symbol appeared, shining directly down on the shielded area. A large red beam of light shone down with extremely destructive power, sending earth and rocks flying everywhere. Dim, red dots of light continuously appeared and disappeared, looking very strange. After the shockwave of the light, just now smoke billowed from the area where the man and Xu Tianzhang's master were hiding. Both were scratched. The man spoke up and asked, "What's going on?" Xu Tianzhang's master immediately replied. Just now, this humble Taoist saw a figure appearing and disappearing in the sky. Shilian was channeling her inner energy. Next to her was Wang Sheng. Both were floating in the air. She spoke to Wang Sheng, her face serious, her eyes glancing downwards. I have suppressed these low-level cultivators. My inner demons haven't been eliminated. Taking action might cause me to lose control of my demonic energy and fall into demonization again. Wang Sheng replied to Celian instantly with gratitude. Thank you, Senior. Leave the next matter to us. She looked at Wang Sheng with sharp eyes and said, My life is in your hands. No need to be polite with me. He smiled awkwardly, scratching his cheek, and thought, outwardly cold, but the voice is soft and gentle. Like this. Could she really withstand Taoist Master Thanlum's Tao heart and cultivation? He is truly not a normal person. Finally, the sky cleared. Covering the sky were bright stars and the peace of the night. Outside the house, inside the house. Shilian sat upright in the center. Xu Tianzhang and Huai Jing sat in the corner of the room. They looked hesitant, looking towards Shilian Wang. Sheng stood on the left side, looking at her while thinking, traveling 100 miles in an instant, suppressing all the hundreds of cultivators with a single move. Half immortal body, half demon heart. This is a human nuclear bomb that can explode at any moment. Wang Sheng gazed at Shilian intently. He continued to think. The life and death of an expert of this level actually lies in my hands. The pressure is like a mountain. Suddenly his face showed a hint of surprise. His golden eyes widened. Guan Xuan had just arrived. She looked up at him with equal surprise. She let out a sound. Ah! Wang Sheng opened his mouth to say something, but was quickly interrupted by Guan Xuan, who suddenly ran over and hugged him tightly. Senior sister. Wang Sheng looked down at her with affectionate eyes filled with tenderness. Her face was covered in tears. She tightly closed her eyes. Wang Sheng patted her shoulder gently and said in a loving tone, It's all right now, senior sister. He then hugged his senior sister tightly, comforting her, and looked at her with eyes full of love and longing. He promised that such a thing would not happen again in the future. After this battle, besides the Yin sect master, the evil cultivator leaders were all caught in the trap. The unjust group was quickly apprehended. Due to Shilian's presence, the process of capturing the evil cultivators was also very smooth. Everyone was guarding the prisoners, but how to handle Shilian became the most troublesome issue for the investigation unit. Shilian had reached the half-immortal realm. The government naturally would not let go of such strong combat power, Wang Sheng explained bitterly. Everyone, I have taken an oath by the great Tao that I will not force this senior to do anything she doesn't want to do. Saying this, he darkened his face and smiled bitterly. Want to push this ball to me? No way. Suddenly a soft sob behind him startled Wang Sheng. Little Lian was half sitting, half kneeling on the ground, wearing only a disheveled shirt, tearfully looking at him. Now I can only rely on you. Do you not want me anymore? Wang Sheng secretly sweated. Senior, we aren't very familiar with each other yet. He rubbed his forehead in frustration and told himself, saying this will have a bad influence. Saying, At the same time, Guanxuan walked over from behind and smiled cunningly at him. Hu Weijing, standing nearby, spoke up. Amitabha Fi Yu, this matter actually doesn't need to be pushed away too much. Yunzhu also chimed in. Fa Yu, this senior, indeed needs someone to take care of her now. Tianjiang saw this beautiful girl in front of him and became excited. He ran over and shouted, raising his hand to volunteer, Brother Sheng. Seeing his expression that looked like he wanted to kill someone, Shui Tianzhang quickly became sensible and ignored it. I think the weather today is not bad. After saying that, he smiled foolishly. The next morning, everyone had arranged things with Senior Shi Lian. She would temporarily stay with him and Senior Sister in a villa in the suburbs. After the ancient demon lure planned to trap evil cultivators, it could be considered a complete success. However, with the evil cultivators defeated, everyone was even more certain about the relationship between the evil cultivators and Sakura Island Nation. The Taoist sects were also filled with indignation towards them and planned to form a team to go to Sakura Island Nation to seek revenge. But it seemed the great Huaxia government persuaded them to delay, and it still hasn't happened. Little Lian was surprised. Oh, Sakura Island Nation is one nation, right? Talking about Dharma treasures, she said, exclaiming in admiration. Aren't your phones really special, and everyone can have one? Guanxuan showed her the camera function. After all, Little Lion was from a previous era, so she was extremely bewildered by these things, but she immediately became excited when she saw her image on the camera. Seeing her beautiful face, Little Lian's eyes couldn't help but light up. Immediately after, she and Guanxuan continuously took photos together, striking various poses. Wang Sheng sat opposite them, watching. In his heart he warned himself, another person is immersed. Scene transition. To the morning, Wang Sheng quickly went to the hospital to visit his master. Guanxuan and Little Lian also went, but they didn't go inside. They peeked from outside. Master Qingyanzi looked at him and smiled lightly. He couldn't help but wonder. Little Sheng, why didn't that abbot of the 3 sects give you any benefits? He handed him an apple and humbly said, with Senior Shi Lian accompanying me and taking care of me, this benefit is already great enough. Master Qingyanzi couldn't help but be satisfied. Good. In the future, if someone bullies your master, I'll tell you to bring this great god. His face was a little gaunt, Master Qingyanzi recounted. Your Master Ziling is about to resign. Finally, I can relax a bit. Wang Sheng voiced his suspicion. Master, I'm afraid Master Ziling can't resign. The government has established a new department that will supervise each other. In reality, it's just a disguise to reclaim some of Master Ziling's power. Actually, Master Qingyanzi wasn't unaware of this, but hearing it from his mouth made him even more certain. He sighed deeply, then held a piece of orange, while looking tearfully at the happy life that was about to be lost. He smiled bitterly and comforted him. Master, there aren't many people in the cultivation world who can balance both cultivation career and love. Hearing this, he sighed tiredly and leaned back against the pillow. Forget it. Your Master Ziling can't sell her life for the country forever. When her ambition weakens, I will take her into seclusion in the deep mountains. On the contrary, it's you. As he spoke, he took out his phone. His phone rang at the same time. It was a message from Master Qingyanzi. He said, quickly check your phone. It's because he felt it wasn't safe to use voice transmission in front of the senior. We'll talk here. Master Qingyanzi couldn't help but ask him curiously. This senior, is she considered single now or considered to have a past? Wang Sheng recounted, Taoist Master Then Lum's whereabouts are currently unknown. This matter is hard to say. Saying this, he also felt a little guilty. But Master, remember to delete the chat history after we're done. He asked again, when do you plan to tell her the situation from back then after the Heaven Court left? Wang Sheng decided. Perhaps when we are closer, I will tell her. Furthermore, Taoist Master Then Lum is just missing, not confirmed dead. Master Qingyanzi couldn't help but worry. What if this half-immortal great god is taken advantage of while she's weak and then meets Taoist Master Then Lum again? This half-immortal is a sentimental person. This is not something to joke about. He replied calmly, then cuckolded him. Master Qingyanzi couldn't believe his disciple would say such a thing. Wang Sheng scrolled up the messages from his master. This half-immortal senior is a sentimental person. This is not something to joke about. Then he performed a phone action notification message. System, you have recalled a message. After that, Wang Sheng replied, Senior sister will always be by my side. Master, don't overthink this. My thoughts on this matter will absolutely not waver. Seeing these lines, Master Qingyanzi was momentarily stunned. Immediately after, he smiled heartily and patted his head. This brat has finally awakened. Outside, Guanshuan, hearing the laughter and conversation inside, was momentarily bewildered, Wang Sheng thought. It seems Master really intended to matchmake me and senior sister before. All right, now I'm acting on Master's orders to pursue senior sister. I have to consider senior sister's future thoughts and then decide. Returning to the Xi'an temple battle. Senior Shilian's intervention reduced our side's casualties. Therefore, the government rewarded us with a mountain view villa under Wang Sheng's name. Little Lian, although she had moved to a new environment, didn't pay attention to anything. Everything was as it was. Anyway, after misunderstanding and falling into demonization for 1,000 years, her hidden demonic nature has been completely eliminated. The resentment in her heart. He glanced stealthily and thought, matters of the heart are blocked off. But who can break through to an expert whose cultivation is close to an immortal? Thinking back and forth. To truly dispel her guard, I'm afraid. Thinking of this, he remembered Guanshuan. I can only invite the secret weapon who has the same interest as the senior. On this side, little Lian saw Guanshuan and immediately flew over. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. At his villa, little Xuan was sending her a pile of spiritual comics with the message, Senior Shi Lian highly recommend these few romantic manga that this junior has ever read. And at this moment, thanks to Guanshuan, she had learned to use her phone. Little Lian excitedly replied, interesting. No need to call me senior, just call me by my name. I don't have many rules. After that, little Lian quickly finished reading. She then looked for little Xuan. Little Lian intimately messaged, Little Xuan, don't you have more to send me? These stories expressed through drawings are also very interesting. When she sent her more stories, Shilian sent a happy emoticon with the message, thank you, great master, for the resources. Wang Sheng accidentally picked up his senior sister's phone and read the message. He smiled bitterly. As expected, senior sister handled it smoothly. Immediately after, he continued to calculate. Next, secret operation number 2 will commence. The next evening, everyone had a small party to bid farewell to. Yinglong happily raised his glass. Fi Yu, you're leaving tomorrow. Let's not go home until we're drunk today. Wang Sheng was also excited. I'm afraid everyone won't allow using inner energy to dispel alcohol. Let's just drink. Immediately after, the two young men quickly raised their glasses cheerfully. Come on, bottoms up. Monwart. Qiling worriedly reminded him. Senior brother, you just recovered from illness. Drink less. Mao Yu couldn't help but feel heartbroken to the point of shedding tears. 2 Taoist masters, this bottle of wine is expensive. After Yinglong and Qiling left, Wang Sheng was completely drunk, not knowing the sky from the earth. Guanshuan quickly took him back to his room. As she came out, Mao Yue immediately asked, Immortal Maiden Buyu is Taoist, Master Wang asleep. Guanshuan just hummed in response. At this moment, Mao Yue suddenly revealed a cunning expression. Immortal Maiden Buyu. Little Lian had leaned her head on the table and fallen asleep. The table was still messy with remnants of the party. Mao Yue spoke maliciously to Guanshuan. When do you plan to achieve righteous fruition with Taoist Master Fa Yu? Hearing this, little Lion's ears perked up to listen. It was unclear what she typed on her phone, but Mao Yu excitedly said loudly, is it about becoming an immortal? There are still many realms after this. To achieve righteous fruition, you have to take it slow. I was talking about relationships. Now, are you two considered a couple? The story reached its climax. Little Lian groggily sat up. Little Lian couldn't help but say, are you two childhood sweethearts? Little Xuanshan, have you ever felt mundane affection? Guanshuan handed her phone over. Is my current relationship with junior brother not good? And at this moment, the girlfriend's tea party began. Mo Yue led the way. But you can still take it a step further, right? Isn't there something called a Taoist companion in cultivation? A Taoist companion's relationship is definitely closer than senior and junior siblings, right? Guanshuan asked blankly. Isn't my current relationship with junior brother already the closer than senior and junior siblings? In legends, what about blood siblings? Blood siblings fight. We don't fight. Mao Yu covered her mouth and chuckled cunningly. Of course not. It seems you two haven't even kissed yet, and you say it's the closest? Celian propped her chin on her hand and looked at little Xuan. She's born for the Tao. Saying these things to her, she won't understand. But based on the current situation, it seems little Xuan is about to fall in love. Guan asked again. Can you be more specific? Little Lion lifted her glass of wine boredly. This matter is not easy for me to explain either. After all, I didn't truly experience peaceful days and nights back then. It's just that when I fell in love, I was burned by emotion. Mao Yu couldn't help but be excited, her face showing eagerness to gossip. Little Lian took a sip of wine, then continued. Take me as an example. Back then, if I didn't see Than Lum for a few days, my mood would become chaotic. After seeing him, I would overthink. Then she placed her glass heavily on the table. Using my own experience, if I could do it again. She paused for a moment. Then Little Lion mustered up courage and shouted loudly, I would definitely, decisively sleep with him. Mao Yu also became enthusiastic after hearing this and continuously cheered, Senior, you're so dominant. Guan listened silently, then diligently typed on her phone. She couldn't help but wonder. Senior, have you never resented that person? Little Lian explained. The source of my demonization was just resentment towards myself, wondering why I wasn't human and finally becoming a demon. That's why after discovering my feelings for Than Lum, I went astray. Then she tilted her head back and continued to drink. So you want to help me resolve the deep-seated resentment in my heart through this method? You're dreaming. Mao Yu was scared and hid behind Guan quickly explaining, No, I just felt that Senior has encountered too many hardships and wanted to help Senior feel happy. Senior, I'm sorry we were too impulsive. Little Lion didn't mind. Come the three of us, let's have another drink and continue talking about male-female relationships. Actually, this is the first time I've had alcohol. After drinking, I feel much more relaxed. Mao Yu's face darkened, and she smiled wickedly. Then let's continue the topic. She looked at Guan excitedly. Immortal maiden Buyu, do you like your junior brother? Guan was naive. She was bewildered, then quickly replied, I like him. Mao Yu pulled at her hair in frustration. Not that kind of like, it's whether you've ever thought about kissing him. Hearing Mao Yu say this, Guan was momentarily stunned. She felt her whole body heat up. The young girl's face couldn't help but flush red. Guan was silent for a long time. Mo Yui looked at the phone screen and shouted loudly, She has. This means she's about to fall in love. Little Lian continued. She's been in love for a long time. It's just that little Xuan doesn't seem to realize it. Guan shy atmosphere was suddenly broken by the shout of the drunk man. I must become the strongest sword cultivator under the heavens. He continued to lose control and shouted, Sword and wine, river. Little Lian's face darkened with suspicion. This guy, he wouldn't be the same type as that heartless Than Lum, would he? Little Lian immediately placed her hand on Guan shoulder. Sister, I'm experienced. She leaned in close, seriously advising, There's no going back once it's gone tonight. While he's drunk, heaven has granted a good destiny. Guan also seemed interested. How do I hold on? Immediately after the three quickly went into Wang Sheng's room, he was still in a drunken stupor on the bed. Little Lian mischievously said, Leave everything to Big Sister. Quickly call me Big Sister and see. Guan softly said, Big Sister. Little Lian replied smugly, Oh, and then laughed loudly. His face was flushed red from drinking too much wine, and his mouth couldn't help but twitch because he was dreaming about something. His eyes were tightly closed. At this moment, he felt something strange. Wang Sheng slowly opened his eyes. A pair of full lips was in front of him. But Wang Sheng couldn't help but wonder. Why can't I move? A kiss gently landed on his cheek. Wang Sheng couldn't help but wonder. Is it Senior Sister? So it was Mo Yue. She kissed him to demonstrate for Guan, then she turned around and looked. This is the simplest way to kiss. It's how many places around the world greet each other when meeting. Wang Sheng's heart at this moment felt like it was falling into an abyss. He screamed in his mind, Why is it her? But at this moment he still chose to pretend to be asleep, his face stiff. He thought, All right, since we're already this close, it's okay to be touched by Mu Yue a little. Immediately after, Zhilian eagerly pushed Guan forward. Little Xuan, it's your turn. Go kiss him on the lips. Don't worry, I've used a body immobilization technique on little Sheng. I won't disturb us. Again, hearing this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly inwardly. Big Sister, what have you done? Guan at this moment was full of determination. She clenched her fists, determined. Wang Sheng secretly thought, when it reaches the climax, but developing according to this rhythm. Thinking of this, Guanshuan also began to climb onto the bed. His inner self screamed violently as she got closer. Could it be that tonight? Just as their lips were about to touch, a shout rang out. Guanshuan was startled and stopped. Little Lian was still excited, her ears constantly twitching. Mao Yu blushed and said, "But isn't this a bit inappropriate? The first kiss is very important for a girl." Little Lian nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Saying this, Shilian stepped forward. "Tonight I'll just teach little Xuan this much. Remember this." Xilian happily looked at Mao Yue. She continued to teach. "In matters like this, I'm truly not as good as you." Mao Yu blushed. "Oh, no, I just got a bit shy." Xilian laughed loudly. "It's okay. There are only 3 of us here. Little Phi Yu is still sound asleep." She said first, "How do women like men? How do men like women?" Mao Yu coughed. How do men like us women? We need to pay attention to... In the middle of the night, he tiredly sat up, his mind exhausted and uncomfortable for half the night. Finally, the body. Immobilization technique was lifted. He immediately glanced sideways at the people beside him, but seeing the 3 girls in disheveled clothes, he felt helpless. These 3 are too lacking in vigilance towards me, aren't they? Wang Sheng looked beside him. His eyes showed a hint of warmth. Guanshuan was naturally asleep right next to him. She had no guard against him at all. Wang Sheng looked at her gently. "It seems senior sister really fell asleep after drinking. She won't wake up like this." He reached out and touched her smooth, soft leg. "Feels good." Looking at Mo Yue, her clothes were disheveled. Wang Sheng was secretly surprised. I didn't expect Mo Yue to also be an experienced hand. Teaching everyone, he guessed that even Sister Shi Lian also taught senior sister quite a bit. Thinking of this, Wang Sheng smiled cunningly. If that's the case, I must thank them carefully. Immediately after, clothes flew everywhere in the air. What happened after that was known to no one. Early in the morning, a loud scream rang out, shaking the entire area. Little Lion was in disheveled clothes. Her face was red. We ruined little Fi Yu's purity. We ruined little... Mao Yu felt extremely guilty. She kept hitting her head hard against a pillar. It's my fault. It's my fault. It's my fault. Guanshuan trembled all over. She looked blankly at Wang Sheng. His body was naked, sleeping soundly on the bed. Little Lian cried miserably. Which one of us did it? If it was little Xuan, it's fine. Mao Yu cried, or... It must have been me. Taoist Master Wang is so handsome. I was so infatuated with him. I also drank wine last night. They were so caught up in talking that they didn't notice that Wang Sheng had been woken up by the noise. Little Lian said righteously. It's okay. I've accepted you as my sister. I will bear this matter. What is a little honor? I am a fox demon. What is there to be afraid of? Guanshuan said decisively. If not, let me confess to junior brother. Say that last night I... Hearing this, Wang Sheng held back his laughter until his stomach hurt. He burst out laughing. The 3 of them looked over, bewildered, while he was still rolling around on the bed, laughing hysterically. The 3 girls at this moment were burning with anger because they were being teased. Needless to say, he knew his fate. A storm of fury erupted. Wang Sheng had to face this wrath alone. The next morning at Wudong Mountain, Yinglong hurriedly stepped out respectfully. Fellow Taoists who have come from afar, I apologize for the lack of a proper reception. Please forgive us. Yunji smiled cheerfully. You're too polite. We just wanted to meet that half-immortal senior. We still feel a little worried. Qiling immediately continued. That senior is very approachable, completely like us young people, not rigid at all. After the greeting, Yinglong led everyone inside and cheerfully said loudly, Junior brother Wang, look who's here. As soon as they opened the door and entered the sight before them, startled Yinglong Huaijing and Shu Tianzhang Yunji was no exception. Qiling exclaimed softly, covering her face and turning away. On this side, Xilian was sitting relaxed, eating fruit, her hand channeling inner energy and continuously whipping. Wang Sheng, he was hanging upside down and being beaten until he sweated profusely. Xilian looked at him coldly, not even bothering to look. Master Tam Tong said before that the more handsome a man is, the more frivolous and unfaithful he is. She looked at him coldly. I didn't expect you, little Fi Yu, to be not only unfaithful, but also cunning. Mao Yu tried to mediate. Big sister Shi Lian, how about you stop? Taoist Master Wang's friends are watching. Guanshuan, while transferring inner energy to him, was tearfully saying, Big sister, are you worried about junior brother's Tao heart and realm being injured? Junior brother will be hurt by the ropes others are watching. Seeing her good sister's heartbroken like this, little Lion couldn't bear to watch any longer and stood up. She put on a stern face and warned Wuong Sheng. Remember this. Will you still dare to bully little Xuan Xuan in the future? In her heart, she was secretly laughing heartily. Wuong Sheng smiled bitterly. Senior, of course I won't bully my senior sister. I was just joking before. Please forgive me, he told himself. To have a steady Tao heart, you must have a thick face. Immediately after she raised her hand, I'll let you off this time. The rope was quickly untied. Wuong Sheng gently landed and said respectfully, Thank you, Senior. I'll go entertain my friends first. Guan Xuan, who was beside him, immediately ran over with a shirt. Xiling cheerfully stepped forward. Senior, I'm here to play with everyone. Little Lion happily replied, Okay, we'll play our game, ignoring those smelly men. After saying that, the girls pulled each other to one side. Wuong Sheng, covered in sweat, walked back towards the Yinglong group. Yunji, who was usually silent, couldn't help but laugh when he saw his face. Only Shu Tianjiang was the most tactless. He lay on the ground and laughed maniacally. Brother, Shang ranked first on the Earth list, named on the Heaven list, the outstanding young person of China's cultivation world. He laughed until he couldn't continue. Tianjiang wiped away tears of laughter. Brother Shang, what did you do to be hung up and beaten by a senior with a small rope? He felt a little embarrassed and coughed. Just kidding around. Yunji spoke up to break the awkward atmosphere. For Fai Yu's reputation, let's pretend today's events didn't happen. Saying this, Yinglong suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Hey! Wuong Sheng's face darkened, and he walked over, smiling dangerously. Senior brother Zhou, lend me your phone for a moment to see. Yinglong sweated and stammered, I forgot my phone. Huaijing smiled cunningly and looked at him. It's too late. The 2 pictures we sent a few minutes ago have already been spread. Hearing this, the smile on Wuong Sheng's face disappeared. He turned pale, his face sweating profusely. Immediately after, a series of comments appeared. For the security of the cultivation world, not hesitating to use one's body as a shield. Fai Yu, your righteousness, we admire you. Taoist Master Fai Yu, if you're looking for more Taoist companions, you can consider my senior sister. If Taoist brother Fai Yu can't bear it, I can share some. Wuong Sheng felt helpless and wanted to cry. My reputation of a lifetime. This time, Wuong Sheng and his group returned to Wudong to move. Today, senior brother Zhou Yinglong and the others came to see them off. Huaijing and his group planned to return to their respective mountains for cultivation, after bidding farewell to everyone and incidentally talk about a few things. Huaijing spoke. After this great battle, the Yinyang sect won't make any moves in the short term, but their base in Sakura Island Nation, I'm afraid they are still conserving strength and preparing for a counterattack. Yinglong continued. If the government hadn't suppressed it, the Taoist sects might be enjoying cherry blossoms on Mount Fuji right now, but I think we should follow the government's steps. Suppress first, then take the initiative. Yunji agreed with this. He picked up a teacup and sipped it. That's right. International relations aren't just about grudges. We need to consider everything. Shi Tianjiang ate an apple and was excited. Anyway, fighting in Sakura Island Nation, I will definitely be a part of it. After returning to the mountain, I will go into secluded cultivation and try not to be Brother Sheng's stepchild. Wuong Sheng smiled stiffly and praised him. You've actually matured quite a bit recently, about 3%. Yinglong looked at him seriously. Fai Yu, when you leave this time, perhaps we will have very few opportunities to meet. Wuong Sheng poured tea, his mouth smiling brightly. I can't just stay on the mountain for 100 years. We'll have opportunities to meet in the future. Shi Tianjiang sat on the side, dejected. Only 3%, Yunji also suddenly suggested. How about this? Perhaps in a few months, the Taoist sects will have to go to Sakura Island Nation to deal with evil cultivators. At that time, as long as we are not in secluded cultivation, we can go together. How about it? At that time, we'll reunite and jointly fight those evil cultivators. Wuong Sheng and Yinglong seemed to agree. He continued. Meeting at Wudang today, eliminating evil in Sakura Island tomorrow. What do you think? On this side, Huaijing and Shi Tianjiang also didn't object. All 5 brothers excitedly raised their cups and shouted, Agreed! The next day, everything began again. Mao Yue introduced him. Taoist Master Wang, this is the villa the higher-ups arranged for the 3 of you. Wuong Sheng happily looked around. Okay, thank you. He excitedly welcomed the sunlight from the balcony and couldn't help but sigh. Following Senior Shi Lian, The benefits and treatment have not just increased by one level. Constant temperature system, surrounding defense system. Whatever you want, you have it. Most importantly, you have your life. Saying this, suddenly his face turned pale. Wuong Sheng couldn't help but let out a breath. Mo Yue said softly. We have designed the Parental Management Authority, Taoist. Master Yan can cut off their network connection at any time. Wuong Sheng asked glumly. Do you think I dare to cut off their network connection? A moment later, no one was left in the house. Wuong Sheng heard laughter and went out of curiosity to see. Not knowing what he saw, he quickly ran back inside, muttering, Don't look at what is improper. Don't look at what is improper. Don't look at what is improper. In the distance, a small hot spring was constantly flowing, creating an incredibly picturesque scene. Guanshuan and Xi Lian were bathing in it. Mao Yu stood on the bank, observing with binoculars. Big sis, it seems I won. Lan wushwusinen, she said happily. I told you, based on my understanding of Taoist Master Wang, he definitely wouldn't peep at us. Xi Lian stood up and walked towards Guanshuan. All right, she said. Her personality is indeed similar to Taoist Master Qing Lin. The fox's naked body slowly approached Guanshuan. She lifted Guanshuan's chin and said, Little Xuan. Xuan, you must hold on tight. Guanshuan let out a confused sound. On this side, Mo Yue touched her chest, sadly thinking, why is the difference so big? Immediately after, Xi Lian set up a restriction, fearing Wuong Sheng would peep. A moment later, a sly voice rang out. Unexpectedly, little Xuan is quite full-figured too. Comparing notes, little Yue. Nah, Mao Yue said nervously. Big sis, if you say that again, we're breaking up. And of course, he heard all these words. Wuong Sheng talked to himself to distract his thoughts. It's been a long time since I could cultivate peacefully like this. Speaking of senior sister, she's always been stuck at the peak of the void core realm. I don't know when she can break through. Before he could finish, Xi Lian shouted, Little Feiyu! Little Xuan is about to break through. Hurry and stand guard. Wuong Sheng was still in a daze. This can happen. It happened just as I spoke, immediately after he wrote his sword and flew out. Forming a golden core, anyone is bound to face danger. No matter what, I must protect this place well, so senior sister can break through smoothly. Thinking of this, Wuong Sheng quickly flew out. As he stood guard, he couldn't help but wonder. Strange. Before Master directly devoured a large amount of heaven and earth, origin energy before forming a golden core. Wuong Sheng looked down at the hot spring from above and asked himself, why is senior sister advancing to the golden core stage without the surrounding heaven and earth? Origin energy fluctuating at all. Could it be? It seemed Wuong Sheng had figured something out. His eyes became serious. According to his speculation, senior sister wanted to take this opportunity to completely switch to the Yin-Yang Great Tao, and then based on the foundation of pure Yang immortal art, use the Yang secret record to form her golden core. At this moment, Guanshuan had already started circulating her internal energy. Wuong Sheng couldn't help but worry, quickly took out his phone and thought, no, this is still dangerous, I must contact Master immediately. Meanwhile, Yanzi was still receiving treatment at the hospital. Hearing Wuong Sheng's account of the situation, he couldn't help but wonder, little Zhuan wants to follow the Yin-Yang Tao. Why didn't this child discuss it with this master? Yanzi sighed. Well, let her try. If she fails, you step in to help her. But it seemed Wuong Sheng still didn't understand his meaning. He quickly asked again. Master, please explain more clearly. Yansum immediately explained, your foundations are all in pure Yang immortal art. If little Xuan fails, you immediately transfer your true essence to her, so she has a chance to switch back to pure Yang immortal art. Wuong Sheng's eyes became even more resolute at this moment. He decisively replied, yes, disciple understands. At the same time, Xi Lian also flew up close to him. Huan wants to walk the two forms Great Tao. I can't help much. You go down and protect her. She relayed the situation. Mo Yue has returned to the villa. I will stand guard for you. I won't let anyone get close. Wuong Sheng held his sword and cupped his hands in a respectful gesture. Thank you, senior. Then he quickly descended closer to Guanshuan. His mind calculated. The two energies yin and yang are mutually generating and mutually restraining, originally incompatible. This time, senior sister is indeed taking too much of a risk. Immediately after, he sat down cross-legged beside her, determined in his heart. But I must protect senior sister well. Thinking of this, Wuong Sheng's expression relaxed slightly. He sat down facing Guanshuan and spoke to comfort her. "Senior sister, I'm here. You can rest assured." Guanshuan was operating her internal energy with her eyes closed, but she still heard Wang Sheng's words and smiled lightly in relief. Time passed quickly, and it was already evening, but Guanshuan had not yet finished her breakthrough. Wang Sheng focused on observing, unable to shake off his worry. For cultivators, if the first attempt at forming a core fails, the success rate after that will be lower and lower. Firstly, it will leave behind inner demons, and secondly, the lost power is not dead. It damages the foundation. He looked at Guanshuan, who was focused on comprehending the Tao. At this moment, she was circulating the two forms sword. Intent. He was still constantly worried, which is why Master entrusted him. If Senior Sister fails to form her core, I must immediately transfer true essence to Senior Sister so she can quickly form the golden core of the pure Yang Tao. He thought this while observing her movements. The two poles of Yin and Yang in Guanshuan were still constantly glowing at this moment. The process had not stopped. Looking at the power emanating from her, Wang Sheng couldn't help but be stunned. I didn't expect these two yin-yang energies to attract the surroundings to this extent. I almost couldn't maintain my footing. His hand touched the sword, his thoughts still swirling. But the two yin-yang energies have already intertwined, proving that Senior Sister is on the right path. Just need to wait for the void core to successfully condense past the tribulation, and she can transform into a golden core. Before he could finish his thought, Guanshuan's hand suddenly rose to the sky, and the pure stream of power continuously flowed out. Guanshuan looked like an immortal maiden, her clothes gently fluttering. Wang Sheng was slightly startled by this power. His eyes widened, and he let out a cry of surprise. He couldn't help but stare intently. His mind couldn't help but think. Does Senior Sister think the void core like this can condense into a golden core? Isn't the golden core supposed to be firmly condensed? From Guanshuan's body at this moment, a shadow separated from her and flew up into the air. Another pure figure, like Guanshuan's soul, gently ascended. That version gradually opened its eyes, its face no longer had Guanshuan's innocent expression replaced by a sharp countenance. Wang Sheng watched with wide eyes. His mouth couldn't help but drop open. That soul was continuously flying up. The direction she was heading was towards the thunderbolts in the sky. Guanshuan seemed to be getting closer to the lightning. Her soul was like a magnet constantly flying towards it. Wang Sheng below had been observing her every movement. He speculated. Is this the core tribulation? That source of power made him unable to bear it for a moment. Wang Sheng was a bit flustered at this moment. His inner voice kept saying, "Not good." At this moment, Senior Sister's void core only makes the yin-yang power reach a balance. If the lightning tribulation breaks this balance, then the void core could shatter at any time. He struggled to open his eyes, observing Guanshuan's soul, while calculating at this moment, Guanshuan's soul had reached very close to the lightning in the sky, and the core. Tribulation was striking even more fiercely at this moment. Wang Sheng began to be cautious. He clenched his teeth, holding the long sword in his hand, and Guanshuan, sitting in front of him, was still circulating her internal energy, transmitting power into that yin-yang energy. And Guanshuan's soul above had gotten closer to the lightning. Her face remained expressionless. So at this moment in the sky, Guanshuan's soul had completely merged with the Tao tribulation. A brilliant beam of light shone out. After a while, her soul slowly and peacefully descended. Wang Sheng remained seated there, observing. He didn't dare to speak, for fear she would suffer qi deviation. Finally, Guanshuan's soul and body merged together. Her body hovered a distance above the water, but Guanshuan was still in a state of comprehending the Tao. Wang Sheng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just startled, but not dangerous. Wang Sheng calculated. As long as she passes the lightning tribulation, Senior Sister can condense a golden core. Suddenly, he was startled and looked towards Guanshuan. She was undergoing a change. A glowing circle appeared on her abdomen. Wang Sheng exclaimed in surprise. Huh? A cake? He looked at it, unable to help but wonder. Speculating, is this also a golden core? No, Senior Sister has successfully formed her core. As soon as Wang Sheng returned, Shilian asked, did she succeed? He said, she succeeded. But Senior, must the golden core be spherical? Shilian explained. A Taoist golden core merely signifies perfect. Yuan-rong, it doesn't have a fixed form. It's like the cultivation method of the Buddhist school. They don't even use forming a golden core. Knowing that Guanshuan was not in any danger, he let out a sigh of relief. All right, I'll go report the good news to Master, and then guard Senior Sister during her seclusion. He reported the good news to Yanzi. Master Senior Sister succeeded, but Senior Sister's golden core is a large cake shaped like the Taiji diagram. He instructed, "Don't worry, the golden core manifests according to one's great Dao. A round cake also symbolizes Yuan Rong. As long as it's not a stick, you don't need to worry too much." Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but be surprised. "A stick?" Yanzi asked again. "Are you afraid that when you form your core, your golden core will appear as a sword?" Wuong Shan said to himself on this side. Master says not to worry, but how can I not worry? If Senior Sister's golden core has a problem, it could affect her entire cultivation path, later affecting her path to becoming an immortal later. Well, since Senior Sister chose this path herself, I can't say anything more. If she truly encounters a bottleneck, then I will do my best to help Senior Sister break through. Guanshuan was still in seclusion at this moment. He sat opposite her and began circulating his internal energy. May Senior Sister and I attain longevity together. After a long while, Guanshuan successfully passed her tribulation. The rest was comprehension. He also didn't have anything to worry about and immediately calmed down to enter seclusion. Comprehending Senior Sister's balanced yin-yang Dao and improving his two-form sword, seared intent, and this seclusion lasted for over 20 days. Wuong Shan slowly opened his eyes. Shilian exclaimed excitedly, "All right, little Xuan is just like that." After comprehending the Tao and advancing, Guanshuan's appearance changed slightly, looking more profound and serene than before. Shilian happily spoke for her. "Little Xuan, you've advanced to the Golden Core stage and can now fly with objects, this white dragon Dharma. Treasure is a gift of congratulations from me. Using it is much more beautiful than stepping on swords or daggers." Not. Wuong Shan also stepped forward and continued. "Congratulations, Senior Sister, on reaching the Golden Core realm. You are now a Golden Core cultivator." Guanshuan stood with her hands on her hips, looking at him with determination. She thought, "I am a master. You will eat and drink well. Following me, I will protect you." Wuong Shan asked her, happily. "Senior Sister, what do you want to eat today? And thank you, Senior Shilian, for guarding us. I'll go cook. We'll have a celebration feast." As soon as Guanshuan heard about food, her eyes lit up, her face beaming with joy. As for Shilian, for some reason she felt annoyed. Her face darkened as she looked at Wuong Shan. Immediately after, Shilian cracked her knuckles and threatened fiercely. "You still call me Senior? Do you believe I'll—" He quickly understood the problem and corrected himself. "Big Sis Shilian, what do you want to eat?" "Bessie, my son," she suggested. "It's been a long time since I had bamboo shoots. Let's have some." At this moment, Guanshuan also landed. She excitedly took out her phone and typed up a menu. Spicy stir-fried bok choy, egg yolk, buns, Chinese, chive dumplings, stir-fried fungus with ginger spare ribs, with dried radish, steamed tofu. With spare ribs, honey-glazed grilled ribs, fried eggs with pickled radish, smoked meat, shiitake, mushroom fish, soup with pickled vegetables. With so many dishes, Wuong Shan still happily agreed. He said excitedly, "All right." The scene shifts to another place. The atmosphere here is very gloomy. A blue light flashed quickly, then shot straight into the house ahead. Immediately, a powerful surge of evil energy erupted. Within the purple smoke, there seemed to be human faces. This place was the Lesser Netherworld. The scene shifts to Wuong Shan's villa. Time had quickly passed to the evening. He had just finished cooking, still wearing his apron, holding 2 plates of food in his hands. "Senior Sister, dinner is ready. Let's eat." A table full of food was quickly set. Wuong Shan was filled with happiness, thinking, "I don't know why, but seeing this scene, I feel like I'm already married to Senior Sister." He smiled bitterly, looking at Shilian and continuing to think, and about to raise a daughter to adulthood. She was extremely excited, looking at the table full of food, laughing loudly. "Let's eat." He looked at Shilian's attire, feeling a bit strange, and thought, "I heard Big Sis read some Fox Spirit comic book or something. That's why she's playing dress up." Thinking of this, Wuong Shan asked her, "Big Sis Shilian, are you comfortable here?" She replied casually, "It's much more comfortable than your original courtyard. Mortals nowadays really know how to enjoy life with so many kinds of TV series and movies." Wuong Shan was silent. He glanced at Guanshuan. Shilian also looked at her and said, "Little Xuan, remember to send me more next time I've finished watching everything." Wuong Shan continued to pick up food. He seemed to be thinking about something. After a while, Wuong Shan asked again, "Big Sis Shilian, do you have a way to purify the demonic energy now, Xilian poured herself a glass of water and said, "For now, as long as I don't use magic or get angry, I won't fall into demonization. Probably after I meet Taoist Master Qinglin and talk to him, my demonic nature will dissipate." Hearing this, Wang Sheng's mood became more serious. He put down his chopsticks. Wang Sheng said solemnly, "Big sis, you are now starting to control your emotions. I will share all the information we have about Taoist Master Qinglin with you." Immediately after, her eyes became gloomy, no longer happy as before. Her hair tied up in 2 buns quickly fell down, shimmering like white silk threads. Her conservative clothes were replaced by a revealing dress. The seductive aura of the fox quickly returned. She looked at Wang Sheng and said coldly, "Go." And after confirming that Big Sis Shi Lian wouldn't easily fall into demonization, he told her everything in Patriarch Lu's last will, including the difference in the flow of time on Earth and outside the story of the Immortals' distant expedition and falling into distress. Fortunately, after the initial surprise, Shi Lian didn't take long to calm down. She seemed to feel that this matter was nothing. Wang Sheng asked anxiously, "Big Sis, do you know about this?" Contrary to his expectation, Shi Lian was unusually cheerful and said, "I know. That's why I wasn't sure if I could find Taoist Master Qinglin to dispel my demonic nature. But when your cultivation level can completely suppress me, I don't need to worry so much." Guan Xuan looked at her bewildered. Wang Sheng thought to himself, "Thinking about it, maybe I was overthinking." But thinking of this, he widened his eyes, looked at Shi Lian, and said loudly, "Come on, little Xuan Xuan, drink." Guan Xuan quickly raised her glass. "Okay." Shi Lian was as happy as if nothing had happened. She hugged Guan Xuan tightly and laughed, but a hot tear that Shi Lian tried hard to suppress couldn't help but well up in the corner of her eye. Wang Sheng didn't expose it. He couldn't help but feel a little pain in his heart. Is Big Sis really okay? Time gradually passed, and it was already a month later. Guan Xuan was still concentrating on cultivating her internal energy. Shi Lian was lying on the sofa, playing with her phone. Suddenly, Wang Sheng rushed in from outside, shouting, "Senior sister, Big Sis!" His eyes were shining brightly, pointing at his phone. "Quick, come see. My little sister, my biological little sister." Xilian looked at the photo and couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, how adorable, completely different from someone." All 3 crowded together to make a video call. Shi Lian asked, "What's her name?" Wang Sheng replied, "Wang Xiao Yao." He smiled brightly and said to the baby on the screen, "Xiao Yao, I'm your older brother." The 2 girls also became agitated, looking. His mood at this moment was like spring. He secretly resolved, "Starting from today, I must cultivate even harder. No matter what, being an older brother who can be relied upon by his little sister is my lowest requirement for myself." The sky quickly darkened. He was still deep in thought. However, speaking of which, it's been over a year since I moved into this villa. Senior sister has reached the mid-stage of Golden Core. Although my cultivation can't keep up, my realm has also reached the peak of the Void Core realm. At this moment, he and Guan Xuan were cultivating together. According to Yanzi senior sister's Yinyang, Great Tao significantly increased his cultivation speed. And to prove this prediction, Master specifically recommended that they cultivate in seclusion together in the same room. Guan Xuan slowly opened her eyes. She glanced over at Wang Sheng. Immediately after, a gentle kiss was slowly placed on his cheek. Wang Sheng opened his eyes, bewildered. Meanwhile, Guan Xuan had quickly retreated back to her sitting position. Realizing what had happened, he blushed as he looked at Guan Xuan with a bewildered expression. "Senior sister?" She didn't dare to look him in the eye, only gently humming in response. He seized the opportunity to approach, intending to hold Guan Xuan's hand, his words hesitant. "Senior sister, I..." Suddenly a loud noise rang out, interrupting the romantic atmosphere between the 2. He flinched and furrowed his brows. Both of them looked in the direction of the sound, feeling uneasy. Through the window frame, a bright, dazzling light shone. Wang Sheng looked in that direction. It's Mount Bingdu, a powerful internal energy shot straight up from the ground into the sky. In the evening, Wang Sheng and everyone sat together. He nervously called Mo Yue. As soon as he called, she answered. Wang Sheng quickly got to the point. "What happened over there?" Mao Yue reported the situation. "Mount Bingdu experienced an energy tremor, and there was a large earthquake recently. We are carrying out rescue efforts. Based on the current situation, it has been determined that this energy is from a female corpse exploding underground." She continued. "Taoist Master Wang, you stay with Immortal Fairy Buyu, and Big Sis for now. I'll add you to the group later, where timely intelligence will be announced." Wang Sheng listened attentively, then replied, "All right, contact me immediately if anything happens." After reporting, Mao Yui hung up. Immediately after, he looked at Shi Lian and said, Big sis. Guanshuan also unconsciously looked over. Xilian was drinking water and responded when he called her name. Seeing him so serious, she said nothing, just silently turned around and walked away. Then the fox pretended to blush. What do you two want to do? Little Feiyu, are you about to evolve from not being even a beast? Wang Sheng was speechless. He rubbed his forehead and said, Big sis, let's talk seriously. More goods. Immediately after Wang Sheng got to the point, how much do you know about the netherworld, Big sis? This information is very important. If possible, I want to film you. Immediately after, Xilian vanished into thin air, leaving only the words, Wait a minute. A moment later, there was some movement from Xilian's room upstairs. She came out dressed formally with a dignified demeanor and looked at the two of them. All right, start filming. How's this, Big sis? Does this look dignified? Wang Sheng looked at her speechless. Guanshuan smiled happily and put up her index finger, saying, like, immediately after Wang Sheng took out his camera. According to Xilian's introduction, the netherworld in our mouths is the place of reincarnation. That day, the heavenly court opened it for mortals to reincarnate, called the lesser netherworld, and it exists in another space, the only entrance being the Ghost Gate Pass, 300 miles underground. Xilian spoke solemnly in front of the camera. Ghost Gate Pass is normally guarded by tens of thousands of ghost soldiers. Cultivators cannot approach it. Of course. Currently, the ghost soldiers have all gone on expedition with the heavenly court, and there are no more ghosts. As for last night, if it was the third princess reincarnated, there would definitely be auspicious signs, not an eruption of immortal light. Suddenly, Wang Sheng's phone rang. He thought to himself, It's a message from Mo Yue. Seeing the words on the message, Wang Sheng couldn't help but be startled, especially Guanshuan. She was eating a bun but was startled into turning pale. The scene shifts to Mount Bingdu. Mao quickly called him to report Taoist Master Wang. The gate suddenly appeared behind Mount Bingdu. She is on the back mountain, Mao Yue said. Although it doesn't look like anything, any living or dead object that is brought inside will disappear just like a portal. Wang Sheng quickly replied, Okay, I understand. Everyone was displaying the image on the television. Mao Yue continued. I propose that the action team go in and investigate. The professor was anxious. The current situation is that sending people in is equivalent to sending them to their deaths. Madame Shan. His group was still monitoring the situation. The professor continued. We must determine the situation inside and have countermeasures before we can let living people in. The man standing next to him said, In this kind of situation, sacrifice is unavoidable. Xiling remained calm in this situation. She looked over and asked, Can Golden Core Realm cultivators enter the Ghost Gate Pass? Tut. He replied casually, We are willing to try. If we don't go inside and see, it's hard to rest assured. Professor Ma added, That would be great. I suggest just a few Taoist masters go in. Little Shi Xilian asked him, Hey, little Feiyu, do you really not need to go over and help? Wang Sheng was still staring in a daze. She continued, Something is definitely unusual with the Ghost Gate Pass. Over there, on the surveillance screen, 4 cultivators began to enter. They stood in front of the mysterious gate, observing. For a moment, it emitted thick, killing intent, its gravitational pull so strong it seemed to want to swallow them. The cultivators had to stabilize themselves for a long time. One of them spoke loudly, gesturing. The others quickly agreed. Okay. The white-haired cultivator immediately reached out his hand. He gradually approached the gate, his finger already touching that spot. It was like touching a huge curtain of water. Ripples immediately spread upon contact, and so they entered the gate to the netherworld together. Wang Sheng also felt a little worried and asked Xilian, Big sis, can Golden Core Realm cultivators go to the lesser netherworld? She recounted. 1,000 years ago, there were ghost soldiers stationed there. Golden Core cultivators couldn't force their way into the Ghost Gate Pass. As for now, as long as the Golden Core is not too weak, perhaps they can resist the netherworld Ghost Chi attack. Hearing this, he couldn't help but think. The Yinyang sect has been in chaos for 5 or 6 years, just emerged for 2 or 3 years, and has already been suppressed. Now the Ghost Gate Pass has appeared behind it. Perhaps something big is happening. He felt disappointed in himself. It seems my memories from my past life are useless. Returning to the cultivators, everyone saw the 4 figures at the gate and cheered happily. They're out. They're out. The white-haired cultivator laughed loudly and announced, Inside is really the netherworld Yu Min. Dia. but they didn't notice something unusual behind their backs. Wuong Sheng and Guan Xuan both detected it at the same time. She was originally afraid of ghosts and demons, and her eyes widened in fear. Finally, the cultivator also noticed something unusual. He was startled and turned around, an alarm sounding in his heart. Not good. But what he feared more was that he couldn't mobilize the magic in his body. The gate suddenly showed a strange phenomenon. Those golden lights caused the four cultivators to stagger. It seemed that after they entered, they were provoked, leading to this strange phenomenon. Wuong Sheng couldn't help but ask Shi Lian, "Big sis, what is that?" She guessed that it might be a trace of lingering thought left behind by the Prime Minister of the Ghost Gate Pass, or a soul within the Ghost Gate Pass. Call the other side. The cultivation world is still too weak now. After a pause, Shi Lian's eyes glanced over her voice, also hesitant. However, immediately after, the mischievous fox shouted loudly, "Little Xuan Xuan, are you afraid of ghosts? What's there to be afraid of? The strength of ghost cultivators is 70 to 80% weaker than human cultivators of the same realm." A few hours later, at Wuong Sheng's villa, it was late at night, but the lights inside were still on. Shi Lian said seriously, "Absolutely do not act recklessly. Although the Heavenly Court sealed that place, when they left, the yin energy inside is too heavy. It's possible that something powerful has been bred there." Wuong Sheng asked curiously, "Big sis, didn't you say there were no ghost soldiers inside? Why now?" Shi Lian spoke up, "Ancient Demon Rock Temple." The professor couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Who is this young man?" Mad. At the same time, Wuong Sheng's phone suddenly rang. The professor, who had just misunderstood her words, asked again, "Miss Shi, what did you mean just now?" Shi Lian explained, "That ghost hand, essentially." On this side, Wuong Sheng was distracted by the call. He wondered to himself, "Who is it? I've never seen this number before." Immediately after, Wuong Sheng quickly answered the phone. A familiar voice came from the other end. "Hello, is that Junior Brother?" As soon as he heard it, he recognized her. "Senior sister, you changed your number. Why didn't you tell me?" Shen Qianlin said, "When I graduated, I went to another city, so I changed my phone. Sorry." Wuong Sheng didn't beat around the bush. "Senior sister, have you encountered any difficulties? Just tell me, as long as I can help." Shen Qianlin seemed to be in a difficult mood at this moment. She was silent for a while, seemingly finding it hard to speak. Immediately after Shen Qianlin spoke up, the Ghost Gate Pass appeared on Mount Bingdu. The government has started stationing people there. There are now 27 people who have entered the Lesser Netherworld. The Ghost Gate Pass is near the entrance to the Yellow Springs Road, right? Hearing this, he couldn't help but be startled. His voice also became a little shaky. "Senior sister, could it be that you traveled back?" Hearing this, Shen Qianlin asked in surprise. "Huh?" Shen Qianlin thought he was joking and replied with a smile, "I'm an alien." She then asked, "Are you not at Mount Bingdu right now?" Wuong Sheng said, "I'm in seclusion. I haven't gone there yet." Those two pairs of eyes were secretly glancing over, assessing him. He also quickly got to the main point. "Senior sister, this matter is supposed to be confidential. How did you know?" Shen Qianlin was silent. "This is a bit hard to explain. Just pretend you didn't hear it. I'll find another way." On this side, Wuong Sheng speculated and asked her, "Senior sister, do you want to contact the special investigation team?" Yeah. Shen Qianlin was silent for a moment. Then she let out a sigh, seemingly deep in thought. "Wait a minute," Shen Qianlin asked him. "Wuong Sheng, have you ever heard of the Hidden Earth sect?" Hearing this, he quickly pressed the record button and turned on the speakerphone. For everyone to hear, Wuong Sheng asked curiously, "Senior sister, aren't you a descendant of some hidden sect?" Shen Qianlin continued, "You could say that, but the Hidden Earth sect is not a sect, but descendants of immortals." Immediately after, Shen Qianlin recounted a lengthy story. After hanging up, Wuong Sheng quickly sent it to Qi Ling. She was surprised. "According to your senior sister's information, this Hidden Earth sect was created by the descendants of the Netherworld immortals in ancient times, and for so many years they have been in charge of guarding the Lesser Netherworld." He replied, "That's right. They have treasures that can monitor the situation in the Netherworld, and they also have a sealing place on the Yellow Springs Road. As long as the seal is released from a distance, tens of thousands of ghost soldiers will appear on the Yellow Springs Road to surround and kill the Taoist masters who enter the Netherworld. Moreover, for so many years they have been in charge of guarding the Lesser Netherworld." On this side, Qi Ling quickly came up with a solution. "I will inform the investigation team not to casually step onto the Yellow Springs Road and dispatch personnel to contact your senior sister." After a pause, she continued, "As for other matters, we'll decide after we make contact with the Hidden Earth sect." Finally, after learning and disseminating the information, Wuong Shan quickly closed his laptop. He sighed in exhaustion. He kept thinking. As long as the Hidden Earth sect is within the Great Hua nation, finding them shouldn't be too difficult. The problem is how to deal with that female immortal who failed reincarnation and is desperately seeking another way in the netherworld, he recalled. Big sis Xilian, with her half-immortal strength back then, could directly resist laser weapons. Wuong Shan felt a little tired. If it's a heavenly immortal gone mad, I'm afraid it would shake the heavens and earth. He hadn't finished his thought when his phone rang again. It was a message notification. It was from Guanshuan. It seemed she wanted to tell him something. Guanshuan's message implied that the senior immortal was just a trace of residual soul. If she didn't reincarnate, would she disappear? Is there any way we can help her? Wuong Shan thought to himself. Senior sister actually has the same thoughts as me. I'm just a void core realm cultivator. He quickly typed a reply to Guanshuan. All living things are born and will also die. This female immortal is heavily injured and dying. She herself probably knows she doesn't have much time left. Upon reading this, Guanshuan's expression turned a little unhappy. Wuong Shan continued. Based on our current ability, we can only burn incense and pray for her. Looking at the words, burn incense and pray for her. Guanshuan's eyes suddenly lit up. It seemed she had thought of something else. Thinking is doing. The two of them offered incense together. Guanshuan and Wuong Shan knelt sincerely, praying to the heavens to bless the female immortal with peaceful reincarnation. Xilian stood watching, bewildered. The smile on Xilian's face froze. She secretly broke out in a sweat. These two are serious. Not long after, the investigation team provided protection for Senior Sister. After that, because Senior Sister had no connection to cultivation, although the clan didn't obstruct her too much, they also didn't give her much say. Now the only thing she could do was provide Wuong Shan's group with some intelligence about the Hidden Earth sect. Qiling quickly called Wuong Shan. She couldn't help but praise Shen Tianlin. Your senior sister is a smart person. Qiling knew that she intended to use them to rectify the Hidden Earth sect. Currently, the Hidden Earth sect believes itself to be the orthodox immortal path, which is very dangerous. However, upon saying this, Qiling paused for a moment, then continued. Just now, she mentioned you exactly 21 times, even more than the Hidden Earth sect and her father combined. Hearing this, Wuong Shan couldn't help but break into a sweat. Qiling teased, you're good, like 2 peas in a pod with little Xuan. A branch of red apricot can still extend beyond the wall. Wuong Shan quickly replied, Mistress, in my heart, there is only one moon. She didn't let go. What can I do? The night sky is full of twinkling stars. He was helpless. Mistress, if you're so persistent, master is nothing, Qiling discussed with him. Go, contact Miss Shen. I feel she already has a solution. After all, she's a descendant of an immortal. If we can bring the Hidden Earth sect into the orthodox path with us, it's naturally a good thing. On this end of the line, he whimpered, Yes, disciple will hang up first, mistress. After understanding the situation from his mistress, he called Senior Sister again. Perhaps because she already knew the solution, her mood seemed not bad. Wuong Shan smiled brightly and didn't hesitate to ask, Senior Sister, what are you planning next? Do you have any ideas? Shen Tianlin blushed and said, Actually, I still need your help with something. You probably won't be angry, right? Wuong Shan turned to take the glass of water from Guanshuan's hand, then continued. As a disciple of the Tao Gate, I value a gentle temperament. I won't get angry. He happily took a sip. The brave young lady finally spoke her mind. On the other end of the line, Shen Tianlin quickly said, How about you pretend to be my boyfriend and meet my father? That way we can use the excuse of meeting parents to try and persuade him. Hearing this, his face turned pale. He almost swallowed the cup. Wuong Shan choked and coughed a few times, then replied, Senior Sister, I don't look presentable. I'm afraid your family won't believe it. He suggested, How about I introduce you to a handsome guy? That way saying it's love at first sight won't be suspicious. Shen Tianlin was also curious and asked, Who send me some pictures to see? Are they photoshopped? Immediately after, he quickly sent a message to his cultivation team group. Mount Mao Liu Yunji, do you have time to help with the task? He quickly replied, Yes, going to Island Nation for a trip I just broke through and want to go out and move around a bit. Hu Weijing continued. Amitabha, this matter can wait until this monk finishes this game. This monk also just broke through. You said island nation. The time is not ripe yet. There's something else. Seeing Wang Sheng hesitate, Liu Yunji said directly, Little Fei, you just say it. I will definitely do my best to help. So he didn't beat around the bush. Send me a few selfies. They have to be really handsome and cool. Huaijing and Tianzhong both exclaimed in surprise. Tianzhong quickly said, Damn, Brother Sheng, when did you switch your target immortal fairy Buyu, a fairy descending to the mortal world? Huaijing reminded him, Little Feiyu, you are a disciple of the Tao Gate. You must remember the principle of yin without yang cannot grow. Tianzhong didn't pay attention and said again, Brother Sheng, do you need my selfie? I can even be naked. Huaijing quickly reminded him, Amitabha Little Feiyu, you must also consider Taoist Brother Liu, you can't force it. He read the messages and couldn't help but sweat. He thought, how can these two type so fast? After exchanging messages for a while, Wang Sheng said, Senior Brother Liu, let's chat privately. Immediately after his phone received a message, over 40 photos. He was surprised. Are these photos of models? Mahatam. Lian next to him exclaimed excitedly, Oh, all right. He breathed a sigh of relief. Didn't realize there was this kind of beauty in the cultivation world. However, the matter of the fake boyfriend seemed to be settled. Liu Yunji's photos were quickly sent. He planned. Next, I have to see if I can arrange a meeting with senior sister's father. The man was sitting in the room, deep in thought. His face was dark as he looked at his phone screen. Liu Yunji. Is this the boyfriend Tianlin just met? The next day, in a city in eastern Great Hua Nation. The sky had already brightened. The three of them were sitting together, eating and chatting. Shilian said, Hidden Earth Sect. Never heard that name before. She licked her ice cream as she recounted, Although I know there are some immortal bloodlines cultivating in the mortal world, I didn't expect them to have always stayed here. Wang Sheng looked out the window. I didn't know until just now. He thought to himself, I didn't expect the Hidden Earth Sect to be hidden in a prosperous city. Looking at the traffic, Wang Sheng couldn't help but exclaim, Experts hide in the city. This saying really makes sense. As he was lost in thought, the door of the coffee shop opened. A handsome man and a beautiful woman entered together. The tall, dignified young man was next to a shy and elegant young lady. They looked like a real couple. As soon as Wang Sheng saw them, he happily raised his hand and called out, Senior Sister Yunji. Gisao. Shen Qianlin also smiled happily and looked at him. You guys are here. Liu Yunji blushed and raised his hand to look at Wang Sheng. He seems to be doing this for the first time. Liu Yunji couldn't hide his awkwardness and quickly corrected his address. Fei Sheng. It's Feiyu and Wang Sheng. But he stumbled over the names. Lian evaluated approvingly. All right, little Liu's styling completely doesn't lose out to your senior sister. Wang Sheng smiled brightly. Taoist brother Liu attracts all attention. Truly no one is more suitable. The two sat at a separate table next to Wang Sheng's table. Shen Tianlin ordered a warm cup of coffee. He lowered his voice. Senior sister, have you thought about what to say to your father later? Shen Tianlin said. I'll persuade him first. Do you want to sit together later? Wang Sheng was worried. Do you think your father will bring bodyguards? Mallard. She guessed probably not. They were talking when a slender hand touched his shoulder. Guanshuan showed him her phone. Later, if there is a conflict, do we need to take action against Miss Shen's father? Wang Sheng reached out and covered Guanshuan's phone screen. He said softly, If needed, take action, but don't hurt anyone. The Hidden Earth Sect is not an evil sect. They are only responsible for guarding the netherworld. We also cannot be unreasonable. As soon as he finished speaking, the coffee shop door opened again. A person quickly walked in. As soon as Shen Qianlin saw him, she stood up with Liu Yunji, Dad. The man with a kind face looked at her and smiled brightly. My little girl, you finally agreed to come back and see Dad. Lian glanced over and assessed. Mid-stage golden core. Not bad. Wang Shen said softly, Let them talk first. Later, Mistress will pretend to be Liu Yunji's elder and come to meet him. Lian looked at Liu Yunji with a sly smile. Not good. Little Liu's acting isn't good. Aren't you afraid of being exposed? Wang Sheng looked bewildered and said, Maybe the other side will misunderstand this as nervousness, making it easier to deceive them. At this moment, a notification came to Wang Sheng's ear. Team leader will arrive in 5 minutes. He secretly felt satisfied. Very good. Mistress is on the way. Just wait for her to arrive. Things should be Suddenly, a crashing sound rang out. Liu Yunji stood up in embarrassment. Uncle Shen smiled brightly. Oh my, how clumsy. Immediately after, he quickly approached, patting Liu Yunji on the shoulder. The restroom has a hand dryer. Uncle will take you there to deal with it. Liu Yunji groaned inwardly. He's locked my true essence. Liu Yunji was frozen. Uncle Shen smiled again. Don't be polite with Uncle Shen. Go on. Uncle will stand guard for you. Take off your clothes and dry them for a bit. Shen Tianlin said nervously, Oh, Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng must have also noticed something unusual. He quickly took out his sword. Before leaving, he said to Xilian, Big sis helped me with something. She didn't need to hear the rest to understand. Go. If you need to act, just say the word. Restraining a golden core cultivator won't affect me. At this moment outside the restroom, Wang Sheng was quickly standing there, listening. An angry voice came from inside. Inside there. Uncle Shen glared at Liu Yunji. Who sent you to approach my daughter? He snorted coldly and lifted him up. Do you really think I don't pay attention to the cultivation world? Mount Mao, Liu Yunji. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening from outside made Uncle Shen pause slightly. He looked at Wang Sheng, who had just entered, and asked coldly, Who are you? Who? Wang Sheng introduced himself respectfully. Junior Wang Sheng Dao, name Fei Yu, apprentice of Taoist Master Buyan, greetings sect Master Shen. The elder looked at him and gritted his teeth. So it's you. Qianlin has mentioned you quite a few times. I also sent people to gather information about you. Your 3-person master-disciple group seems to be with the government. So this time, the special investigation team wants to target my sect. Wang Sheng calmly replied, If your esteemed sect hadn't attacked the cultivators who entered the lesser netherworld, we wouldn't have come. You are already aware. Senior, the Hidden Earth sect has always stayed out of conflicts, but the Ghost Gate Pass suddenly appeared. This matter is of utmost importance to the government, especially. He didn't finish his sentence before the elder cut him off. All this talk is useless. Liu Yunji was dropped onto the ground. He shifted his target to Wang Sheng. I'll capture you first, then tell your master to come and explain to me. Wang Sheng remained calm and presented a condition. If you want to spar, how about this? If this junior is fortunate enough to win against you in one move, then would you be willing to calmly and peacefully discuss things with us? He straightened his back and spoke confidently. Uncle Shen cracked his knuckles and looked at Wang Sheng. Don't mention winning one move. If you can withstand 10 moves from me, I admit defeat. How about it? Hearing this, his face immediately turned grim. Then this junior has offended? Immediately after, Wang Sheng pointed and shouted loudly. Recalling just now, Fox Spirit Big Sis instructed me to call out if I need help. Uncle Shen was bewildered, but for a moment he didn't move, just looked at him blankly. Wang Sheng's sword quickly pointed straight at Uncle Shen's throat. He stood still and said without fanfare, This junior's cultivation is too low. I can only restrain you a little. He looked at his expression and continued, But do you think this sword of mine can injure you right now? He closed his eyes and accepted the outcome. Indeed, a hero emerges from the young. I concede we can discuss now. Although he used Big Sis Shi Lian's power to restrain Uncle Shen. Uncle Shen not only failed to recognize Big Sis and Senior Sister, but even mistook his single move as his true strength. The Hidden Earth sect overestimates themselves and underestimates intelligence gathering. One can see their ordinary level. At this moment, Liu Yunji was providing information to Uncle Shen. Uncle, look, this is the official website of the Alliance above. After a pause, perhaps they felt that if they didn't participate in disputes, they could just maintain their benevolence and live carefree, Wang Sheng thought. But for a faction that's clearly overconfident, suddenly a voice rang out. Is this Mr. Shen Suian? He instinctively turned his head. She stepped forward. Hello, Mr. Shen. I am Little Z's relative. Qiling. Uncle Shen stood up. Team leader? Qiling, there's no need to be so polite. Let's get straight to the main topic. Sect Master Shen. Qiling didn't beat around the bush. It seems you have already understood part of the reason for my visit this time. Immediately after, Qiling sat down and got to the questions. We are most concerned with 2 issues. First, is there a threat within the netherworld? Second, can the Ghost Gate Pass be returned to its original location? Uncle Shen was surprised. I thought you would ask if we can control reincarnation. Liu Yunji's group sat at their table. He fanned his face with his hand to catch some air. Uncle Shen explained. The Hidden Earth sect are merely descendants of the netherworld immortals of the Yin division. All we can do is monitor the various areas of the netherworld. The netherworld contains a large number of seals. There will definitely be threats. As for the specifics, it relates to the secrets of this sect. Upon hearing this, Qiling quickly put down the cup of water in her hand. She spoke, "If the Ghost Gate Pass cannot remain hidden, then it is a secret of the Hidden Earth sect. But now that the Ghost Gate Pass has appeared on Mount Bingdu, it could affect social stability." Saying this, Qiling said solemnly, "Sect, Master Shen, you should make a choice. Cooperate with us or stand against us." Shen Qianlin advised her father, sharing information is the prerequisite for cooperation. "If not for the Ghost Gate Pass, we wouldn't need this meeting, Dad. If what's inside the Ghost Gate Pass appears, we also need to bear responsibility. Knowing, but not reporting." Uncle Shen began to explain. The Netherworld is actually a parallel world to the mortal realm. The Ghost Gate Pass is the point of intersection between the two worlds. Once the two worlds touch, taking Mount Bingdu as the end point, the surrounding area for 1,000 miles will instantly turn into a death zone. Then Dassault, he added. Furthermore, in the 18 layers of hell, there are countless vengeful spirits and evil ghosts. And speaking of this, his expression became somewhat complex. Hundreds of cultivators who attempted to seize the netherworld 1,000 years ago may not have completely died. Qiling seemed to understand the seriousness of the situation. She spoke up. "Can you elaborate?" Uncle Shen added, "That year the heaven and earth origin energy was sealed, but to ensure the operation of reincarnation, the immortals left behind some origin energy in the netherworld. Therefore, those pitiful individuals who were unwilling to return to being ordinary people intended to attack this place and forcefully seize the netherworld." He said, "It shows how confused everyone was at that time. The Hidden Earth sect bore the responsibility of protecting the netherworld, but the result was that half of them were massacred by those people. What's ridiculous is that they were blocked by the restrictions of the various halls and could not reach the place where the reincarnation stone was kept. Finally, these cultivators disappeared without a trace, possibly having willingly fallen into the 18 layers of hell, where there is still remaining origin energy." He continued. "Now perhaps you can understand why we don't want to have contact with the cultivation world." Qiling continued. "That year, there were at least tens of thousands of cultivators remaining. The actions of individuals cannot represent the entire Dao Gate." Qiling asked further, "But if the netherworld has a way for immortals to reincarnate, what about that female immortal now?" Uncle Shen thought deeply. Her. After a pause, he recalled that destructive power almost propped up the entire underworld. According to Uncle Shen, when the female immortal rushed into the netherworld, the Hidden Earth sect immediately sensed it. After she entered the netherworld's reincarnation, the immortal light in the hall shone brightly for several days. But a few days later, the female immortal suddenly let out a long cry, then broke the restrictions of the 10 Yama King's halls, and then descended into the 18 layers of hell, causing chaos in various parts of the underworld. The Hidden Earth sect originally intended to enter the netherworld through the ancient path and make contact with the immortal, but the immortal suddenly erupted, filling the entire netherworld with immortal light, leading to continuous earthquakes around Mount Bingdu. After that, Uncle Shen and Qiling stood up and shook hands. It can be understood that he is now an ally on the orthodox side. Uncle Shen continued. "I can invite the government and the Dao Gate experts into our clan territory, but the clan is not solely decided by me. I cannot guarantee whether I can persuade the other elders." After a pause, Qiling interrupted. "If Sect Master Shun needs us to do anything to persuade the elders, please, just say so." Mahoma Decima decedes. On this side, Liu Yunji observed and whispered, "Little Feiyu, what do you think?" Wang Sheng spoke up, "Let's wait and see." Hearing Wang Sheng say this, Liu Yunji couldn't help but wonder, "Aren't you going to take action?" Wang Sheng replied, "Ability is measured by how much you have. We will act according to the organization's arrangements." Immediately after Qiling spoke up. "Little Fei, you trouble your senior sister to take you guys there again. We need to quickly resolve the matter of the Ghost Gate Pass. Your master will also gather with you guys." Do Datron Mong. Wang Sheng immediately stood up straight. "Yes, mistress," he quickly added. "As Taoist Master Wang, I obey orders immediately." Immediately after, he excitedly said to Guanshuan, "Senior sister, let's go say hello." No, she quickly agreed, "Okay." When everyone greeted each other, Uncle Shen smiled and said to him, "Today I have experienced Taoist Master Feiyu's brilliant move. Truly, the skill is divine. The number 1 on the earthly list is indeed well deserved. Shen Sui-an friendly compared. If my children who ran away from home had just a little bit of your ability, I could have retired a long time ago. Shen Tianlin was bewildered. The number one on the earthly list junior brother is that formidable. Liu Yunji proudly pointed to Guanshuan and thought, this immortal fairy Buyu is currently ranked 21 on the heavenly list. Her cultivation is also at the Golden Core stage, but when she was in the Void Core realm, she could contend with Golden Core realm cultivators. Suddenly being praised like this, Guanshuan immediately blushed. Where? Mr. These two father-daughter pair of Shen were as if struck by lightning. Shen Qianlin was startled. Senior sister is also that formidable. Her father couldn't help but exclaim, indeed, heroes emerge from the young. Suddenly Uncle Shen stepped forward and put his arm around Wang Sheng's shoulder. Young man, you are truly capable. He laughed happily, praising without reservation. You crossed a major realm, and with one finger, you incapacitated me. If it wasn't for that finger, perhaps I wouldn't have directly agreed to cooperate with the investigation team. But Wang Sheng decided to confess. Actually, it was because of the silver-haired girl sitting with this junior, the beautiful, intelligent, talented, and charismatic young lady with beautiful silver-white hair, is a fox spirit who cultivated 1600 years ago. She followed the sect, master of Mount Shu at that time, who was none other than Taoist master, Azure Dragon, Jade Tree, Lin Feng, and the great wisdom monk, Santong. He glanced over at the fox spirit with outstanding aura. The finger this junior used just now was merely a senior expert casually casting a body-fixing spell. Wang Sheng said softly, this junior has deceived you. Please don't blame me, senior. Uncle Shen forced a smile, his face covered in veins from anger. This kid has potential. Immediately after this, senior let out a sigh and looked at him. Let's not talk about this anymore. Later, I'll have Qianlin take you to the clan territory to take a look. Also, I want to talk to you outside about something else. Wang Sheng's face was bewildered. He couldn't help but say, out loud. The two quickly went to meet in private. Wang Sheng took the initiative to speak. Please, senior, speak. He slowly lit a cigarette and said to him, Little Fei Yu, because of some matters back then, Qianlin is very resistant to cultivation. I hope you can persuade her for me. Uncle Shen's face was very serious at this moment, completely different from when he met Shen Qianlin. Wang Sheng continued, Senior, if senior sister has made her choice, I think you should respect her. He frowned. Are you saying you want her to only live 60, 70 years? Upon saying this, he interrupted. Senior sister is an adult. She has the right to choose her own way of life. Since she was young, senior sister had a special environment, but still didn't follow the path of cultivation. There must be her own reasons. At this moment, Shen Qianlin was laughing happily with Guanshuan and Shilian inside. After a pause, he continued. Furthermore, if this knot in her heart is not untied, even if she cultivates, it will likely be full of difficulties. Wang Sheng looked respectfully at him. Cultivating the Tao requires cultivating virtue first, then cultivating the mind, and then cultivating magic. Perhaps senior understands this principle better than me. If there is nothing else, this junior will return now. He didn't wait for him to agree and directly turned around to leave. Uncle Shen stood behind him in a daze. He chuckled and scratched his head, talking to himself. This kid, on the contrary, gave me a lecture. I originally wanted to give him a few Dharma treasures. Why did he leave in such a hurry? Wang Shen naturally heard him. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, shouting inwardly. Did I overdo it? Why didn't you say so earlier? Is it still time to turn back? The scene shifts. Everyone quickly arrived and was in a car. Yanzi spoke up. Little Sheng, what should we do later? You don't need this master to teach you again, right? He was startled. Why don't master just teach this disciple? He glanced over at him. Do I still need to teach you this? How did you deal with Island Nation last time? Just do it again this time. Wang Sheng scratched his head. That the Hidden Earth sect itself doesn't have a dark history. We should still speak reason. Then he looked over at Shen. Qianlin leaned into Yanzi's ear and whispered, In front of senior sister, master, don't say anything more. He mischievously winked. Asking them to lend us their sect's secret treasures is already a bit difficult. Let's be decisive and ruthless. If anything happens, this master will take the blame. Wang Sheng sweated profusely. Yes, master. At the same time, Shen Qianlin's phone suddenly rang. She was also bewildered, not knowing who messaged her. After looking at her phone, Shen Qianlin said, Taoist Master Qingyan can rest assured Dad has temporarily persuaded the elders in the clan. For the specifics we'll discuss more when we get there. Wuong Sheng felt relieved, thinking, after all, Uncle Shen is the head of a clan. Stabilizing those elders for now is not a problem. He looked out the window. Next, it depends on Master and the other Taoists. Looking at the village scenery, Wuong Sheng couldn't help but feel surprised. However, I didn't expect a hidden sect with 1,000 years of heritage to be hidden in such an ordinary village. The car gradually drove deeper inside. Wuong Sheng felt that the hidden Earth sect truly had its own unique aspects. And in just a moment, the car carrying everyone. Wuong Sheng stopped. This place was the service center of Fuyu village. Everyone was already waiting. Uncle Shen stepped forward. Welcome, welcome. Besides Shen Suyan, everyone else looked nervous. He smiled brightly at everyone and couldn't help but laugh. We've been waiting for you for a long time. As Wuong Sheng stepped down, he secretly assessed everyone. 6 golden core cultivators, over a dozen void core peak cultivators. No wonder Senior Sister said the hidden Earth sect is a bit arrogant. The consistent aptitude of the descendants of immortals in cultivation truly gives them an advantage. Uncle Shen, please, let's not stand here anymore. Come inside and have a cup of tea.
Man.
Wuong Sheng scanned them, thinking to himself. However, this level of strength 2 years ago might have caused the government to treat them cautiously, but now they are completely no match for the Tao Gate. And so, everyone quickly moved inside together with a servant. The servant immediately brought in drinks. All were hot and steaming. In the room, there were several servants in neat uniforms serving guests. Uncle Shen laughed heartily. We've been busy, so the reception hasn't been as thoughtful as it should be. Please forgive us. Yanzu responded. Mr. Shen is too polite. Shen Suyan took a sip of tea and continued. Let's get straight to the main topic and talk about the Ghost Gate Pass. We have some elders who have always disagreed. Please hear their opinions first. He turned to look at the old man next to him. Second elder, you speak first. Second elder continued. This old man believes there are 3 points of concern about cooperating with the government. He began to ramble. Our hidden Earth sect is the descendant of immortals. Back then it was like this with the Tao Gate and that. Wuong Sheng held his teacup and thought. Leave the argument to the strongest debater like Master. After a while, he still hadn't stopped netherworld reincarnation, and so on. Order. Suddenly a voice rang out in Wuong Sheng's ear. Don't drink, it's poisoned. Shilian glanced over nonchalantly. Soul annihilation powder, colorless and tasteless. It can extinguish the souls of people. That year it harmed quite a few cultivators. Wuong Sheng transmitted his voice back. Big sis, can this poison be neutralized? She said. It's not too troublesome. Besides, they didn't drink much. Just a little reminder will do. Wuong Sheng couldn't help but be surprised. Is all the tea poisoned? But looking at the Shen family members, he speculated. If it's all poisoned, the people opposite are drinking more. Perhaps they didn't poison it. Xilian was a little annoyed. She lightly scratched her cheek. It's true. Luckily I came along today, otherwise my Huyan would definitely be in trouble. Wuong Sheng immediately glanced over. Big sis, can you help with something? Xilian quickly replied. Considering how well-behaved you usually are, rest assured. She looked at everyone and said to Wuong Sheng, I've sealed this place. Anyone who leaves the village will be caught by me. All right. On this side, Yan Zi was talking. I know what Second Elder is worried about. Actually, the government's intention is, Suddenly a scream rang out. Ah! Wuong Sheng pretended to fall to the ground, pointing at the rolling teacup and shouting loudly, This tea, it's poisoned. Sui An was stunned upon hearing this. He momentarily couldn't understand what had happened. It seemed he was also unaware of anything. He quickly stood up in a panic. How? He hadn't finished speaking when someone next to him became enraged. Yanzi's anger gradually rose, causing the floor tiles to crack. He was fuming with rage, startling Sui An. Sect Master Shen, today my disciple is in trouble. Yanzi clenched his teeth and declared angrily, I will not rest until the hidden Earth sect is destroyed. Wuong Sheng immediately started sweating, foaming at the mouth and pretending to be unconscious. Guanxuan quickly came forward and hugged his body. Elder Mu of Sword Sect worriedly came up. Little Feiyu, what's wrong? Immediately seal the area. Do not allow anyone to leave. One person among them angrily rolled up their sleeves and shouted loudly. The hidden Earth sect wants to cause trouble. They must be tired of living. Liu Yunji circulated his internal energy to check and discovered, This is an ancient, bizarre poison, soul annihilation powder, hidden earth sect. Do you want to keep all of us here? Facing the anger of everyone, Yanzi lowered his voice. Taoist masters, this must be a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Immediately after, he also picked up a teacup to examine. He looked at Second Elder suspiciously. Uncle? Uncle, Second Elder spoke up. Sect master, why are you suspicious of us poisoning? How could I do such a despicable thing? Immediately after, Suiyan ordered, Quick, everyone check if your tea is poisoned. Those who have drunk it quickly neutralize the poison. Guanshuan was worried about him. She looked at the group of people with murderous eyes. Then Wang Sheng raised his hand and looked at Guanshuan weakly. He said softly, Thank you, senior sister, for neutralizing the poison for me. I'm all right. Wang Sheng smiled happily, thinking, It's really hard to leave senior sister's arms, but I still need to act, otherwise it will be exposed. Seeing that he was okay, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Guanshuan looked at him angrily. You scared me to death. Your acting is too exaggerated. You liar, you really are okay. Yanzi quickly approached Wang Sheng. He couldn't help but worry. Come, let this master see. He asked him curiously. This poison is extremely evil. Little Sheng, how did you discover it? Wang Sheng explained to his master that it was Senior Shi Lian Yanzi. Quickly stepped forward. Thank you, Senior, for saving his life, Celian said casually. It's nothing, don't mind it. I couldn't bear for little Xuan to be in trouble. Immediately after, he gestured to Sui An. Sect Master Shen, tell everyone here to stay where they are and not move. He turned to report Senior Jug. Senior Ziden, guard the skies. If anyone is found trying to escape, capture them immediately regardless of life or death. Second Elder stepped forward. Taoist Master Boyan, can you give our hidden earth sect some time? He asserted. If the person who poisoned isn't caught, I will end my own life as if I had poisoned you all. Yanzi agreed solemnly. All right, within 20 minutes. Immediately after, he quickly took out his phone and urgently called Mo Yue at the investigation team. Mo Yue quickly said, The fastest reinforcement will arrive in 2 minutes. Taoist Master Boyan, if you can break through the encirclement breakthrough immediately, we can detonate the area outside the village in 30 seconds to increase pressure on them. Wang Sheng smiled bitterly. No need for reinforcement, no need to detonate, for now I'm okay. Guanshuan winked and secretly exchanged thoughts with him. This is the insurance mistress arranged for Master Right. Wang Shen smiled brightly. Clearly, at that moment, everyone called to report. It's possible that a third party poisoned them secretly. Fortunately, it was discovered in time, and there were no casualties. Have the drones scan the surroundings. Once the situation is discovered, report it to us immediately. Done. Celian played with her phone and said 30 miles southwest, Guane Fengyun 5. Golden Core cultivators seems to be from the Yin-Yang sect last time. Natural. Wanan. Yanzi heard this and became angry. Why did they ask, could it be that you have colluded with the Yin-Yang sect? The person from the Shen family spoke up. How could that be? We know the Yin-Yang sect is not good people. Why would we do evil with them? Suiyan stepped forward to stop his family members. Now is not the time to argue. He immediately turned and said, Uncle 2 and 3, stay in the house and check who poisoned the tea. The others follow me. The Yin-Yang sect wants to harm us. We cannot stand by. Now, Afal. Yanzi stepped forward and said, I'll go with you. Those evil cultivators are not easy to deal with. Wang Sheng looked outside and thought, the Yin-Yang sect is truly persistent, like a ghost. If it weren't for Big Sis Shi Lian, I'm afraid we and the Hidden Earth sect would all have fallen here right. Outside, everyone was informed to hand over their phones for inspection. The person who contacted the outside was a spy. It was a day full of noise and turmoil for the Hidden Earth sect. In the blink of an eye, the sky had reached noon, but the internal spy had not yet been found. At the same time, another loud argument erupted. In this era is the status of men so low, I gave you hundreds of children and you treat me like this. I cannot forgive your betrayal of our love. Divorce me. How can you treat our marriage like this? The three of them. Wang Sheng stood there blankly watching. On the contrary, they exposed several extramarital affairs. He smiled and explained to Mo Yue. Those people did a few wrong things. She considered one husband, one wife. It seems this era is also very good. Zelian's figure appeared sad. She mocked herself. I even once wanted to be Taoist Master Qinglin's concubine. Now I truly look down on myself. But her emotions quickly stabilized. Shilian looked at Guanshuan and asked without hesitation, Little Xuan, what do you think after seeing this scene? Guanshuan was silent, her face as red as a persimmon. Suddenly she turned to look at Wang Sheng and said, Don't be afraid. Faced with this strange behavior, Wuong Shun couldn't help but sweat his heart, screaming. Senior sister, what do you mean by this? Are you telling me to be brave enough to pursue girls in the future, or are you saying you won't kill me? Immediately after, he's changed the subject and looked at Xi Lian. Big sis, how is Master's situation? She reassured him. Don't worry, I'm watching. Those bad guys can't escape. Suddenly, Xi Lian's eyes focused. She stood still, closed her eyes, and muttered, They're here. They're fighting. Wuong Shun looked at her, unable to contain his anxiety. Big sis, how is it? He looked at Guanshuan's expression, feeling uneasy. Although Master went there too, if the opponents fight desperately, it will definitely cause significant trouble. Wuong Shun was sweating profusely. His mind kept thinking. If the Hidden Earth sect and the Yin-Yang sect secretly cooperated beforehand then. Saying this, his eyes couldn't help but be stunned. Suddenly, Xi Lian excitedly exclaimed, Wow, the rookie fight is so spectacular! Seeing him fall over unconscious, she corrected herself. Not Master's, just the fight is so spectacular. And so, Xi Lian immediately took on the role of commentator. She narrated everything she saw very clearly and fluently. According to Xi Lian, after being attacked by Yan Zi, they were now starting to fight back. Wuong Shun looked at Guanshuan. Senior sister, it's not good for Big Sis's mental state to play games like this all the time. She nodded repeatedly. Xi Lian continued her commentary work. At this moment, Yan Zi had successfully suppressed the enemy. She calmly looked over. The opponents have escaped the range of my spiritual sense. Seeing everyone holding their breath. Wuong Shun looked at her with a dark expression. Xi Lian was surprised. Huh? What's wrong with you guys? He asked anxiously. Big Sis, can't you find the opponent's whereabouts anymore? Xi Lian still calmly recounted. That's right, 2 of them used the Earth Vein teleportation technique to escape, but your master has captured one of them. Ant 3 stepped forward respectfully. If it weren't for Senior, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Thank you, Senior, for your assistance, Xi Lian said coldly. It's nothing, don't mention it. She asked Wuong Shun disdainfully. Do these hidden sects that sound very high level always say thank you? He smiled awkwardly and replied, Perhaps they haven't figured out how to thank Big Sis yet. With the help of the crowd, they quickly captured Elder Mu and the Yin-Yang sect member who poisoned the tea. Just as said before, if not for Big Sis Xi Lian, the opponent's plan would have succeeded, and Shen Wen and the others also only officially started after the special investigation team arrived. Fortunately, this action by the Yin-Yang sect pushed the Hidden Earth sect towards the government. In the meeting, everyone was extremely indignant. We didn't expect that. Although we intended to cultivate in seclusion, trouble still came knocking. Second elder spoke up. Let it go. Over. 1,000 years have passed. Many things should be revealed. Another person spoke. That's right. What era is? This our forbearance is meaningless. Mao Shan, Yanzit. Sitting next to them couldn't help but darken his face. Time quickly came to night. The cold air returned, causing the dry leaves to rustle. Wuong Shun's group walked on the road. Shen Qianlin spoke first. Perhaps the matter can be smoothly resolved. I truly don't know how to thank everyone. Wuong Shun continued. No need to thank us. Later, there might even be conflicts. He looked at Shen Qianlin and continued. After all this time, we are here mainly to borrow your side's treasures for research. Seeing Shen Qianlin walk ahead, he didn't forget to ask, Senior sister, do you still not want to cultivate? Oh, Sin. She hummed in response. Shen Qianlin then turned around and said to him, I feel my current life is very happy. Furthermore, from now on, I don't need to worry about matters at home. I'll be an office worker from a rich family, find a reliable husband, and have a child. Xi Lian suddenly stepped forward and interrupted. Although she wants peace, her appearance doesn't say so. Her life will definitely encounter many dangerous things. She still needs to be careful. Wuong Shun and Guanshuan quickly ran up to support her. Senior sister, don't mind Big Sis. She's just reminding you. He secretly speculated. Big Sis Xi Lian seems to dislike Senior Sister Shen Qianlin. Hearing this, Shen Qianlin didn't say anything more. She silently looked at Xi Lian and replied, All right. At this moment, the fox spirit had turned away. The scene shifts to the Shen family home. Everyone was gathered here at this moment. A familiar voice rang out. Taoist Master Bayan, the treasures related to the netherworld left by our ancestors are all here. Sui An pointed to the painting on the wall and explained, We can monitor the situation in the netherworld based on this painting, but these 2 flags combined with secret techniques can command the ghost soldiers, Celian's eyes lit up with interest and asked, "Is the painting depicting the underworld? Why is there such a large crack outside?" "Det iso petidant." The person next to Uncle Shen happily explained. "Below that crack is the entrance to the 18 layers of hell. The 18 layers of hell are a reverse tower structure." Suddenly, Shilian let out a breath and glanced at the Shen family. "Go, don't you guys see it, or are you pretending to be blind?" Immediately after, she looked at the painting and said, "A small black spot has appeared above. It seems something has crawled out of hell." Shen Sui-an was startled upon hearing this, and his attitude became more anxious. "This is bad," he said, his fear evident. "Indeed, there are evil ghosts in hell that haven't died. Let's hurry over." Everyone. They couldn't help but secretly break out in a cold sweat. At night on Mount Bingdu, the forest leaves were dark and somber, sending chills down the spine of anyone who came near. At the gate leading to the Ghost Gate Pass, an urgent voice rang out. "Report. Immortal light has erupted again within the Ghost Gate Pass. There are mild earthquakes in the nearby area." Helicopters were flying in the sky. Those on board continued to report. "A large number of evil spirits from the 18 layers of hell have surged out and are gathering towards the Ghost Gate Pass. All units prepare non-combat personnel retreat immediately." Inside the helicopter, everyone was tense. Yanzi stepped forward and said, "Elder Shen, the evil spirit's target is likely the Ghost Gate Pass." Sui-an stood up anxiously. "Then I must immediately release the ghost soldiers." Yanzi quickly reassured him. "No need to rush. Based on the energy response, these evil spirits are only equivalent to Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. If current firepower can be used, keep the ghost soldiers for now." Guanshuan at this moment was still trembling. What she feared most in the world were these evil things. Wuong Sheng quickly comforted her. "Senior sister, don't be afraid. Those are all monsters." Guanshuan instinctively nodded and hummed. Yanzi also smiled and said, "Don't underestimate the strength of the great Hua nation. Let's observe the situation first." Sui-an continued, "You are right. Let's wait for now." Jillian slapped her back to encourage her. "Little Xuan, don't be nervous. With so many people in the cultivation world, you two may not even need to fight." Yanzi looked worriedly at little Xuan. "Xuan, if not." After a pause, he smiled and continued, "You temporarily won't go to Mount Bingdu. Don't worry, this master can handle it." Wang Sheng tried hard to encourage her. "Senior sister, don't be afraid." Guanshuan closed her eyes tightly and shook her head. Suddenly that warm hand gently took Guanshuan's hand, surprising her. His face was full of sincerity as he looked intently at her and softly comforted. "I'm here." Immediately after, Guanshuan also held his hand tightly. She quickly regained her composure. Guanshuan's face was now filled with determination. This was perhaps the power of love. Suddenly her eyes flickered slightly. It seemed Guanshuan was sensing something. She quickly stood up. Wang Sheng asked anxiously, "Senior sister, what's wrong?" Guanshuan immediately took out her phone and rapidly typed on the screen. Then she quickly showed it to Wang Sheng. The content was, "She is looking for me. She needs someone to help." Wang Shen asked in confusion, Could it be that female immortal?" "No," Yanzi said anxiously. "Little Xuan, did the female immortal say anything specific? Did she only call you for help?" Wang Sheng immediately continued. "Senior sister says that senior expert seems a bit urgent, as if something terrible has happened. She needs help." As Wang Sheng said this outside, a huge surge of energy struck the small house below. The scene shifts to a simple room. A coat was hung on the wall, looking very plain. Shen Qianlin sat on the floor, looking very lonely. She bowed her head and hugged herself, her thoughts endlessly circling in her mind. Shen Qianlin asked herself, "Mom, did Dad really?" Thinking of this, Aunt 3 entered at the same time and said softly, "Little sect master, it's getting late. Go to bed first. You have a weak constitution. Don't stay up late." Shen Qianlin smiled lightly and politely said, "Thank you, Aunt 3, I'll wait for news a little longer." At the same time, Shen Qianlin's phone quickly rang. There was a message. She opened it and looked at the screen with a dazed expression. At the Ghost Gate Pass. She and Aunt 3 looked at it together. The light from the phone illuminated her stunned face. Shen Qianlin looked at those disgusting ghosts and said to herself, "It has begun." On this side, a loud voice shouted, "Fire!" Immediately after, a massive explosion occurred At the entrance of the netherworld, the voice commanding continued to ring out, "Implement suppressive fire on the Ghost Gate Pass." At this moment, smoke and fire billowed in the air. Fighter jets were in position and 2 bombs were dropped, and so a sky-shattering explosion erupted just like a natural disaster. The ground continuously shook. The surrounding scene at this moment could be said to be engulfed in flames. Aunt 3 couldn't help but exclaim, "The bombs are so powerful." Shen Xianlin continued, "The power of modern weapons can already destroy the ecology of the entire Earth. Here it seems it has found its use." Returning to the group of ghosts, everyone reported urgently, "All units pay attention. All units pay attention. The second wave of evil spirits has left the Ghost Gate Pass. Bullets are ineffective against them. Please proceed with conventional bombing. Repeat. Please proceed with conventional bombing." Immediately after the report rang out, 6th round of conventional bombing complete. Statistics Type 1. Targets eliminated 642. Type 2, 370. Type 3, 0. The scene shifts to a secret base. Everyone here forms the temporary front-line command post for Mount Bingdu. One person among them spoke up. "Conventional bombs have been tested for 1 round, but Type 3 targets have not been eliminated." Another person was anxious. "I propose activating other unconventional weapons experiments." The professor spoke up. "I object. The nuclear energy is too great and could accelerate the process, pushing the netherworld into a head-on confrontation with the surrounding space," Qiling said sternly. Latest situation. The female immortal who escaped in the netherworld has contacted immortal fairy Buyu. She has asked us for reinforcement. Hearing this, the professor couldn't help but be surprised. "What number 001 has contacted us? Is there more information?" Qiling shook her head and continued, "Only a simple sentence. Come help me." Oh. And the tone was somewhat urgent. "Right now we must quickly deal with the evil spirits outside and send cultivators into the underworld inside." Her eyes shone with sharpness. "Immediately use a small amount of nuclear experiment on the inside of the Ghost Gate Pass to clear a path for them." At this moment, bombs were exploding in the sky. The later waves of ghosts were stronger, and the weapons used were more powerful. At this moment, the helicopter carrying Yanzi's group had quickly approached the target. Suyan stepped out and observed the painting. 90% of the evil spirits gathered in the Ghost Gate Pass have been annihilated. The strength of the great Hua nation's government is indeed formidable. At this moment, there were countless large and small holes in front of the entrance to the netherworld caused by the bombs. Yanzi was constantly worried. Clearly, the government is hesitant about causing a chain reaction. That's why they are controlling the power of the nuclear bombs. Although the area of destruction happens to cover the evil spirits, it may still not be enough to cause significant damage, Zelian asked him in confusion. "Little Fei Yu, why didn't you use this kind of thing to deal with me back then?" Wang Sheng scratched his face. "After this type of weapon explodes, it will affect the surrounding environment. Furthermore, when you just came out of seclusion." After a pause, he continued, "There are several larger yield nuclear warheads waiting nearby." Hearing this, Zelian quickly imagined it and couldn't help but shiver. Wang Sheng asked curiously, "What do you think will the dark energy and ghost chi of the netherworld affect Big Sis?" Zelian said, "It will indeed have some effect, but as long as I don't use powerful force, I can still maintain relative stability." Wang Sheng instructed, "Big Sis, actually you are the one who is most likely to help that immortal. Later we still need to see the specific situation. If you can avoid taking action, then don't." Zelian tilted her head back and said indifferently, "Got it. You're even more naggy than Taoist Master Qinglin." Saying this, she quickly transformed the mature appearances back. Zelian instructed him, "Adjust your breathing and stabilize your state of mind first. If the investigation team finds, you observe the situation and make your judgment." At the same time, Wang Sheng turned around and said to Guanshuan, "Senior sister, you." She looked at him gently and simply replied, "You decide." His smile froze. Wang Sheng looked at her and replied, "All right." He couldn't help but sigh, secretly complaining, "My cultivation is too low, I can only be a manager." But at least he was doing it for senior sister. "If I have to do it, I will." Guanshuan immediately sat down quietly. She closed her eyes and circulated her internal energy to stabilize her. True Chi Wang Sheng looked at her quiet and extremely beautiful face. He couldn't help but be in a daze. His face was as red as a persimmon. He happily thought, "After the matter of the Ghost Gate Pass is resolved, I must find an opportunity. Even if I get a little drunk, I must try to confess my feelings to senior sister once, he secretly resolved. No matter what, even if senior sister refuses, it's time for me to take this step. Remembering Guan Xuan's face, Wang Sheng told himself, continuously prolonging this is not a man's behavior. But then he worried incessantly. What if senior sister really refuses? It shouldn't happen. There's no reason for her to refuse. Right? I just have a feeling that I'm setting my goals too high. About half an hour later, their helicopter quickly landed. After arriving at Mount Bingdu, it didn't take long for the list of people going to the netherworld to be decided. Qi Ling spoke up. We all know the specific situation. Now, I will now announce the action personnel list. Guan Xuan was on the list. This goes without saying. Her face was dark as she hypnotized herself. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. Pure Yang immortal art has the effect of restraining yin energy. Master Yanzi was naturally also on the list, and the two elders of the Hidden Earth sect with equivalent strength could also command ghost soldiers, so they naturally had to go. In addition, there was the action preparation team and Golden Core Grandmasters from various sects, but unexpectedly among the 20 people, there was no name of a little void core, which was Wang Sheng. This made him feel hurt. Wang Sheng asked Xilian in surprise. Senior Xilian also cannot go. Mao Yu explained. Based on our comprehensive consideration, it's better for Senior Xilian to avoid contact with yin energy and ghost qi as much as possible. After a pause, Wang Sheng hesitated, looking at Guan Xuan, but then he immediately looked at Guan Xuan. Senior sister was bracing herself, trying to reassure him. I'm all right. Yanzi knew he was worried and smiled. Little Xing, you don't need to worry about little Xuan. Is this master's cultivation fake? He still couldn't relax. Master, this disciple can also help a little. He patted his disciple's shoulder and laughed heartily. I know you want to help us. Saying this, Yanzi's expression suddenly became serious. But the path from the Ghost Gate Pass to the underworld is very long. Just this matter will require you to expend considerable true essence. Furthermore, the yin energy around the underworld is thick, and you will need to expend a lot of mental effort just to resist the yin energy. Thasod, he gritted his teeth, countless thoughts swirling in his mind. Assuming I was at the Golden Core stage now, plus a high-grade flying sword, the government would definitely actively invite me to take action. If Master can't protect Senior Sister going there, myself will only cause more trouble. But now their target this time is to retrieve that female corpse. If the opponent has lost their sanity. Yichie, then thinking of this, Wang Sheng seemed to lose control and said loudly, But Master, according to speculation, isn't it possible that female corpse is under the 18 layers of hell? Is it possible that this is an unconscious cry for help when she can no longer persevere? Maybe she saw seeing his disciple's panicked state. Yanzi immediately shouted, Little Sheng. These words seemed to have an effect on Wang Sheng. He quickly fell silent. He placed his hand on his shoulder and lowered his voice. Your heart is in chaos if we cannot stop the influence of the lesser netherworld on the mortal realm. What a great disaster would that be? Have you thought about it? Right now, what you need to do is wait here. This world will not stop because someone is missing. If we fail, even with you added, we will still fail. How many times have I told you this principle? He was still worried, but, Master, Yanzi spoke up. It's all right. This master has calculated a divination. It's not dangerous. Then he turned around and left, but didn't forget to say as he walked away. Furthermore, we still have firepower from outside. If things truly go wrong, we'll use some nuclear bombs to flatten hell. All right, this master is going to gather the others. You stay here. Don't run around. Understand? Mara de dark. A slender hand gently grasped his arm. Guan Xuan stepped forward as if trying to comfort Wang Sheng. Finally, his mood stabilized. Wang Sheng quickly said loudly, This disciple will wait here for Master to return in triumph. Immediately after, he handed Guan Xuan the frosty glass sword and instructed, Senior Sister, I've warmed up this frosty glass sword for you. Wear it first. She replied, Okay. Xilian sat there yawning, watching the two of them cling to each other. He continued to instruct. Senior Sister, I also have talismans from Tianzhang and Liu Yunji. Use them if you encounter troubles. Guan Xuan replied, I know. Wang Sheng added, Senior Sister, you must not try to be strong. Follow Master. Listen to Master. Absolutely do not take risks on your own. Here, I'll give you this immortal grade flying sword. Suddenly a figure quickly rushed towards him. Guanshuan hugged Wang Sheng tightly. Her face couldn't help but show a hint of warmth and peace. This action of hers left Wang Sheng stunned. His expression also softened somewhat. Wang Sheng's warm hand quickly reached out. He hugged Guanshuan tightly as if afraid she would disappear. Suddenly, a gentle light carrying Guanshuan's aura appeared. It surrounded Wang Sheng's body. Memories flowed like a slow-motion film. The first time he became a disciple, seeing her with an incredibly pure image, and look he felt he could never forget in this life. Then he remembered the time she leaned on his shoulder and fell asleep, comfortably up to the image of them lying together innocently on the same bed. Months passed. He and senior sister cultivated, together went through countless battles. The two of them were together peacefully like that for so many years. Guanshuan's face was clearly visible in his mind. This memory made Wang Sheng unable to help but stare at her in a daze. But when he came to his senses, Guanshuan had already quickly moved away. Wang Sheng rushed after her. Xilian on this side watched the loving couple with a nonchalant expression. He looked at the helicopter flying high above. Guanshuan's gentle image appearing again, she smiled happily, waving goodbye as if to reassure him. The beautiful figure in Wang Sheng's heart gradually faded away. Xilian saw him standing there in a daze and spoke up. "Stop looking. The car has left." Wang Sheng was silent for a moment, then spoke up. "Big sis." He paused and then said seriously, "Is there any way to help me break through to Golden Core faster?" Xilian sighed and smiled lightly. "There are many, but at least you have to reach the late stage of Golden Core. Before we talk about this, right now, even if you force a breakthrough, your cultivation might not advance for the next 10 years. Wang Sheng replied, "That's still better than doing nothing here. I have a feeling of unease. I'm about to break through to the late stage of Void Core. Next, I'll have to rely on Big Sis." Seeing his persistence, Xilian couldn't help but smile bitterly. Crazy. Suddenly she glanced and thought, he's risking his life. Isn't he trying to secure a spot to bring me into the team? That way, if little Xuan is in danger, I can step in to save her. He asked, "Tell me, is there any way to quickly become a golden core with a high success rate and few side effects?" At this moment, Wang Sheng spoke up. "Mistress, can I have some spirit essence stones?" As advance payment, the more the better. On Wang Sheng's side, it was still quiet. Tanks and combat vehicles were parked all around. A few hours later, Huaijing suddenly walked in carrying a bag in his hand. "Little Fei Yu, I just came to find you. The investigation team sent me to bring you spirit stones." He was meditating and was surprised to see him. "Huaijing, when did you arrive?" Immediately after, he quickly stood up and walked over. Huaijing handed over the items and said, "I arrived earlier and have been meditating with Master. Tell me, brother, are you doing this to worry about immortal fairy Buyu?" Wang Sheng didn't deny it. "There's a little bit of that." Immediately after, he quickly formed seals and said to Huaijing, "Brother, move to the side. First, I'm setting up a formation." Wang Sheng circulated his internal energy as he asked, "Does the Buddhist school have a way to return the Ghost Gate Pass to its original location?" His power quickly fell onto the ground, forming a formation. Immediately after, Huaijing observed the formation while replying, "I've never heard of it, but this matter was caused by that heavenly immortal. In front of her, we are just like mortals. What way is there?" "Mao?" "Oh," he said honestly. "Actually, this feeling is very ironic. Risking life and death to cultivate to level 30. Suddenly a level 30. Master descends from the sky, and there is also a bunch of level 50 to 60 monsters preparing to slaughter the novice village." Xilian next to them couldn't help but burst out laughing. Wang Sheng looked over and couldn't help but praise him. "You're not bad. Playing games casually can also lead to breakthroughs. No one else can do that." Xilian asked in surprise, "You can cultivate like this? What kind of game are you playing?" "Immortal cultivation online game." Saying this, his eyes lit up, and he began to talk volubly. "Amitabha, everyone thinks this little monk is playing those confusing games. In reality, the essence of online games is the interaction between people, especially encountering all kinds of keyboard warriors. Let them scold. Let them scold. I'll just gank their towers. Let them fight in groups. I'll farm in the jungle. Every time I have a realization in my state of mind, my realm will naturally break through." Xilian and Wang Sheng were both speechless. She couldn't help but scold loudly, "You stinking monk! How dare you slander Buddhist Dharma?" Huaijing said casually, "Amitabha, this is a matter of psychological state." Wang Sheng smiled bitterly. "I have some comprehension. I'll cultivate first. You two chat." He closed his eyes and said to himself, "Psychological state. Perhaps this will help my cultivation break through." At the same time, a large Taiji diagram appeared. Wang Sheng hadn't finished his thought. Pure yang, immortal art, is not about overly developing yang energy, but maintaining the symbiosis of yin and yang. His internal energy quickly flowed into the yin-yang poles, cultivating his own yang energy, while not harming his own yin energy, maintaining a balance between the two energies in his body. Sword techniques were dancing in his mind. Wuong Shan chanted spells. Not pure yang, not excessively rigid, not excessively intense, not one-sided. Wuong Shan continued to mutter in his mind. A sword technique can be powerful and overbearing like thunder, yet it can be continuous and endless. It can be like the growth of myriad things. Forcefully cultivating made Wuong Shan a little tired. He exhaled heavily outside a tremendous force shot straight into the sky. This is worthy of the two words immortal art, and it is also the cultivation method that Patriarch Lu was most proud of. Huai Jing on this side was bewildered. Little Feiyu is cultivating desperately. Isn't he aiming for golden core? Celian looked at him and couldn't help but laugh loudly. She said to Huai Jing, "You guessed it right. He is." Night fell. Everything returned to a quiet state. This night was long for Wuong Shan, and dawn quickly arrived. The bright sunlight shone directly into the tent. Wuong Shan slowly opened his eyes. His body felt a little tired. The seals around him had faded. He had sat in that posture all night. At this moment, Wuong Shan had also broken through to the late stage of Void Core realm. But he was still not satisfied, and sighed in disappointment. Just a little bit more. Shilin walked over. You advanced 2 stages in one night. That's enough. If you go any faster, aren't you afraid of backlash? As soon as he saw Shi Lian, he couldn't help but ask anxiously, "Has there been any news transferred back?" She said, "Yes, everything was normal." Shi Lian continued. After little Xuan entered the Ghost Gate Pass, she received a message from the female immortal's consciousness, telling them to be careful on the way. She would try her best to suppress it and wait for them to come over. Hearing this, Wuong Shan couldn't help but be startled. Suppress? Suppress what? Celian said casually. Who knows, maybe it's a demon or something. Huai Jing added, perhaps it's not a demon or something. He thought of the appearance of that immortal and continued. Before I discuss this matter with a few people from the investigation team, it is highly likely that the female immortal is suppressing herself, Huai Jing said, solemnly referring to her body decaying at an accelerated rate. Shilian speculated. If she uses too much immortal power, it's possible that her body, which has been dead for many years, will disintegrate. Could it be that she needs a new body? Or, hearing this, Wuong Shan's face darkened. Shilian continued. Wanting to borrow little Xuan's body is not out of the question. Thinking of that look and face suddenly becoming unfamiliar. One day, Wuong Shan couldn't help but get angry. He gritted his teeth and suppressed his emotions. Immediately after, he quickly summoned his sword to fly towards him. He held the sword tightly in his hand, his cold and lonely figure unable to hide the worry in his eyes. Immediately after, Wuong Shan turned around grimly. I'll go practice my sword for a while longer. Xilian and Huai Jing could only watch in silence. He stood alone by the tent, concentrating his thoughts. When senior sister formed her core, her foundation was also pure yang sword art, but she walked the path of yin-yang balance. I am a sword cultivator. Perhaps sword intent is also important for forming a golden core. Then he slashed out a sword strike with his true essence. The Ziwei Heavenly Sword and pure yang immortal art are both parts of his Dao merging sword. Intent with the pure yang technique is the most critical point. It is his true Dao. Thinking of this, Wuong Shan seemed to reach enlightenment, his eyes sharp. He sent out a sword strike into the sky, and thousands of sword kai quickly dispersed around. Celian sighed listlessly. Little Xuan isn't here, so I'm the only one to watch over you. Huai Jing looked at Wuong Shan and couldn't help but wonder. Didn't he just level up? Shouldn't he wait? Why did he start breaking through suddenly? Celian explained, how can it be that easy? He is preparing to form his core. Now, if he had such fluctuations when forming his golden core, anyone would have collapsed long ago. He practiced while thinking. The pure yang sword formation, one side, inside, two sides, outside. The sword path, although different from pure yang, seems impossible to separate. So how should these two be integrated? How to integrate? Thinking of this, he suddenly glanced at something unclear. What did Wuong Shan discover? He looked in the direction of the sun and secretly rejoiced. That's right. Immediately after, he formed a hand seal, muttering internally. The Tai Yin, the Ziwei stars. Each star contains a different Dao, but they are all the Dao of the stars. The Ziwei Heavenly Sword is the sword of the Big Dipper. The light of the Ziwei star is its own, and it also emanates from the wielder. Void core breaks through. Just at that moment, a powerful light shone through Wuong Sheng's body, then hovered in the air. Power continuously emanated from his sword. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was evening. The sky was full of twinkling stars. For some reason, the swords in the box suddenly trembled. As long as they were near swords, they were affected, continuously shaking. The two cultivators looked around in dismay. It's been a long time since they saw such a strange phenomenon. Huai Jing looked on in a daze. Buddha, above what kind of comprehension is this? Mahai-ta-san. Celian couldn't help but speak up. This boy actually walked the path of Taoist master Qinglin. Old memories flooded back. A hint of warmth flashed across her face. As soon as he finished practicing, everyone returned to the tent. Celian shouted, "Little Feiyu, are you really not going into seclusion anymore?" He replied hastily, "No need. Although Mistress agreed to let me enter the Ghost Gate." "Pass, I've wasted quite a bit of time anyway. Let's quickly pack up and see if we can catch up with Master and Senior Sister's group." Yannam Manin Wanamshitad. He looked at his friends with a bright smile and asked, "Huai Jing, do you really want to enter the Ghost Gate Pass with me?" Huai Jing said with great energy. This little monk is not only responsible for driving, but at crucial moments, he can also provide Buddhist Dharma, purification services to evil spirits. Dharma artifacts are effective against yin energy. This little monk will absolutely not be a burden to everyone. Celian quickly spoke up and interrupted. "Little Shengsheng, don't worry." Suddenly she spoke up, startling them both. She carried a pile of specialized anti-evil energy items and continued. "The cultivation methods of the Buddhist and Taoist schools are different. They won't be affected by yin energy. When breathing in the netherworld, the yin energy will be purified by the Buddhist light that Huai Jing obtained." Everyone quickly got into the car. Huai Jing said, "Ma, disciple of the Buddha, little Feiyu, this little monk can also go experience the Bodhisattva Ksitigarba. Buckle your seatbelts tightly, the car might go very fast." "Nar." After everyone was ready, Huai Jing started the car ignition. "All right then." He paused for a moment and said loudly, "Let's go." And their car quickly drove out of the tent. At this moment, the police radio rang out. "To the 3 individuals at Relay Station, no one contact has been established with the vehicle. We will continuously provide guidance within the nether world. Please keep the communication device in the vehicle in normal operation." The scene shifts to inside their car. Huai Jing said grimly, "Little Feiyu, hold on tight. We're about to charge in." Wuong Shan also spoke up. "All right." After entering, Huai Jing also felt a little scared. He muttered, "May the Buddha bless us." Wuong Shan glanced around and observed. He couldn't help but say, "The netherworld is too empty. It feels unreliable." Celian, sitting in the back, heard bits and pieces and asked, "What's unreliable, your master? He's pretty good. Every time he scolds you, he hits the nail on the head." Hearing this, he immediately knew she didn't understand his meaning and explained, "Big sis, I feel Master's transmission just now was incorrect." Then Wuong Sheng fell silent and thought, perhaps Master's group has been in the underworld for a long time now. Logically speaking, they should have tried to enter the 10 Yama King's halls by now. Doubts continuously arose in his mind. He asked himself about the abnormality of Master's group, wondering why they hadn't mentioned it just now. Could it be that they haven't broken out of the underworld yet? Seeing him silent, Little Lion poked his cheek to tease him. "Missing little Xuan, huh? I didn't expect you to be such a lovesick little Taoist." He felt helpless and thought, what is this about? Huai Jing, who was driving, also commented, "Amitabha beauty fades, love in the mortal world is just a tribulation, a karma. Don't." Oh, she showed a mocking expression and ordered, "Don't listen to these Buddhist ramblings anymore. Play some tragic love songs so this senior can soothe my mood." Mar. He also eagerly responded, "All right, wait a moment." The scene shifts to Taoist, Master Yanzi's side. Their group was fighting fiercely with the evil spirits, the Elder of the Sword. Sect, commanding from above, loudly reported the situation. "Taoist Master Yanzi, there are too many evil spirits. The Ghost Soldier Legion is about to collapse." After saying this, he also jumped down to fight with everyone, leaving Taoist Master Yanzi's group, who hadn't reacted yet. A loud, solemn, and trustworthy shout from Taoist Master Yanzi rang out, ordering everyone behind him to take action. Upon hearing the order, he led the group and charged down into the battlefield. The people behind also followed him, jumping down to join the fight. Master. Yanzi's eyes were determined, taking action decisively. He quickly raised his hand to perform a spell, creating a beam of light that enveloped the ground. Then everything seemed to explode. From above, one could see the light gradually forming the symbol of the Taiji diagram covering all the people and demons below. Guanshuan was not to be outdone. She unleashed a powerful move, sending the evil spirits from the ground flying into the air. Taoist Master Yanzi and the two people above flew over her head. He reminded her, "Little Xuan, pay attention to adjusting your magic power to maintain ample energy. You just need to reinforce the two yin-yang energies for us to maintain the yin-yang vast origin formation." She replied seriously, "Understood." Then the three of them landed in the center of the battle. The immense pressure pushed those nearby away, creating a clearing in the middle. Yan Zhengnan and Zhang Ziquan took turns placing their hands on Yanzi's shoulders. The three of them were surrounded by talismans. The two of them transmitted power to Yanzi. His hands also formed seals to cast spells with lightning speed. Then suddenly he raised two fingers and shouted loudly towards the evil spirits. What was seen was that a dazzling light suddenly appeared. It contained immense power. The evil spirits that were illuminated by the light gradually dissipated and then disappeared completely. Thus, that beam of light was like a vortex sweeping away everything evil and filthy. The scene shifts to Wang Sheng's side. The three of them were still in the car with lively music playing from the radio. The monk Huijing was enthusiastic. Come on, eliminate auspiciousness curse for little Fei Yu. Wang Shan leaned his hand on the car door, observing the surroundings, and showed a suspicious expression. This road is too peaceful, right? It feels unreliable. Jilian, sitting in the back, heard bits and pieces and asked, "What's unreliable? Your master, he's pretty good. Every time he lectures you, he gets right to the point." Hearing this, he knew immediately that she didn't understand him and explained, "Big sis, I feel Master's transmission just now wasn't quite right." Then Wang Sheng fell silent and thought, perhaps Master's group arrived in the underworld long ago. Logically speaking, they should have tried to enter the 10 Yama King's halls. These doubts continuously appear in his mind. He asked himself about the abnormality of Master's group, wondering why they didn't mention it just now. Perhaps they haven't broken out of the underworld yet. Seeing him speechless, Little Lion poked his cheek to tease him. "Missing. Little Xuan." "Xuan, huh? I didn't expect you to be such a lovesick little Taoist." Huijing, who was driving, also commented, "Amitabha, beautiful women also wither. Relationships in the mortal world are originally just a tribulation, a karma." She spoke mockingly, ordering, "Don't listen to these Buddhist ramblings anymore. Play some tragic love songs so this senior can soothe my mood." He also eagerly responded, "All right, wait a moment." Suddenly something appeared and caught his attention, making his eyes widen. It was 3 planes that just flew by in the sky. Wang Sheng still didn't believe it and stared after them. He muttered, "Drones. Perhaps something happened in the underworld." Immediately, he pressed a button on the car's dashboard to contact the relay station and inquire about the situation. "Relay station, this is Wang Sheng," he asked anxiously. "What happened in the underworld? Are there any casualties on our side?" The voice from the other side rang out. "The battle situation in the underworld is stable. We have no casualties. Just now, a group of evil spirits broke out from the 18 layers of hell, breaking the seal. Taoist Master Yanzi used the terrain of the underworld to eliminate them. Currently, we are under no pressure. Just need to wait for the bombing team to arrive at the underworld and the battle can conclude." Taoist Master Wang. "Taoist Master Yanzi did not wish you to worry, so he told us not to inform you of the related news." Hearing that nothing dangerous had happened, Wang Sheng breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "Thank you. If anything new happens in the future, please still inform me." Zelian spoke from the back, showing her presence and teasing, "Taking only little Xuan to fight and kill. It seems Master loves you the most." Huijing, who was driving, also asked, "Didn't you contact Taoist Master Yanzi?" Wang Sheng calmly replied, "Master is currently in a great battle with evil spirits. Don't distract him. I was worried before, but now that I know what's happening, I can relax. All right." Suddenly, Shilian reached out and poked his cheek, interrupting his words. She spoke, proposing a negotiation. "Little Fei Yu, let's negotiate something." As if he knew her thoughts, he calmly spoke. "When we get there, if nothing happens, Big Sis can go to the reincarnation hall if you wish. Just be careful to control your emotions and not let them fluctuate too strongly." It was evident that he understood her intentions. This made Little Lion exclaim, No wonder you could coax little Xuan Xuan, you truly understand women's hearts. Wang Sheng disagreed and explained that it was because Big Sis's thoughts were written all over her face. However, Big Sis. Then he suddenly blushed and asked, Big Sis, what do you think is the best way to confess my feelings to senior sister? His words left the two people in the car stunned. After a moment of silence, Shilian slapped her thigh excitedly. Well, you finally decided to make a move. Huh? I said you two are soulmates dragging it out like this is not the way. Huai Jing, even while driving, spoke up and offered suggestions. You must have roses. Find a large square, a heart shape made of candles, a bouquet of roses, and shout that you want to take care of her for the rest of your life. Immortal fairy, Buyu will definitely cry uncontrollably. The other two listened and showed disdain, glancing at him, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. She refuted. That has no practical meaning for a gentle and quiet child like little Xuan Xuan, and it might even backfire. Wang Sheng also added, how can cultivators be so ordinary? That's random. Then Shilian turned to ask him, although little Xuan Xuan likes you, she only vaguely understands matters of love between men and women. However, what do you think? He replied, understanding each other is enough. Hearing this, she laughed and said, understood. Leave this to Big Sis. This Big Sis of yours can't be called for nothing. His face remained expressionless. Thank you, Big Sis, she replied indifferently. Small matter, small matter. Suddenly she thought of the scene of the two of them together and muttered, however, if the two of you become a couple, won't I have to watch you two in love every day? Her words left the other two not knowing how to respond. The scene shifts to the battlefield. Headphones were playing music in Guanshuan's ears. The music was gentle, but her movements were anything but. Each decisive move eliminated an evil spirit. After being hit by her attack, the evil spirit gradually dissipated into the air. Her face was serious as she surveyed the surroundings simultaneously, unleashing techniques to eliminate the remaining evil spirits. Taoist Master Yanzi spoke, discussing with the person next to him. The evil spirits have been blocked halfway. Next, we'll wait for another round of conventional bombing and then let the ghost soldiers harvest them. We'll rest for a while and prepare to enter the 18 layers of hell and those 11 grand halls. Yan Zhengnan, standing next to him, said, the layers of hell are constantly being pushed up. That female corpse must be down below. Marinin Yanzi also raised a question. I don't know what exactly is in that place. The drones flew over Taoist Master Yanzi's head. He watched them and said, wait until after we go down the plains. Then the planes dropped bombs from the air to eliminate the remaining evil spirits. Yanzi continued, we'll know after we enter. When the evil spirits saw the bombs, they were also dumbfounded. In surprise, they panicked and looked for shelter, but it was too late. The bombs fell and exploded, one after another, eliminating the group of ghosts. Some evil spirits were killed by the bombs, others were burned to ashes by the fire and vanished. Taoist Master Yanzi ordered solemnly. 3 people per group quickly sweep away the evil spirits and clean up the battlefield. The scene shifts to the underworld Taoist Master. Yanzi's group gathered in front of the large city gate. The great master looked at the gate and cupped his hands. Amitabha, why hasn't the killing intent of these evil creatures completely dissipated? Furthermore, it has spread and gathered in the 18 layers of hell. The 18 layers of hell have many mysteries. Perhaps that killing intent is going to fill the damaged formations of hell. Yanza rolled up his sleeve, looked at the time on his watch and spoke. Discussing, everyone, let's return to the city to rest first. After we recover, we'll enter the 18 layers for investigation. I'll go check if there is anything unusual outside the Ghost Gate Pass. Suddenly he noticed his female disciple looking in a different direction and called out, what's wrong? Little Xuan, did you hear that senior expert's voice again? Seeing her master ask, she turned her head and denied it in a polite tone. No. Then Guanshuan took out her phone and diligently typed to explain. She typed that the investigation team into the underworld. The yin-yang balance of the 18 layers of hell seems to have been broken by something. The yin energy is too strong, and the yang energy, which was already weak, is starting to be squeezed out of the 18 layers of hell and is about to rise. After reading what was on the phone screen, Yanzi mumbled suspiciously. Rising? What is rising? Then, as if realizing something, his eyes widened in shock. A surge of power from within the ground shot up, creating a vortex. Yan Zhengnan shouted, with a questioning tone. Another seal is about to be opened. From within that surge of power, a hoarse voice echoed. Who are you people? Who am I? No, who are we? Who are we? Kill them all. The netherworld is ours. The origin. Energy is ours. Disgusting monsters slowly crawled out. The voice continued with a frantic tone. Yes, kill them all. No one is allowed to take our origin energy. No one, no one. Elder Mu of the Sword Sect shouted loudly. These evil spirits are equivalent in strength to Void Core Realm cultivators. Could it be that the seal on the 7th layer has also been broken? He turned to Yanzi and said, Taoist Master Yanzi? A never-before-seen energy reaction has suddenly appeared in the 18 layers of hell. The energy is fluctuating. At the same time, the watch on Yanzi's wrist lit up. The sound of the watch announced a shocking piece of news, much higher than the Golden Core stage. The words had just fallen when Yanzi's group was startled and exclaimed, What? The strange source of power tossed up rocks and debris, creating a hole for the group of ghosts to crawl out of, forming an extremely gruesome scene. Taoist Master Yanzi quickly regained his composure and immediately shouted a warning. It's a great demon! Everyone be careful! He saw that source of power turn into a giant hand lunging towards their group. Zhang Ziquan quickly chanted a spell, summoning talismans. He asked nervously, Taoist Master Yanzi, what do we do now? Do we need to request nuclear weapon support? Seeing the situation gradually become tense, he also gritted his teeth, showing his anger. Immediately after, he waved his hand and commanded everyone to act. We retreat. Lure this thing to the Yellow Springs Road and detonate it. Everyone replied in unison, understood. Yanzi also charged into battle. A small plan formed in his mind. Using nuclear weapons here could easily damage the seal below, releasing the fierce ghosts below. Retreating first is still better. This great demon is probably related to the Taoist masters who stormed the netherworld back then. A mysterious voice suddenly rang out behind him, interrupting his thoughts. It seems you can't leave anymore, Yanzi turned around to check behind him, but was surprised to find no one there. The mysterious person quickly retreated into the distance, but was still surrounded by Yanzi's group. He exclaimed in admiration, There are some strange ones. Then he looked at them and pondered. Tisk, tisk, which one to eat first? Tisk. The scene shifts to Mount Bingdu. The temporary command post at the meeting was closely monitoring the battle. Qiling looked at the mysterious person and asked, What's going on? Who is that person? Professor Ma also flipped through documents to find information. He analyzed, that black energy is extremely similar to the black energy that appeared at the ancient Demon Rock Temple. That is not netherworld. Yin energy, it is very likely demonic energy. Another person standing next to him clenched their fists to maintain composure upon hearing this. He gritted his teeth. It's them. It must be them. Shen Suian spoke with a tone full of anger. The Tao Gate experts who deliberately stormed the netherworld into the 18 layers of hell 1,000 years ago, they haven't all died yet. The scene shifts back to the Battle of Taoist. Master Yanzi's group, he and the mysterious person were engaged in a very intense fight. The power emanating from the two of them was extremely powerful, forming two distinct opposing fields, and then an explosion occurred between the two of them, sending them flying in opposite directions. Taoist Master Yanzi landed on the ground and retreated a distance due to inertia, but he immediately returned to a fighting stance. After engaging with the mysterious person, he concluded that this person was likely a great cultivator who had become a demon, but his strength was at most at the peak of the Golden Core stage. Yanzi's group didn't give him a chance to rest and launched a barrage of attacks. They saw that the mysterious person unleashed a strange technique that caused the surrounding space to violently fluctuate. The evil spirits seemed to follow orders and flew towards him in droves. The great master saw this and quickly shouted, Taoist brother, Yanzi, this demonic creature is summoning the evil spirits. We will hold back the evil spirits first. You quickly kill this demonic creature. From the hole in the ground, a gigantic ghost emerged. It was struggling to escape the narrow hole, causing the surrounding rocks and earth to collapse. And this scene was clearly recorded and sent to the temporary command post. The three leaders also anxiously monitored the developments. Taoist Master Yanzi has entangled that ancient demon, but for them, the real threat is the giant, fierce ghost behind them. The man wearing glasses made a suggestion. I propose bombing it with a nuclear weapon immediately. Professor Ma quickly waved his hand and denied the idea, saying, No, nuclear weapons are very likely to destroy the seal below the netherworld. Who knows how many other fierce ghosts are hidden below? Qiling immediately ordered the activation of the west-positioned missile located within the Ghost Gate Pass. The target was the giant evil spirit. Implement an airburst detonation method to destroy the target and simultaneously remind our cultivators before the missile arrives. The missile was quickly adjusted into position. She immediately ordered, Strategic Missile, West 321. The missile was immediately activated when her command rang out. The weekend, all missiles launched simultaneously and shot towards the battlefield. Meanwhile, on Wang Sheng's side, the three of them were still on their way to Master Shaw. The radio crackled announcing, Taoist Master Wang, a demonic creature capable of controlling evil spirits, and a giant evil spirit above the Golden Core stage, have appeared in the Underworld team leader. Qi Ling has ordered the use of west-positioned missiles to reinforce Taoist Master Bayan's group. Knowing the current situation on Master's side, he glanced at the person behind him, signaling Big Sis Shi Lian, also immediately understood his intention and nodded in agreement. Okay. They saw the car driving along suddenly brake abruptly. Shi Lian immediately kicked open the car door and flew out. Wang Sheng also opened the car door while thinking anxiously. I didn't expect a giant evil spirit above the Golden Core stage to appear. If Big Sis can get there in time, perhaps she can fight it head-on. He summoned a spell, but his mind was still contemplating. The premise is that Big Sis doesn't fall into demonization. Immediately after the two of them simultaneously flew into the air, Wang Sheng instructed, Big Sis, fly with me. Don't use magic power recklessly. Shi Lian carefully clung to him and replied, Okay. The two of them flew away, leaving Huijing behind, shouting, Hey, are you bullying a monk who can't fly? The scene shifts to Taoist Master Yan Zi's location. He was engaged in a very fierce battle with the mysterious person. The great master was using the power of the Buddhist scriptures to attack him. He who sees my body will awaken the Bodhi heart. He who hears my name will abandon evil and cultivate good. He who hears my Tao will gain the ability of wisdom. The image of the Rulai Buddha statue appeared as he chanted scriptures. The light from the Buddha was quickly eliminating the evil spirits. He was still focused on chanting, He who knows my mind will instantly transform his body into a radiant light. The dazzling light from the Buddha statue shone onto the giant evil spirit. Yan Zhengnan brandished his sword and shouted, Ziquan, help Great Master block that great demon. Manyas. Zhang Ziquan also immediately unleashed his power to control talismans and replied, Understood. And then a giant weapon made of spiritual energy appeared. The weapon emitted light and flew towards the Buddha statue. Buddha saw all beings suffering from being tormented by evil spirits, and his heart felt compassion. Suddenly the statue moved. Its hand gripped the weapon. Then the statue slowly opened its eyes, its face gradually changing from compassionate to enraged. The benevolent statue had transformed into an enraged form, using the power of the immovable Wisdom King to slay demons and monsters. The giant evil spirit was not to be outdone. It clenched its hand into a fist and then swung a powerful punch at the Buddha statue with astonishing speed. The Buddha statue was pushed back a distance, due to the surprise attack from the evil spirit. In the very next second, the Buddha statue vomited blood from the pain of the blow. This statue was the Great Master, transformed. Now, because he was injured, it had completely dissipated. He fell backward and was caught by Guanshuan just in time. The elder of the sword sect immediately stepped forward to confront the enemy, while simultaneously shielding the two others. He shouted loudly, The others quickly fight those vengeful spirits! Yan Zhengnan and Zhang Ziquan also charged forward. Ziquan said excitedly, We'll hold them off for a little longer. He charged forward bravely, not forgetting to tease, If we can handle them, we'll just leave. If not, remember to come and rescue us. Then Zhang Ziquan laughed heartily and gleefully. Ha ha ha! How invigorating! But Yan Zhengnan noticed something unusual and shouted in panic. Not good! He observed the movement of the giant monster and shouted, That big head is targeting us. Just then, the monster reached out its hand, creating a surge of power that sent the two of them flying. Zhang Ziquan was caught off guard and was hit by the surge of power, sending him flying backward. Yan Zhengnan looked anxiously at his figure and called out loudly, Ziquan! Suddenly a flash of light appeared, containing immense power, striking towards the giant monster. The Buddha statue had returned and continued to participate in the battle. It struck a blow towards the monster, attracting the monster's attention. Zhang Ziquan, after being sent flying backward and falling freely, was luckily caught by the elder just in time. He quickly called out, Immortal Fairy Buyu. Two Taiji diagrams appeared above and below, tightly encircling the monster, yin-yang extinction. Looking from a distance, It seemed as if the two Taiji diagrams were placed on her hands. After preparing thoroughly, Guanshuan unleashed her technique, Heaven and Earth, Demon Plate. Then her hands holding the yin-yang circles pressed together. Something astonishing happened. The giant monster seemed to be compressed by an invisible force from the Taiji diagram. The elder who was supporting Ziquan witnessed this scene and couldn't help but exclaim, "She can actually suppress a great demon." Immortal fairy Buyu is indeed formidable. Yan Zhengnan did not relax at all. Instead, he became even more tense. No, the great demon's strength far exceeds the Golden Core stage. He also saw Guanshuan's critical condition at the moment. Buyu, she can't hold on for too long. Qiling in the command center was observing, also anxious. When will the firepower reinforcement arrive? The support staff behind her held a control panel and quickly reported, "Need another 15 minutes. Immediately she gave an order, telling the cultivators waiting for orders to gather and prepare to enter the Ghost Gate Pass for reinforcement to Taoist Master Qingyan's group. Professor Ma also announced, "Team Leader Qiling, the request for nuclear weapons for the second time has been approved. Team Leader, act immediately. We will immediately replace conventional warheads with nuclear warheads and will transfer the detonation authority shortly." The female staff member behind received new information and quickly reported, "Team Leader, one of the missiles fired earlier showed abnormal trajectory data. The drone has captured some images." Qiling ordered, "Display the video on the large screen." The staff member replied seriously, "Yes," saying that she operated the keyboard to project the video for everyone to see. As soon as the screen displayed the image, the leaders here were stunned, motionless, unable to believe their eyes. The scene shifts back to the battlefield as Guanshuan was performing her technique using two Bagua diagrams to compress the monster. A surge of power suddenly erupted within the monster's body, filling it with strength to resist her attack, and then it easily broke her formation. The monster's action caused Guanshuan to suffer backlash. She spat out a mouthful of blood and fell backward weakly. Taoist Master. Yanzi was extremely worried about her condition. Guanshuan's situation was very dangerous. She was surrounded by many evil spirits, and she was seriously injured from the backlash. In this tense situation, a beam of light suddenly appeared. That beam of light, quick as a flash, swept through each evil spirit, slicing them into countless pieces. Wuong Sheng had arrived in time to protect Guanshuan, hugged her tightly and calmly said, "Senior sister, hold on to me tightly." Despite being injured, she still looked at him intently and smiled, replying, The giant gruesome hand of the monster unexpectedly reached out. Wuong Sheng immediately circulated his internal energy to protect Guanshuan and evade its attack. The monster's attack was incredibly powerful. Shattering the surrounding rocks and earth, a beam of light erupted, filling the entire space, looking extremely dazzling. Celian's image appeared. She was in her fox form in a fighting stance. Celian unleashed her magic. Her eye tails and the crescent moon symbol on her forehead emitted a red light. Countless missiles appeared in the sky and continuously rained down. In an instant, Celian leaped up her movements, lightning fast. Celian opened her mouth, revealing two sharp fangs. She extended her claws and pounced at the monster. She opened her mouth wide and bit the monster. In an instant, her fangs sank into the monster's flesh. Celian quickly wrestled the monster down, gaining the upper hand. Below, thousands of monsters were flying out of the hole. On Wuong Sheng's side, just behind Celian, everyone was fighting hard against the monsters flying out of the hole. Wuong Sheng and Guanshuan both looked up with expressions of surprise. In front of them, Celian was trying to fight the giant blue monster. Behind the two men, one was casting magic to resist the group of monsters, while the other was setting up shields. The human-shaped monsters swarmed forward. At this moment, Wuong Sheng spoke up. Guanshuan stood next to him with a serious expression. "If Big Sis Celian's fur starts to turn red, please loudly chant the freestyle song mantra of the sword sect." "But Senior Yan Zhengnan, do you know the clear wind transforms into bright moon sword, art of the sword sect?" Yan Zhengnan glanced at him and replied, "Yes." Wuong Sheng continued, touching his chin and thinking, "If the freestyle song mantra doesn't work, then use all strength to unleash that sword art. Let Big Sis Celian see the strange phenomenon of the bright moon." These two things are the deepest impressions Taoist Master Qinglin left on her. While everyone was struggling to hold off the monsters, dust and smoke flew everywhere. Some people's clothes were tattered. Guanshuan suddenly spoke up. "I'll go help Master. Please pay attention to Senior Celian here." "Masamomom." Basut. Yanzi circulated his internal energy and unleashed his spell, creating countless hands to attack the junior demons, he thought. "This is troublesome. I originally thought I could absorb the essence, energy, and spirit of these junior demons to recover my magic power. I didn't expect this junior demon's pure yang magic power could suppress the yin-killing energy in my body. The junior demon looked extremely gruesome. It had a distorted face. Its entire body was dark purple. Its face was wrinkled and pitch black. It spoke to Yanzi. "Junior, this poor monk is..." He cast a spell. A source of light emanated from his hand. Then Yanzi punched and shouted loudly at the junior demon. The master looked at it with a disgusted expression. "Get lost." His punch was extremely powerful, sending it flying into the air, creating light blue aftershocks. After the punch, Yanzi charged at the junior demon again. As he charged, he thought, "Damn it, what kind of descendant ghost is this? I can't keep this up. I'll go back and rest first, then come back to deal with these junior demons." The master sent the junior demon flying far away again. Thousands of arc-shaped vortices appeared in the air after his powerful push. Suddenly, countless light blue energy beams appeared in the sky. These beams were very sharp. They pierced through the junior demon's body. It could only raise its hands and look on in confusion. This was the sword. Control technique, 7 stars. Sword formation. Wuong Shan suddenly appeared on the left side, holding a sword, his face extremely imposing. The junior demon was floating in the sky, thousands of light beams piercing through its body. Yanzi landed next to Wuong Shan. At this moment, he called out to him, "Little Sheng." Hearing this, Wuong Shan looked over with a surprised expression. He turned and respectfully greeted his master. "Master," Yanzi spoke up once more. "Don't let Senior Shilian fall into demonization. Let's quickly go down and help." Ijika didn't. Wuong Shan, with a serious expression, handed his sword to the master. He said, "Master, use this Ziwei heavenly sword." Wuong Shan gave Yanzi his sword, which was emitting a very mystical light. There were small light blue dots surrounding the sword. He took the sword, smiled lightly and said, "All right, in front of my disciple, if I lose face, I lose face." After saying this, Yanzi and Wuong Shan simultaneously flew away. The master slightly furrowed his brows. He said with a firm tone, "Although the Ziwei's magic power is slightly lacking now, at least I've cultivated the Ziwei heavenly sword before. Perhaps I can use it." The image of the monster appeared. It seemed to be in pain. Its face was looking upwards. Its lower part seemed to be badly bitten. Shilian gnashed her 2 sharp teeth, biting off a piece of the monster's flesh. Her entire body was now red. She bit off a piece of its flesh. Her mouth turned upwards. Her claws held the monster's body. Shilian at this moment looked truly wild, as if she was acting purely on instinct. Suiyan looked at the communication screen, his face completely panicked. At this moment, the screen displayed Shilian's image trying to bite and tear at her prey. On one side was Ziquan, his face blank, covered in scratches. He quickly said, "Feiyu, hurry, use the freestyle song. Mantra quickly." Qiling's eyes widened. Her face was extremely surprised, as if she couldn't believe her eyes. She said, "This is the true strength of the ancient demon at Ancient Demon Rock Temple." The investigation officer replied. He put his hand to his chin, lost in thought. "So we let Buyu and Feiyu stay day and night using her. I'm ashamed. Kaya, Professor Ma coughed lightly. He said with an awkward expression, After this matter is over, think about how to compensate them." In the gray sky, Yan Zhengnan, Ziquan, and Huijing were circulating their internal energy casting magic. Their hair stood on end, their robes fluttered, each person's body emitted gentle streams of light. Shilian now looked extremely terrifying. Her pitch-black eyes were deep and hollow. Only the red irises remained. Her 2 sets of fangs were sharp. She was losing control. Suddenly her eyes gradually changed back from black to their original white. Her eyes widened, and finally her eyes gradually returned to normal. Her face also became less wrinkled and more lively. Wuong Shan appeared out of nowhere, jumping in front of Shilian. He said, "Big sis, the fight is over. Stop now. Okay? Not Basom." Yanzi, worried about his disciple brother, quickly spoke to stop him. "Little Shang, come back quickly." Wuong Shan reached out and gently stroked Shilian's soft red fur. He smiled and spoke in a gentle, persuasive tone. As he continued to stroke her fur, he said, "Big sis, do you want to find Taoist Master Qinglin? If I can ascend to immortality, I will definitely take you to find Taoist Master Qinglin." A red light unexpectedly emanated from below his hand. Small dots of light enveloped the space around Wuong Shan's hand. A dazzling red light appeared, covering the entire space here. In an instant, Shilian had returned to human form. Her eyes were still closed. She called his name. Her hands trembled, trying to reach out towards Wuong Shan. Little Fei Yu. He quickly grabbed her hand and held it tightly. His two hands held her trembling hand, and he said, "I'm here." Wuong Sheng looked at Xilian, his eyes extremely serious. He asserted confidently, "Big sis, don't worry. I will definitely cultivate desperately and attain enlightenment soon." Xilian felt dizzy. She covered her mouth with her hand, feeling nauseous. She said, "Quick, give me some water to rinse my mouth. That stuff is truly disgusting." Wuong Sheng smiled lightly and picked up a jacket for Xilian Guanshuan, holding some scrolls in her hand. Happened to arrive at the right moment. At this moment, Yanzi also circulated his internal energy and slowly landed on the ground. Ziquan suddenly spoke up. "Damn, in just this short time, there won't be another immortal light, right?" Yan Zhengnan quickly covered Ziquan's mouth with a wrinkled face. "Don't jinx it at a time like this. Who can stand it?" Ziquan waved his hands, trying to open his mouth. Yanzi smiled kindly and looked towards Wuong Sheng, Xilian, and Guanshuan. Said, "Although this battle was a bit tough, we also had 2 strong reinforcements. Everyone quickly recover your strength and prepare to investigate the 18 layers of hell." Everyone simultaneously looked in his direction. Yanzi held a glowing object in his hand. He looked at Wuong Sheng and said in a gentle tone, "Contact the outside. Tell them we are okay now, and ask them to send the clearly explored structure of the 18 layers of hell." After hearing this, he immediately obeyed. Yes, the sky now turned a purplish blue. The sky was cloudless with smoke billowing from somewhere below. Ziquan, Yan Zhengnan, and countless others were sitting neatly and circulating their internal energy. Light radiated around their bodies. Xilian raised her pink eyes and asked, "How long will it take them to recover their cultivation?" Wuong Sheng answered Xilian while studying the ring that his master had given him. Next to him was Guanshuan, also looking at the ring with a cheerful expression. "Perhaps about 2 hours." Xilian's eyes widened. She seemed to have discovered something interesting. She turned towards Wuong Sheng and looked at him with a smile. Curiosity appeared on her face. Wuong Sheng's expression was awkward. He glanced at Xilian and thought, "Big sis, what does that look in your eyes mean?" He recalled the scene where Xilian transformed back into human form from her fox form just now and thought to himself, "Big sis wouldn't want me to take responsibility, right?" Peeking out from under her dress was Xilian's white foxtail. Wuong Sheng continued thinking, "Although I saw her body just now, I didn't see anything detailed." Xilian spoke up, laughing. "If it's really like that, what should Taoist Master Qinglin do?" Not. Wuong Sheng looked up at her and smiled awkwardly. Guanshuan stood next to them, her face full of curiosity, he thought. "Am I not a man who already has Senior Sister?" Then he looked at Senior Sister with her beautiful blue eyes. She smiled gently and looked back at him. He continued thinking, "How can I be mesmerized by Big Sis's beauty?" Xilian, laughing, pointed at the sky and said, "Should we secretly go up and take a look? The 10 Yama King's halls and the Reincarnation stone." "Aren't you curious? There were countless stones in the sky spaced evenly and looking extremely strange." Wuong Sheng closed his eyes and sighed softly, pretending to be bored. He smoothed his clothes, contrary to him. Guanshuan smiled cheerfully, her eyes showing excitement. Wuong Sheng looked in the direction of Yanzi and Second Elder. He spoke up. "Master, Second Elder," Second Elder replied with a smile. "If you wish to go, go ahead. However, there are restrictions up there. You probably won't see anything." Yanzi also looked up at him and said, "Little Sheng, remember not to casually touch Immortal's belongings." Wuong Sheng smiled happily. His hand cast magic on the sword behind Guanshuan as she flew up, her face full of joy. Wuong Sheng said, "Since that's the case," he continued, "we'll go to take a look and be back," saying that Guanshuan flew up into the sky with Wuong Sheng's sword in the lesser netherworld. The landscape here is a bit desolate. There are no ghosts temporarily. Wuong Sheng looked ahead and said to Xilian, "Big sis, the outside circle is the palaces of the 10 Yama Kings. The one in the middle is the Reincarnation Hall." She quickly said, "Go directly to the 10th hall. Be careful of the surroundings. They all have restrictions." She observed and saw that only the main entrance's restriction seemed to have a loophole. Wuong Sheng quickly followed orders. "All right." And so the 3 of them quickly followed Xilian's guidance. This 10th hall emitted yin energy around it, and in the center there was a large stone tablet with bold lettering. This place emanated the cold breath of the netherworld. Going a little deeper, there was another large stone tablet in front with writing in ancient script. Guanshuan looked up. She couldn't help but exclaim in awe. So tall. Wuong Sheng saw Shilian walk towards the tablet and look at something. He was a little worried and spoke up, calling Big Sis. She said, "This explains the origin of the Netherworld. That year the Heavenly Court was attacked, and the immortals scattered." Before leaving, Great Emperor Ziwei took a fragment of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation plate and brought it to Earth. She looked intently and continued to explain. And that small fragment is the Reincarnation Stone. The Lesser Netherworld was also formed from it. Saying this, Jilian anxiously said, "Let's go in and find that immortal stele. You two hurry and follow." As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared behind the tablet. Wuong Sheng stammered, calling after her, "Big Sis, wait." Looking at her expression, Wuong Sheng sighed and smiled lightly. Big Sis is in such a hurry because she wants to see if Taoist Master Qinglin encountered any trouble. Right? It seems that anything related to Taoist Master Qinglin, Big Sis can't control herself anymore. A moment later, Shilian shouted loudly, "The immortal stele is empty." "No, there are only 2 names on it. You two hurry and come see little Xuan. Xuan, you're an immortal." Her words, without head or tail, made both of them widen their eyes. They didn't understand what she meant. For a moment, Shilian inside laughed smugly. "This fox immortal has taken in 2 reincarnated immortals as disciples," Wuong Shan said as he flew over. Big Sis reincarnated immortals also need to cultivate slowly, but with senior sister's aptitude, becoming an immortal is a certainty. Saying this, he suddenly paused. "Huh? Wait, 2 people?" Celian smiled brightly. "Didn't expect that, little Fei Yu. You are also a reincarnated immortal." Wuong Sheng was bewildered. "Huh. If I were a reincarnated immortal, that female immortal wouldn't have failed to recognize me, right?" Celian guessed. "What if you were just a foot soldier with a spear? It's normal for her not to recognize you." He was also curious and looked at the names on the tablet, then couldn't help but be startled. Shilian spoke up. "Something's wrong. I can't find any past lives. What's going on?" Wuong Shan said nonchalantly. "Perhaps it's a mistake. Let's look at senior sister's history first. Past lives aren't important. Anyway, in this life, I'm sure I have to work hard to see if I can become an immortal." He said this, but his mind kept thinking, "Not finding a past life means I don't have a past life." He began to doubt. "Perhaps the reason I could reincarnate was by borrowing the light of the lesser netherworld." Celian read aloud. "In the east, there is an immortal named Hua Qinghua of the wood element from the eastern star domain, an innate deity. She followed Great Emperor Qinghua of the East Pole, heavenly venerate of salvation. Her achievements in her previous life included guarding the eastern heavenly gate, slaying 76 powerful experts from various star domains who invaded, revitalizing the morale of the heavenly court. In the 12th battle, she emerged from the restricted area carrying injuries and continuously fought powerful enemies. She died from severe injuries. The immortals grieved and protected her soul, returning it to this world. Her soul was repaired for 1,000 years in the reincarnation stone, and now she has reincarnated as Guan Xuan. Oh, Donglaosan." Celian was even more excited than her constantly shaking Guan Xuan. "An innate deity who followed Great Emperor Qinghua of the East Pole. Immortal fairy Hua Qing. Wow. Little Xuan. Xuan, your past life was so powerful." Guan Xuan only nodded confusedly a few times. But no matter what, Guan Xuan was extremely proud and puffed out her chest, proclaiming, "I am me." Don't say. Then Celian couldn't help but look at him in confusion. "Little Fei Yu, seeing no past life, are you truly without a past life?" Wuong Shan said nonchalantly. "What's so strange about this? The lesser netherworld has been inactive for 1,000 years. Aren't mortals still born, aged, sick and dying as usual?" He let out a light sigh and continued. "The vast majority of people don't have a past life or a future life, just live for the present." Hearing this, Shilian smiled brightly. "On the contrary, you are very clear-headed." Guan Xuan, at this moment, held her phone, tears welling up in her eyes. She still had things she wanted to say to her disciple brother, but her phone battery was completely dead. Wuong Sheng seemed to understand her feelings and stepped forward. He held her hand tightly, looking at her affectionately. He said softly, "Senior sister, it's all right. No matter who you were in your past life, now you are immortal fairy Bu Yu, in charge of the beauty of the cultivation world. You are our master's disciple." After a pause, he continued, "You are senior sister to this Wang Sheng." A feeling of indescribable happiness surged in her heart. Guan Xuan smiled gently and hummed in response. Celian at this moment was like a lamppost, a 1,000-year-old fox spirit, a breaker of atmosphere, an expert at eating dog food. Finally, she couldn't stand it anymore and directly shouted, "You haven't even officially confirmed your relationship yet, and you're already force-feeding people dog food. Are you planning to fatten up this big sis from now on?" Wuong Shan chuckled awkwardly and changed the subject. "Big sis, let's go see the reincarnation stone." Not long after Wuong Sheng's group entered the reincarnation hall, their group finally arrived at Yanzi's location. Wuong Sheng called out, "Master." He looked at his disciple with warm eyes. "Little Sheng, you children are finally back." Immediately after, Wuong Sheng quickly lowered himself and landed on the ground while Shi Lian looked around cautiously. He quickly reported the situation. "Master, we just arrived at the reincarnation hall and went around the reincarnation courtyard." Then he looked at Guanshuan and said hesitantly, "We discovered that the reincarnation stone is broken." Upon hearing this, all 4 seniors were stunned. Yanzi frowned and said to everyone, "Let's go and take a look." In the reincarnation hall, the stone was still standing there. It's just that its entire surface was cracked. Not only that, but a large hole had formed in the middle. After seeing it, Yanzi asked Shi Lian, "Was this caused by that female corpse?" She spoke up. "That's right. It's possible that she knew she couldn't reincarnate and acted out of anger. Or perhaps she paused and glanced at the 2 siblings, because there were only 2 names on the immortal registry, Little Fei Yu and Little Xuan Xuan." Hearing this, everyone was astonished. Yanzi's mouth hung open. "Little Sheng, are you also a reincarnated immortal?" He looked at the sly old fox covering her mouth and suppressing her laughter until she trembled. A feeling of anger surged. Wuong Sheng secretly cried out in his heart, "Big sis, isn't it enough that you're using me as a joke?" Seeing him like that, she added fuel to the fire. Compared to Xuan Xuan, Little Fei Yu is truly not simple. Ziquan laughed loudly and praised, "Little Fei Yu, well done." Yan Zhengnan was also a bit stunned. "Little Fei Yu, aren't you a heavenly general reincarnated?" Huai Jing continued. "It's very possible he's a heavenly immortal whose name is in the Ling Xiao treasure hall." Second elder clicked his tongue. "Could it be a particularly formidable figure?" Thousands of questions from everyone made Wuong Sheng and Guanshuan blush with embarrassment. He broke out in a sweat, vehemently denying. "Everyone, perhaps my past life was insignificant, and I was lucky to reincarnate. Anyway, the immortal registry didn't mention my past immortal rank." His head was secretly in pain. "Big sis, isn't it enough that you're making fun of me?" Ziquan couldn't help but wonder, "Little Fei Yu, you're not. Great Emperor Ziwei reincarnated, are you? Your sword aura looks like it guides the stars, like Ziwei." Yanzi analyzed. "The Ziwei sword aura is just a sword technique. Great Emperor Ziwei passed down to our patriarch. It doesn't definitively prove anything." Immediately after, his face became serious again. "Everyone, let's not forget the main matter. How about we investigate from here to the 18 layers of hell?" Being rescued by his master, he breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. Immediately after, everyone rode their Dharma treasures and flew up. In a flash, they were gradually approaching the target. Ziquan said excitedly, "Mortals are afraid of doing evil, fearing they will be thrown into the 19th layer of hell to suffer after death. On the contrary, we are actively seeking it out. I hope this time we can return alive." Jillian couldn't help but laugh loudly when she heard this. "These people are too interesting." Yan Zhengnan let out a breath and said, "Don't be so discouraged. The 7 layers inside have been empty for a long time. Furthermore, there are also elders from the Hidden Earth sect helping us." What? Second elder smiled brightly. "That's right, coming to the netherworld is like coming home. Fellow Taoists, please don't be too reserved." After hearing him speak, Huai Jing Ziquan and even Yan Zhengnan were momentarily bewildered, not knowing how to respond. Yanzi spoke up. "Everyone, let's go sooner to find a way to resolve this matter. Don't keep that female immortal waiting too long." Then he turned and instructed his disciples. "Little Sheng, Little Xuan, you 2 are in charge of bringing up the rear." Both quickly replied, "Understood." Ziquan approached him and said excitedly, "Little Fei Yu, when you have time, let's spar a bit. Also, reincarnated immortals, do you comprehend a lot and can break through realms even by drinking water?" Wuong Sheng scratched his face awkwardly. "Roughly the same as you guys. I don't have any memories from my past life. Furthermore, my constitution in this life was decided in my mother's womb." Yanzi smiled happily. I didn't expect little Xuan's past life soul to need to be nurtured for 1,000 years in the reincarnation stone, to barely reincarnate. Recalling past events, he couldn't help but feel nostalgic. No wonder after she was born, her innate foundation was insufficient, causing me to expend 16 years of effort to save her life. Back then, the Taoist Association's funding was often insufficient to buy medicinal herbs, so I always had to do other businesses to make ends meet, Celian said, mischievously without reservation. I heard from the investigation team that you were wholesaling martial arts manuals and holy spring water from Mount Wudang, right? Feeling a little guilty, Yanzi coughed violently, seeing his master's embarrassment. Wang Sheng immediately changed the subject. Big sis, are you worried? Well, suddenly he looked at Guan Xuan. Senior sister was brought back by the Heavenly Court Immortals, but why did I vaguely reincarnate through the reincarnation stone? He speculated. Perhaps the reason I returned to 17 years old in one night was simply that I suddenly awakened my memories that day. Thinking of this, Wang Sheng clicked his tongue. Well, there's no evidence now that I reincarnated by relying on the lesser netherworld. Noticing that he was staring at her, Guan Xuan also turned around. In her eyes at this moment, there was only the image of the handsome young man in front of her. She smiled gently and looked back at him. He continued thinking. If I keep thinking like this, I'm afraid my Tao heart will be disturbed, affecting my cultivation. The two of them held hands and moved forward together. The path to immortality is vast. The road ahead is slow, only by holding a sword in hand. Wang Sheng was determined not to think aimlessly anymore, but to focus on exploring the present. On the way, Yanzi suddenly stopped. He shouted a warning. Everyone be careful! The group reacted quickly and all stopped. Yanzi then explained, something is about to come out. A purplish light, like two eyes, was constantly staring in their direction. A familiar voice rang out. Taoist Master Bayan, this is the next relay station. We will maintain continuous communication with you via device to warn of danger. Now or... The group was startled. Bayan couldn't help but say in surprise, all right. The other end continued to report. The 18 layers of hell have a special magnetic field causing the equipment to lose contact. We haven't found the special passage mentioned before. Yanzi still forged ahead. The person from the government continued to instruct. Everyone needs to investigate on your own. If not, you can find a path down from the outer perimeter. Second elder spoke up. It's all right, I know where that passage is. Everyone follow me. He took out a compass and instructed. Try to fly as low to the ground as possible, later. Perhaps there are some unknown restrictions somewhere. On this side, a soft, weak hand tugged at Wang Sheng's sleeve, causing him to turn around and look. Guan Xuan was trembling, her face pale. He secretly broke out in a cold sweat. I almost forgot senior sister's lifelong nemesis. He smiled gently and held her hand tightly. Senior sister, how about you stay outside with big sis? Guan Xuan was scared, but still refused. Wang Sheng looked at her firmly. Then we'll go down together? Elian behind them sighed. I'm old, won't you help me a little? The young couple blushed deeply. He proudly turned to Shilian and said, my senior sister is over 765, 400 years old. Guan Xuan was once again embarrassed to death, while Shi Lian had a good laugh. Yanzi couldn't help but complain helplessly. It was so hard to create a tense atmosphere. You two be serious. Wang Shen then corrected himself. Yes. Very quickly, everyone entered the first layer of hell. As commonly heard, cauldrons of fire and iron hooks are torture instruments here. A certain big sis was calmly eating a bun in this dangerous place. She looked at Guan Xuan and asked, Little Xuan? Xuan, are you calm now? You and little Fei Yu are both reincarnated immortals, just in time to maintain balance. Seeing the two sisters relaxed, Wang Sheng couldn't help but think helplessly. Are you two here for a vacation? Ziquan scanned the surroundings and guessed, this is probably the first layer of the boiling hot hell, right? Why don't I see nets all over the ground? Second elder continued. That's right, the lesser netherworld is small, but all places are complete. It's considered a complex built by the netherworld immortals. But netherworld yin division divine spirits are sentient. You and I still have to act cautiously, lest disaster comes from our mouths. Then everyone moved closer together. Second elder was a bit puzzled. The main passage is here. Is the seal open now? Everyone asked in confusion. What is beneath the seal? Dishum. Second elder recounted, a passage that monitors the 18 layers of hell. You can think of it as a sightseeing elevator. Then he closed his eyes and sensed the surroundings. It was strangely quiet. Suddenly, Second Elder was startled and shouted, "Not good! According to the records here, someone once tried to break into this place. I don't know if the internal layout has been damaged." Ziquan speculated. Was it those cultivators who stormed the netherworld 1,000 years ago again? Immediately after he continued, "Let's go in and see, then we'll know. Open the passage." Second Elder immediately hammered a wooden stake into the ground hard enough to crack it. Then he formed a seal and chanted a spell. The rope on it quickly emitted golden light. Immediately after, Second Elder was surrounded by his Dharma treasure, which looked exactly like a long scroll. The gate quickly opened wide after Second Elder finished his spell. Inside was pitch black. Golden lotus platforms flew out under the dark netherworld. They looked very pure. Jilian and Guanshuan were a little scared and hid behind him. Second Elder spoke up. "Everyone, please." And so the lotus platforms carried them on a tour through the layers. This was already the 8th layer, the Ice Mountain Hell. After passing through several layers of the netherworld, everyone was silent. Yan Jingnan looked around and said, "The 8th layer indeed still has vengeful spirits and fierce souls that haven't been cleared out." But Ziquan also scanned the area. "In front of us are all vengeful spirits and wild ghosts," he replied. "Looking at those ice mountains in the middle, there are heaps of people impaled by sharp ice. Their bodies are still stuck there, looking extremely gruesome." Wuong Shan secretly thought. "Those broken pieces of humans are likely the people from the Tao Gate who tried to break into the underworld that Uncle Shen mentioned. I'm afraid they have already fallen into the demonic path." His face couldn't help but show a hint of sadness when he thought of this. Guanshuan closed her eyes tightly in fear. Second Elder had guarded this place with his clan for many years, but witnessing these things, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. "Let's continue down." In a flash, everyone reached the 18th layer, the Blade Mountain Hell. This place was still a scene of death. Second Elder said, "We are about to reach the 18th layer. There's an exit below that leads directly outside the netherworld." Suddenly, a loud noise startled everyone. Here, Shilian was stunned and spoke up. "There are so many dried corpses below." Among the mountains of dried corpses, Shilian noticed that they still had breath. Sweat dripped from Shilian's forehead. She warned, "Little Zhuan, don't go down yet. Those dried corpses are no longer human forms. You could say they are neither human nor ghost." Shilian used her immortal technique to show everyone the scene deep below. Yanzi speculated. "These people seem to be the ones from the Tao Gate who broke into hell that year." Wang Sheng observed carefully. "Although they are slightly weak, their breath is stable. Clearly they are still alive. How to deal with them?" Ziquan eagerly cracked his knuckles. "I don't know if these people have become demons yet. Let's just kill them, shall we? One blow to clear them all." "What is?" Yan Zhengnan spoke up to stop him. "No, what if there are seniors from famous sects among them?" A Zen master among them spoke up. "Amitabha, even ants know to cling to life. Back then, they were simply trying to survive." Wang Sheng frowned and retorted, "Famous sects also have their rules. If they can harm others just to survive, aren't they evil? If not evil demons, what are they?" Yanzi spoke up. "This matter will be decided by the elders of the Hidden Earth sect." Second Elder clenched his teeth angrily and said, "If we don't kill them, the hatred in our hearts cannot be quelled, but I cannot make the decision on this. Use restraints to capture them first, then take them outside and hand them over to the Earth sect and the cultivation world for interrogation and investigation." "No, Wang Sheng observed for a moment and said, "Golden Core lives for 800 years. Everyone looked at him. Shilian stepped forward, then turned her head to look at him. "Little Sheng, I'll seal them first." As soon as she finished speaking, Shilian charged forward and unleashed a burst of power. He looked at Shilian and couldn't help but think. Golden Core lives for 800 years, but those people below broke into the netherworld 1,000 years ago. In terms of cultivation realm, they must be above Golden Core. Wang Sheng couldn't help but frown when he thought about this. If they find an opportunity to recover their cultivation, then the consequences will be unimaginable. The cultivation world is probably going to be in chaos because of this. Celian's power quickly created an orange field of power that covered a thick area. She was sweating profusely and turned around to say, All right, the freestyle mantra is ready. I have strengthened the seal. Cultivators below the embryonic soul. Realm cannot escape." Yanzi's group was vigilant, forming seals and staring at her. Celian quickly understood his meaning. "My hair hasn't turned color yet. I'm not that demonized. Yanzi turned to instruct Great Master, take these seniors up first. Second elder. How can the seal below the 18 layers of hell be broken, he said. I have a spell. Everyone wait a moment. Immediately after, he took out 2 red passes from his person. He held them tightly in his hand, waved them in the air, and chanted a spell. A stream of energy emanated from it, a pure and gentle light, extremely beautiful. Very quickly, a bagua formation appeared in the air. A long beam of light shone down from the sky like a beautiful silk ribbon. A door, faintly visible behind the light, quickly opened. Wuong Shan was tense. I don't know what's under the 18 layers of hell. Is it the situation where the female corpse is battling some monster? Or is it the female zombie exploding and losing control of her immortal power? Or some other possibility? Ziquan asked in confusion. It's open. How can this thing also break? Yan Zhengnan said. Perhaps due to the continuous shaking of hell, it has affected this place. Try pulling it open. Immediately after, Ziquan stuck a talisman on his leg, while Yan Zhengnan took out the long sword from his back. The 2 of them gripped the knot tightly and pulled hard together. 2 streams of internal energy converged and harmonized, exactly like a yin-yang pole. Finally, the passage opened. Ziquan said loudly, All right, it really works. Yanzi quickly landed. I'll go down and take a look first. Wuong Shan followed him, observing the passage. Yanzi was somewhat surprised. There is such pure origin energy aura. Could it be that below here is the immortal realm? Suddenly, Guanxuan quickly pulled Wuong Shan's sleeve, making him turn around in confusion. Senior sister? She quickly urged, Go hurry. Wuong Shan was startled, thinking, All right, the female immortal is reminding us. Immediately he shouted loudly, Master, startling everyone. Deep below, Wuong Shan used his internal energy to continue speaking loudly. Leave quickly. Immortal light erupted, and a slight tremor quickly occurred below. Wuong Shan shouted anxiously, then charged down with Guanxuan. Master. Suddenly a powerful hand pulled the 2 of them back, surprising everyone. Celian shouted angrily, What are you doing standing there foolishly? You're rushing over there to seek death. Guanxuan's eyes also became unusual at this moment. She almost screamed, Run! At this moment, the immortal light also quickly erupted. Wuong Shan sweated profusely and looked at Yanzi, shouting loudly, Master, this explosion is extremely large. Yanzi and the others had no time to dodge and could only stand there and endure it. Wuong Shan said unwillingly to Shi Lian, Senior sister master and the other seniors. Pistuosa, she shouted angrily. Shut up. Right now it's better to save whoever can be saved. Very quickly they reached the 17th layer. As soon as she finished speaking, Shi Lian did her best to pull the 2 of them and run as fast as possible. They had to run faster than the speed at which the immortal light erupted. In a flash, they reached the 16th layer, the volcano hell. Shi Lian shouted furiously, Damn it, is it still not over? Shi Lian quickly thought. She hugged both of them and rapidly burst out of the range of the immortal light's power. But for some reason, the immortal light shifted its direction and aimed a stream of power at her. That green light fiercely passed through, even the strong flames aiming at the 3 of them. Zilian used her tail to protect Wuong Shan and Guanxuan. She was hit by a blow, he cried out in alarm. Big sis! Fragments of immortal light fell from the sky. After attacking Shi Lian, everything became quiet again. Her foxtail was now fully visible. Her clothes were also shattered. Wuong Shan called out anxiously, Big sis! She used her last bit of reason to instruct, My magic power has been overused. I'm afraid I can't control my demonic nature. I'm about to fall into demonization. The immortal light eruption will only last for a while. When it stops, you 2 leave quickly. Don't mind me if I come out alive. Saying this, sweat dripped profusely from Shi Lian's forehead as she endured the pain. She said weakly the last 2 words, Kill me. Guanxuan anxiously supported her shoulder and looked at Wuong Shan. Pure Yang, female immortal. He quickly understood. The female immortal said that pure Yang power could help Big Sis. Hearing this, Wuong Shan naturally didn't think much. He placed his hands on Shi Lian's chest and began to circulate his internal energy. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, don't give up. Wuong Shan focused and said, Big Sis, cooperate with me. I will suppress your demonic nature for you. Deep inside, Shi Lian still struggled. You are the water. Big Sis is a fox, immortal, both lovable and beautiful. After a long while, this place became temporarily peaceful. The immortal light also stopped erupting. Wuong Shan looked over anxiously. The fierce souls and vengeful spirits of this lair have been chased away by the immortal light. I wonder how Master's group is doing. Celian stretched languidly. I didn't expect little Feiyu could actually suppress my demonic nature. Why didn't you use this earlier? Guan Xuan recounted. The female immortal said that pure yang power restrains all evil and demonic natures. Didn't you guys know about this? He thought. Monk San Tong didn't mention it. Before I was just a little void core, I didn't know I could help Big Sis. Guan Xuan continued to frantically tap on her phone. She seemed very anxious. She frowned and held up her phone. The female immortal says, this eruption is about to be suppressed by her, but she could disintegrate at any time. She needs me to go over and help. What? Master is temporarily okay, just pushed out of the 18 layers of hell. Most of them are severely injured. The previous few immortal light eruptions were all because the Earth Spirit Seal was about to be broken. Mumble. The dunce. Hearing this, Wuong Shan couldn't help but be surprised and asked, Earth Spirit Seal, one of the heaven, Earth and Human 3. Spirit Seals. The Heavenly Court. Immortals used it to suppress the Earth's origin energy, which is also the immortal energy. The eruptions during this time were not caused by the female immortal. On the contrary, because the female immortal has been suppressing the Earth Spirit Seal all this time, the lesser netherworld didn't directly charge into the mortal realm. It did, Monsieur. Wuong Shan was bewildered. What can we do about things like this? Suddenly, Guan Xuan gently placed a kiss on his lips. Her face was flushed. At this moment, Wuong Shan was also in a daze. Their lips then reluctantly separated. The warmth still lingered around him. The air around them was thick with the scent of love. Guan Xuan smiled lightly and said, let's go. Wuong Shan, in a daze, touched his lips with his finger. His face was burning hot. He asked her again, Senior sister, do you want to go help the female immortal? In his mind, a big question arose. What does this mean? Celian, standing beside them, also couldn't help but blush. She interrupted their conversation. The female immortal has been calling for you two to go over. Perhaps it's related to your reincarnated immortal bodies, but the path to the 18 layers of hell is now broken. I'll take you down. Celian looked at him and continued. Little Feiyu continued to transmit pure yang power to me. Immediately after the three figures shot up into the sky, only a brilliant red light could be seen. At this moment, in a familiar small house, not long ago when the immortal light erupted at the hidden Earth sect, Shen Qianlin stood in front of her room and said to herself, Netherworld Highness, Reincarnation Stone, Earth Spirit Restraint. She said with a serious face, I see it. I see it all. She just stood there for a long time, staring blankly at something in front of her. It emanated a strange purple light. Suddenly a hand reached out towards her with a gentle white sleeve, calling out, Qianlin. As soon as she saw the person in front of her, her eyes showed longing. Shen Qianlin spoke up. Mom, is it Mom? She looked at her and smiled gently. I'm sorry. Child. Qianlin, I am your mother, but I am also not your mother. Saying this, she gently reached out and hugged her. Then she gently instructed. Qianlin, be strong. If the lesser netherworld rushes into the present world, Great Hua Nation will suffer unimaginable loss of life. Whether you want to or not, you must accept this fate now. Damn, Wong Chamakan. Tears streamed down her face. Shen Qianlin was silent. Her mother continued. If you want to complain, complain that we were too cruel. Behind her back were countless others, also wearing white clothes, exuding an immortal aura. Shen Qianlin quickly asked the question in her heart. Mom, did Dad really injure you by practicing cultivation back then? Her mother smiled kindly. Silly child, how could that be? At this moment, she told her something. Qianlin, you should have originally taken your mother's surname. Meng, we are the true Meng family descendants, the sect masters of the hidden earth. Sect. Saying this, she looked at the beloved daughter in front of her and continued. Every generation of the Meng clan will give birth to a baby girl. After that, she will silently wait. Once the Mingpo robe offered in the ancestral hall begins to lose its spiritual essence, we will have to use our own souls to nurture it. A purple circle appeared on her forehead. Her mother continued. Thus the Mingpo robe, passed down by immortal Mingpo, can maintain its spiritual essence. And when something happens like today, we can go suppress the lesser netherworld. Your father, having you take the surname Shen, and even moving far away from the main clan, was precisely to escape this overly cruel fate. As she said this, the circle on Shen Qianlin's forehead began to glow. A pure light illuminated the dark night. She began to be led by her mother to somewhere. The surrounding scenery was very unfamiliar. Shen Qianlin couldn't help but ask, curiously, Where is this place? Her mother replied, "The deepest part of the netherworld, what hangs upside down above, are the 18 layers of hell. Below is the earth spirit restriction. You can understand it as sealing all the spiritual energy generated on this planet over the past 1,000 years." Seeing her bewildered, her mother said helplessly, "Well, there's still a little time. Let me tell you the details of what happened." Then Shen Qianlin's mother waved her hand. A figure quickly appeared, making Shen Qianlin curious. Shen Qianlin looked very carefully at this person's appearance, then spoke up and asked, "Is she?" Her mother replied, "Her Highness, the princess, who attempted to reincarnate in the lesser netherworld. She is looking at the immortal registry." Mao Shan. This figure was familiar. At this moment she was asking herself, why only 2 of them returned? Hua Qing is okay, but who is he? Shen Qianlin was curious. She walked closer. What was written above? Upon reading this, Shen Qianlin was extremely surprised, because on that stone slab were the names of Wuong Sheng and his senior sister. Her mother continued, "For some reason, the reincarnation stone in the lesser netherworld was used up of its reincarnation power. Therefore, Her Highness's comrades who died could not reincarnate and be reborn, including herself." Looking at this, her mother continued, "That day, Her Highness in grief and indignation shattered. The reincarnation stone broke the restrictions of the 10 halls and also caused the earth spirit restriction to be broken. And because of this, the 18 layers of hell were violently flooded with surging origin energy and gradually rose higher. After Her Highness discovered this, she immediately used herself to block the earth spirit restriction." Her mother continued, "Although Her Highness has temporarily suppressed the earth spirit restriction, this is not a long-term solution. Once the origin energy pushes the lesser netherworld into the present world, the area within 3,000 miles around Mount Bingdu will immediately collapse." At this moment, that person's face and body also gradually cracked and began to fade away. And the yin energy of the netherworld will also break the yin-yang balance of this planet. The casualties will be hard to estimate. Her mother showed her what was happening inside the lesser netherworld. "We were shaken when Second Elder summoned the ghost soldiers, awakening her. Right now, the robe of authority has not yet fully recovered. This is when you are most needed." The images of Shi Lian and Wang Sheng's group appeared. Her mother said regretfully, "If we could have awakened earlier, things wouldn't have reached this point." As soon as Shen Qianlin saw them, she recognized them. She was startled. "Wang Sheng." At this moment, Shen Qianlin was anxious. "Mom, what should we do? How can we help them?" Her mother said calmly, "Don't be anxious. The robe of authority hasn't fully recovered yet. It still needs over 10 minutes. Then she took her hand and continued, "Come, child, you go to the robe of authority first of all the ancestors. You are the luckiest and also the most unfortunate. Come, I will guide you." Immediately after, the 2 of them stood before a set of pure white robes. Shen Qianlin sadly bowed her head and asked her mother, "What should I do?" Her mother spread her arms and looked at her, saying, "Put your living soul into the robe of authority." Shen Qianlin's figure couldn't help but look lonely. She quickly understood. "Do I need to die here?" Her mother looked at her beloved daughter, tears streaming down her face. "Yes, just like us." After a pause, she continued, "But the power of our souls will turn into restrictions for you. In the future, you will control everything about the robe of authority, so you will not disappear because of this." The bell at the corner of the wall, which appeared out of nowhere, rang. Her mother continued, "This is also the only compensation we can give to our descendants." At the same time, Shen Qianlin held it up. The scene shifts back to Sui An. An urgent voice quickly rang out. "Report, Taoist Master Qingyan and the others have found the entire rescue team. Immediately return." They breathed a sigh of relief. "That's great." Suddenly, his father's phone rang. He couldn't help but be puzzled. "Is it Qianlin?" As soon as he said hello, a sad voice rang out. "Over the years, I've said many hurtful things to you, Dad, yet you've never scolded me." Suian was surprised. "Qianlin, what are you suddenly saying?" Her father on this side interrupted. "You can only go suppress the netherworld, right?" He quickly understood the problem and shouted loudly, "Who told you these things? Don't do anything foolish. That robe is fake." The other end still kept ringing, Qianlin, don't." At this moment, she had placed the sharp object against her neck. Her father on the other end kept shouting, "Qianlin!" But she had put down the phone. Her mother's voice rang out. "Child, I'm sorry. At least we lived for a long time, but you didn't even get to experience anything." She smiled through her tears and said the answer in her head. "No, No, Mom. For over 20 years, I've also lived very happily. Her mother continued. After wearing this robe, you will lose all emotions for a very long time. Otherwise, your soul will not be able to withstand this power. Do you have any regrets now? Blood had already started to flow from her neck. Shen Qianlin thought. If there are regrets, perhaps there were some before, but now I don't feel too much regret anymore. Okay. She remembered the time Wang Sheng saved her during the car accident and thought to herself, if only I had been able to proactively express my feelings back then, perhaps that summer would have had a very nice story too. At this moment in the 18th layer of hell, the blade, Mountain Hill, Shilian slowly descended. As soon as the hungry ghosts saw people, they rushed forward. They opened their large mouths towards her. Moving at high speed when descending also caused quite a bit of shaking. Shilian was annoyed when she saw the group of ghosts. She bared her fangs and shouted loudly, "Get lost!" As soon as she finished speaking, a shocking explosion rang out, causing the ground to shake violently. After Shilian's explosion, there were no more hungry ghosts around. Wang Sheng quickly spoke up. Big sis, you quickly recover. I'll suppress the demonic energy for you. Shilian quickly circulated her internal energy. All right. He transmitted energy to Shilian while glancing over at the group of ghosts. They moved closer and said to each other, Essence, blood, essence blood. This poor monk must drink all their essence blood and seize their bodies. Your body and mine are about to wither. Eating this fox spirit, our strength will definitely greatly increase. Shilian at this moment went mad. She roared angrily, instructing, You two hurry and help that heavenly immortal stabilize the earth. Spirit restriction. Remember, you are reincarnated, immortals. You can definitely do things ordinary people cannot. Immediately after she lunged forward, Wang Sheng shouted loudly, Okay, big sis, you also be careful. Jilian quickly transformed into a fox. Her eyes shone brightly, looking fiercely at the group of ghosts. You think you can touch little Feiyu and little Xuan Xuan? With that, Shilian roared fiercely and blocked their path. Wang Sheng on this side also charged forward, slaying ghosts and clearing the way. He turned to Guan Xuan and said, Senior sister, quickly use your strength. We're almost there. She quickly hummed in agreement. Next to him, two evil spirits suddenly appeared. They charged towards him, catching Wang Sheng off guard. Their sharp claws were close to touching him. Wang Sheng cried out in pain inwardly. This is bad. As they attacked simultaneously. Fortunately, Guan Xuan intervened in time, but it seemed these two ghosts were too strong. They worked together and attacked more fiercely, and so the cracks in Guan Xuan's protective shield gradually became clearer. In just a moment, she was knocked down. Wang Sheng quickly caught his senior sister Guan Xuan, felt a wave of pain wash over her. She couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Immediately after Guan Xuan fainted, Wang Sheng shouted in panic, Senior sister, he thought to himself. There are quite a few evil spirits in the 17th and 18th layers, with cultivation far exceeding the Golden Core stage. Even if we two team up, we might not be able to stop them. Thinking of this, Wang Sheng quickly carried his senior sister and ran towards the location of the immortal. As soon as he arrived, he shouted loudly, Female, immortal senior. But the response was a silent space. Two weak immortal energies remained. The space was quiet, not a single voice responding to him. Wang Sheng couldn't help but wonder. No response. Could it be that the female immortal is unable to move because she is suppressing the Earth Spirit seal? Then he looked behind him and calculated silently. Forget it. Shake off these two evil spirits first. As soon as he finished thinking, he carried Guan Xuan and flew into the distance, leaving the two evil spirits behind. They naturally wouldn't let him go easily and quickly lunged into the air to chase him. In just a moment, he successfully shook off the two ghosts. They looked around cautiously but couldn't find him. In the air, at this moment, other ghosts gradually appeared. Wang Sheng hid behind a large tree and instructed Guan Xuan, Senior sister, don't move around randomly. Quickly recover from your injuries. I will use movement techniques to stall for a while. We will charge directly into Stone Mountain to reinforce the female immortal. Suddenly, for some reason, she stood up and ran towards him. Wang Sheng was stunned. His heart also pounded erratically because of this hug. In his mind, he couldn't help but think, Senior sister, why are you suddenly so proactive? Immediately after, he quickly stabilized his emotions, leaned close to her lips, and said lingeringly, Senior sister, shall we go over and reinforce her? Can we help the female immortal in any way? On dingy? Oh, huh? Guan Xuan didn't say anything, just continued to hug him tightly. She greedily breathed in Wang Sheng's scent. He didn't say anything more, but a happy smile bloomed on his lips. Immediately after, the two of them returned to the female immortal's original location, but the group of ghosts was even larger now. It seemed they had gathered there beforehand, waiting for him to return. As soon as Wuong Shan arrived, he was surrounded. But at the same time, a powerful beam of light, carrying a pure aura, shone down on their faces. An ethereal figure appeared. The girl spoke in a clear voice, asking, "Has someone arrived?" Those clear eyes and the familiar mark on her forehead suggested that this was someone he knew. The scene shifts back to Xilian's side. At this moment, she was fighting countless evil spirits alone. They looked at her as if she were delicious prey, all showing a sly smile as they continuously surrounded Xilian. That figure, wearing pure white clothes, quickly descended. She raised her hands to the sky and chanted loudly, "Ghosts from the 4 directions, fierce souls from the 8 directions. Those who commit evil in the underworld cannot be forgiven. Judgment." Finishing her words, she brought her hand down and pointed straight at the group of ghosts. A thick aura of celestial energy emanated. That female immortal continued, "Vengeful spirits and fierce souls turned to dust." Immediately after, her power turned into thunderbolts that fiercely struck down. The souls quickly shattered. Their bodies flew everywhere. At this moment, Xilian was also affected. She stood in a daze, thrown high into the air. A group of ghosts were quickly exposed and annihilated after a flick of the female immortal's finger. Xilian was still in her fox form at this moment, seeing the ghosts being torn apart. Like this, she continuously retreated backward, then used her nose to sniff around. Then the female immortal quickly descended in front of Xili and Wuong. Sheng worriedly thought, "Not good. Right now, Big Sis is on the verge of demonization, unable to distinguish friend from foe." Just as he thought this, he shouted loudly, "Senior, please show mercy." As he predicted, Xilian fiercely bared her fangs and snarled loudly towards the female immortal. It seemed she had heard what he said. She pointed a finger out. Immediately, a gentle, purple light appeared, forming a small circle. She stood in front of Xilian and gently radiated her power, seemingly trying to appease her. Xilian's eyes quickly softened. The female immortal also had no malice towards her. Very quickly, Xilian immediately stretched herself and returned to her human form. Her tail and entire body were enveloped by the immortal's power. Perhaps this was what helped Xilian not erupt in demonic energy. The immortal continued to wave her hand, a gentle gesture, but it was very effective on Xilian. In just a moment, she had successfully and cleanly resolved everything. Wuong Shan and Guanxun flew over on their swords. She also landed near them, he exclaimed in surprise when he saw her face. Senior sister, Shen Qianlin. Shen Qianlin said nothing and flew directly towards the pyramid. Wuong Shan looked after her, happily. He said to Guanxun, "Let's follow. With her. Perhaps we don't need to help anymore," Wuong Shan thought to himself. That immortal, suspected to be senior sister Shen Qianlin, is probably related to the netherworld. Not only can she eliminate those fierce souls, she can even easily restrain a half-immortal who surpassed the immortal realm. This strength must be at the immortal level. As Shen Qianlin flew up, a large explosion occurred above. Very quickly she flew out of the pyramid again. He couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "With her here, the situation is probably 90% under control." Wuong Shan and Guanxun stood watching with bewildered eyes. He wondered inwardly, "Is it over?" Immediately after finishing, Shen Qianlin did several somersaults in the air. Then she bowed respectfully and said, "This old servant is incapable. Please forgive me, Your Highness." Inside the exploded pyramid, a small golden ball replied, "It's all right. The immortal lineage you inherited comes from the Meng clan of the Yin division. You were originally not on the path of fighting immortals, let alone that you relied on the Yin soul. Heavenly robe to draw on the power of the lesser netherworld to contend with true immortals." The three slowly flew upwards. That voice continued, "That doesn't mean you have the strength of a true immortal." Hearing these words, Wuong Shan was surprised. He looked at her with two big questions in his mind. Meng Clan, Meng Po. Guanshan and Wuong Shan immediately landed. That voice rang out again. "Hua Qing, you are here. I apologize. The trouble was caused by me. I still need you to help." Masison. Guanshuan at this moment gently closed her eyes as if that voice was calling her. He glanced over at Shen Qianlin beside her. That voice rang out again. For some reason, before Her Highness entered the netherworld, the Earth Spirit restriction was already in a dilapidated state. The immortal continued to transmit her voice while circulating her internal energy. It's just relying on the 18 layers of hell to suppress it, and no origin energy has flowed out yet. It's not too related to Her Highness. There isn't much time. Don't talk about these things anymore. Immediately after, she slowly opened her eyes and looked at him, asking, "Who are you?" Wuong Sheng was silent. "Senior, we have met before." The immortal said, "I am asking who were you in your past life?" Wuong Sheng replied, "My past life was probably not an immortal." Then he asked, "Senior, do you have a way to seal the earth spirit restriction?" The immortal said, "Just a risky attempt." Hearing this, Wuong Sheng couldn't help but ask, "How will you attempt it?" Suddenly, at the same time, a green beam of light quickly shot straight up into the air. For some reason, he was sent flying far away at high speed. Wuong Sheng shouted in surprise, "Senior sister?" Guanshuan just turned around, then looked at him and smiled gently without saying anything. Just like that, watching Guanshuan and himself being separated, he naturally wasn't willing to accept it. Wuong Sheng quickly formed a seal. His sword Qi immediately chased after Guanshuan. It aimed at her waist and moved towards it, quickly wrapping around her waist, intending to hold her tightly. Guanshuan at this moment was momentarily stunned. He fiercely pulled her back towards himself, because at this moment only Guanshuan and Shen Qianlin were standing where the immortal was located. She looked down fiercely, as if wanting to forcefully pull his sword Qi away from her waist. He fiercely used the seven-star sword Intent and began to radiate energy, causing Guanshuan to feel a surge of pain. A few traces of blood from her body couldn't help but be coughed out. Wuong Sheng finally succeeded in pulling Guanshuan back to his side. She understood what he was trying to do, tears streaming down her face as she stared at him. Wuong Sheng was also silent, just looking at her and smiling lightly. Immediately after he flew back towards the pyramid, his mind thought, "Even if she suddenly gave me a palm strike, Senior Sister would only use enough force to avoid injuring me, but when I schemed against Senior Sister, I didn't hesitate to injure her." Wuong Sheng said nothing, suddenly bowing his head and smiling lightly, speaking up. "Don't." Shen Qianlin's body reacted suddenly at this moment. She trembled and reached out her hand. For some reason, Meng Po, who had lost all emotions, now stammered and looked at him, struggling to speak. "Wuong Sheng, don't." She truly wanted to rush forward and stop him, but she was held back by the elders of her clan, so she could only watch helplessly. Wuong Sheng approached the mouth of the pyramid and said to Shen Qianlin, "Senior Sister, help me take Senior Sister out later." The princess below seemed to have no certainty. The golden light below the immortal shone. She asked him in surprise, "You know what I want to do?" Wuong Sheng said as he jumped down. "You told Senior Sister to go over there. Can only be two possibilities. One is that it can temporarily help her recover her past life. Cultivation? Looking at Senior Sister's actions just now, this has been ruled out." Saying this, he glared over. "The second is that you want to borrow someone else's body to erupt your heavenly immortal cultivation in the shortest time possible and unleash a new seal." Wuong Sheng stared intently at her, not afraid to expose her. "The last time we met, your eyebrows carried death Qi. I'm afraid this body cannot allow you to exert your full strength. Therefore, you need someone who is completely relaxed and open to receive your immortal soul. But that person will surely turn to dust in the end. My realm is low. I don't know if my speculation is correct." It seemed he had guessed correctly. The princess floated up and said, "I only have a 50% chance." Both of them quickly faced each other. Wuong Sheng spoke up. "I will fully cooperate with you, but I don't understand why you have to insist on my Senior Sister going over. Couldn't you use someone else?" She said in a low voice, "Currently, Meng Po is only in her spirit body form. If I fail, I still need her to clean up the mess. As for others, if they have even a little bit of distracting thoughts in their heart, that half chance will turn into a joke. This is the responsibility of us immortals. I know you can do it like Hua Qing, but you don't need to lose your life for this. Cultivate diligently." Wuong Sheng frowned and retorted, "Then can my Senior Sister lose her life for this matter? Right now, as immortal, I am choosing between myself and Senior Sister." That princess was silent, only smiling faintly. Then the cracks on her face gradually lit up. It seemed she had agreed to his proposition. Now her soul began to deploy, the light gradually enveloping him. Wuong Sheng felt relieved, thinking, "Fortunately, I didn't confess to Senior Sister earlier." A faint smile bloomed on his lips. At least Senior Sister won't be so heartbroken later. Above, Shen Qianlin wanted to jump down but was held back by the elders. She shouted helplessly, "Don't!" The princess began to merge within his body. She instructed, "Relax your mind, release your magic power. Do not cling to life, do not fear death." Wuong Sheng thought, "What is there to cling to or fear? This life was originally a gift from the heavens, he thought contentedly. Compared to my meaningless death in my previous life, this time I can exchange it for senior sister's life. It's worth it. At this moment, the golden light also burst out fiercely. Master, Mistress, Dad, Mom, Xiao Yao, and all my friends who were planning to go to Island Nation. Wuong Shan kept thinking from within the beam of light. Oh well, if it's destined. No, I'll turn to dust soon. There's no chance of reincarnation again. Perhaps the heavens let me live again this time, just to wait for today. That power surged even more intensely. He comforted himself, his eyes gradually closed. Let's put some gold powder on my face later. Perhaps it's nothing. The immortal light illuminated the entire area of the lesser netherworld. On this side, Guanshuan tightly held Wang Sheng's sword, qi in her hand. Tears streamed down her beautiful face. He left a message. Senior sister, remember to add my share. Eternal longevity. The pyramid was now fully restored. It continuously erupted immortal light like a volcano. After the rain, the sky cleared. Finally, the lesser netherworld was pacified. After that mission, Wang Sheng also sacrificed himself. Many flowers and incense were placed before his tombstone. Smoke curled up. Huai Jing stood before the tombstone and spoke, Amitabha. What is lost is lost. What remains alive is only memory. Liu Yunji couldn't help but grieve for his brother. Speaking of which, after a pause he asked, what's the meaning of Immortal Shen's gift of roses? Tianzhong, crying uncontrollably, explained, don't misunderstand. We are not allowed to tarnish Brother Sheng's pure reputation. I just feel Brother Sheng was a very cheerful person, and definitely liked bright colors like this. Liu Yunji continued sadly. It's hard on Immortal Fairy Buyu. They were almost together, but I heard from Uncle Shen that Immortal Fairy Buyu's emotions are unstable now. She is quietly guarding the place where little Fei Yu sacrificed himself. Actually, what Immortal Fairy Buyu couldn't accept the most was probably that little Fei Yu ultimately sealed the great spirit restriction for her right. Originally, Immortal Fairy Buyu wanted to sacrifice herself for righteousness. At this moment, she was there, silently looking at the ice slab, her eyes showing a complex expression. On this side, Liu Yunji tilted his head up and sighed. If I had been there to go on this trip instead of little Fei Yu, there would be one less heartbroken person in this world. Huai Jing stepped forward to comfort him. At that time, this little monk should have... Hao Zhaolian P ignored his face and followed. This little monk failed to notice that little Fei Yu could become a pillar of the great Hua nation's cultivation world in the future. Truly, Amitabha... The two stood there. One person, one ghost figure implied Huai Jing is not a ghost. The scene was very quiet. Tianzhong heard this and cried even louder. Can we not mention it anymore? It took me so much effort to accept this painful truth. Waiting for Immortal Fairy Buyu. No waiting for sister-in-law to adjust her emotions. No matter what, she must not feel abandoned by friends in the future. Furthermore, a heavenly immortal level figure like sister-in-law will surely attract many shameless people. Oh, speaking of this, he cried and resolved, in the next 3 years, whoever dares to pursue sister-in-law, I will burn him down. Huai Jing was silent. You're too tyrannical, Amitabha. When that happens, you must bring this little monk along. Liu Yunji was speechless. You two, these matters are all Immortal Fairy Buyu's private affairs. You can't do this. Tianzhong opened his mouth and roared, I don't care. Now I am Brother Sheng's... widow. No, I'm his brother. I must be the one to uphold Brother Sheng's dignity. Didn't they all call me the scoundrel of the cultivation world? Then I'll be a scoundrel for them to see. From a distance, Yanzi was supported by 2 people. His face was full of sorrow, his eyes dark. He said to himself, if I had known you would come to this point, it would have been better back then to teach you less loyalty. Filial piety, integrity, and shame. Your senior sister is heartbroken and distraught. Yet, I don't know how to comfort her. Let her stay in the netherworld next to you for a few more days. He looked at his tombstone, his heart aching. If you have a next life, come to Mount Wudong again and apprentice under me. Perhaps by then this master will have become an immortal? After saying a few more sentences, he coughed continuously. Chiwen couldn't help but worry. Dad, you're still injured. Be careful and rest. Yanzi's face was haggard. He spoke up. It's all right. Let's go back to the investigation team first. The ancient cultivators brought back from the netherworld have awakened. We still need to discuss how to handle them. The helicopter was already waiting. He didn't forget to add, the half-immortal fox has returned to the villa in the mountains to live in seclusion. Without little Zhuan, no one should bother her. This matter can only be discussed by us and the cultivation world. The scene shifts to the place where he sacrificed himself. At this moment, thick ice and snow covered the area. The pyramid from before had now become an ice mountain. Wang Sheng's body was lying there. His soulless sword was still here. The sword was as bright as its master's chivalrous heart. On the sword, there was a figure burned black like charcoal. It was none other than Wang Sheng. After that battle, he remained here. Suddenly, a small foot slowly landed on the pommel of the sword. It was Her Highness, the princess. She appeared in a small figure, like a little immortal maiden. She looked at him with annoyance. 3 months and you're still not awake. How weak is this guy after all? Suddenly the sword glowed. What was strange here was that the white, bright sword now turned mysteriously black. It was stuck near where Wang Sheng's body lay, as if trying to say something. At the same time, his body, which was burned black, suddenly cracked, revealing the pale flesh inside. A voice echoed in the statue's mind. Only by governing with virtue can you be revered. Vast myriad realms, myriad creatures have spirits. Immediately after, the rocky crust cracked, revealing a familiar pair of eyes opening wide. His inner voice kept asking, "This is..." Another voice rang out. Only by cultivating virtue, gathering the Tao, unifying myriad techniques, can one become an emperor, attain longevity gain. Dharma attain techniques. The 2 words Tao methods only refer to longevity techniques. The person inside gradually emerged. He guessed these words were from the sword mantra of the Ziwei Heavenly Sword. He woke up after a long period of sleep. The black rock crust had completely fallen off. Wang Sheng looked at his limbs and asked himself, "I'm not dead yet." The princess sitting on the sword spoke up, "Of course you're not dead." Wang Sheng stood up respectfully. "Thank you, Your Highness, for saving my life." She looked at the sword and continued, "If you want to thank something, thank this sword, because it has no spiritual essence or impurities. It is suitable for lodging an immortal soul. I refined it in the shortest amount of time, merging my immortal soul with it to create the formation I. Forming the 3 origins, immortal sealing formation, blocking the earth. Spirit, restriction. After a pause, she continued, "Therefore you did not die, and this trace of my immortal soul also did not suffer backlash from the earth spirit restriction. You could say everyone lived." He looked down at his abdomen. His meridians were cracked, his golden core almost shattered. This time he was indeed severely injured. Wang Sheng couldn't stop thinking. "However, my spiritual sense has expanded over 10 times. I could say I've gained quite a lot of benefits." Her Highness spoke up. "The injuries on your body were only caused by my immortal soul temporarily residing in your body. This place is filled with origin energy. You should be completely healed in about a month or 2. Wang Sheng politely bowed his head. "Thank you, Immortal Fairy, for your assistance." She retorted, "No need to call me Immortal Fairy anymore." Saying this, her face flushed. "My name is Zhao Yun. From now on, just call me by my name." Anyway, Wang Sheng smiled bitterly inwardly. "Call you by name? When did our relationship become so close? Furthermore, what do you mean by that? It's very easy to misunderstand, you know." Zhao Yun closed her eyes and continued to explain. "From the moment I entered your body and merged souls with you, you and I have been connected." Then she frowned and looked at him seriously. "In your terms, you have no privacy in front of me, the reborn person." Hearing this, Wang Sheng couldn't help but be startled and stared at her. She continued, "Don't worry, I will keep all matters concerning you a secret for you. Furthermore, I now know who you are." Wang Sheng was anxious. "Please, Immortal Fairy Zhao Yun, enlighten me." She said casually, "I cannot tell you, I cannot point it out. If you can go further down the path in the future, I will tell you then. From now on, you can cultivate with peace of mind. Even if my mother asks, I will not reveal your secret." He smirked, thinking to himself, "Who taught her to talk in riddles like this?" Zhao Yun glanced over and replied, "My father taught me. He likes to do that the most, making people feel uneasy." He didn't expect she could read his mind and said sadly, "If you're like this, we can't communicate at all." Seeing his expression, she tiptoed and flew up. Zhao Yun pointed at his forehead. "This way, I won't be able to know the thoughts in your heart anymore." She explained, "To seal the earth spirit. Restriction. I transformed into a spirit body and merged into this sword. Now I am its sword. Spirit," she said very proudly. "Although it's your sword, I am not your sword. Spirit, if I have a way in the future, I will naturally leave," he said with a bitter smile. Immortal fairy, you don't need to worry if you have become the soulless sword. Spirit, this sword is naturally yours. He couldn't help but think, what does this immortal mean? Is she afraid I will treat her like a servant? She landed back on the sword and continued, no need. What is yours, as the sword spirit of this sword. I will do what a sword spirit should do. In addition, in the future, if you can help me find the immortals of the heavenly court, I will also do my best to give you benefits. She went back into the sword and instructed a few things. Finally, I must concentrate on healing. You figure out how to explain it to Hua Qing, who is guarding outside. Before she thought you were dead, her Tao heart chilled towards the distant future, which is not a good thing. Although this place has been sealed by me, don't worry, in about 2,000 years we can leave. Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but be stunned. Thinking about it, he's fallen for 2,000 years. After I get out, senior sister's child will also be walking. Thinking of it, he felt unbearable. Wang Sheng quickly put that thought aside. Wang Sheng then smiled brightly. Immortal fairy, Jiao Yun, could you transmit a mental message for me? She spoke up. This place has been sealed by Mao. Unless someone's realm is higher than mine, they cannot transmit a mental message. Hearing this was like being struck by lightning. He slumped to the ground, helplessly thinking, even the great masters are helpless. How can I have a way? At this moment, a beam of light shot up into the sky, piercing through it as if something was reborn. Wang Sheng laughed heartily. 2,000 years, finally, I'm out. Finally. A gentle, familiar voice echoed, junior brother. Wang Sheng said joyfully, senior sister, are you here to pick me up? Guan Shen, holding a baby in her arms, smiled and said, my son, this is your senior Uncle Wang. His eyes seemed to want to pop out. His entire world seemed to collapse completely. Immediately after, Wang Sheng was startled awake from fear, covered in sweat. His face was dazed. He wiped away the sweat and reassured himself. It was a dream. Fortunately, it was a dream. Immediately after, he quickly circulated his internal energy while thinking to himself, although I am trapped within the earth spirit, restriction and cannot leave the surrounding origin energy is 100 times denser than the outside world. With just a thought, threads of origin energy will surge into my body. Being able to cultivate in this environment is also considered a great disaster that didn't kill me, leading to future blessings. Wang Sheng's golden core also quickly recovered, and his core area returned to normal. And under the cleansing of the thick origin energy, his injuries also quickly healed, perhaps because a great master had entered his body before his qi had expanded several times. His internal energy gradually converged, and his strength began to improve. Following that were countless subtle insights constantly arising in his mind. Wang Sheng let out a breath. Breaking through first and then comprehending is like getting on the boat first and then buying a ticket. This irresponsible approach to cultivation, he could only say. He paused for a moment. Wang Sheng smiled slyly and thought to himself, please, come a few more times. Suddenly a strange sound rang out, making him curious. Thunder. Why is there thunder inside my body? Jiao Wun spoke up, internal sight technique. He closed his eyes tightly, feeling a new aura flowing within his body. Wang Sheng couldn't help but be puzzled when he saw the constantly glowing sword. My golden core is already perfect. What are these? Are they tribulation clouds? Why are they appearing inside my body? Jiao Yun glanced over and explained, these are golden core tribulation clouds. It indicates that your golden core is perfect and without impurities. She looked at his naked body and continued, recently, you can enter seclusion to comprehend for a while. Perhaps you can easily break through to the late stage of golden core. Donna, Wang Shen thought. Is Immortal Fairy not showing herself because she feels I'm not dressed appropriately right now? And indeed, at this moment, Taoist Master Wang was only wearing a pair of boxers with a brand name. He suddenly remembered. That's right. Immortal Fairy, do you know how Senior Sister is doing now? Jiao Yun replied, she is guarding outside. Guan Xuan was deep in thought. At this moment, she sadly touched the cold ice slab. Jiao Yun inside continued, she is not more than 100 zhang away from you now. Hearing this, Wang Sheng couldn't help but feel heartbroken and asked, is there any way to tell Senior Sister that I am still alive? Jiao Yun said, unless you break the seal, it's impossible. He was deeply heartbroken and helplessly thought, 100 zhang. Away, yet now it's a distance I cannot cross. Suddenly Wang Sheng remembered something and exclaimed in his mind, that's right. Jiao Yun seemed to guess. She asked, what do you want to do? Wang Sheng sat down on the ground and studied for a moment. Although he didn't know where the tribulation clouds came from, it seemed they could appear suddenly, or perhaps they were originally a manifestation of origin energy. He poked his core area within the origin energy. There seemed to be factors that could trigger heavenly tribulation. But what were the conditions for triggering it? A perfect golden core would trigger tribulation clouds. A superb elixir coming out of the furnace would also trigger tribulation clouds. A light shone down, he speculated. Could it be that as long as the quality reaches a certain level, it will trigger tribulation clouds? Wuong Shan closed his eyes and comprehended. But what is quality? Purity without impurities. He circulated his internal energy and raised his hand to draw a line. His thoughts were still swirling in his mind, extremely refined yet subtly containing laws, or carrying different Tao principles. Zhao Yun emerged from within the sword. "Don't think too much," she said stubbornly. "This is not something your realm can achieve." Outside the lesser netherworld at this moment, beautiful streams of light flew up, like a scene from the immortal realm. Guanshuan was still in her white clothes. She stood and observed, then exclaimed, "Ju, junior brother!" From within the thick ice light carrying power continuously emanated, Zhao Yun was startled. Heavenly might manifestation. Could it be that this kid has comprehended some forbidden art? Oh, he smiled lightly and looked up at the sky, saying to himself, "Such a phenomenon can be felt outside." Zhao Yun couldn't help but be surprised in her heart. Using the Golden Core realm to trigger the heavenly might manifestation. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I would definitely think this was nonsense. Immediately after, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Perhaps because he tried too hard, the word "two" was finally uttered. Wuong Shan slowly fell to the ground. Zhao Yun was speechless. She felt he was too reckless. Wuong Shan lay on the ground, but he couldn't help but worry about Guanshuan. He asked Immortal Fairy, Zhao Yun, "How is senior sister doing now?" Zhao Yun sat cross-legged on the sword and said, "She is now asleep within her own consciousness." Suddenly his face became bewildered, as if he saw something extremely shocking. A pair of golden eyes appeared in the sky from nowhere. Wuong Shan was a little worried and asked her, "Immortal Fairy Zhao Yun, just now I felt as if there were eyes in the sky staring at me." Zhao Yun explained, "That is heavenly might, or great Tao manifesting. Simply put, when the Tao you comprehend threatens the great Tao and the stability of the entire universe, it will issue a warning." She looked at the bright pair of eyes and continued, "This is just the first time, but if you don't repent and exceed 3 times, it will lead to great Tao lightning tribulation. The power of heavenly tribulation varies according to one's strength, but the power of great Tao lightning tribulation is fixed. It can easily annihilate an entire galaxy." Hearing this, he couldn't help but be startled. This is Ascension. In Huijing's words, heavenly tribulation adjusts its attacks based on your level of injury, but great Tao lightning tribulation directly deletes your account data and then conveniently blows up the server. Seeing him bewildered, Zhao Yun continued, "Although I don't know what exactly you comprehended that triggered the great Tao lightning tribulation, I needed to inform Huaqing not to take such risks." Almost fond. Wuong Shan's face turned pale as he asked her, "Immortal Fairy, do we really have to wait 2,000 years to get out?" Zhao Yun glanced over. "We can gradually release the Earth Spirit restriction. We can let you leave here within 20 years, but doing so means you will lose this cultivation-blessed land. Do you really want to do that?" Hearing this, he couldn't help but smile brightly. Origin energy is generated by this heaven and earth. It's not just mine. Society progresses together towards prosperity. Zhao Yun looked at him and smiled lightly. "Your analogy is indeed a bit interesting." Wuong Shan began to diligently practice. For him, reducing 2,000 years to 20 years was already a great thing. Although he missed senior sister, he couldn't leave immediately. The only thing Wuong Shan could do was continue to cultivate. Of course, in the process of seeking guidance, he was always thick-skinned. Naturally, he wouldn't miss the good teacher beside him. Zhao Yun. She always stayed by his side during this time, pointing out things. "There are still some places in your sword moves that cannot be circulated as intended," she told him in detail. "However, after the heavenly might manifestation earlier, perhaps senior sister already knows I'm not dead. As long as Guanshuan knows, Master, Dad, Mom, and even my friends will definitely know." With a heavenly immortal guiding him, plus a large amount of pure origin energy supplied for him to use, he cultivated for 2.5 years like this. Wuong Shan's spiritual roots had undergone 2 transformations. Now they were enough to match cultivators in the heavenly abode stage. These are the 4 realms of core embryonic soul, heavenly abode, and golden core note. Standard realms are foundation, establishment, core. Formation, golden core, nascent soul, soul transformation, void, refining, integration. Mahayana, ascension. Heavenly Abode seems to be a specific realm in this novel's system, maybe above Golden Core. Therefore, the focus of his cultivation was on comprehending the Tao realm, waiting for the Golden Core stage to reach great perfection. Opening the Heavenly Abode's spiritual embryo, to illuminate the spirit, thereby forming the Heavenly Palace. The physical body and soul merge and can reside in the Heavenly Abode. Wuong Shan meditated and cultivated while calculating. Thus, his soul at this moment also quickly emerged from his body, heading towards Guanshuan. A thin stream of light gently flew through the ice. At this moment, his soul could fly through the ice, heading outwards. Guanshuan was still sitting there, cultivating. She had always been waiting for him. Wuong Shan landed the words in his mind. Senior sister. He looked at the girl he had always missed and smiled lightly. Wait for me. Guanshuan's eyes were still closed, but she seemed to hear Wuong Shan's voice, and smiled gently, humming in response. 3 years later, Wuong Shan's original appearance finally recovered. At this moment, he was still concentrating on practicing his sword techniques. A powerful, immortal energy continuously emanated from him. Not only that, but the features on his face were also sharper. At this moment, he was thinking to himself, is this my heavenly abode? And then Wuong Shan slowly opened his eyes and looked straight ahead. At this moment, Jiao Yun had also changed slightly. She looked at him and explained, your soul has emerged from your body. You have formed your heavenly abode. You are one step closer to longevity. Hearing this, he couldn't help but ask in surprise, I've reached heavenly abode. She gave him a sideways glance and asked back, with me guiding you and with the pure origin energy of this place, is it difficult to reach heavenly abode? He was startled and pretended to smile naively. I just feel I haven't attained my true form. Hearing this, Jiao Yun couldn't help but blush. She shyly explained further. You have just entered the heavenly abode stage. You must first transform your spiritual sense into spiritual consciousness, then nurture your true spirit in the heavenly abode. Only when you reach the peak of the heavenly abode stage will you have a chance to enter the nascent soul stage. Don't be too arrogant. In these 3 years, Jiao Yun and he had become quite close. Their conversations were not as serious as before. Now she was much more relaxed. The topics between them also gradually became more casual. What she liked most was sharing interesting information about the heavenly realm back then, with him Jiao Yun. At this moment continued to recount. Your patriarch was normally quite casual and reckless. If not for the rules of the heavenly court, he would have descendants everywhere. She continued, of course the Rule Buddha existed. That year my father received assistance from the Buddhist school. Furthermore, Great Emperor Ziwei and Emperor Go Chen were indeed biological brothers. Jiao Yun spoke vividly. Their mother was a peerless, powerful being. She couldn't help but recall, there are many formidable figures in the immortal realm, perhaps so many that even the heavenly court couldn't touch them. However, the heavenly court was indeed the strongest force at one time. Immediately after, Jiao Yun pointed at him fiercely. So you cultivate quickly attain longevity. That way when you meet my sisters, they won't mock me for being your sword spirit. Wuong Shan was startled and quickly replied, yes. He smiled happily, thinking, she can casually say the words, sword spirit. Immortal Fairy has become much more open-minded. At this point, Wuong Shan still didn't forget to ask, Immortal Fairy, what about my senior sister? Has her cultivation broken through again? Monsoon Tan. Jiao Yun gently flew up. Recently, she has broken through realms again. She can separate her heavenly abode at any time. Wuong Shan became silent at this moment. I deliberately caused the heavenly might. Back then, I don't know if senior sister received my signal. If she knew I was still alive, why is she still here and not coming out? Jiao Yun looked up and frowned. Hua Qing has left. Taoist? Master Wang was immediately surprised. Again, he felt a little disappointed, thinking, senior sister has gone out. Could something have happened in the cultivation world? Could Master have been attacked? At this moment, a stream of immortal energy flew into the air. Wang Sheng helplessly comforted himself. Oh well, as long as senior sister isn't going on a blind date or something, it's fine. A familiar figure in white robes flew up on her sword. In front of her was Shen Qianlin, still standing guard there. As soon as she saw Guanshuan, she respectfully asked, this old servant will escort the immortal fairy out. On. Immediately after, the two figures, one in front, one behind, went together to the gate of the lesser netherworld. Before seeing her off, Shen Qianlin added, currently, the lesser netherworld has no ghosts, and the Yin division only has this old servant. Immortal fairy can come and go freely. She looked up into the void and instructed Guanshuan, "If you want to come back in the future, just call this old servant's name from Mount Bingdu. No more." Not knowing what Guanshuan was thinking, she suddenly bit her lip tightly. Then she slowly called out Shen Qianlin's name. This sentence made Meng Po, who was emotionless at the moment, couldn't help but be surprised. Her eyes went from a daze to a gentle expression. It seemed Shen Qianlin was also thinking about something in her heart. Shen Qianlin suddenly turned around and said, "Immortal Fairy Hua Qing. Perhaps you have noticed that the speed at which the Lesser Netherworld's origin energy is spreading has increased over the past 3 years. Do you still remember when the Earth Spirit restriction had just recovered a heavenly might suddenly appeared?" Oh. Seeing that Guanshuan didn't seem to understand, she continued to explain. Heavenly might refers to the warning from the Great Tao. If a cultivator violates a taboo, they will be warned by the Great Tao. Within the sealed land, there is a living being triggering heavenly might. Perhaps someone is acting against the heavens. Saying this, Shen Qianlin bowed respectfully. Regardless of the heavenly might or the earth spirit restriction, the slow release of the seal. It seems someone is guiding the whole process. That means the remnant soul of Her Highness Zhao Yun has not perished, and a remnant soul must reside within the body of the righteous warrior, Little Fei Yu. Because of this deduction, Shen Qianlin guessed that they were probably all still alive. Hearing this, Guanshuan's eyes widened in surprise. She stared intently at Shen Qianlin. Suddenly tears streamed down Guanshuan's cheeks uncontrollably. It seemed her years of waiting were not in vain. The scene shifts to a picturesque mountain with beautiful scenery. White clouds floated by, very clear and expansive. Here, a statue of Wang Sheng stood tall, facing the sun, looking very imposing. Yanzi stood looking at the statue, heartbroken, repeating, 3 years have passed. This master is incredibly fortunate to have a disciple like you. Lianzi Huijing also sadly poured wine and said, "Little Fei Yu, after you left, this poor monk didn't dare to visit you, fearing I couldn't control my tears here. We were friends, despite the age gap, walking the path of sword cultivation together. Now we are separated by yin and yang. It's been 3 years. Alas, how sad. Everyone here couldn't hide their sorrow." After speaking, Lianzi poured the wine onto the ground and said nothing more. "This poor monk toasts you." Suddenly, from a distance, Qiling saw a familiar figure. She shouted loudly, "It's Buyu! Buyu is out!" Niu. On this side, Guanshuan rode her sword and flew over. She quickly knelt down and paid her respects. "Master," Yanzi quickly helped her up. "Little Zhuan, stand up quickly. This master couldn't take good care of you too. You've suffered these past 3 years. This master will overcome this difficult time with you. Little Sheng definitely wouldn't want to see you so disheartened." But completely contrary to his thoughts, her face was incredibly bright. Her eyes also somewhat sharper. But Guanshuan still couldn't speak. She called out the 2 words, "Master," then pointed randomly with her hands and feet. Finally, she couldn't help but frown in frustration and took out her phone, rapidly typing. Then Guanshuan showed it to Yanzi so he could see what she wanted to say. "Junior brother is not dead. Mengpo said so. Junior brother and the female immortal are both still alive. They will definitely return later." Yanzi seemed not to believe her. He let out a sigh, discouraged, but he still forced a smile to coax her. "Little Zhuan, we must learn to face reality. Avoiding it cannot solve the problem. Is your Tao heart still calm?" Guanshuan glanced. "There's heavenly might, and the netherworld's origin energy is continuously increasing." She asserted, "Immortal Mingpo has evidence. If Master doesn't believe it, you can go ask her." Yanzi's eyes welled up with tears, and he said loudly, "Little Zhuan, don't be like this. This master's heart aches seeing you like this." Chiwen couldn't help but run over and hug her tightly, crying, "Senior sister, I believe you. Senior brother is definitely fine." Guanshuan still stubbornly explained, "He is truly still alive," before I seemed to hear him call out to me. He sighed again. "The more you talk, the less logical it is." Seeing that none of her 3 family members believed her, Guanshuan looked at Wang Sheng's 3 good brothers to find empathy. Huijing glanced elsewhere and said, "Amitabha Little Fei Yu is under the protection of the Buddha. He must have reincarnated to the Pure Land." "Yunfei," Liu Yunji said, helplessly. "Immortal Fairy Buyu is not wrong. Little Fei Yu will live forever in our hearts." Tianzhong cried and sobbed, "May Little Fei Yu be with us. Limitless heavenly venerate." She looked at them, her mind spinning. She was so angry that she stomped on her phone. Then she said nothing more. The scene shifts to Donghai Bay, the memorial site for the chaotic five-element sect. Shi Lian was crying tears of joy. Little Xuan. Xuan, you scared Big Sis to death. It's good you're out. It's good you're out. She tightly hugged her beloved little sister in her arms and firmly instructed, After I found out you were out, I immediately flew to find you. If you're sad, you should say it. Don't be like Big Sis and fall into the demonic path. Guanxuan smiled lightly and replied, I know. Xilian looked at Chi-Wen's group and asked, That's right, what are you doing here? She casually replied, Preparing for a fight with Island Nation. Xilian exclaimed with interest, Oh, finally, not just trash talking. This is the way. Everyone is a cultivator. If there's anything, just spar. Why can't you explain it clearly? Then. Guanxuan also asked curiously, Why do we have to fight with Island Nation? Chi-Wen sat down and began to ramble. I'll tell senior sister about this, she recounted. 3 years ago, the Great Hua Nation ordered the cultivation world to send a visiting group to negotiate with Island Nation about the Yinyang sect issue, but the negotiations were fruitless and conflicts erupted. After that, things started to continuously accumulate. Furthermore, foreign countries, in order to limit the development of the Great Hua Nation's power, also began to secretly support Island Nation's cultivation world. Although the Great Hua Nation has always restrained itself, the more we tolerate, the more people feel they can be bullied. 1 year ago, a certain major TV station in Island Nation even actively interviewed a newly appointed elder of the Yinyang sect. This elder began to publicly recruit young people of good quality to help them embark on the path of cultivation. This action was a serious challenge to the orthodox path of the Great Hua Nation. Therefore, with the implicit permission of the Great Hua Nation government, on that day over 10 Taoist sects went to Island Nation and killed the person referred to as Elder. During a live broadcast, he died a very unsightly death, impaled through the chest by a sword. After that, they caused chaos for a while within the encirclement and attacks of Island Nation's experts, and finally left leisurely. This slap was very loud, but it also greatly increased Island Nation's anger towards the Great Hua cultivation world. After that, cultivators from Island Nation continuously issued challenges. The Yin-Yang sect received even more support of various kinds. On the other hand, because they were constantly provoked and angered by the opponent, Mount Longhu released a biological weapon with a large area of effect. He learned Island Nation's language for 2.5 years, not speaking nonsense, but single-handedly trashed almost half of Island Nation's cultivation world. Tianzheng, Guanxuan remembered his sly, smiling face. She couldn't help but shudder. Finally, the two sides trash-talked for 7 or 8 months, and Island Nation's cultivation world proactively issued a challenge. The Great Hua Nation's cultivation world gladly accepted. And at noon today, the experts of the Great Hua Nation's cultivation world are preparing to go to the Central Sea area between the two countries to conduct a meeting. No, a collective fight. The scene shifts. At this moment in some sea area of the East Sea, the cultivators of the Great Hua Nation have arranged to fight with the cultivators of Island Nation. Shi Lian's surprised voice rang out. Impossible. Given the situation back then, little Feiyu had no chance of surviving, she said in a daze. Furthermore, if he is still alive, the connection of my life soul with his should still be there, right? She buried Guanxuan's face in her mountainous chest, coaxing, Little Xuan, this time come live with me in the villa. I'm also very lonely by myself. Guanxuan pouted and showed her phone to her. I want to wait for him to come out. He's there alone and can't use a phone. Xilian looked at the phone and couldn't help but feel heartache. My silly little sister, she thought to herself. Little Xuan's Tao heart and state of mind are fine, but in this aspect she has developed an obsession. Shi Lian guessed that perhaps in her mind she had built an image of little Feiyu. Suddenly a gigantic creature emerged from under the water. A panicked voice shouted, Senor, be careful! This is a sea beast raised by the evil cultivators of Island Nation. Celian's eyes immediately turned red. She looked at that object and snorted coldly. The killing intent and internal energy released from Shi Lian's eyes frightened the creature. Immediately after, it quickly shrank back and hid in the water. Guanxuan silently stepped forward. Shi Lian asked in confusion, Little Xuan, where are you going? She turned around, rolled up her sleeves, and smiled slyly. Fight! Shi Lian's smile froze. She instructed, Go ahead, don't hurt yourself. Although the opponents were all weaklings in just a few minutes, the bodies of the monsters were floating on the surface of the water. Their limbs had been completely destroyed by Guanxuan. The sea surface also returned to tranquility at this moment. A large seagull was flying in the sky. Below, Shilian's large ship was continuously moving. Shilian, wearing a bikini, was sunbathing on the deck, just like on vacation. She leisurely said, "We prepared for half a month, yet it was finished in just a moment. This is the legendary charging for 2 hours, talking for 3 minutes. And on. Saying that, she leisurely placed the coconut in her hand on the table. Shilian stretched and continued. Also, how did you guys manage to let the demons bully you, even at home? You only killed half and disabled half. If it were Taoist Master Qing Lin's group, they would have slaughtered 300 miles and offered blood to the sky a long time ago." Mao Yu, sitting next to her, massaged her back and said, "The current international environment is different. We need to establish a benevolent image." Shilian took off her sunglasses, her eyes becoming gloomy. Thinking being able to know little Xuan's situation. This trip outside wasn't wasted. However, Shilian speculated. She'll probably stay in the lesser netherworld forever, right? The scene shifts back to this side. Two familiar figures returned. Shen Qianlin quickly reported the situation. In the 3 days since the immortal fairy left, the speed at which the lesser netherworld's origin energy is spreading has slightly increased. It seems someone is probing how much impact the restriction can withstand, gradually increasing the speed of origin energy spread. The two landed at Wang Sheng's location. Shen Qianlin continued. This old servant still needs to go back and observe the origin energy spread. Once the netherworld accumulates too much origin energy, I will take action to clear it. If the immortal fairy needs anything, just call this old servant by name directly. Wanted. After hearing this, Guanshuan happily looked at her and smiled lightly. Thank you, Qianlin. Now she was Meng Po. She bowed low and conveniently said, You don't need to thank me. Guanshuan sat on the large ice slab, forming seals. She secretly said, Junior brother, are you inside? Can you hear me? No one replied. There was no response, but she continued, I'm here waiting for you to come out. Inside. Wang Sheng was still concentrating on practicing his sword techniques. Her voice echoed in his mind. No matter if it's 10 years or 20 years, when you come out we won't be separated anymore. She focused and closed her eyes. Meanwhile, he was drenched in sweat. Just like that, a not-so-important period followed. Time flew by. 2 more years passed after the great battle on the sea. Mao, rushed in, Taoist Master Qingyan Immortal Fairy. Buyu refused to participate in this operation, but she sent you a letter. Yanzi stood up in surprise and said loudly, What? Quick, let me see. He held the letter trembling. Little Xuan has been locked up in the lesser netherworld for several years. I still want to use this opportunity to get her out and relieve her stress. This letter from her. I hope it's not a suicide note. The content surprised him. Guanshuan humorously wrote, Reinforcement is tired. Reinforcement needs to sleep for a while. I really can't fight anymore. Could you come and call me? He folded the letter, feeling helpless. A master is indeed not as good as a junior brother. He sighed. A daughter raised, ultimately she has to marry away. However, being able to send this letter, it proves that she has come out. If she feels guarding the lesser netherworld is more enjoyable as her master, I cannot force her to do anything. At this moment, 10 more years later, after the great battle between the cultivators of Great Hua and Island Nation, below the 18 layers of the lesser netherworld. Wang Sheng didn't know what he was doing, but his entire body was frozen. Suddenly his eyes opened, carrying a hint of sharpness. Immediately after he stood up, shattering the surrounding ice, which scattered everywhere. At this moment, his body seemed to be bursting with powerful energy. Zhao Yun spoke from within the sword. Your time in comprehension this time was perfect. She quickly emerged from the sword and continued, The Earth Spirit restriction is almost completely unlocked. We can go out now. So, Wang Sheng couldn't help but shout happily, Really? Zhao Yun speculated. Perhaps Immortal Ming Po noticed that I was unlocking the Earth Spirit restriction these past few years. She helped by unblocking the spiritual energy from outside. That's why we could leave earlier. Zhao Yun reminded him. Before I told you that the soulless sword is the formation eye of the 3 origins, immortal sealing. Great formation. She raised her hand to the sword and continued. After it's fired, the formation matrix and origin energy haven't had time to erupt yet. You need to immediately use it to cut the immortal crystals around. Then we can break out in time. What? As soon as Zhao Yun finished speaking, he quickly picked up the sword in his hand. Wang Sheng felt nostalgic. I've been trapped here for exactly 13 years. I can finally see the sun again. I wonder how Master Dad and Mom are doing. And senior sister, back then, she. Judong kissed me. After I get out, I must take responsibility for her. We will protect each other and cultivate together. Immediately after a powerful beam of light erupted, Mingpo saw this phenomenon and guessed. 13 years have passed. Immortal energy is erupting again. Could it be? Suddenly, a sword chi beside her quickly lunged towards her, startling Mengpo. Mengpo saw it and immediately recognized it. This was the flying sword that Immortal Wang had left behind that year. A stream of green light emanated from within the bell attached to it. At that moment, a body slowly appeared. A familiar figure gradually emerged in front of her, carrying a pure aura. Wuong Shan spoke up. Although I was prepared, I was almost knocked out by the wave of origin energy hitting the immortal crystals. He asked worriedly, "But Jiao Yun, such a huge commotion, won't it really cause tremors in the lesser netherworld?" She replied, "No, but I've consumed too much spiritual energy. I have to return to the immortal sword to rest temporarily." "You don't need me for other matters. Leave it to the immortal who is guarding this place." At the same time, Mengpo quickly appeared, startling Jiao Yun. "This old servant pays respects to Her Highness Jiao Yun and righteous warrior Wang Sheng." He exclaimed in surprise, "Senior sister." As soon as he saw her, he asked, "Senior sister, it seems my senior sister is not here. Do you know where she is?" Mengpo quickly pointed the way. "A few days ago, the lesser netherworld was unstable. This old servant was afraid she would be injured, so I found an excuse to send her away. Currently, she is waiting in the Hidden Earth sect. Righteous warrior." "Don't worry," Wang Sheng suddenly remembered. That's right. Immortal fairy Jiao Yun once said, "Senior sister, if you continue to cultivate for a few hundred years, you can break free from the situation where your soul is suppressed like this." Hearing this, it was as if an electric current ran through her mind, leaving Mengpo in a daze for a moment. But she didn't show her emotions and replied indifferently, "Thank you for your concern, righteous warrior." Mengpo continued to guide him. "Go through this gate, and the righteous warrior can return to the mortal world." Wang Sheng looked at her respectfully and smiled brightly. "Senior sister, take care. If anything happens, tell the Hidden Earth sect to come find me." Immediately after, he looked at the exit with emotion, thinking, 13 years have passed. Finally, I'm out. Immediately after, Wang Sheng flew out on his sword. On this side, the gate of the lesser netherworld was constantly fluctuating. Everyone, including Guanshuan, was lined up, looking tense. Her face and the elders were continuously looking away from the gate. Suddenly, a familiar figure that she had long missed quickly appeared. As soon as Wang Sheng smiled and stood before her, Guanshuan's heart pounded. Seeing each other again, they realized how their hearts yearned, reuniting with him. They realized the bitterness of separation. She covered her mouth to stop herself from sobbing, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Guanshuan quickly leaped forward and flew towards him. They had been separated for exactly 13 years. Both of them clearly understood the feelings they had for each other. He reached out his hand and took the soft hand he had longed for, his voice trembling as he called out, "Senior sister!" Everyone on this side shouted in panic, "Holy hell, it's a ghost!" "Taoist, Master Wang's soul has rushed out from the netherworld. Bring the talismans here. Prepare to capture the ghost. Don't harm Taoist Master Wang." "What nonsense. He's alive. He's a living person. Taoist Master Wang is alive." Everyone quickly happily surrounded him. "It's really little Fei Yu. He's still alive. Little Fei Yu, say something. Good people are blessed by heaven." Little Fei Yu is actually still alive. Guanshuan's hand gently rested on Wang Sheng's smooth face. Both of them blushed and looked at each other. The atmosphere around them was incredibly awkward. Guanshuan said to herself, "He's alive? He's still warm." Wang Sheng tightly held her hand and said sorrowfully, "Senior sister, I'm back." She quickly ran and hugged him. Wang Sheng also buried his head in her soft hair after days of longing. Everyone was silent, secretly happy for them. At this moment, a voice rang out from a phone screen. "Little Fei Yu is not dead. How is that possible? It's clearly fake news photoshopped by fans, right? Sealing the Earth spirit restriction with the golden core. Stage. How could he withstand it? Just keep following the news later. Isn't that enough? Ask the investigation team." The news had quickly spread to the investigation team. This morning seemed to be a day of surprises for everyone. Qiling was startled and shouted loudly. She was so emotional that she knocked over the glass of water on the table. "What, Little Fei Yu is not dead? Is it definitely him?" Her secretary stammered, Yes, the news from the Hidden Earth sect has confirmed it." She quickly regained her composure. Taoist Master Boyan is on a mission. His current location has strong signal interference. Find an opportunity to report this news to him. Munner? The secretary quickly replied, Understood. Her heart was filled with joy. Little Feiyu is still alive. That's good, that's good. At this moment, at the recording site of a certain TV stations, listening to the sounds of cultivation program in Great Hua Nation, the man pointed and shouted, The cultivators of Great Hua Nation have once again attacked our cultivators in Saros during a mission. This is an extremely shameless act. Your actions are colluding with the Saros Empire. The other person sat with crossed legs and asked casually, Colluding? Do you even know how to use words? You ninjas caused trouble in Saros and were disciplined by a few of my martial uncles who happened to be fishing there. It turns out he was an acquaintance. At this moment he was known as a large-scale verbal damage weapon, specializing in debating with Island Nation ranked 12 on the Earth list. Tianjiang said boastfully, This is even considered framing. You are still colluding with each other. Saying this, Tianjiang's face darkened and he shouted, A few years ago we provided you with quite a bit of support. If you guys claim to be the weak party, you should also use the phrase, the strong join forces, which is more appropriate. Right? Tianjiang then played his verbal bullying game again. Or should I teach you a new idiom? Father joins forces. Father protects. How is that not closer than colluding? Where? The ninja was so angry he was trembling. Evil demon, don't bully people too much. Tianjiang waved his hand casually. Calm down. You came to our program to complain about us. Isn't that bullying others? This matter well originally. He paused, took out his phone to check, and his whole body froze. Tianjiang quickly stood up and shouted loudly, Holy hell! The other two were also startled by his voice. Tianjiang seemed to go crazy, holding up his phone and shouting loudly, That man is back! That man is back! Do you guys know? Immediately after, he quickly said, You guys want to fight? Then fight. If you don't get out, I'm not dealing with you anymore, he shouted loudly. Director, tally the bills! The other two still didn't understand what was happening. The scene shifts to deep in some desert in northwest Great Hua Nation Yanzi. With a stern face was fighting monsters. Under his attack, their bodies quickly became full of holes. At this moment, Yanzi quickly circulated his internal energy to finish it off. Another person from the investigation team immediately shouted a warning. Taoist Master Buyan, be careful. At the same time, a sword chi quickly struck the giant monster. It roared in pain and then fresh blood continuously splattered out. Yanzi was startled and widened his eyes, saying to himself, This sword chi, how can it be? Wang Sheng and Guanxuan had quickly arrived here to gather with him. He lightly called out, Master. He was startled, Little Sheng. After days of separation, he now struggled to explain, Master, I'm really not someone else pretending, and I'm not some inner demon transformed. Yanzi shooshed him. I'm checking if you have any hidden injuries. After checking him over, he couldn't help but be surprised. Strange, why can't this master see your cultivation level anymore? Wang Sheng smiled awkwardly and said, Master, I am now at the peak of the heavenly abode stage, great perfection, half a step, into the nascent soul. Hearing this, his master couldn't help but be surprised and happy. You child, immediately after Yanzi let out a hearty laugh louder than if he had found gold, he said proudly. This time, this master truly cannot teach you any more. Guanxuan looked behind him, unable to help but wonder. This sword is so strange. Seeing it was unusual, Guanxuan reached out to touch it. Wang Sheng immediately noticed. He smiled happily, took the sword back and instructed. Senior sister, you can't touch it. Yanzi asked curiously. Little Sheng, your soulless sword, is emitting Tao rhythm. Wang Sheng recounted that immortal fairy Zhao Yun is currently sleeping deeply inside the sword. That's the specific situation. After Wang Sheng explained everything, Yanzi finally understood. So that's how it is. That's why you were able to survive. He looked at the sword and didn't deny it. That's right. Zhao Yun doesn't like interacting with others. Only the three of us need to know about this. Suddenly, Yanzi seemed to remember something that startled him. He quickly asked her, Little Xuan, you've known that Little Sheng was all right for a long time. Guanxuan pouted and questioned, I told you no one believed me. What? Yanzi laughed awkwardly and rubbed his head guiltily. It's good you're back. It's good you're back. Immediately after he took out a brand new phone from his pocket, Yanzi said to his two disciples, This is the latest model phone. Press the button on top to open the screen. You can go online and take a look. The outside world has changed quite a bit in the past few years, and so he quickly showed him how to use it so he wouldn't be left behind. Press here like this. Wuong Shan couldn't help but exclaim in awe and concentrated on learning. He read numerous comments. Great Hua cultivators battle Amabal Island Nation. Hidden Earth sect proposes Chi vein formation to seal origin energy within Great Hua's territory. New widespread cultivation technique introduced limiting cultivation to Great Hua Nation's bloodline, capable of extending lifespan. Great Hua's origin energy is getting stronger, attracting foreign demons and ghosts. Upon reading this, Wang Sheng's face darkened, and he mocked himself. Indeed, over 10 years have passed. I haven't kept up with the times. Guanshuan covered her mouth and smiled, then showed him something else. Heartbroken Memorial for the sacrificed Taoist master, Wang Feiyu. 10 years, 3 points. Young talents of the cultivation world should learn from Taoist master Wang Feiyu. Feiyu's soul is eternal. His sword intent follows forever. Discussion on the similarities between today's hero, Little Feiyu, and legendary mythological hero, Neja. Mao Shan. He couldn't help but smile bitterly inside. Died young, wasted sword cultivator. Yanzi happily explained. To make everyone remember you, the government has put in a lot of effort over the past few years. By the way, have you called your parents? I called them. I feel very guilty towards my parents for making them worry and grieve, he continued. Trees want to be quiet, but the wind doesn't stop. You want to provide for your parents, but they are no longer here. Next, you can go home and stay for a while. For now, matters won't reach you. On this side, Wang Sheng blushed and transmitted his voice. Master, can I pursue senior sister? Yanzi couldn't help but burst out laughing upon hearing these words, immediately after he quickly spoke up. Little Xuan, your junior brother has something he wants to tell you. Seeing Yanzi's sly smile, Wang Sheng blushed and thought, Master, you are plotting against me? Guanshuan at this moment was also looking over at him, blushing and sweating profusely. Wang Sheng suddenly trembled. He made up his mind. Oh well, I'll do my best. Wang Sheng immediately hugged his sword and said loudly, Senior sister, from now on we... He paused, and his confession turned into, Cultivate together. Guanshen happily hummed in agreement. As for him, his face was downcast. He hid himself. I had the opportunity, but didn't know how to use it. Afraid of disappearing. There's a path to the mountain, words are at my mouth, but I forced myself to cleanse my language. Yanzi couldn't help but ask curiously, Tell me, little Sheng, has your sword path weakened over these past few years you were trapped? He replied, Other things are fine, especially my human sword, Dao, has reached the sword control realm. The two listened intently as he continued. However, my understanding of the Ziwei Heavenly Sword seems to have hit a bottleneck. Perhaps I need to spar more with experts. Yanzi continued. Indeed, we have quite a few strong enemies right now. However, the situation within the country is a little better. The ancient cultivators brought out from the lesser netherworld who didn't commit murder have all had restrictions placed on them. He became serious when mentioning this matter. Currently, they are under government supervision and are obediently residing in various sects as supreme elders, where Wang Shen understood this and also speculated. These people are always a ticking time bomb. However, the government holds the restrictions. Surely they won't let such a group of experts go unused. Yanzi smiled happily and reassured him. Don't worry, once our cultivation level increases, we won't need to worry about them causing chaos. Moise, he couldn't help but ask, Master, did you mean just now that there are still strong enemies abroad? Yanzi sighed. Yes, the problems surrounding us right now need to be resolved urgently. The biggest threats are a few legendary races. He spoke of two of the most famous legendary races. You have heard of them. Vampires, dragons, and werewolves. Although they also have cultivation systems, their true strength comes from their bloodline. He thought deeply. Before I fought a werewolf, although I won, it took quite a bit of effort. Yanzi spoke as he rolled up his sleeve to show them. On his hand were 3 deep claw marks down to the bone. Yanzi recounted. Later I found out that werewolf was considered a formidable figure. However, recently the werewolves have been suppressed by the vampires and no longer have any descendants that are difficult to deal with. Guanshan and Wang Sheng saw the injury on his hand. Both of them were a little worried. Yanzi smiled brightly to dispel the tense atmosphere. When you break through to the nascent soul, you can go challenge them and create some deterrent outside. There are many powerful experts with very interesting abilities. Go broaden your horizons and conveniently take your senior sister to travel the world. Guanshuan quickly hummed in agreement. Wang Sheng smiled slyly. Meals and drinks are on them. This deal is good. Very quickly the plane landed. Wang Sheng looked at the surrounding scenery, bewildered. Everyone was here. They had been waiting for a long time to welcome him back. The emotion in everyone's eyes was evident. When Wang Sheng died, everyone was heartbroken and mourned. After hearing that he was still alive, they were all happy for him. Wang Sheng looked at his relatives and friends standing in front of him. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Everyone, I'm back. A small foot ran quickly to the front of Wang Sheng Mo Yue's eyes welled up with tears. Taoist Master Wang, it's good that you're all right. It's good that you're all right. He was startled and spoke up. Mo Yue, it's been a long time. Huai Jing stepped forward and said with a smile. Amitabha. I said, how could little Feiyu check out so early? I didn't expect you to drag on for 13 years before returning full of life. Everyone asked happily. Little Feiyu, you have to tell us clearly, where have you been these past few years? Liu Yunji patted his shoulder. Little Feiyu, what should we do with your commemorative statue? Do you need me to smash it for you later? Suian stepped forward and explained. That's just a statue made back then as your tombstone. It really should be smashed. I'll call back and tell the people in the clan to handle it. Zhao Yun spat out a voice. Where is my brother Sheng? Where is brother Sheng? Tianzhang flew over at top speed, shouting continuously, Brother Sheng, I missed you to death. Brother. Suddenly his face quickly hit something like a glass shield. Tianzhang's face quickly deformed and he immediately fell from a height. At lightning speed, the ground quickly cracked. Guanshuan fiercely blocked in front of Wang Sheng. I must protect my junior brother. All bad guys must be beaten away. I am a super invincible, good senior sister. It seemed she didn't recognize him because he covered his face tightly. Tianzhang quickly laughed and pulled up his face covering, saying, Senior sister, it's me. Tianzhang laughed until tears came out, pointing at his face. I am Brother Sheng's #1 hardcore fan, little Titai. Everyone here couldn't help but laugh out loud immediately. Wang Sheng happily put his arm around Tianzhang's shoulder and said, Let's go. We'll go down and talk first. This reunion scene couldn't help but warm the hearts of the onlookers. Everyone at this moment was extremely joyful. A hero is not dead. A martyr returns. Everyone gathered together. Music played. This was a welcome banquet for Taoist Master Feiyu's return. Tianzhang excitedly leaped up and cheered, Party! On this side, Guanshuan's eyes were also shining, and she was drooling, secretly excited about the food. Wang Sheng looked at the two of them, bewildered to the point of sweating. This title, he quickly turned and said, So many.